Good morning, friends, and what a morning it is. We are, as always, live from the 6th Invitational 2022, a beautiful Stockholm and very, very dry Stockholm over the past couple of days here in Sweden. Of course, in the Nordics, it might be cold, but it's hot as hell down here at the Invitational. Man, we are at our last day of the groups, and I can't believe we got so far in such little time. For us, it looks like a blur, and for the players, they still have it all to play for today in our final day. Some have been eliminated, some have already made it through to the playoffs, and some people still claw to hold on to the last position. With 5 teams in each group, 4 can only make it through, and who will be that one? 4 groups that we have for you here today. I'm Elsta Medic, your host for the show. With me on the Command Center's analyst couch, so comfy, and honestly, we're rocking the perfect colors for it. It is a holiday for many people. It's a celebration.
I knew you would do this.
It's a celebration, and genuinely, this is how connected Mesh is, not just in the EUL, but also at the Invitational. We're setting up colors without even knowing it.
I know.
Jack, Jess, good morning.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Christmas colours.
We're a little bit like a Christmas bauble.
We are.
Jess, we're a couple of months late.
Tree goes, yeah. I think the best part about it as well, for those who don't know what Milosh meant by mesh, Milosh, Jess, fresh. And we are the mesh, which, by the way, that's a good thing to throw over to production. We need a little label at the bottom that when we come to the mesh, it goes the mesh.
The mesh.
It's a carbon fiber mesh.
Yes.
It's a mesh that just holds. This is what you want. It's a strong mesh, and this mesh, friends, will take you through a bit of the mess that's happened with some teams here at the Invitational. There's a lot to cover, and this is why we're here in our pre-show. We'll follow through on each one of our groups, of course, and let you know. Maybe you weren't able to catch everything. Don't you worry. Group A, let's put it up on the screen. And Jack, I want to ask you a thing or two about it first, because this one has really been all over the place, but there's still a big fight to happen on the last day.
Everybody has skin in the game in this group, Milosh. Absolutely everybody. There is only Ninjas in Pajamas who are on their rest day today. They've played all 4 best of 3s. 7 points is the maximum they will accumulate. They will be through to the playoffs, but it's which position they will go through. So they will be sat up, they'll be up early this morning, watching to see what goes on with the other 4 teams. Now, the only other team confirmed through is MNM, which means Team Empire, Soniqs, or Sandbox will be going home today. One of those 3 teams, the other 2 teams will be going through alongside Ninjas and MNM.
All right, it's a big fight now at the bottom, and well, all of those 3 teams are fighting for this position. Remember, even if you're qualified, in this case NIP and MNM, you're fighting for your seeding later on. Will it be upper or lower bracket? That's the big question now that'll be on MNM's mind as they play against the Soniqs. Group B, let's split it up, and just please walk me through it.
Oh, Group B, it was the group of death. That's what it was hailed as, and unfortunately it became a little less deathly when Cyclops showed up rather empty-handed, and we spoke about that on the desk, and them lacking a lot of depth in their strategy. So the group freed up considerably for them, and I think that as we sort of move forward, yes, Cyclops still has an opportunity. Do I think they have a strong opportunity considering the matches we've seen thus far? Probably not. So out of those who are remaining, and with Team Liquid locked in and Space Station as well, still pending, working out who's finishing in what seed, I think it'll come down to the fact that we're looking at FaZe and Rogue, and whether or not there is going to be a scary game today or not. When was Cyclops' break day? I believe it was like the first day they had off.
It was on day 1. Yeah.
There you go. So they have a game today, their very last, and this is their opportunity to dig their way out of it. Do I think they're going to do it? Maybe not, but there's a possibility.
Look at how difficult it'll be for Cyclops to be able to make it out. And I want you to look at the points that the team has. They are currently at 1 point. Rogue above them is at 3. However, Rogue defeated them 2-0, and that means that they hold the tiebreaker against them in pure points. What has to happen today for Cyclops to make it through in the top 4, they have to beat FaZe 2-0, and Rogue has to lose to SSG.
Outright.
Simple. Outright.
Yeah.
They have to lose 2-0, or it's basically you win and you get the 3 points.
Yep.
And Rogue has to lose 2-0 for it to happen, because if they tie, Rogue has the tiebreak, and it's immediate.
It's sad because that is a possibility.
I'm just going to throw this out there. If Cyclops beat FaZe 2-0, they will have the same points in the tiebreaker on FaZe.
They kind of deserve...
There's a possibility FaZe goes out in groups.
No, go to the next group. I can't do this.
Honestly, this is already heartbreaking. Let's go into Group C, where it's pretty much been decided that this is the only one that really has been going through it. And, TSM are at top, Furia, Elevate, Dark Zero, with BDS unfortunately eliminated, Jack.
Yeah, so somber note, BDS have obviously been our first team eliminated and our only team so far. So we know the final group positions of 3 teams. Obviously Liquid, BDS, and we'll get onto Dem1 Kia in a second when we go to Group D. However, TSM, Furia, Elevate, Dark Zero, they're all vying for positions 1 to 4. Nothing is set up today. All 4 of those teams play today because BDS have played their 4 matches.
Yeah.
So this group is the most fascinating one for me because genuinely we could have the 2 top seeds that we just don't expect because it's on. All of these teams have control of their own destiny going into the playoffs.
This has been the group of fun. Jess, we could hear Canadian yelling from the other side of the country.
I mean, we have those historic VODs of Troy sort of standing up and saying many phrases at many different SIs, and I think that's a good addition to the role that a Canadian has been able to put on the board.
That one last night, did you see the clip last night?
I commented straight on that. I said, this is the content I want to see at R6 Esports on Twitter. Keep giving it to me.
And the thing is, Canadian, he's the one that usually does it. He just was a bit silent in the beginning, but he flared up, pulled Dog Zero into the position that they are. We'll see how things happen in their positioning, but they are through these top 4. BDS eliminated, and Group D is our last one with still only 1 team locked in. That is Dem1 Kia at 9 points, undefeated, the only team, not just undefeated, but they've won every single point possible in the matches that they've won. They have won today, but it is still up in the air. 4-4-4-3 for other squads.
I mean, Dem1 Kia on top has just solidified our fears that maybe they couldn't replicate that Sweden major performance, and they've done it almost fantastically. That upward trend is very nice. As an accountant who likes numbers, especially ones that slowly increase,
I do.
I think this is a good team for you to like.
I love them.
You didn't originally. I'm going to keep pointing this out.
I'm very late to the train, and I throw a lot of questions at Dem1 Kia.
The late fee is 5 drinks at the end of this event.
I believe there's a soft underbelly there, but they keep proving me wrong. And that's what I'm enjoying about this, is that they consistently have proved everybody wrong, but especially me.
Team 1, we always say they're late bloomers. You know what I mean? They come into the groups and they start off a little bit sloppy and they're not quite quick to the jump. We said that they'll probably come in late into the groups like they've done in multiple events. Well, turns out they did it again.
Well, they kind of did, but they don't play today. So yeah, they're sitting and they're watching these games today. They
still go through. So for them,
it's not confident.
Unless 4-4-4-3.
There's a very specific scenario they don't go through.
Exactly.
Very specific.
It's likely for these sorts of things to happen, and especially when MIBR went up against Team 1, it was a 2-0 for MIBR, and that breaks it between them. So if today MIBR get 1 point, they tie with Team 1 and get the advantage over them, so they'd be able to defeat them and move through. Team 1 could be eliminated, but they have nothing to do with today. We'll see what Dem1 Kia does against Na'Vi. They can also play gatekeepers in their own right. It's all over the place still in Group D. We're loving what's happening here with our APAC brethren, of course, as we've been used to covering Dem1 Kia for quite a while, ever since they're joining the league a year ago. Yeah,
what a meteoric rise as well. And I just keep talking about, I actually highlighted it with how we casted their Challenger League game and how crazy and hyped they were in the region. And we didn't know much about them at the time. And all the casters were like, yeah, this is the team that will come in to Tier 1 and they will shake it up. And I was like, I don't believe it. Well, I'm a believer now.
It's a fairy tale story, right? Coming through the relevant Challenger League into the domestic league, attending every major and the 6 Invitational within a year. And not only doing that, but showing tangible improvement. Scraping themselves out of group in Mexico, getting out of groups in Sweden, but then faltering in the semi-finals, and then running away with the group so far in 6 Invitational.
We're going to talk about Dem1 Kia for the next few years, I hope. So don't you worry. I hope you'll enjoy our coverage of them, just like we do with some other teams. But here's a schedule for today, just in case you want to prep your day. And I understand that. You know what? You want to know when I can study, when I can go to work, and when I can go to the gym, but then also keep up with the matches. Soniqs versus MNM, Oxygen versus MIBR, Elevate versus TSM, and FaZe versus Cyclops. This is on Stream A, twitch.tv/Rainbow6. On our B stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo. That is Team Empire versus Sandbox, Natos Vincere versus Dem1 Kia, Dark Zero versus Furia, and finally Space Station Gaming versus Rogue. A reminder, all our matches are best of 3s here. They have been, and I think we've all profited very well from the fact that they are all BO3s here in our groups. Yes, it means that we get an entire week to follow in the action, but this means we know that the teams that are making it through, they're ones that really have put in the effort and put in the work and time to make it so far and now seed themselves forward into our round of 16. Ones will be separated into different phases, and it'll be so cool and engaging to see who can make miracle runs, because we love those. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we keep harping on about the fact that this is the best format we've actually ever seen.
It's insane.
So I think that's probably the best indication for us that we're slowly, just like Damwon Kia, everything gets better as it ages. I'm a wine drinker, live in Italy a little bit, so love, you know, when it ages appropriately, and that's what this competition has done over the years. I think 6 Invitational is like fine wine.
Fair enough. I just want to come back to the format, is that the particular game that I want to reference here is Team Liquid against Cyclops.
Yes.
Because if we're talking best of 1, that is a huge upset. However, best of 3, which is what I've always said, is the best team generally wins in the end. And therefore, Liquid managed to get the map 2, map 3, and got the win in the end. If that's best of 1, Cyclops win it. So I love this format.
And look, you always got to watch out for Nest and Team Liquid. But that is our pre-show. So Jess, Jack, I've not had my fill of you, so you'll be here in just a moment. We'll all be here in just a moment. So we'll be back in just a few minutes to break down our first 2 matches. See you in a bit. Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center, again live from Six Invitational 2022. I'm Elish, your host. With me on the analyst couch are, as we just had in our pre-show, the wonderful, the merry, because we're going with the red and the green. It's Jack and Jess. Friends, let's get ready to talk about our game. It's the first one. It's the Soniqs versus MNM. And I'm looking at you especially.
We got a fanboy on the couch here today.
Oh yeah, we have quite a few English people on here, and English people we don't always get to. Yeah, I know.
They're dunk on the English people before we.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, you do it to
any day.
yourselves.
Any day.
Keep it going. Cool.
You're feeding on it. You know what? Let's start with our rosters. We got the Soniqs up first. Of course, our North American squad. Reminder for Group A that the Soniqs have 4 points, MNM have 6, and the Soniqs want to escape the clutches of Sandbox with 2 points themselves. Just take it away.
Well, if you missed out on their previous series against NIP, it is not looking hot for this roster. So close yet so far, and those kind of overtime losses, they went 8-6, 8-6 in both of their maps. They are the toughest to chew. I think they're going to be sitting there going, wow, we were so close to winning that series. Oftentimes that is when players sort of question themselves more, when they've almost had that clutch at victory. And against a team like NIP who has been struggling, I know they're our reigning world champions, but all of the matches for NIP, especially in the beginning of the groups, were very, very shaky. This was up for Soniqs, to be able to grab, and they didn't take the bull by the horns. And as a result, that's what a 2-0 will get you, not a single point.
Individually, they've been performing exactly how the Soniqs have performed right throughout the year. Rix has been playing very well. He's been playing out of his mind. I think coming into yesterday, at least, he was the top-rated player in the tournament.
Yep.
Yeti has been getting a boatload of entries. He's had 28 entry engagements and he's won 18 of them, so he's plus 10.
Yep.
However, he's minus 7. Like, he is one of the biggest one-for-one players in the game. He gets his entry, but he's instantly traded out. And obviously, Super's not dropping the digits that, we know Super doesn't drop, but, the argument has always been he's IGLing them superbly well.
Yeah.
However, Soniqs are in a spot of bother. I would have said coming into this tournament, if Soniqs don't make top 2 in their group, that's a failure for them.
Oh.
I think they'll get out of the groups, but I think for them to be successful, they've got to win today and they've got to get in the top 2.
To sort of add on to the super train there, people forget how much he plants as well. He orchestrates the opportunity for his team to play. Against Empire, he planted 8 times.
It's incredible.
So it's really something to be said about the fact that I will always give someone... Yes?
So 8 times against Empire.
Against
and
Empire.
Only 2 in the next 2 games because he's got 10 plants in the tournament so far.
Correct. That's obviously where things have been breaking down. So that's yet to be seen.
Our MNM team on the other side, like I said before, they are one of the 2 teams that have already made it through alongside NIP. NIP have 7 points. These guys have 6 of them, and they have taken the tournament by storm. A lot of people have been looking at this UKIN to CL to EUL to Six Invitational team with very favorable light, Jack.
Does it get a bet? Is there a single better story at the Six Invitational 2022 than MNM Gaming? I actually challenge, because that story of a team that was 6 months ago, 9 months ago
didn't exist this way.
Yeah, Tyrant and Neo 9 months ago were playing in middle of the pack UKIN teams. Like, this is not a team that we would have ever expected to have been here. And they've came and they've won 2 of their 3 fixtures. They got humbled a little bit by NIP, but game 1, obviously they came out of the box against Sandbox. Yesterday they played very well as well. And they're going to be through. They're going to be in the playoff bracket.
I mean,
it's just a question of where. If they win today, they could be the number 1. I believe if they win 2-0 today, they are the number 1 seed coming out of this group.
They would be. They would get extra 3 points to put them at 9 points. A reminder that NIP are not playing today, so they cannot gain any extra points, as you say, Jack.
One of the most surprising things for me watching this team play at the World Championships, after only just making Tier 1, essentially for them, is to just make that eloquent jump. I'm going to call it eloquent, even though they're probably going to feel like it's a scary roller coaster ride. Oh, guys, I don't know where I am. But one of the nicest things to see is that this team has come in and they don't hold their punches. That's very unusual for a team that is brand new to Tier 1, for example. Oftentimes they're a little passive. They're scared of their opponents. It's a big jump for them. This is the biggest jump you can do as a team. And as a result, they have been taking engagements that are uncharacteristic of a team that is going up against such formidable opponents. So that is something to watch today for MNM Gaming.
Let's take a look then at our maps. Again, a 7-map pool. Ban, pick, ban, pick. Jack, why don't you take us through it?
MNM have banned away Bank. That's not surprising. It's been a permaban from them throughout their CL days running into the qualifiers. They were forced to play against Cavana Game in the qualifiers. They did win, but they don't like the map. Cafe ban coming out of Soniqs, I think that is all about respect because we've seen just how lethal MNM have been on that map.
Yeah, I mean, well, what's the next in line? If you can't, you know, get your ban there of Cafe, what are you going to pick next if you're MNM? Oregon, absolutely. Let's go to Oregon. That's going to be a great map for them.
Yeah, Oregon too.
The last time that we saw Soniqs play was against Sandbox, and all the previous times, bar like the NA finals, it's not been a good map for Soniqs, so that's actually really good.
Moving through to Clubhouse, so Clubhouse is a map that's a kind of middle of the road map for MNM, and we've seen Soniqs, they've had this consistent banning strategy throughout this whole tournament. They've tried to ban away the opponent's best maps and pick into their lesser maps, and that's exactly what we've seen coming out of Soniqs here.
It's strange as well because I know I've said this about a ton of NA teams, but this has not been a recent formed good map for Soniqs, but it's one of their favorite maps overall. So it's an interesting one. Maybe they think they've changed something up. Maybe those extra matches have been against different opponents, who knows? But Villa being the decider, I mean, this is one of those things that I'm looking over to Soniqs, and that one win against Sandbox, that's all I got.
It worries me from MNM's point of view as well, because MNM, remarkably, throughout this run, have had a greater than 50% attacking win rate on every single map in the pool, apart from Villa.
That's okay.
Attacking Villa.
That's okay.
So for a decider, I think in their minds, so Chalet, or it was going to be Chalet or Villa. Both of these teams love Chalet. MNM are a particularly good Chalet team. I was hoping we were going to see Chalet today out of these two.
Yeah.
I think Soniqs a big brain that band by getting rid of Chalet, because I think MNM were expecting it. I don't really think MNM would have wanted to go to Villa because they've had their trials and tribulations where they're not particularly great at attacking it and they're not particularly great at defending it. They manage to, when they win there, they scrape the wins.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to note about this, probably two biggest things. One, the coach behind Soniqs, Joe Bro, is a big numbers man. There is nothing more that you need to know than that man who is very smartly dressed right behind him. Love the tie today, Joe.
He dresses.
Absolutely fantastic. Reminds me of MIBR from the EU region as well, who dresses very eloquently as well. One thing to note is that will have come down to the numbers. He is the big brain numbers man. And second to that, if you're an NA fan, or even if you're not, if you've ever watched Soniqs in the NAL and beyond, they never really play Villa. They just don't play Villa. So this going into the deciding map, and if it does go to that map 3, which surely they should be prepared for, this is a formidable opponent in MNM. God, that is a mouthful, isn't it? MNM. I think that's something that they should be prepared to go to. And clearly after their Sandbox win, 7-3, they're feeling confident on it. But that wasn't a formidable opponent like MNM is.
If you're Sandbox and Empire, MNM you're their biggest fan right now, basically. You want them to
We're all the biggest fans, Milosh.
Oh, quiet you.
All right.
Infectious. They're absolutely infectious.
All right, you know what? Let's.
They're a better version of Damwon Kia. Once you get on that train, you never get in on.
He's comparing them to Damwon Kia. We got to
You know what? You know what? This is the time. Let's just cut it off here. Jack, thank you very much. Let's get Ann and Dev on here to prepare for our next matchup. So there it is. It's Soniqs. It's MNM. Have fun.
저는 노바 선수이고요. 이제 플레잉 코치고 인게임에서는 서포터 역할을 하고 있고 샌드박스 게이밍 소속입니다. 이제 코치를 하던 OCN 코치가 은퇴를 하게 됐고 이제 제가 이번 인비테이셔널까지만 하고 제가 코치 자리를 대신 하려고 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 저희 서버로 있던 굿보이라는 선수가 이제 대회를 뛸 수 있는 나이가 돼서 저도 이제 약간 코치 쪽이 관심이 있었어가지고 제가 나가고 이제 굿보이 선수가 선수를 뛰는 걸로 하기로 결정을 했어요, 팀원들끼리. 일단 저번 대회랑 달라진 게 코치가 은퇴를 했기 때문에 제가 약간 연습하면서 코칭을 하면서 했는데 약간 좀 더 에이펙 스타일이 약간 공격적인 그런 거를 위주로 연습을 해왔어요. 공격적이게 하는 걸로. 에이펙 지역에서 대회를 할 때 약간 성향이 완전히 달라가지고 약간 그거를 생각해서 조금 준비를 해야 돼가지고 약간 그거를 생각하고 준비해야 돼요. 그래서 좀 더 어려운 것 같아요. 우선 담원 기아 때문에 약간 저희가 자극을 받아서 더 잘하게 된 것도 있었고 그래서 이번에는 당연히 저번보다 더 높이 올라가는 거를 생각하고 있어요. 매번 국제대회 때 첫 경기가 항상 거의 조에서 가장 센 팀이랑만 했었는데 이번에도 똑같이 가장 센 팀이어서 더 열심히 준비해서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 아시아 스타일의 공격성을 보여주겠습니다.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. Again, live from Six Invitational 2022. I'm Milosh, your host. And for our next matchup being rated up, I got two wonderful people, as always. So many wonderful people here in our talent team. I can call them all my friends, or whatever I want sometimes. James
Couch.
and...
Yeah,
couch.
We call it couch before.
You are the couch.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you guys will be ready to break things down. I know you will be. But I want to ask you before we go in, how are you doing?
Bit of an early start, not going to lie. I think for you in particular.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have to get your hair and makeup done, I love having that done.
I did well, by the way.
Really nice. I appreciate that. But you have an early start, and we had the last game yesterday.
We did.
So a little bit of less sleep, but that doesn't kill the fact that we'll have some exciting games, and they'll probably keep me awake.
I'm just running on adrenaline this whole event.
Yep.
That's how it always happens. Once you see the team start getting riled up, I mean, you jolted awake.
See, look, James looks very young and beautiful, and I love the colors as they are. But he's been through to a few of these events over time, so don't you worry. He's got a bit under his belt at this point. But friends, let's talk about our teams and what they have under their own belts. Let's start off with the rosters and productions. There you go. You're gonna go for it. It's Team Empire, our European team, and they are up first. And what is their shot today versus Sandbox?
Their shot today versus Sandbox is going to be very interesting. I mean, they'll have to win this game 2-0 to top their group and to make sure that they get that first bye going into the upper bracket later on. So it'll be important for them to close it out as quickly as possible, really. But looking at the performance yesterday versus MNM, that didn't really look all too shiny. So
it's such a funny situation with Empire, isn't it? Right, coming to this tournament where, like, look, they've had some good domestic performances, but over the whole, like, they tend to not really do that well online compared to LAN. But they come out on LAN, they top their group for the start until they just fall to MNM. Now, of course, you can see from the roster graphic that only 3 of their players have photos. 2 of them have actually been quarantining in their hotel rooms while competing online. That surely would take it out of them. I think Shepard said yesterday that he's had a 38-degree temperature for about a week, so must be so difficult for them, and that finally caught up with them against MNM. Believe it or not, this team is not yet locked for playoffs. They could be eliminated today. They just need one map to lock themselves into playoffs, but if they can get all 3 points, if they can 2-0 Sandbox here, like you said, that locks in the #1 spot and that bye in playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And if you talk about like the players on this team, we've mentioned 2 of them are in their hotel room, unfortunately, and we're seeing Dan on the screen right now. He's had a shaky performance, really. I mean, there was one day where he managed to get MVP of the entire day, going 6-0 in entry, so not losing any of his entry engagements. But the other games, his performance has been either bad or even the worst on the team. And if you have someone like Dan on your team, you can't be relying on him to perform bad, really.
And Sandbox on the other side, our Korean team, 2nd rated in Korea, and you know what? They are 5th rated in this group. The last one, there's 2 points separating them and the Soniqs, and 3 in total here, Empire. So a full win is what they're looking for. What did they have the time to prep for, as yesterday was their day off, James?
That's it. They're coming back into this, and it is the last dance for this team. Nova, their support player, is moving to a coaching role after this. They actually don't have a coach right now. The only team at this event that doesn't have a coach. They only have their analyst, Goodboy, who wasn't actually able to make it to this event. Now, after Six Invitational is done, Goodboy, their analyst, is going to turn 18. He's going to sub in. He's going to be the young gunner, and Nova is going to move into that coaching position. But for now, they're going to try and make the most of this opportunity. You can see that from their global rank, only 15th in the world based on their SI points. They're only barely scraped into the Six Invitational based on their performances over the year. And it does make you wonder, are they looking at a team like Damwon Kia, the Korean underdogs that have now become a staple of semi-finals at major events? Are Sandbox looking at them and like, hey, that could be us right now. We've been here for longer than them, and they've now overtaken us.
Yeah, indeed. They got to the quarterfinals in the Sweden major, and this team plays quite slow and structured. However, they would say they learned from what didn't work last year. It's a team that can perform under pressure and has some international experience, like you mentioned before. But I think that this team might fall for sometimes, and this is where you kind of lack having no coach behind you, or not being able to have that kind of engagement with someone that's having this helicopter view. Is this team tends to fall for some overly individualized playstyle sometimes.
That has to hurt sometimes, especially against Team Empire, that when they are on, they'll be able to play correctly like a team, despite the fact that they have 2 players away, like you both so wonderfully mentioned. Our map bans, though, what do they look like? Again, a 7-map pool. Ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban. Pick as our decider. James, take us through it.
Okay, so look, this is always going to be a tough slog for Sandbox. Empire certainly have the upper hand. They just go straight in and ban Chalet, which is their insta-ban, so no surprises so far. Chalet, not a map we've seen Sandbox play, but Empire just playing it safe. Coastline ban out for Sandbox. That is, believe it or not, not one of their most banned maps, but it is one of Empire's best maps, so that's more of a target ban.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Empire is really good on Clubhouse and Coastline, so you're going to have to ban either of those two. You're going to have to pick the one or leave the one out that you mind playing the
there
least.
It is.
And, well, there it is. It is Empire obviously picking Clubhouse after. That makes a lot of sense. They've won 11 out of 14 games that they played on Clubhouse with a 70% attacking win rate. So that's going to be a really good map for Empire, I would say. And I'm really surprised by the Oregon pick.
Yeah, what's that?
Sandbox. They have a 25% win rate on it, and they lost to Soniqs 0-7.
Imagine going to the Six Invitational, and 2 days ago, Sandbox played a match against the Soniqs. They lose 0-7, and they're like, hey, yeah, why don't we pick that map against Team Empire?
Here's what we got at the end. Bank Villa banned out Empire and Sandbox. Finally, Cafe Dostoyevsky as our decider. Now, the way that you guys are putting this Oregon here with Sandbox picking it and their performance on it, we might not be able to see that map 3. What do you think, Ian?
Unless Sandbox pulls out something crazy and has really good adaptation. I mean, obviously they saw how Empire played against MNM yesterday in Oregon, so they should know what Empire can be bringing to the table today, but still, an 0-7 performance that you've had before, it's going to be really difficult to get over that.
Yeah, well, Sandbox have walked up to the table and gone all in. They have no second chances. Any map loss, and they are gone, done from SI, but they have gone and picked Oregon, a map that they lost 7-0 yesterday, a map that's not too shabby for Team Empire either. Sandbox are good on Cafe should we get there, but at that same time, there's no second chances. They need to win this 2-0.
It has to be done this way, friends. I know we can sit here and talk about these two teams and all that we have in store all day, every day, but we got to let them get into game. How about we do so? Soniqs versus MNM, Empire versus Sandbox. Let's get the show on the road. Enjoy.
And welcome back to the Six Invitational. It's Game A's European qualifier taking on Soniqs. And let's see who will be either confirming themselves or will be potentially sent home, as these last 2 games of the groups will be taking place at the very same time. One on the B stream and one right up here.
Is it really relevant to keep calling MNM the European qualifiers?
I mean, they do it
okay,
themselves,
it's
so.
technically true and they did it themselves, but at the same time, they're the team right now that are so close to cementing themselves as the #1 in their group. Soniqs still just need 1 map, 1 point, and then regardless of what happens on the other stream, there's no way Sandbox can jump them. They'll at best pull level, and obviously Soniqs have that head-to-head. They have that precious bout. So, as they were yesterday, this NA team, the top seed coming from the region, they are still so close. They know it. They had the conversation and was able to talk to Joe Bro just a little and get a little bit of an idea, and today they're going to bring it. They know they dropped the ball. Now it's time to pick it back up and take it home.
That's they're going to have to do it against MNM. Now, let's just quickly run these numbers to see what everybody exactly needs to perform and to succeed. MNM, if they get 2 points, they are confirmed first place. Take over NIP, who no longer plays today. So for them, a 2-1 victory would be good. With that, Soniqs would also be secured. May it, however, be a 2-0 victory for MNM, then the Soniqs will stay at their current points, of which I believe is 4. Sandbox currently have 2 available to them, so if a clear 2-0 win comes in from their side of things, they will jump the Soniqs, and the Soniqs will be sent home to the airport. We're gonna have to put that joke in.
No, I know it's the joke, but I like the idea as opposed to a boat, as opposed to like another
a bit longer, but
another form of travel.
Maybe a kayak at some point. I don't know. As Yana gets banned, we just continue putting up the stakes of the group. If the Soniqs get 1 point, so they get a map, and Sandbox wins 2-0 on the other side, Empire will be sent home. and that would mean we lost 2 of our European teams, which is definitely not something we will be looking forward to. So there's a lot at stake right here. Moral of the story, Sandbox on the other stream, they need a clear 2-0 victory. MNM, they just need a victory at all.
It says so much about the fact that there's still all these teams in the firing line on the final day of groups. Obviously, when we came in with this new theme, this new idea for the group stage of you're playing best of 3s, it's 3 points or 2-1. If it goes all the way, then it's sort of opened up these ideas of, are there going to be these pointless games? And to be fair, no. As proven by the fact that Empire, who got off to a bit of a surprise blinding start here, stumbling towards the end, still facing that axe and that chop, there is both these 2 games going parallel on either 2 streams, and both of them are as important as each other.
And something important to mention as well, the first seed in the group is that important because you get an extra life and you skip the very first game. So MNM will definitely be looking to pick that one up. Number 2 and 3, of course, they get an extra life, but will not be skipping the extra game. And number 4 in the group, well, that will have to be an incredible run if you want to win the 6th invitation. Not being able to win, or rather lose, a singular match, I'd say. Not map. They can lose a map.
They can. Yeah, you can lose a map. You can lose a map at this point. Oregon is where we're going to have ourselves setting up for a start. Now, in terms of the bans, the Ying as a sort of particular removal here. It's something MNM don't really like playing against, and Soniqs can bring it. They can have it as a bit of a sharp spear on the tip of a team that is very good aggressive gunners. But as we sort of talked about before and yesterday, what they do so well is that thread of intel and information. They know where everyone's going to be, and they utilize that on their picks and their pushes. On defense, obviously, it's a slightly different story. Where they seemed to lack a bit of confidence against NIP was, well, they lost sight of them, especially in the second map. There were these big moments where suddenly NIP was striking, and you could see that Soniqs weren't quite able to thread the pieces together the same way they do so well when they're on their form. The approach comes from small tower. Tyrant and Users going to see if they can get ahead of Neo's drone here, and a bit of a split from the opposite side from Nello and Solotov on the main side.
Yeah, the approach will be coming through. The top floor needs to be droned out first, and once that happens, Neo is already working on that first floor, checking security, seeing if the hatch is reinforced, but also, more importantly, whether or not someone will be hiding inside. Not the case, and as Users starts opening up these rotations to proceed the mobility for MNM's side on that first floor, it is Tyrant that takes the very first gunfight, uses an adrenaline surge to heal himself back up just a little bit there, but Kansan able to at least put a little bit of a scare into the hearts of MNM, and as some drones and cameras are being taken out there, the Soniqs, they also know that 2 minutes now is going to be the timer that MNM will have to knock in their doors and try and break through it.
A bit of width here. It's a pretty standard clear so far. Get yourself locked in on those top couple of floors. Limit the rotations that come down, which is why we're having the body presence currently around Laundry and obviously Tyrant on the far side watching tower. Make sure the Soniqs players can't just go for a swing back up, which is how some teams like to play this. MNM is just keeping a bit of a taper, a control and a measure on that approach. Here now, we start to get the actual push against the Soniqs' site itself. The mirror window down deep towards Freezer. They've still got themselves control of around Harry Potter pillar in the bottom of the main tower stairs as well. Kansan's going to be the first to sort of step in, but with that mirror window popped, it means it's a little bit more awkward to hold it. More ADSs fall. A great deep dive in the second mirror window too. Solotov doing huge work with that drone.
Yeah, that means that both mirror windows are taken out. It opens up the attack from Laundry to potentially come through, and as now the wall will be excarced as well by Neo. In just a couple of seconds, they truly want to be punching through at this given site, at the A-bomb side. It will be redeployments of the ADS, however, from Rex, and they want to make sure that they're ready for the push to come through. As MNM, they've given away their plans right here. They will all be pushing from this side, or at least the majority of them, as there is 3 around the corner. Solotov will run, grenades are being popped, and Neo's trying to sneak in. As Solotov with the very first, gets an injure, needs to push, finds a second.
Now it's battled back and forth, but yet he's down onto Pillar. They can't quite get that locked in, but they're trying to keep that corner swing under elbow under their control. Solotov is able to find the final kill, puts it into a flat 3-3 though, as they've been able to still build some momentum. 20 seconds, they've snuck themselves close towards the swing round, just misses the side of the mirror. They're stacked up and dug in on that Laundry corner. They clean up Users, knock him out of there on the Laundry side and slow the smoke on the door. Have to push through it, but dropped by Grixer, who is doing huge work on that Laundry side. One more in the middle of the site, and Soniqs FTX. They held themselves at a bit of an arm's length on the approach, but made sure it mattered on the mark.
MNM managed to get quite close there, but as they knew exactly where the push was coming from on the side of the Soniqs, every single gun was pointed in the same direction, and the trades, they went their way. They pick up that first round, a important round for them, because as we mentioned before, just a singular map is all they need to secure themselves for the playoffs, and that is the first goal for the Soniqs, and afterwards, of course, they will fight for the full 3.
Kid Storm's main hall, and they're going to set themselves stacked up, and okay, it is just a bit of a meme at this point. Emma said they struggle with the early mornings. They had a bit of a warm-up there, a bit of a wind-up. They started to drive themselves through, and they have obviously already proven they're a solid team, but Soniqs coming in with energy. Soniqs coming in with something that they might even be able to hold at reserve and start to push later, because you look at that hold, and they pulled themselves back just to the positions. They read really well where MNM were coming from, and you know, they lost the mirror windows, they lost utility, they lost some of the hold that they could otherwise have to be a little bit more solid, but they kept themselves in positions to apply those smoke canisters to the laundry door, to apply the swing round of the Vector as well. That absolutely shredded.
I wonder what it is with UK teams and not being able to perform before 12.
I hope it's not the same. I mean, maybe that's why Desonace is still in bed.
Maybe, possibly. Either way, Soniqs pick up a very good first round here. The Electroclaw will be placed actually inside the cubby to potentially cause a bit of trickery. You know, they'll be looking for it, they'll be trying to find it. There's probably not going to be a grenade landing on their side of the wall to try and find a potential Electroclaw that has been placed there. So, smart placement from Kansan. They could have found out, of course, if they have thoughts on it, if it has been seen before, and, well, that is remaining to be seen. Of course, there is going to be the Maverick on the side of MNM. Nello will be carrying that one with him, and that means that even if that Electroclaw stays, there is a way to open up the wall. It's just a lot more intensive work that needs to be done, and dangerous as well in that given position. There's not really an angle you can play with properly. So Drone and Neo's coming in. Spots this little hole, spots the Electroclaw as well, and MNM, they will now freely be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, they had the idea of where it was, and it's always there, it's underneath potentially. It's not too often it gets tucked in on the other side of the wall, usually as a sort of bait and play, but grenades often rain in from that little tricky window just in the divot of the building itself. There's some presence coming in underneath for MNM. They're going to see if they can try and get some of this verticality locked in as the pressure starts to come across. Another Twitch drone, and that one isn't anywhere near as successful as the previous, but there is still one in pocket. Can try and play against some of that utility a little bit later. Yeti on the wide here, bottom of tower, sitting and waiting. If he can hold himself to a good level, if he can potentially push up kitchen corridor unexpected, as he's sort of eyeing the idea of it could be massively monumental, but the only monuments we're actually seeing getting set up are those drones. They're well aware of this flank watch, and they're going to make sure that they don't get caught out as it comes up white stairs.
Users below has the opportunity to toss up these grenades as the rest of MNM is slowly starting to flood or get around the site. Try and make sure there is no way out for the side of the Soniqs. Yeti, however, looking to find the very first gunfight. Puts his back right towards him, though. Users might have heard that. Knows players out there. Saw him drop through the hatch, and his Users gets picked up by Rexon as the entry here for the Soniqs from the attic through the hatch. And that is, again, a very welcome opening for them.
There is that intel game I talked about that Soniqs do so well. The second, Yeti caught on to that, and obviously it was just a turn and a drop at the right time of, wait a second, Grixer in the meantime is able to get his second here. Or the second, even for Soniqs, and that's it. They have this cover, they have this line, and suddenly MNM, they thought they had a bit of a hold, but a single call and a couple of swings, and well, they're kind of looking a little bit worse for wear. Solotov, he's deep diving and goes for the fight onto one, cannot find the second. Rexon secures himself the second, and Neo there over the top is able to get one more, but Rexon's on a triple. He's on a bit of a tear here on the back line of Attic, wants to see if he can add one more to his tally, another head for his mantle in trophy, but Grixer is able to connect on the far side.
Well played by the Soniqs there, and as you mentioned it before, they had the drop through the meeting hall. Instantly, Rexon peeks over from the attic, gets the kill as the chase comes through. But it wasn't the only person on MNM chasing. Solotov went down into the basement as well, trying to hunt down the player that dropped that hatch, but unfortunately for him, already rotated back up long ago. The Soniqs, they started off strong here at Oregon. A 2-0 lead for now. They managed to get the entry frags as well, and even if MNM tried to fight back, the crossfires is there, the passiveness on the side of the Soniqs is as well. We don't see any over-aggression coming out. They have that man advantage. They know they have the advantage there. They can complete the trade game. So there's no point at throwing their bodies at the sides of MNM. Let them walk in. You'll punish them as they go. And it's exactly what they've done so far, as they head over towards the dining and the kitchen area now, the tertiary bomb sites. And, you know, there's always the discussion. Is the meeting better or is the dining better?
I mean, we are seeing generally more of a preference for dining. You generally have a little bit more that you can work with. Shower is obviously a huge point of play for some teams, especially when you've got potentially mirror on the board, you've got those swings around that you can do. You can try and secure yourself inside that box a little bit better, and you have width, an important part that you aren't massively offered if you're generally trying to hold the big open play space, because as soon as you lose tower, or as soon as you start to lose west main, it's really hard to get any width or any attention without having to go up or down. This has that little bit extra, that little bit of a side swing, and you'll generally see a point preference, but it often does start in the same take for attackers. Small tower, smash out anybody that's trying to hold in if they are, and then break your way down.
Of course, very often MNM, or the attackers in this case, which is MNM, will be trying to get control of the showers corridor, and then the dining itself as well. Quickly plants right around the corner, not really any risk out there. As grenades are coming out, that's a lot of utility gone on ADS. Oh, actually, the Kona station still stands, and the shield will be gone as well, so at least Rexon has something to continue playing with here. Some verticality will be attempted to see if there's any utility placed on the wall that will prevent them from opening it. It is Yeti that is playing close, has that Nitro available as well to toss in as soon as a plant would be attempted right behind the couch. That is why it never really happens there anymore. It's just too easy to counter from these long ranges from either inside the kitchen or the showers itself, which forces the attackers to take more ground.
Users is trying to open up some of these verticality, the C4 pop, but didn't quite get the catch on the player above. And what they've sort of set themselves up for is similar to their hold on the first site here, Soniqs. They've got that arm's length. They've got that veritable no man's land inside dining, backed up with a man with very fancy glasses, Kanzen, is that back line to ensure that behind a mirror window, literally nothing is going to happen without him at least having the sight and awareness of it. Nello's going for this aforementioned width. He's going to see if he can take a little bit out of this hold, give themselves more of a direct swing. It isolates Yeti, who has to rotate at that point. But look at this, the mirror, as I talked about, it gives you that little bit extra. You can play it a bit further and safer. You don't just have a blind fire fight down the shower corridor.
Seems to be a bit of a worry now in the white stairs window. However, Grixer is standing by on that white window. No one left anymore in MNM, though. They rotated out, but a bit of pressure was put down, and Rexon gets the first yet again. It's the opening from the showers corridor. Grenades are being tossed in to try and at least get rid of the players inside of the kitchen, but Yeti here will go aggressive, digs himself in deep as Rexon will be dug out. It's a 2-0 and the trades continue to happen. MNM now have the upper advantage here, but they need to go for a plant very soon. 34 seconds on that clock, and the Soniqs, they still have some good position to try and counter them with.
Grixer just dropped from the swing there onto Zulu. Tyrant's keeping it locked down. They're trying to bait a bit of a swing here, but it's Tyrant that is living up to his name. Super has to rotate down and can't quite, does get a great catch, but there is only so many bullets in a tough to control SMG. Could have gone a little bit huge there, but they just had that solidity. MNM, for the first time, find themselves around. They found themselves able to lock out a little bit of space, and they took it, and they just sort of trusted the hold of the rest.
Now, this is the side the Soniqs will have to worry about the least to lose it, right? It's the tertiary side. You only come there if you've won the other two beforehand, to some extent. And they did. Laundry and the bedrooms had been won before, and that pushed them to go towards dining. But now, after the third round has been played, Laundry will be unlocked, and they will go back there with pleasure, as they found quite some success there. They, quite early, found MNM knocking at their doors, but, you know, it was a very loud knock. They knew exactly where the push was going to be coming from, and all 5 guns were pointed in that direction. And as a result, the Soniqs were able to win those gunfights, win their ones, as one might say, and pick up the round as a result. 2-1, still in the lead. The Soniqs are, and as they head over towards a fan favorite bomb site, you could say, this is most of the time when you're playing ranked, the first bomb site you'll see.
A lot of teams go.
A lot of teams go here. Very true.
It gives you that sort of semblance of safety. You'll see some stretches, obviously, of utility depending on the teams that you play, and they have this blue extension. They have what is a traditional way into elbow, the swing with the pocket reinforcement to lock the door if somebody starts to come around that way. MNM, they didn't go for the approach last time. They might this time. They obviously have Solotov on the far side, and he's going to actually start with some pressure here. But with that Banshee, with super locked in with the smokes, it's not an easy drive through. It's a bit of utility burn and kind of sometimes a lot of confidence, depending on how much the time has been worn down.
Definitely is indeed. As users starts opening up again, it's the same step-by-step plan we were seeing from MNM. That's the, well, compared to the last round, as they try to create some mobility, right? They open up that top floor, they open up that first floor, make sure no one is hiding out there, and after that you start creating these rotations so you can quickly rotate around if one side of the attack seems to be going wrong. Solotov is preparing a drone into the big tower here. He's looking to find whether or not Rexen will go a little bit too aggressive, over-aggressive maybe even, so they could pick up on a potential flank. They're currently not watching it actively. Solotov is. MNM again, open up these hatches. They need to find a way into the site, and well, they all would start with an entry, which they are yet to find.
E-Box is going to be the next point of ingress as they try and swing tower. The first fight almost happens, and it almost happens again. That is a very aggressive play from Rexen, who's able to slip his way past and then back into blue on the opposite side. But he will be well aware of the pressure that's starting to come through. So here's Yeti to come and offer some support just on the backside of the pillar there and put a little bit back against the approach here from the bottom of the tower. There's a Jaeger still trying to find a fight with the Twitch, but neither has quite got the full grasp. And at this point, Rexen's playing with more in his pocket. There was an ADS. The wall behind him sounds like it might start to fall here, which puts it in a little bit of a tricky situation. No, the pellets, there they go, by the looks of it. And they're toying with the idea, and they're trying to get this coordinated, MNM.
Waiting for a little bit of last-second information. The pellets are starting to come in now to make the position a little bit less playable. Rexen forced to go a bit more aggressive as grenades are coming around the corner. That might catch one indeed, but Rexen at the entry first. It's a 4-on-4. It's a trait that came through, and as the grenades now starting to pop, there's 50 seconds left. So your laser gates are being redeployed. Rexen's position is known yet once more, but they need to start pushing soon on the side of MNM. And well, as long as that backstairs is still under the control of the Soniqs, there's little they can do.
Rexen is causing so many problems here, and he's still causing them. Kansan gets to use this on the swing round, dropped right into Yeti's gunfire. Soniqs were entirely set up with open arms to catch all of the MNM players that tried to go for the drop drive. There's Super locked down in the corner. Nello has nowhere to really go. Another canister pops. And even trying to pass through, that would be his end at this point. No real choice or chance to do much else. Rexen might see if he can swing and get one more for the tally, but Super's sort of saying, this door's closed, this round is the Soniqs', and this is them on 3-1.
Yeah, they're taking a lead, they're trying to advance on it as well, and as you said, it's the Soniqs their round. And if you're looking at it there, not a dent has been put into their defense. Yes, they lost a singular player, but every gunfight afterwards was people dropping hatches, instantly being taken out, trying to descend the stairs, but not even reaching that floor that you wanted to reach. And that is basically the story of that bottom floor so far. And the Soniqs, they take a very deserving round win there, and moving over back towards the dorms, are looking to find yet one more. They want to have at least 4 rounds in this half. That is going to be their minimum. Of course, looking for a potential 5. If they continue what they've been doing before, then they should be successful. Of course, with the only exception, round 3, which was taken by MNM. However, every entry so far have gone into the way of the Soniqs.
It was also the round that MNM took off of either a 3K or a 4K by Tyrant. I'm not entirely sure what it entirely ended up on, but it was a big pop-off performance there, and I think that's one of the things right now is you can see how Soniqs are moving on their defense, how they're getting themselves stacked up. I pointed it out as soon as they got the call that it was Tower and Rexen was doing Rexen things at the bottom of the stairs, bouncing between Pillar and Shaiko. You're looking at Yeti moving up. You're looking at, well, Super doesn't have to do anything because he has the support there for Rexen on the far side. He's already in the right place. But then another gun. Grixer steps round into the side itself to drop the other side of E-Box if they try and get into position. That coordination, that cool and the calm is what almost carried them to a map yesterday. As they admit, they started to make a little bit of mistakes when the pressure got a little bit too hot. It's just down to them riding this skill and this caliber all the way home. MNM, they are unfortunately having a little bit of a disconnect here on their approach. It's an early game and an early start. And well, they're sort of struggling to pull these fights out. The performance, obviously, that we've sort of had from them has been a little bit up and down across this tournament so far. Yesterday against Empire was a high up.
It was a high up. And they're looking to try and potentially fight for a first place. It is quite important. You play one game less, which means that you proceed further into the tournament. As users now with the drone will be trying to figure out whether or not there is a member inside of the kitchen. Indeed, there will be. And Yeti, they will be rotating out yet once more, playing around the dining area or the backstage where there is plenty of opportunity to rotate up or down, or potentially be hunted again by the side of MNM. But maybe they should just call to leave him be, because that is what cost them 2 players the last time around when they tried to get that one player going their way. Unfortunately, we're not able to find it. Yeti again in that basement here. The question is, will he be hunted? Will he not be? As the Twitch drones continue to try and figure out where the utility is, it gets caught off by a mute gemmer, however.
Kansan, he's going to be under a bit of pressure and he's going to pull himself just a little bit out towards that Dorm's main hall window as, well, that happened. The grenades swing around and went for a fight. Solotov, though, had the lock and key. They were able to take care of that first engagement, and they're still not obviously going to put the direct pressure onto the site, but that forces Yeti to go for a slow creep up, get himself positioned to potentially bite a bit later. Obviously, he has that C4 in pocket, and that is a huge bit of utility if he can try and find a way to work it and manipulate it underneath. Yeah, that is why Users is where he is, though. He's going to go fishing with some grenades and see if he can pull anybody out. The ping comes through, and Grixer goes out. That is how dangerous those have been this entire tournament.
Yeah, no clue that the yellow ping was coming through, and the grenade just is perfectly cooked from that bottom, tossed in at the very same time as well. And as Yeti goes for another big rotate, even more grenades are being tossed in by the side of MNM, trying to find these default positions where players could potentially hide in. As Solotov takes a small amount of damage. He wanted to go for a bit of aggressive peek through the games room. Gets healed up, however, through the adrenaline surge, and with that, he lives for now. There is going to be the reinforced hatch. It is important to know because the grenades shouldn't be able to pick him up, and Rexon, as lethal as he ever is going to be able to pick up at least the very first on the side of the Soniqs. A grenade gets tossed in, but will deal no damage due to the hatch being reinforced, and Users now will be caught off by Yeti on that flank. Solotov finds one, and Nitro gets tossed up. That might pick up a kill. It does! It is going to be the down onto Super, but the diffuser dropped as well, more importantly. 15 seconds on that clock. Tyrant takes a small amount of damage as Yeti comes in from the back. It is a 1v2 situation. The kill comes through. The diffuser gets dropped once more. It's the shotgun. A 1v1. It's Solotov versus Yeti. Solotov takes a small amount of damage. The shotgun shell misses, and MNM just barely hold on.
Solotov just able to keep that into the guns of MNM. We said Yeti had the possibility to go huge, and he was so close to going huge. Massive takes, massive kills, and massive bouts and blows, but MNM, one single player, one ring around the rosies, and a 1 versus 1, and they are the ones that are able to leave with that. One tack to the other one, it's 2 now, 3-2-2. Soniqs are looking for a single round. They are looking to try and get themselves that 4-2 split to give them a little bit more energy moving into their attacks, the standard and familiar that we have onto Oregon. A 4-2, and they're back to dorms where they think they might be able to get it together.
Team kill actually, or the down came through on Super with that Nitro as well. So he managed to pick up the diffuser, which was quite important, but however, maybe deciding in the end the injury onto Super, being not in the right position at the right time, maybe a small bit of miscommunication coming through, which led to that moment. Otherwise, he could have been a difference maker. Super could have had that shotgun blast off and the player just entering the dorms on the B-bomb side. However, that's the past. They have learned from some of these mistakes. You will assume we're heading back to the very same site. Running it back here, as MNM for the first time in this game have been able to pick up an entry frag and make that 2 afterwards, because they had that 2-man advantage at the start, which then was quickly turned around. Luckily for them, however, they already had the momentum and the advantage on the side itself, being able to play it out there, urging Yeti to come back quickly.
Soniqs, they've set themselves, as we said, back in dorms, and MNM, they were able to get a couple of early entries. It was the battle back that came from the site, and obviously the movement before and underneath that started to net a little bit more shakiness in the final approach, and obviously the almost most important take there, as we said, Yeti coming up trophy and dropping the diffuser. Here, MNM, they still know that they can improve this approach. Yeti himself is actually in a different position for the first time, and, well, this is also the first time we're seeing this take directly and quite quickly towards Attic, whether Nello entirely goes through with it or is just preparing himself so he can drone with some safety Either way, that drone is going to start its work on the opposite side.
Hasn't opened it up completely yet. It is, however, the Twitch drone to be put in a position where when the execute seems to be nearing, he could take out some of that utility. That would be crucial. Now, in the meantime, we'll be opening up. It's the Banshee that they attempt to at least disable, but lose the Twitch drone as a result. Neo, actually, getting his drone into a different kind of position in the corner just so they could see if anybody is inside the attic, which is, of course, the case as Rexon and Kenzen playing there. And Rexon has been having an amazing game so far. A very lethal player, just completely picking apart MNM in most of the rounds here. Just wasn't enough in that last round. Solotov holding the very tight angle. It's MNM looking for a way in, but as long as the Soniqs stay passive the way that they're currently playing, there is no way for them to actually find that way, and they will be forced to enter the site, to jump through these windows or push through the Surya laser gates. And that is what the Soniqs are waiting for.
Rexon, he's buried behind the half wall, and they start to stack themselves up to try and dig him out. The grenades are probably or potentially going to be angled and bounced over the top. They're concerned about some utility, but whether they've got the call, it's all free. They throw it through regardless. They pulled themselves back towards the double window, and another bounced out, but he's long since gone. This is the game Soniqs like to play, pull themselves back. Yeti, still a loose cannon, potential for fire underneath. He obviously has the reverse on that hatch, and Nello's watching for a direct flank at this point, but it's the caution that MNM have to pay here. They're still just sort of trying to blow up holes and see if they can get that early catch. By this point, they'd at least obviously had two before their collapse on the site itself, and there's Nello trying to find the fight with Yeti underneath as the rest of them see if they can just get, well, anything from the site. Neo is knocking on the door, more explosives, nobody is home. Yeti with a huge rotation, and Nello is just going to see if they can light them in as Netty, he is just going to get that locked in. Neo and Nello either side. Yeti finds that huge swing on the back, just misses the man who's planting, can't get the connection. And suddenly it's a shotgun. Super's trying to break and ballast his way all the way back through, but he is all that is left. So sudden. MNM trusted that they had that safety of that square to plant, and yet he just couldn't get that full connection.
Getting loud as well on the other side. MNM able to draw out the 3-3 here, and that brings us to the second half. Might not be ideal, ideally what the Soniqs would have wanted, but it's not the end of the world in the end here. The attack for them now starts. MNM on the defense, and whereas that last round was a good attack for them, I think even the best they've had so far, it almost went wrong. If the C4 from Yeti didn't pop and give away his position, he would have been able to pick up Nello. Then the cover wouldn't have been there from the attic. Someone could have rotated back out, potentially end the round. It's all just what ifs, but just to tell you how important a single C4 detonated early can be for a round end in the end. It's 3-3. We are all equaled up. The Soniqs, they've done their best in that first half. They managed to get 3 rounds out and now are looking to find more on the attack. We'll mention it again. They just need a singular round, a singular map, actually. For that single point, they need to be confirmed for the playoffs. Because there seems to be a little bit of pressure coming from the other stream. I'm not quite sure what the scoreline is currently. Surely that will be put into our ears very shortly. As it is important. And we have a little bit of a timeout anyway.
We have a quick rehost.
We have
a quick rehost just to get everything sorted. But a 3-2-3 half, and you could see that MNM had a little bit of energy. Nello, the man with a huge load of experience, the man who has lifted a major trophy on a grand stage in Tokonami, one of the last times EU has, as a region, had that sort of level of success.
Yeah, it definitely has been a while since we've seen success from Europe coming through.
And that's us saying it.
That's us saying it. NA had a bit of a shorter history, looking back, of course. Space Station Gaming being the last one. But hey, it is all attempt this year, and potentially that will change. Who knows? Maybe it will be the Soniqs if they manage to push through. I mean, they are a very solid team. We have to say their gunpower, or the gunfight's ability, is just very strong here. And again, that nitro could have changed everything. Of course, if it was just 2 centimeters more towards the inside of the building, it would have been a kill, not the down into super. It's all just what ifs at that point, but just to tell you how close the Soniqs have been in actually closing out these rounds.
I think seeing Yeti have the confidence of movement is a big part for me so far.
It is.
Because yesterday in the showdown where things went away from them, he wasn't quite able to have that confidence. He wasn't quite able to find himself moving against NIP, and whether it was because he got caught early on and felt a little bit more cautious with his approach, or a different tactic that the team wanted to approach with him. Either way, I think against MNM, if he can sort of make some of these connections happen in the right place, which is hit and miss so far, and it's very easy to kind of pick up and learn and build in and amongst that, if that makes sense. I think the Soniqs might be off to a little bit more of the opportunity. They're in good spirits.
They are. And I just received some news as well.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to say spoiler.
Is it a spoiler
alert.
for the other game?
It is going to be a slight spoiler.
Yeah, go on.
At this moment in time, Empire is 5-1 up against Sandbox.
Okay.
Sandbox, as we know, they need a 2-0 clear-cut win to potentially relegate the Soniqs back to the United States.
That's it.
So, for now, there is not too much pressure upon the Soniqs, but of course they won't know that. They don't get these large scorings like we do, and they just want to close it out themselves. It always feels better to qualify yourselves than have it by another team that loses or drops the ball.
It's something that gets said every single time a team gets through, not because of their game on the final game day where it matters. So if a team loses, or another team loses and you get through because of it, regardless of your result, and then you go on to lose, for a lot of teams, that's a bit of a downer because they'll say it themselves, you want to get through on your own merit. It gives you so much of a better swing. You feel more like you're ready for the fight that's going to come. You want to go hard because the way the bracket's going to get shifted and put together is you have to beat everybody. You have to beat everybody to get into the position to hammer.
You have to be able to beat everybody, and of course you won't play every single team at the 6th Invitational here, but with the lower bracket there is still quite a bunch of teams you will be playing if you manage to end up there in the end. But for now, the Soniqs will be on the attack and they're looking to close it out themselves. All they need is just a single extra point over the side of Sandbox, just so they cannot catch up. And it could either be by Sandbox dropping it or by the Soniqs picking one up themselves. It is just that 1 point difference.
1 point. That's all they need.
That's all they need indeed. Whereas MNM, they're chasing a victory. Doesn't matter for them if it's a 2-1 or a 2-0. That is what they would need to secure themselves in the first seed, which gives you an extra life and 1 game less to play in that upper bracket, which is always going to be a very welcome. It's something.
A little bit of pace here to be applied as they try and just get an idea of what's going on in Freezer. I'm curious about how the Capital is going to be deployed because you don't always see it for what he can offer them. If they can smoke themselves in on Laundry, which seems like he's currently in the position for, but obviously 2 minutes, all the time in the world for them to go for a massive rotate if needed. They're just going to see if they can weigh up the pressure onto Freezer, which, if you want to take Laundry, you've got to have that crossfire. You've got to try and force them out of position. Nello might be that first line, but you've always got to keep a consideration onto users. With that mirror window, they can stack themselves up. If Nello falls into Laundry, there it is. Users is only a couple of feet from filling in the opposite spot. Rexon was eyeing up an attack there as well, and you can see the inner workings of Soniqs, the width that's coming from Kansan, but it goes against him. Nello with a huge take all the way back on the opposite side, and it's an early blow. They've lost, obviously, them Flores drones.
Yeah, that's it. That's going to be 4 RC Roteros that can no longer be used to get rid of any pieces of these utility. And as the mirror windows were actually kept in hand by users, they now have been deployed. It seems like they have a clue where the attack is actually going to be coming from, but a Twitch drone now on the chase, trying to find a way to get rid of these mirror windows. Now, of course, losing the drone itself. And as he is going on a small hunt all the way through that top floor to potentially jump the hatch and come around the corner, it is Nello waiting. Saw their actual Zap there and manages to find that drone, as they didn't use an actual drone as a bit of a distraction first. So MNM, for now, the mirror window stick.
Grenades drop towards a player in a very dangerous position. Nello really has nowhere else to go and is trusting the swing of his teammates either side. And Rexon is actually the first to be scraped, but Nello locks in his second and is somehow able to slip by. Now with them just struggling to get a bite back, 20 seconds, and Soniqs, it's now or never really, and the drones are still going to try and burr their way through, but with the backline still in place and a C4 toss, they're just burning utility. Smoke canisters stop a clean entrance. A great take from Yeti over the top, but 10 seconds, and they haven't been able to get any boots inside the site itself. Super just charges, but dropped in the hailfire and curiosities the smoke offers. Yeti, he's curious too, but he can't quite get the same connection. It's a timeout take for MNM.
Timer runs out indeed, and there was just a little too late for the side of the Soniqs there. They did manage to get rid of the mirror window at this second attempt with that Twitch drone, but Nello already fell back to behind the laundry machine. At that point in time, he was dug in into that secondary position, and that is something we talk about every now and then as well. You have your primary point, but you fall back as soon as the pressure gets too big, and with the asphyxiating balls, the smokes, the grenades, and the Twitch drones shortly coming around the corner, he felt that that indeed was the moment to fall back, make sure he is safe in that position where he can still deny the actual side entrance, but isn't necessarily at risk for anything that comes close around the corner. And now as MNM, they pick up their first offensive round. They thread into the steps that the Soniqs have been able to put up before, and they head towards the dorms themselves.
It's always still worth the consideration that it's tertiary sites, it's tertiary positions, and even half makes things a little bit tougher, but Oregon is a tale of three. It's a rhythm like a waltz, I believe, is the one that's in the... Milosh is somewhere
I don't know much
sitting.
about dances, but
Milosh is in the green room like, idiot, it's...
I just want to say, I said interesting 3 times in a row yesterday. It didn't come to slap me with a dictionary, so...
You will later. Now you've reaffirmed it.
I'm just saying, like, I'm still waiting for it. Seems like he might have just put a blatant lie up on the socials.
Rexon, I really like that drones, but just tucked in on the shelf behind the books and making sure they have that connection, because it's a bit of isolation that you sort of play here. We talked about the importance of the verticality when Yeti was roaming around trying to keep himself tough to spot and, well, taking tough blows out of their opponents. It's something where you can play that loose play. It looks like they've got Solotov off all the way inside the dining room for now, but as I said, with that drone there, there's Yetis that gets a big call. Look at Supers as well. They are hunting Solotov. He takes a rotate out round into Zulu, but they're almost already stacked up there. And whether the call came that there was a player already, there it is, dropped and swung round. Solotov is back and forth, but under immense pressure. Tyrant has tried to offer some. He's there on the swing and keeping Tower under control, so Solotov always has a way out.
Only 6 regular drones left at this given moment in time, and the Soniqs, they try and put up the pressure onto that kitchen area. They need to find him at some point, rather sooner than later, because he is in such a dangerous position where he can come in late on that flank as soon as you do start to ascend these white stairs. And grenades now coming in as well. We will be forced back to the back of the kitchen. As Skansen is holding the back of the white stairs, he's making sure that no one will be coming to help him, or at least one of these rotation possibilities gets cancelled out. Yet he might have spotted someone down there by the feet. It's going to be grenades to be tossed in to potentially find the player up into the dorms there, but so far it's no one that really has been found on the MNM side. They know where they are, they just cannot quite connect the shots or the nades or anything else.
Yeti, he's still trying to fish, and as I said before, grenade fishing seems to be the most popular sport in Rainbow Six Siege. Nello sprays off the bottom of white, is able to take the head off of Rexon. Shoulders a fair bit of damage, but huge energy for that player coming back after popping off before. And here he's making sure the popping off is physically and also internally the server too. Yeti's holding off. Gonna see if he can get the rest of him. There's a little bit of a dance and an elbow and a spray. And I mean, it's a tough gun to make mark, as Super's trying to put some pressure on from the bottom as well, but he can't quite get that cleanliness, that clean entrance to mean he has the confidence to swing all the way around. Another grenade, another bout of utility, and that one doesn't quite get the connection either. Nello is a lot of focus right now, a lot of attention. Another grenade, no. Pulls the pin or puts it back in even at that point, waits and pings and bounces it round, and that one swings past too. Grixis suffers on the double window. They need to start to try and make a move somewhere else. Actually, it's just underneath. The fight on double window wasn't anywhere directly. Super finally just charges his way up, misses him. There it is, just connects him. It was covered by the ACOG for just a split second. Another take. Grixis pushing his way up the opposite staircase. Yeti's going to see if he can get the stick in the meantime. 20 seconds. It's a wide swing from users. He doesn't quite have the full read, doesn't have the C4. Solotov sprays, and they're waiting, but it's a post-plant situation with Tyrant going down on the far side. A 2 versus 1 versus 1. Suddenly it's all burnt down to the big double window. Users has the lock-in. He's internal, and Kansan as this stretch goes for it, and Soniqs somehow find that small sliver and pocket round on the back of the dorms. The metal frame offers the protection, and they keep us tied up.
Well played by them. They managed to find the entry on the side, instantly make use of it and go for a plant, and as a result, the pressure is on to the Marshmallows and Molotovs, who needed to fight back, but unfortunately we're not able to do so in time. And even though it came down to a 1v1 in the end, and well, some great takes from Nello, Super being able to pick up that kill and basically denying any presence from the white stairs, enabled the rest of the Soniqs to push through for a plant.
4-4 4-4, and once again we're in this game with the Soniqs who have a little bit back in for fourth into Oregon. At least there is this stretch, a double down of the sights here. MNM think that they can try and change a little bit and adapt themselves into a little bit of safety here, and well, maybe it's users playing this role. They've pulled away from the kite clause, pulled away from the fact of trying to limit the hard destruction, because to be fair, Soniqs didn't really pay any of it too much attention. Sure, they had the breach onto walk-in, but most of the push, most of the structure and solidity came from underneath the bottom of white, came from push as far as I'm aware, based on what we had the intel at the time. There wasn't anything from Attic or from the other side of Big Tower. So why not try and limit that movement that Soniqs were able to make work for them?
Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm going to be highlighting it. Super being able to get the kill onto Nella, who was playing on the top of the white stairs, is so important, because suddenly you have the opportunity to dig yourself in deep on the bunk bed and get a plant in where they are unable to do anything about it, especially with the bottom floor control. That was still in the hands of the Soniqs at that given time. And yes, of course, we did see, I believe it was Solotov playing from below, trying to get some floor bangs out with the MP5, and unfortunately for him, was unable to find anybody. And the Soniqs, they equalize the score. It's a 4-on-4. Grixer has to be careful though, as there is some presence around on the back stairs here, and Tyrant could be coming up at any given moment, as we're still playing on the same bomb site. We haven't changed. It's running it back yet once more. As he opens up the door right here, he doesn't know that there is someone quite close. Finds a Twitch drone, however, which is going to be quite important.
Grixer lays in wait and absolutely picks apart Tyrant there. As he said, it was intel. I wanted to do a whole David Attenborough bit, but it happened so much quicker than we could actually get the burst on it. Jesus tries to set himself up with some cover there. As I said, those might be a big blow later. Solotov, he's lost that support. We talked about it before, how much attention was paid to him, but the freedom that he had was sort of solidified on that run and that escape on Kitchen Corridor. He can take the hatch as well, but it's a blind drop, and sometimes that can be entirely dangerous. Look at this. All the intel in the world. Solotov loses a fraction of his health, but he knows the pressure's going to come on. At this point, it's potentially just I've got to take a drop sooner rather than later, lads. As the Soniqs, they're entirely circling. They have the pressure on Dining. They have both sides of Zulu. The blind starts to come through. The first body moves on. It is going to hit the rotate sooner rather than later. He's going to see if he can stick it just for a second. To be fair, he's doing a great job of wasting time, but at this point, the Soniqs, I mean, they're still just trying to find him. There he goes. Off and out. He's out of there, and yet he finds users in the meantime grenade fishing.
Second kill and the second advantage coming through on the side of the Soniqs right here. And that means that 4-on-4, but a 5-on-3 in the current round. Soniqs are looking to put up the advantage here, are looking to pick up a 5th round. However, they need to make sure that they shut down any attempt from MNM to try and hold on to whatever it is they will bring to them. Because there is still this roamer, there is still Solotov that has the opportunity to walk right around the corner and pick up some important kills and shut them down, as a diffuser might never reach the site.
Solotov is trying to, as we said, retake, and he's looking on the backside of Zulu. Super still holding it off. They have some clarity, and they have the body swing out first. An opening take is Rexon's, and now with only 2 players left inside the site itself, they're going to see if they can try and get something back. They obviously still have some of the holes that are pieced together by the players, but with Super digging in, it's only really a matter of time before Yeti can try and feel the confidence to make the push. They are being forced and funneled away from the same plant spot that they took before, 15 seconds. It takes just one bold play. Bold is a little bit out of stretch. Neo doesn't quite get that opening take. There's a C4 that stops Kansan, but a second body hops in immediately after 5 seconds, and they're now safe to try and stick it behind the opposite side. It's a post plant, and pretty much confirmed now. It's a win on the fight on the far side. Neo finally finds it out on Trophy, but Rexon locks the main door, and Soniqs double it down on Dorms.
Well played by them there. I really have to commend the fact that they send in a player first, not with the actual case. Bait the player, bait the utility, and as soon as that nitro popped off, all right, it's free to go now. Let's go and get that plant right behind the bunker bed. You might step into a goo mine, but at that moment in time, you just keep walking until you're into safe ground. And Grixer here, important. He might have lost his Twitch drone, but he picks up a very important kill and result. And that's exactly what I mean. Kansan gets blown up. It is what it is. It opens up the opportunity to actually get the diffuser in. So
that's his role.
He helped them there.
We have news, don't we?
We do have news.
We do have news. If you don't want spoilers for what is happening on the B stream and the game that has the impact on this game as well, if you want to just play this out and watch it back, cover your ears.
Are you going to say no or am I?
You can tell them.
The Soniqs have qualified for the playoffs of the 6 Invitational. It is Empire that have taken the first map by storm with a 7-2. But of course, no one in this match will know.
No one in this match knows.
MNM has a lot to play for. The Soniqs, all they care about is get that one map to ensure themselves for playoffs, even though they already are. But they want to do it on their own merit. They want to show that they could have done it even if Sandbox would have won 2-0.
I think, to be honest, if you're any of these teams, you want to go into any series winning it as well, regardless.
Yes, of course.
But as we saw yesterday with BDS, when the pressure was off, although it was a sad series, they played the best season they've played all week, because at that point, everything's gone. Everything is just a matter of playing, and, you know, you'll never truly know what the players know in between maps. You can assume that they're not going to tell them during the map, because if anything, it'll just distract them. It'll throw them off regardless, but it could set a mindset for them to set themselves up. Here, Soniqs 5-4. They've been able to pull themselves back that lead after just losing it for a little bit, and building a very good one in the opener.
Ghost Twitch drone send it towards the big tower there. The question is whether or not it did eventually reach it. Quickly trying to find out. Yes, it did, actually. Went in.
Good throw.
Oh, no. Wait, did it go in? Yes, it did go in. All right, never mind. I was kind of confused because he suddenly swapped at the moment we got it on the POV.
Yep.
There it is. A very good throw. Good arm here for Rene. And right now the hatches are being opened up as well by the side of Yeti, as the pressure needs to come down. Of course, it is back into that basement. It's a very difficult side to attack, but if the Soniqs manage to find a victory here, they'll find themselves at a very important point in the matchup where they would have 2 map points available to them. Would they lose this, then that round 11 will be the all-deciding one where someone will be receiving a map point.
Now, what we had last time we were on Laundry was quite a late push onto the actual utility. They set themselves up very well here, Soniqs, but when the push came to the shove, obviously Nello was able to get a absolute screamer of an opening kill deep from one side to the other, the same way he's playing it all the way through. That Gallows of Freezer. But from that point onwards, Soniqs, they struggled to get the mirror windows, and when they were able to, then the push is coming through smokes, and it's never true clarity. Here, they have a bit more of a stretch. They have that single player on the far side. They've prepped themselves to be a little bit protected with the Grismots underneath the E-box drop if it goes a little bit aggressive. Nello is hit and stunned, and Tyrant moves into Freezer to actually see if he can rebuff some of the pressure that was coming out, but Rexon, well, he didn't predict it, true say, but he did have a bit of deja vu. Nello from deep once again finds the same kill he found before and starts things off here on Laundry in the same fashion as the previous round.
Grenade running right underneath the drone hole there. Tyrant almost losing his life there, but just barely hanging on. With a 5-on-4 and a man advantage is the Excaliburs that are being picked up by Nello. He is all the way deep in. He got an amazing first kill for the round on MNM's side, and he's looking to find a second one as well. Grixer, however, spots him out, smokes him out as well to make sure there's not that much he can do to damage him. Grixer somehow finds Kenzen, but at least they continue pushing. Yeti gets the kill onto Tyrant. It's a 4-on-3 with 20 seconds left. They need to start pushing through, and an extra smoke grenade gets tossed in.
But it doesn't really cover that angle that Solotov's got close onto Yeti, and it's now 2 bodies and another firing line. And sure, they've got 1 player smoked off, but the swing is just as dangerous. Grixer is able to at least pull one out of it. A handful of seconds. It's got to be a mad dash across Neo. But Nello as well has that pincer locked in twice. They've been able to hold onto Laundry, but it is the only site that they've been able to hold. So now begs the question, are they going to return to where Soniqs have been able to lock them out of dorms twice, or do they go somewhere else? It seems currently that they're eyeing up the idea of dorms, and you start to question, what are they going to question? What do they think that they can change? They obviously went in with the Legion and the Gumans to try and slow the way that Soniqs love to throw themselves into the site and go for those pushes on a dorms take. Are they going to potentially offer some support or a little bit more towards Solotov below? Are they going to see if they can maybe even pull that player further away? Because you think of the time that was burnt and attention paid and focus, it's a game of slowing that down or leaning into it.
Twice, however, on that bottom floor, the timer was run out or close to running out. So that is something to keep in mind as well, whereas they really didn't have that issue when they were attacking the dorms area. So Soniqs seem to be more efficient up onto the top floors than they are on that bottom floor, and that's quite logical. It is a very tough side to go for, and especially with the take they choose to go for, they opt to go for, which is going to be that Laundry slash Freezer push. It is not one that we see successful very often, but at least it's something new, and it is something that not a lot of teams will have defended to. I dare to say if they were maybe a little bit quicker in their execute, had some more time to deal with the players of MNM and didn't have to go for these, you know, these panic sprays, these smoke canisters to quickly put a band-aid on an issue that they've been having, they might have been able to actually properly attack that site. Now, again, it is all what-ifs, and we won't be seeing the laundry anymore unless we do reach an overtime situation. Then it's very likely that MNM will go back there at some point, because they have been able to win it twice out of the 2 times they've played, unlike the Dorms, which they have lost twice out of the 2 times they've played. And now the third one is underway, and the big question will be there that which team is going to be reaching that map point first? Is it the Soniqs that then feel all the pressure be relieved of themselves if they would win this map? Or is it MNM that is still chasing that first place with NIP not playing at this very moment? Is that a Twitch drone that just got blown up?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mix there. They obviously had the Twitch drone trying to make its way up the stairs, take care of the Banshee or the presence that might be behind it, but the grenade came in at the same time. A little bit of a lapse there, but you know, those things happen, and you got to see if you can keep pushing past. Here's the change that we might have been able to highlight. Tyrant. As I said previously, they've generally ignored tower. This time they've stuck a player all the way at the top. Maybe he might be able to get a swing onto a loose player that happens to drift a little bit too dangerously on the big window, which they know has been a big point of pressure, a big sort of lead-in towards the site take itself from Soniqs. Kansan has it at arm's reach, has it with a little bit of safety with Yeti there too. They obviously have pockets full of grenades, and they're more than happy to start trying to throw them in as the first one bounces over the top. Will it get it? It will. Nello is removed with a perfect arc throw there from Yeti. And that is a huge player because he was a big problem on the slowdown before. Tyrant's still waiting. Soniqs aren't gifting him anything.
Definitely not gifting him anything here. And that very first skill is going to be so important. Suddenly that's 1 man less on the sides. That gives you that advantage of theoretically 2 now, with Tyrant still being near the tower area. Of course, he rotated around in the meantime. He is in that attic now, is looking to find a way to actually support his team. Because the tower, it is a great spot, but only if the attacking team puts himself in a vulnerable position for it. And that is something that the Soniqs have not been doing. They are covering up every single angle of that. They give them the big tower, but it doesn't really seem to matter for them.
Super, he's in a position to start opening up the floor the same way he did before. First, underneath the rotation. So if Tyrant tries to slip by, they might be able to, well, be caught. Solotov's in the close corner. He doesn't have a huge amount of places he can go, because if it starts getting opened up, well, he gets opened up. Tyrant down as well. Kansan and Super suddenly explode with the combination of the grenade that dropped the player before. Neo's a little bit lost for source right now as he's trying to keep everything a little bit more tasty. Uses with a wide swing, gets Rexon on the top of White, but look at the Yeti's in the site. He's going for the same plant before the C4. Finally catches the diffuser. It's Kansan. They've got to push themselves onto that kit and see if they can get it recollected, but another C4 is in pocket. Will he have the time to make it all the way? He is running as fast as his legs can carry him. He's not going to get the catch. He doesn't get the player either. Super's out of there. And a second is the split difference there. Dropped and revealed. They have themselves set up with a crossfire. Soniqs, they were just able to get that recollection and just able to get themselves locked in. The communication and coordination led to them being able to stick it in the meantime. 6-5. Soniqs are sitting on map point.
Very clean round from them there, and as the Nitro came through, there was a small bit of panic from the 2 players onto the white stairs, but then they realized, all right, 10 seconds left. Plenty of time at such a situation. It's a 2-on-4 in that case, right? So there is theoretically plenty of time. You just need to find that player that is about to swing through that door. And as they did, as they picked up users, they knew it is clear. Now we can start running, because if everybody just starts running into the side of that very moment, you might as well just hand it towards the MNM site there. So good recollection from the side of the Soniqs, as well, disaster almost struck them at the end of time. And now a map point for them. Even though they are already confirmed for the playoffs, they do not know that themselves necessarily. And they want to do it on their own merit. And that is what this round will be. Is it their own merit that will carry them through?
In the words of Demo, I'm assuming he's saying this somewhere, watching this game, MNM, I'm not going to try an impression of his accent, they don't have the confidence to swing fights right now.
Yeah.
He is a big believer that they can be some of the best gunners in this whole tournament. He's proven right at points and unfortunately proven wrong. There's this sort of...
It's before 12 he's proven wrong.
Yeah, it's this dib-dab of confidence. Here and on that site, you can see them generally all pulled back into it. They weren't playing with that confidence of, well, we can swing into them, we can sort of take these fights and gambits. And okay, it's not the easiest thing in the world, especially on a site like Dorms, where you know that they're going to be stacked up on that double window, but you're looking at Solotov before, he was sort of trying to burn and waste time itself, and Tyrants are looking to be gifted these moments, and it's that confidence that they'll throw up against a team like Empire yesterday, and then here against the Soniqs, they can't quite find it. They can't quite find that rhythm. And Soniqs, I mean, we know they're very talented gunners. We know that they can drive themselves into the site with that backline and the idea of a plant. I like that they have a little bit more of the control than they seem to have than NIP yesterday when things were getting a bit dicey, but it's still just one round, the separation. And here, as they go for their approach and their check, it is that site we talked about. The preference is meeting going to be where they meet their make.
It definitely will be. It is a important last side. They need to make sure that this attack sticks. You do not want to go to overtime right now. After all you've done, Soniqs, you do not want to risk it in such a situation. The meeting is there, and that means that that top floor hold is even more important than usually. You have direct verticality onto the kitchen, but also the attic, which gives you that so important hatch, which you can just use to basically scout out the entirety of the meeting room and potentially guide a plant in from out there. You can stop these long angles, and as the concussions are starting to come in, Kansan swings in as well. He wants to go for these early frags. He wants to open up for the side of Soniqs. Is he going to be able to, is the big question as the Twitch drone guides him in.
That's it, that droning game, going for the intel and the call here. It's a back line. They've got themselves that locked off wall onto Trophy, and Solotov's just holding the sliver of the angle below. Tyrant, he can rotate out. He can pull himself back towards the side of Attic if he wants to into tower. Neo's making sure that nobody swings in, but it's Kansan that takes the first swing. He's able to take care of Solotov. They had a bit of a read. There's still another body inside Dorms, and it's users holding off an angle, hopped up and waiting for an approach, but you can see all of those blue bodies. Soniqs are looking to see if they can get just something else from this, as there is some pressure that's coming underneath. It's the cautious approach, because although it is a territory that you want and the fight is about to start to explode, a direct push, they don't know that Usus is there. He's waiting for the moment, takes the fight onto the
he loses it out!
Swings it out with that LMG, is able to utilize all that it offers, is going to see if he can find the second. Rexen over the top of Attic. Yeti is the first to suffer. Nello with the C4 from underneath, but 30 seconds. Neo now has to see if he can retake, but he cannot. Grixer locks it off with an F2. The connection is all his. Nello is that back line. We said he was one of the most storied players and one of the only ones from EU to hold the last trophy EU held. But now he's in a position to see if he can keep out this map. The defuse is down. The post plant, all the controllers away from him, and he has a gun that doesn't have many bullets in, as we've seen it many times before. It can sing. But at the minute, I think it's a little bit of a sad song. Down to 1 HP. The bodies are coming from behind him as well at this point. They've got themselves locked in. They know exactly how to lock him out. And as we pass the 20 seconds, the hatch will likely be his undoing. They just pre-fire. They've got an LMG and they've got a Rex and Soniqs. They secured themselves. Regardless of the story on the other game, they needed one map. They look like they want to have two.
They need a one map, and they know what was going on as well. Jobro, his glasses almost fell off as well, as they have a small celebration. Of course, not the end, just the first map in the series, but you see how much it means to them. The congratulations are going out. They have made it. They are through to the playoffs here, and now it is just going to be in question for seeding. Will they be in the 4th seed or top 2/3? As those will also be quite important. The Soniqs, they've done it on their own merit. Also were helped by Empire, of course. But they'll be very happy with that. And MNM, they can still get the 1st seed for the group. All they just need is the next 2 maps. But with the way that the Soniqs are currently playing, that might be a very tall ask.
I wouldn't entirely write out MNM so far. As I said, it's a confidence thing, and the best time to talk about that is between maps. The best time to sort of get the boys together, as you know Amada's going to do, and try and drive home that level of confidence, because they know what they're capable of. They were able to take huge games against teams, and it's just that sort of wibbly line that they haven't quite got smooth just yet, but it is still a best-of-3 series. Both these teams now confirmed. This is a purely seeding match at this point. I mean, it's the final day, it's the final time, and this was a group where nobody was confirmed. So we'll go to a quick break before we're back with map 2. And welcome back here in the series between Soniqs and MNM. The last they'll play of 2 confirmed teams, but what we do not have confirmed is the order of teams.
That's it, right? There is still that seeding going on, and if you are new to the Six Invitational, you haven't watched it, we have yet another format that we are using. It got announced a while back, of course. But if you end up first in the group, you get, of course, that extra life and an extra game that you don't have to play. If you get second or third, you get an extra life, but you need to play an extra game in the upper bracket. And if you get fourth, you're instantly knocked down towards that lower bracket, and fifth is sent home, of course. So all these teams have been confirmed, and if we're looking at the map summary here, let's just pull up a couple of these stats. Rexon, first of all, did amazing on the side of the Soniqs, and looking at entries, they also had the advantage there. 7-5 in favor of Soniqs, just like the scoreline would be. They didn't always translate to rounds, some of them fell away, but what I did like was to see the diffuse heavy play on the side of the Soniqs. They tried to go for plans wherever they could, and in the end succeeded, according to my own notes, 3 times.
I think the thing is, sorry, I swear, I love the artwork, by the way, I love the setups, but I swear every time that it's a Soniqs game, they'll always like start on Joe, and Joe Bro, and then they get back out
from Joe Bro. See the operator and then the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's good, it's cool. Sorry, I think one of the things that we saw there as well on that scoreboard versus the NIP scoreboard for the comparison of Soniqs, very briefly, is they weren't quite able to have that consistency with their gunfights because they were gunning, but there wasn't a single pop-off player. They weren't this sort of driven team that have had, I mean, at the start of the play day yesterday, statistically the best rated player in the tournament up until that point.
Yeah.
And then to see them missing that sort of little bit of that wow factor, that confidence on the push was a blow for them. The same way that we're highlighting it being a bit of a blow for MNM in these sort of early games, the early showdowns where they don't quite have that level of swing into the fights and try and take them where they want to take them, which is a game that MNM can do very well, but it's a tough one to sort of get into. And for MNM fans out there, you're hoping the team talk is one that sort of got the boys back on track and said, you can take these gunfights, go for them.
Now, the main mistake Soniqs was making yesterday against MNM was going to be that they try to play the diffuser game very heavily. And that's a good thing. However, unfortunately, time and time again, they were picked up unfortunate ways where the diffuser was dropped and they couldn't quite recover as the time ran out. And with that also, some of the players were enabled to go for these big clutches. Pino, for example. That is something that Soniqs is not enabling MNM to do. They first bait someone else in, send someone in, find out whether or not someone is there, then the diffuser goes, and it's not the diffuser that's the first to enter.
The limit of the buck there, obviously an operator that we saw super running very well on the previous map. It takes away a lot of the vertical play here, kind of. You're still looking at the sledge in the pocket. You're still looking at the sort of places that verticality might happen. Around kitchen becomes a little bit more awkward because you can't sort of do it from range and try and avoid C4s. And obviously if you're trying to get quick clarity across the map, which sometimes you might have to if you're a slower team, it's easier to do it at the buck to sort of swing between the skeleton key and a gun and go for a little bit of a clear and open up your late game rotations in the same breath. Church and Arsenal is where Soniqs are going to start themselves off here. And obviously this was, you know, we sort of have very relevant and sort of recent data because they went up against NIP on this map and they started previously on their attack. It was a couple of missed opportunities. It was a couple of timeouts. It was a couple of, they were sort of just breaching onto the site. The first being probably, I mean, it's 2 of the rounds yesterday. In fact, both of them on Church, they ran out of time on their attack. Yeah, and that was due to the fact, as I just mentioned, the big issue was
the diffuser being dropped time and time again. NIP going for that hero play, somehow finding the drop onto the ground, and with that, play the timer until the very last seconds and find a response, find a win as a result. And that is something they need to prevent from happening right now. They need to keep that diffuser in control, because I have to say, back then they were very efficient at opening everything up. The attacks, they seemed very good. They were in 5v2 situations, but it's just those last 10 seconds and the diffuser gets found by an NIP player that went like unseen before. That seemed to be the doom and gloom on the side of the Soniqs. So they have some clear pointers to work on here, and I'm sure they have. Because when I walked back and I said to Joe, bro, nice try. I mean, you did what you could. He's like, no, there is definitely things that we could have improved on. And surely they have by now. As MNM starts on the attack first.
They had set themselves up with a little bit of an aggressive fight there to cancel. He was waiting for Rexen even, I believe it was the Jaeger actually, that was waiting around. Yes, the Jaeger was sitting and sort of hoping to have an engagement on the door, which when you're looking at a very tall side at this point, you're looking at the church take and you're looking at a handful of players that wait and C4s out of the breach there onto the construction wall. They're trying to find, well, anything from MNM. They're sort of making them feel uncomfortable. They're playing against this approach. A little bit of a scrape over the top of Solotov as they slip away, but no damage dealt, just a bit of a cautionary tale. Users is going to see if they can try and get the pinch from the opposite side as Yeti is trying to reconvene with the rest of the players. They've gone for this take in clarity. You can still see that Super has some presence inside kitchen, I believe, at this moment in time. So he's underneath. No, he's gone all the way back, actually, from rotating around.
And just quickly making a way back towards the side. This is wasting time, making themselves known. Hey, we're upstairs, and then suddenly falling back around a certain timestamp. It's not too uncommon, actually, to see, and with that, you waste that time from MNM. You try and make them drone. They see you, you fall back, they need to drone again, suddenly you're no longer there. A lot of time gets wasted, and as a result, there's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left now. As hatches still need to be opened up, and MNM is only just finding a little bit of safety inside that first floor. And as the Twitch drones are starting to come out, and Tyrant is looking to find a way in as well with a drone to see whether or not blue will be clear. MNM is clearly looking to find an entry somewhere to base their push around.
As I said, opening up those rotations and playing this dangerous long-arm game here is one that getting rid of the buck even makes it a little bit more challenging. It was MNM's choice. So the Sledge is going to have this little dangerous dip dance as they try and crack their way across the top. Without the Kaid and the Thatcher, it's a pretty standard take here with the aggression that might come through. They obviously have the Maverick, they have that slow burn, and then the exothermics to try and make things a little bit faster. Kitchen hatch still closed. And with 30 seconds, it seems like they're just going to see if they can swing their way through. The grenade actually took out the smoke canister there. They aimed for a player, but got that instead. It's still a blower utility, and that allows Nilo to go for a drop. Neo's stacked up on the main stairs as well. Rexen is a backline against 2 players. They're going to see if they can get rid of him, but his pipe starts to be broken open and taken over. Kansan pulls himself just out of range of the smoke canister. Nello has a different idea. Yeti and Users and Tyrant all over the board. Yeti with another swing, but look at the timer. He's the only player left, but he's in the perfect position. No! Users has that locked off on the far side, and they didn't have much time, but they knew what to do with it.
They definitely did. The force through the triple wall there was going to be successful in the end. The pre-fire coming through, I'm not quite sure if there was a drone in place that gave them that information or if it was experience coming out from the side of Nello that they knew exactly that, you know, it is often a place that people sit at. Let's just go for that pre-fire just to be sure. And with that, you pick up an important kill, one that could counter you if you try and get the defuse down. And MNM, they find their first attacking round. It will be CCTV Cash coming up next. However, it is a little bit of a different side, but also one that everybody knows how to attack. I mean, we spoke about Oregon and how everybody knows the map. The same goes for Clubhouse, with especially CCTV. It is a clear step-by-step plan, and there is basically only 2 takes you could really go for. Either you go for a default plan behind the server rack. You open up the balcony wall, the double wall that goes outside on CC. You take control of garage, and afterwards you have free reign to go, and you just need to make sure that you bait out utility. C4s, smoke canisters, and potential players from below. So a lobby presence is nice. The other way around would be to open up that balcony just so you can cut off any rotations back from the garage. And then you go for a construction site push, so you go for the cash room itself. As our observer Medics is currently highlighting, through that wall that Yeti is currently putting up a mute gemmer on. Before there was only 2 walls, so sometimes you saw one wall reinforced, the other one was left soft, so there was a way to challenge with, of course, a bit of security. This time, or with the latest changes, it became a singular wall. So it is now close or open up, which is often turned into closing it up just to make sure you have that safety.
Rexon once again looking for an early challenge here, but nobody is home. This time it seems like Kansan is going to be the player up on the rafters, a massive power position to keep him locked in, and a powerful gun with the ADSs for some support. Yeti, he's going to wait for this hatch to get opened, and then he's going to see if he can try and take the engagement behind it. There's the reveal. Doesn't trust taking the fight and doesn't want to throw the C4 this time around, so instead pulls back. Again, it's expectations. They probably expected MNM to pull away because MNM expected a C4. At that point, it's worth holding onto the utility because there is still a lot of verticality, and we know Yeti likes to try and exploit that.
Definitely try and exploit it indeed. The roams have been quite strong on Oregon, and he's trying to put one up right now as well, near the logistics area. And as they have done the work with the sledgehammer, it's now up to Neo. He is the next one in line to start opening up the wall onto CCTV cache. And with Tyrant using the Jackal here, he might actually be able to spot out some of these feet. Tyrant swinging around the corner, receives some freeze fires, at least knows that Jetty is quite close as he returns fire towards the Jacuzzi wall. He's in a bit of a stalemate here. Neither of them are picking each other up, as Tyrant actually goes quite low and is forced to drop the hatch for survivability.
I think at that point, even if you got the feed, it doesn't matter if you're an active firefighter, as Yeti proves. He's able to take care of Solotov. They've now lost that sledge. They've lost grenades outside of the ones in Neo's pocket on the far side. There was a bit of a surprising take, even for Tyrant, I think, at that moment in time. He was gifted the player on the corner. Grixer with a great take over the top. But it's a little bit late to save Yeti's life, and it's back and forth. Tyrant is obviously still injured, but this time he's able to get a scan without actually having the pressure applied onto him himself. They are now going to see if they can try and solidify the site, but obviously losing the Twitch and losing the sledge, even though they've still got the capabilities of the hard destruction, and with Tyrant going down as well, they might be about to lose everything but hard destruction. Gritcher catches himself a Pokemon.
Need the impact nade used there to pick up the very first kill. The Soniqs are looking to fight back. They want to make sure that they're staying on this, and they want to take this with a 2-0 fashion themselves as well. A quick opening attempted to be made there by the Caritas of Grixer, but quickly realizes as well there was going to be that Mew Gemmer, unfortunately taken out from below, which forces the opening to be made. The Exothermic in control. The grenade comes in, but it somehow drops back down before it can do too much damage. Which the player was already stabbed up onto a desk as well. Grixer was in that safe space, but needs to be very careful as Neo comes right up on the balcony right here, repelled. Now trying to take the gunfight, loses his life. It's a triple from Grixer, and as the smokes are coming through, flashbangs are being tossed back in. It's Kansan with the very final kill, and the Soniqs, they hold off CCTV quite successfully.
It was the play that happened around Gym. They sort of tried to go for a hefty Gym and bedroom take. They wanted to push their way across, then get into obviously the logistics and construction, give themselves a little bit width, get construction wall open, and try and force the back line of red that way round. But the hold that Soniqs had, they had already got themselves in place in position to fight against that. They were consistently trying to find the firefight. They weren't giving over territory. They weren't trying to lean into the aggression that was otherwise being put, you know, before them entirely, but they also weren't entirely pulling back. They were making sure that they were sort of swinging and spraying and then going back into logistics and then maybe flirting with the idea of going a little bit wider onto the top of brick stairs, and then now we're back in construction, and that idea made MNM uncomfortable. Obviously, the Jackal had to drop out and was able to get the kill from the huge rotation onto the main stairs, but the work of sort of dibbling and dabbling was good enough to just, well, take bodies in time.
Alrighty then, we continue. The gym in the bedroom is up next. Church opted to not go back to yet by the Soniqs themselves after MNM found massive success out there. Able to just force themselves through the triple wall. They had nothing to deal with it at that moment in time. The smoke canister also slightly misplaced, allowing for the plant to eventually, well, not come through, as the kill came in the end right before Nello finished his job of pressing F. I don't know what it is in Croatian. Medics, what is CCI plant in Croatian? Trying to...
Are you listening to Medics right now?
I'm listening to Medics, but I've no clue.
Well, you're not going to be able to repeat that because that's not...
I don't even know.
You're asking him for 2 different languages translated into...
Yeah, it's...
you want to know what yes in Croatian is?
It doesn't exist in Croatian.
You just need the word yes.
They just say... They don't say anything, they just plant.
Okay, enough about that. Let's have a look at the site itself, because the pressure Well, it's coming from deep, but it starts at CC. The same way that we saw a clear come from one side to the other. Here it's a little bit more traditional, and they're going to get some pings on the players back on the red, but you sort of knew that they would be there. Rexon, he's buried behind a shield and a lot of reinforcements and walls and solidity over the cross of CC. It's how you get rid of him. They've gone for the big breach, as most teams do, but it's not just a matter of trying to swing and bounce grenades around. There's concern of the loose Soniqs players. There is one all the way down underneath, currently an armory, and it's just keeping a cautious sort of eye on the chance of that return. You assume it's Kansan.
You can make a guess. It's actually Yeti. That is,
oh, is it Yeti?
Down on the bottom
okay.
floor. Yes, of course.
It's been sort of
flank man.
Yeah, well, to be fair, on this map so far, Yeti's been more on site and Kansan's been more on an adventure, but I guess Grix is going to be on the adventure so far of, hey, Nello, goodbye, Nello. Locks it off. They're able to get a bit of a breach there. Was that a potential jump out? It was a swing by the looks of it. They weren't able to stop him. Solotov suffers massively, wants to try and take a fight here, but it's a huge sort of gambit. The diffuser is cold and Yeti is directly underneath, but Tyrant is right behind Yeti. The creep around the corner, it's a crouch walk, it's a reveal, and it's a take of that loose player.
I was going to say, he doesn't even use the Inox scanner there to figure out whether or not he was still there. Probably a drone was in that position. They called it out. They went for the hunt. They managed to bring it back to an equal scoreline. Solotov, however, is still quite low, so has to be a little bit careful with how he proceeds in the round. Preferably not be in that front line, but work a little bit from the back, hold these angles and potential flanks. As Rexon, aware of the fact that someone could be coming up on these red stairs here, spots out the player, gets the kill. It's Tyrant down. Solotov in an injured state as well, needs to drop back. As Users finds a response, it's Grixer to drop, but it's only up to Neo now. He needs to go and help up his teammate as the lulls are coming out of in the chat. As he takes a couple of shots right there, he finds himself into safety, at least for now. And he's debating whether or not he should tell Solotov to drop or if they just pick him up on the balcony here. It is quite dangerous as someone was still around, but the rest of the Soniqs, they have already fallen back towards the actual side. They know they have the advantage here. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock, and MNM, they need to force themselves through yet once more.
It's going to start here, over construction with a handful of seconds. Kansan's on the position to go for a swing, and Solotov, well, he's about to open a door. There's one, there's two! Kansan has the full stop on a round that was a little bit of a swirling sentence between the two teams. Started by, I assume, a jump out there of Grixer based on where the diffuser was and based on where we saw Grixer be at the end of it onto construction window. Soniqs get themselves their second round. Do you know who else has got themselves a second?
Is it Empire by any chance?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
I just took a gamble down there. I'm like, maybe they're done by now, but okay.
I know we didn't give a spoiler warning to that one, but...
No. But hey, Soniqs is already in anyway, right? At this point. So we've already knew that they were able to qualify themselves for the playoffs, and that is going to be the takeaway for this matchup. However, there is a lot more at stake for MNM as they had that first place still available to them. I'm not quite sure what actually would happen if Soniqs takes this 2-0. Can we quickly flip over the book towards the group stage?
Oh, well, this was yesterday's.
Oh, okay. I'll pull it up.
Stat person.
I'm pulling it up. I'm taking the time because I'm thinking we might actually find the Soniqs not be in that fourth place. And if they do manage to get out, which I'm checking as we speak. Oh, that is spicy. Right, so Empire taking that win.
So they're on 8.
They're on 8, are now in first place. MNM are in 6 and NIP are on 7. Which means that if MNM takes this 2-0, they will also be on 8 and they would have the head-to-head over Empire. However, if the Soniqs win this with 2-0, they'll be on 7 points.
Have the head-to-head.
And knock MNM down into 4th place into the group, which means that they lost their extra life and will be sent down to the lower bracket instantly. So certainly this match, with the result on the other side of things, have gotten so much more interesting in terms of seeding point, because it is the battle for 4th place.
I mean, we have it all sort of threaded together there. We have an idea of how everything's coming together, and obviously the way it works out with NIP taking MNM 2. For context, NIP, I believe, are entirely solidified. They are in 2nd place. They have the head-to-head against both Soniqs and MNM. So Soniqs and MNM, they're currently playing for that 3rd, 4th divide. Whoever wins gets that extra life, gets that extra swing of the bat of the game.
Yeah. And that's how important it will be. It's either an extra life or you'll lose it. That is the important seat of this map. Actually, this map, because I think that if MNM pick up 1, they will be over the Soniqs.
Well, that's nuts.
That's it, you know. So Soniqs, they really need to make sure that Clubhouse goes their way. And with the vertical angles currently being created by Solotov, he just misses out on an opportunity to pick up onto a Soniqs player. It's going to be Claymore's setup. They want to make sure that everything is ready to go when they do go for a final execute, because they know there is no roamers currently. They need to focus on opening up these hatches, but a Nitro Cell could be pre-placed, set and ready to go if Grixer is feeling like it. Might even be waiting for a potential plant, using it as a countermeasure.
Well, obviously the mirror is that stretch. They have themselves with some angles here. The exothermics are going in similar places before. Solotov, he might try and do a little bit more work onto kitchen and make sure this back line onto pipes isn't populated. That's that reason that line gets open, so nobody can just go for that swing all the way around onto the back as soon as they go for a drop. But Grixer, he decides he wants to sort of move into the territory regardless. Caught on a drone though, he quickly moves back out. It's not worth losing your life, especially as you're still sort of burning time. Yeti's on the far side, keeping the dirt tunnel under their control, and the first time kitchen hatch is being opened. Obviously the change was the Maverick was pulled away. Instead they've gone with a little bit more of this pacey aggression. I pointed out that Maverick can open a lot of stuff, but it's slow, and slow isn't really the ammo that they want with how close things were to the breach and the break before. Solotov, he's waiting for this to get popped open, hoping somebody's behind that final box. Tyrant wants to try and creep his way past the barbed wire. Everybody is stacked and stopped, ready to go. It's just waiting for the pull of the cord, and it might start here. The rip against Rexon doesn't quite get the same effect they want. 20 seconds, a hop back up and a quick foot, but it's Nello and Solotov that go for the aggression. The drop, Nello's in the corner. You assume the canisters are going to pop over the top two. Solotov has Grixer on the back of the big box, but the diffuser is cold. The same problem Sonic suffered yesterday. Neo goes for the recollection, but Kansan has it all cleared out. Yeti with the swing if he needs to. It's Users that takes the fight. Drop down one more. Solotov. Soniqs, their third in a row.
The timer runs out there, and even though they had the entry, you already saw it, a little bit of damage being done. Flashbangs that were being tossed in left, right, and center, but just that one slip, just being able to pick up Nello, so important, because that forces a second to drop. Yeti comes out of the dirt tunnel, picks up yet another kill, and a third one needs to go for the drop as well, and he just picks them up one by one, and slowly but steadily secures the round for Soniqs, who are now leading 3-1, and are looking to pick up that third place. That is what they're playing for right now. Suddenly the upper bracket is within reach. That is what they will be aiming for here. After a good round. Onto the defense on that bottom floor. And they'll be going back towards the CCTV area now. They held on to that quite well. It came back to a Grixer triple kill. It was a lot of damage done to the sides of MNM, of course, on the other side of the map, near the bedroom area. Something they need to prevent from happening on the attack this time around. Whereas the Sonics, they'll gladly replay that round exactly how it went before to make sure that, you know, you can just continue on like that. Either way, 3-1. The Sonics in that lead have that one map advantage currently as well. They won the map pick of MNM, which was Oregon, and now are looking strong on their own. Clubhouse. And they don't want to go to a decider. May that be clear.
Here's a little fun fact I'm just going to throw out.
Okay.
Brackets will be announced tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
Tomorrow at noon. Put it in your timers. Put it in your calendars, your clocks. Put it in everything. Tomorrow at noon. Put some hype.
Let me just set an alarm straight up.
Set your alarm, and I'll set my sights on MNM and Sonics right now as they're still trying to find their way across. It was an even half start on the previous map on Oregon. Club here, Sonics have been able to get themselves locked in on their defense, which, to be fair, based on how things sort of went before, is a much better step up. They're looking confident, they're looking to be in these positions, and currently MNM are struggling to sort of get that read in on these approaches. Obviously, this is the sort of preferred side for against them, and it's trying to get that drive, it's trying to just find some of that mentality, because if they find themselves in the 4-2 split, it's standard. They need to try and just cement that second, though, because if they're going on the 4-1 for the fight on that sort of final one, it becomes much tougher.
It has become much tougher indeed. A minute and 15 seconds have passed just now. You heard some Excars being popped, and MNM have one man down below. Some pings are coming through. It's Tyrant that has a grenade in pocket that seems to be potentially hunting down Yeti. But with the opening of the construction, suddenly his rotation back towards the side became a lot more difficult. Solotov actually jumps off. At the moment, Yeti's coming around the corner. It was an opportunity to pick up the kill, but now grenades are being tossed in blindly here as they thought someone was inside. The drone of Nello gets taken out by the actual grenade that Solotov tossed in. And as a result, they now do not exactly know whether or not that area of the map will be cleared out or not. Tyron already near the main door is looking through the lounge, hoping to find Rexon in his current position. He's ready for a jump out. He's looking to go for it as soon as he gets the call for the rappel. Pings are coming through on the side of MNM, and it's going to be the pickup here from Yeti, who sneaks around the corner from the baby steps and will be able to pick up the very first kill. Neo, aware of the fact that a jump out could occur, is just waiting in front of the window and looking to find a way to rappel up because they need to attack the side. 45 seconds on the clock. The jump out is being held. Rexon, is he aware of that? That is going to be the big question.
Well, there it is. Full awareness. Usis had the lockdown onto Rexon, and obviously Yeti was not too far away, but it might be the second swing that comes through here, where they know he's gone to stock. He might not know. Usis, he's going to give the game away. The spray doesn't quite fully connect, but he's so injured and so between two players. It was only super to be at the end. Neo suffers on the approach. Grixer finds the end, and Yeti with a C4, and suddenly it's all fallen away from MNM. Soniqs just entirely closed the door there on the approach, on the multiple different angles they tried between Red and Construction. It was locked out. They went for the same push as before, but this time, well, same result as the last time, to be fair. Soniqs 4-1.
Attack was too slow from MNM, and the Soniqs played perfectly into that. They had some roamers about. They rotated around at the very right moment, because as soon as the drones started coming in from MNM, Solotov jumped off the construction balcony. At that moment, it was actually the rotate coming in from Yeti, as they used grenades to get rid of logistics. No one was there anymore. It's missed utility. And Yeti being able to go to the baby steps to pick up their very first kill. Crucial for the Soniqs, because that means that that launch control is no longer in the hands of MNM, and they have that verticality if they would need it.
Okay, Soniqs, can you get yourself your fifth? Gym is where we're going to go to, and you know, since that early round where Church went away from you with some ferocity from MNM, it has been a sort of Sonic show here on your defense. You've been able to really wrap yourself into this game, and it's almost that mirror image of how it went before, except this time you're sort of in the driving seat. One difference, and it turned into a 3-3 split, so it's almost, but not quite. You've been able to do one better. It seems like you sort of have this pressure onto MNM. MNM, as you said, it was a bit slow, it was a bit cautious, which seems to be this word that's overhanging. They haven't quite been able to get that consistent lock in there. The back line of Neo and Nello hasn't quite been able to pop off Solotov as well, who was huge during the qualifiers to get them here, and the run, obviously, in CL too. All of the players carried themselves.
They definitely have. But their biggest enemy strikes them again, which seems to be time.
Damn it, time.
Not as in timing in the round, but actually the CET clock, that doesn't seem to favor them. And the Soniqs, they are just playing perfectly fine as well. They're completely playing into the weaknesses of MNM currently. They're slowing them down just enough, so there's not really anything they can do. They start to go for drops through the kitchen hedge in those basement takes, and they just take them out one by one. Give them nothing else, however. Just when you need it, you swing it. And right now, as MNM have opened up quickly into the CCTV, it's only step one of many to actually end up in the gym area. We never really see the pressure coming down from the jacuzzi from the get-go on the side of MNM. And that gives the opportunity for players like Super, like Kenzen, to rotate around through the back of the side if the need may be there. As the pressure comes in from below first, they want to take CCTV cash under control. It is their priority. But they need to get that red stairs under control first, and the cash as well.
They have a player not too far away. Do they know that he's just on the opposite side of the lobby door? It's a wide swing. Not quite wide enough. They are watching. Solotov has ascent. Does Solotov have the kill? Yes. Yeti wasn't entirely sure and confident, and as they pull themselves away, suddenly it turns into the situation of they're free to fish for grenades underneath. The shield gets popped, and Grixer goes through it.
Okay.
He didn't want to be in there, and I don't blame him, because he knows that behind that is going to be a heftier push and probably a second grenade.
Yeah, of course, there is going to be more utility tossed in, but it leaves Rexon alone. He will be able to pick up the very first kill, instantly traded out by Tyron Doe. Puts it into a 4-on-3 situation, still in favor of MNM, and this time more time on that clock. 80 seconds left, and there is plenty to go for here. However, the Soniqs, they still have only that one-man deficit. It's easy to fight back from, especially with everybody back on that side, looking to retake control of the logistics area as well. Grixer close on the window. Will be potentially able to find a kill onto users. I believe that is playing close. The grenades are being tossed in, getting rid of these evil eyes. Have they managed to find the right time to strike, which Grixer is currently trying to achieve? No C4 left in hand, but the reload is about to be completed. The jump out is there, and the kill gets confirmed. That's exactly what they needed, and as they try and push themselves through back into billiards, Kenzen finds one as well. Nello gets picked up, but Tyrant below will at least confirm Grixer. A 2-on-2 with 35 seconds left on the clock, and the Soniqs are back in it.
Well, that grenade was always going to pot him just behind the billiards table. Now, they've got to see if they can flood their way in. 30 seconds. The main stairs is going to be the next point of ingress. It is such an awkward fight, made even worse when you're revealed by the camera. Neo has to cause a little bit of noise and a little bit of commotion on the opposite side to allow the swing. It does not get allowed. Super is able to get one more, and there is one more. Soniqs, 5 rounds to 1 up on Club.
Well played by Dam. They were in that man deficit from quite early on. Even a lot of damage dealt as well due to, of course, that Goyo shield, which, you know, Grixer had to push back through it. It is not something that you'd like to do, but you said it yourselves. It is for terms of safety. This jump out, so important. On that reload, on that finger, suddenly the whole highway presence is gone. And you don't have to worry about these windows anymore. They'll be coming from the inside. And exactly that happened. And the Soniqs are up 5-1. 2 more rounds they need to lock in 3rd place. And with that, proceed to the upper bracket.
It's been a bit of an up and down run for both these teams. And I think that's the fairness of this group is it's been a tricky group. And it's got the stories of potential. It's got the stories of huge teams that can lead themselves in. But here, the fact that it's come down to this and the fact that it came down to the Empire game earlier on today as well against Sandbox, there really was a mixed bag of teams of all high quality and sort of different ways. But the way that they've boiled themselves down at the end of this is a 5-1. Soniqs up, and I think there's a reason everyone's predictions are pretty crazy.
They are pretty crazy. I actually don't know who I went for in this game. I think I was really doubting between MNM and Soniqs because at some point I was like, the Soniqs, they really badly need it, but MNM kind of do as well. They have the opportunity to lock in 1st place. So it wasn't like a team had nothing left to play for, like we'll have later with Damwon Kia, for example, who are 5 points clear of every other team in the group and is still playing today. That is how dominant they have been in their group. They can literally just do whatever they want, switch up all their roles for that best of 3, and it wouldn't even impact them that much. But either way, we are not at a Damwon Kia game. That will be later today. We are here at Soniqs MNM, and the Soniqs are a map up, and now 4 rounds as well. Only 2 rounds away from locking it off and pushing themselves into the 3rd place of the group, right behind the Ninjas in Pajamas, after Empire have locked in their 1st place.
If Soniqs can get off to a good attacking start here, they can put themselves on map point 6-1. I mean, they make things so awkward and uncomfortable for the approach there of MNM. MNM, they've got to see if they can try and just lock it off, build themselves before they have to rebuild a much more stressful divide. Soniqs are 2 rounds away from locking out this series 2-0 and pulling that full 3 points and securing themselves an extra game and an extra lifeline. But MNM have done big comebacks before.
They have made big comebacks before, and I mean, just an example of it was that close European qualifier, which is, of course, the running meme right now. It wasn't even on their welcome card. They went down to the lower bracket, and they went through a full best of 5 in the end to make it and get to the 6th Invitational, where they beat a team that basically kept them out of the European League a year before that day. So a little bit of a comeback coming through. It's a freshly promoted team taking on, well, the top seed of North America, the Soniqs right now. And you can start to see it here. They are absolutely dominant on their defenses here on the clubhouse area. MNM, even though they had man advantages, were not able to lock it out in the end. And now they'll be on the defense themselves, and the Soniqs get to portray their brilliance in attack on this map, their expertise. And as Yetis tries to open up at least a little bit for potentially a grenade right through, as you see it being prepared right now. That should take care of at least a small hole and create an angle for him to potentially find a head from, as he does find a little bit on Tyrant.
Ooh, just a scratch, just a scrape, and Tyrant pulls himself a bit further back, knows the danger of the angles that come through, but it's Kanzen that almost gets bit back. There's another bit of a legs. It's the C4, though, that secures Super. and takes care of the diffuser carrier. At that point, he'd done his job. With the hatches open, the Thermite's been able to get some of that put together. Solotov, however, makes things a little bit more awkward. They've got to take a hot drop with a 2 versus 1 versus 5. MNM have set up a firing line, and they've made sure that anybody that even eyes the floor below is going to, well, not meet it with their soul still intact. A flawless from MNM to open their defenses.
First flawless we've had, and here as well, time seemed to be an issue. At the moment, Soniqs were basically forced to find an opening, but there was not really anything MNM was gifting them at that moment in time. And as a result, they managed to take the win in the first flawless round in this series, because we haven't had any yet. So continue right now, no tactical timeout being called for now. Soniqs, they have that little time left, you know, they can wait 1-2 more rounds before it's time to call for it and potentially try and bring it back. Also, last game, no tactical timeout called. Joe Bro decided that it was probably better to let the team sort things themselves and really utilize it if it came down to it in the end there. Of course, they were never at a map point disadvantage. Now, they still are not, and they have the odds to reach that point first. They have the odds and the percentages and everything like that to be the first to reach the 6 mark. And with that, get a match point, a luxury that is not in the hands of MNM anytime soon.
All the way to gym. All the way to gym, we find ourselves circling and setting up for a slightly different pool with that frost on the board. It means things are a little bit awkward. You don't truly expect people to get caught in those, but you've got to deal with them. And it limits that fast push play that we know Soniqs like to do. Double stacked shield on the top and the slightly higher top of red stairs to give them the swing onto the breach if it happens on CC, and also a little bit more caution if they want to try and watch down the stairs itself. It's sort of a stack of utility. It's a heavy cost to make sure that you can have it as a bastion. You've got to ensure that nobody's able to truly get just a grenade in, which would absolutely devastate everything.
Alrighty, 2:30 on the clock, and Super is looking to open up quickly here onto the jacuzzi wall. There might be a new jammer. You saw the drone there was quickly struggling, however, that doesn't seem to be the case. It's further back, it's at the bathroom area, and that means an opening can be made and will be detonated as we speak. Jacuzzi has been opened up, and MNM, they are quite heavily around the CCTV area, but 2 shields, look at that, by the way, a couple of reinforcements, 3 ADSs, everything is out there. And Super will now be opening up into CCTV as well. At least their utility hasn't been in vain. Let's just put it up like that, because I was afraid for a second as soon as the opening in Jacuzzi came that everybody would just pack it up and move it all back towards the side itself. Not the case, of course. And this first smoke canister got used, I saw in the overview, near the actual logistic hatch. They were afraid that a quick drop might come through on any of these Soniqs players. Not the case. As Kenzen tries to put up some pressure onto these red stairs, it's a grenade that will follow shortly and takes out at least one of those shields and puts Neo in a bit of a rougher position.
There it is, a rougher one for users though. Taken out and grenaded off the board. They still actually have both the shields. The ADS was able to catch it, and that grenade didn't quite roll to the place it needed to be, but the drones are still working away, and it might have destroyed, you probably did, that original ADS. There's still the one that's closest to the shield, but that's sort of more of a do or die. There's the swing over the top, and Kanzen!
That is unfortunate.
Connects with Neo, is able to find the kill themselves. Solotov just has to get out of there at this point. It's a 5 versus 3. You do not want to give them a 5 versus 1 engagement, trying to just desperately hold on to the backside of construction. It was a bold take, a bold swing, and it's something that's rewarded them as they go to set themselves up here across the opposite side. They are looking for that hold, they're looking for that angle, and you can see Solotov's gone for a bit of width there, back across logistics. He's going for the hold and the pressure.
Have to be careful though, there is frost mats on these windows, I am pretty sure. Tyrant, of course, playing that operator, so a jump in from the highway might not work out in the bedroom itself. The gym seems to be a little bit more safe, but Nello is the shark that's hiding in there as Tyrant spots out one of these players. The pressure now soon will be on Nello, who's hiding right behind the gym. Wait, Super is trying to get a bit of an angle in as well. The Selms are being tossed in, but denied by the side of Tyrant. Solotov will be able to pick up a kill, but instantly gets traded out. It's a 3-on-2 situation now as Nello tries to rotate back. Tyrant falls. It's only up to him now. It's the Croatian sensation that needs to keep them through. 15 seconds on the clock. Is he able to successfully do it? But no, he is not. It is the Soniqs that push for a map and match point here on the gym side, and that leaves them with 4 more rounds where they have the opportunity to take the series.
That's it. It's match point, it's map point, but it's series point. It could be a quick day at Clubhouse here for MNM. They have 4 rounds. They need to try and pull back. They opened up on their defense well, but you cannot just build it off of Church. They've got to have a flawless 3 plus 1 extra if they want to have that rotation. Bar stage.
That is very brave, I'm going to say. I mean, they found success at Church. That is currently locked. At this stage, it is the entire series at point. And they clearly do not have faith in their CCTV lineup. That is what we can conclude out of that. So the bar on the stage, they will be used. And MNM will be playing it. We haven't seen it that successful over this 6 Invitational yet. In general.
In general.
Haven't seen it too successful yet. So the Soniqs, they have a good chance of locking it off here. Or MNM must have thought of something genius for this site, for this map. And decided that that is exactly what they need to stay in it.
Okay, MNM, now the stretch and the pressure is on you. Soniqs, their problem yesterday was, well, they would get very close to map point and then sort of fizzle. Here, they had that pop. They have that little bit extra of deliciousness that's carried them towards the match point. And MNM, they found themselves unfortunately floundering. The handful of C4s and explosives and the setup and stretch, the intel here is going to be that backline that it's offered. No Echo on the board, nothing to give them that sort of safety of pulling themselves further away from the sites. They've got to have those engagements. They've got to make sure that they keep that clarity above and on the back line of Kitchen.
First, RC Rotero being used to take out an Evil Eye. Freely taken Evil Eye, just activated and then realized that's it. That is the life of that bubble. That is not going to be living very long, and it's a very important piece of utility instantly taken out by the hands of Soniqs, by the hands of Kansan, who is having an amazing game as well so far. Whereas Rexon lived up in the previous one and completely, well, picked apart MNM for everything they were worth. It's basically Kansan's job right now. Double that, actually, with the use of the RC Roteros, where he takes out the utility on the direct side as well and basically forces them to go for these gunfights in the end. It is 4 match points for the side of the Soniqs, and as they set up anything ready to go for a flank later on, it's Solotov that might just jump right into that Claymore that just has been deployed.
You can hear so much being popped off there, and as you said, the Claymore just under that positioning. Solotov had an idea that someone was there, and he sprays through. He's sort of angling with the stretch, but to be honest, he doesn't massively need to retake territory. It might be a roam later that gets punished, but it's sort of that game of he's still on that up position.
No.
Oh, they knew. Rexon gets the opener there. Tyrant is taken out of it. It's one of the best gunners that they've had so far this showdown, this playday. They're out the board early. Nello, one of the others, is almost suffering here. He's had a couple of moments, but with the pressure coming over from Strip, with the pressure being put against those bodies above inside the bedroom, Soniqs, they're slowly wrapping their hands around this hold.
Definitely trying to wrap it around indeed, as the rest of the Soniqs are trying to get into a position to take that top floor. It is the first kill that comes through. However, Grixer will be able to find a response to Nello as Solotov found Rexon a little bit earlier on. The site has been opened up and they seem to be ready to go for a plant at some point. But they need to get the hatch control. That is the big issue here. Solotov, as long as he plays above this hatch, there is no way they can go for a plant without taking any heavy losses. Super, however, gets in the middle of the smoke and will decide to sneak it in. The C4 does not actually go through. They have to try and get the verticality, but they fail. Solotov goes down, the plant comes through, and the Soniqs are just 2 kills away, 40 seconds out of making it to the 3rd place of their group. And as Yusuf rotates down as quickly as he possibly can, long angles are being watched by Yeti all the way back in the strip. Everybody is off the side. MNM, they need to retake now.
They had all the control that they needed, Soniqs, and they are making it work. A GG comes through from Rexon. There's that NASS that has famously been perpetrated across all of this. Grixer with another for his tally, and we hit that marker that means MNM lose the series. GG's to Soniqs, who picked up the pieces of yesterday. It's back and forth for both these two teams, but security is still on the board. And they still have to beat every single other one, so congratulations for now. A day off, and then it all kicks off again.
That said, they got a day off and they know how much it means. They got the win, they got the improvement they wanted, because yesterday against NIP they struggled a little bit here and there. Some rounds were lost in unfortunate ways where they had massive advantages but lost the diffuser, but they worked on that. They made sure they had the control, they made sure they had the save round to go for these objective-based plays, because that is exactly what Soniqs is about. They want to get these plans down, and they successfully did so here today as well. They take the win, they take the third place, they take the extra life. And MNM, as they started off great, unfortunately for them, will be ending in that fourth place spot and be a team confirmed for the lower bracket in 2 days.
Well, that's it. They gave it all the fight that they could, and obviously it's been, as we said, up and down for both these teams. But security is here, and you know they'll be having a lot of conversations, scrims and practices before they get back into it, because well, there's still a lot of work ahead of them. Soniqs 2-0 off the back of 0-2 yesterday from the OTs that we saw versus NIP. They were able to at least get an upswing to the end. MNM, unfortunately, they end on a little bit of a downer.
A little bit indeed, and well, they'll probably, you know, they said it before they even started already. The early games, they don't really suit them, but how long can you go on that at some point, right? I mean, small mistakes were definitely made. There was also moments of greatness within the roster, just unfortunately, they weren't quite able to translate it into maps at the end. Whereas Soniqs, they were able to. Their defenses were super strong on the side of Clubhouse. 5 in a row in the end there, and eventually locking it off as well with just a 7-2.
But enough about us. Let's throw it to a break and head over to our analysts to break that series down.
Welcome back, friends, to Six Invitational 2022. I'm Milos the Medic, and we're going to take you through our Command Center breakdown, a post-game for the Soniqs. Here we are again. It's Mesh, the Mesh.
The Mesh.
Welcome to the group.
How good is that?
And it's the reason why it's this way, of course, is the EUL trio on the desk. Got Milos, Fresh, and Jess.
Mesh.
Mess in post shows sometimes because you know what? We like to have fun. We're wildin'.
That was
Zoomer
horrible
lingo.
coming out
Zoomer
in that
lingo.
way. Wow.
Sorry for appropriating your language for anybody that was born after the year 99, including Demo in this case.
Oh my god.
You can tell we're getting.
Is he that young?
He was born in 99.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was I don't remember when I was born because I actually made a mistake in my birthday 3 years ago.
You actually did.
That's true.
We
And he
were
goes, hang on.
We were wishing him a happy birthday.
Yeah, and he goes,
and the
I
next
think my
day Milos
birthday's
goes,
wrong.
My birthday's actually today. It wasn't yesterday.
I missed it. Apparently, Em and I share the same birthday, and honestly, there is no greater person in the world that would love to share my birthday with than Fluke. So there you go. We all love Fluke, and we love the entire team here at the Invitational. And you know what? We love great performances, and that's what we got from the Soniqs going up against MNM. And unfortunately for you, Jack,
Correct.
at least we know that MNM move forward and we get to see them after the groups, but the Soniqs have taken it. And I want you guys to kind of carry me through this game because the Soniqs, they were back and through it and they had control.
It was really good.
It was nice composure for them. One thing we've not seen them do, they didn't do it against Empire, they didn't do it yesterday either, was close out games. They've put themselves in really nice positions, not managed to close them out. Today, they were able to do that. Things were looking a little bit ropey on Oregon. They showed some really good resilience on the attacks to just get the rounds done and get themselves closed out.
I think that's an important factor to note for the viewers out there is that, you know, maybe you don't tune into all the Soniqs games, maybe you don't tune into all the teams, and you might miss the minor micro improvements that a team is making throughout this kind of tournament. And I think it's incredibly important to point out that Soniqs' biggest weakness was closing out very vital rounds, maybe panicking a little bit too much, whatever the reason is that they were struggling to close out those rounds in previous series. They've had a very, very minimal time between those series and this matchup, and to fix something like that up, I mean, I know they have very, very, you know, I'm going to say competent support staff behind them, and, you know, Goddess is here as well, and she's ex, you know, competitor herself, so I think she has, there's so much greatness behind Soniqs, and Super at the helm. They've cleared that up really, really quickly against a very formidable opponent. That has been a great game for us to watch.
Yeah, it was a bit of a difficult one on Oregon, 7-5. It's kind of an expectation as MNM's map pick. Went to Clubhouse, Soniqs ran away with it just, didn't they?
That was unbelievable, and I think when you look at a team like Soniqs, who the only sort of criticism you and I gave when we were sitting there was that, well, not even you. Oh, I'm giving him credit for Pengu and I sitting together when we're watching the matches. My apologies. I'm so used to sitting next to you. Pengu said, and I wrote it down, he said, Soniqs is great, but they have this plant focus, and if there's anything else that goes on that denies them from getting the plant down, they have no other option. There's no other strategy for them. And I liked that because that's actually the one thing I love about Soniqs is that they're objective focused, and they're one of the teams that has the highest plant rates. It's one of the team that, as a result, gets the highest attacking win rates here and there. So for me, it is their greatest strength, and it can also be their greatest weakness.
Moving through to MNM, I don't think they really turned up, and I don't know if it's another early game syndrome. I know they started talking about, we don't like the early game because we've got to get up at 8 a.m. and we've not got a warm-up scrim, whatever. But yeah, it was one of them where they've just struggled, and particularly on Oregon, they really struggled to attack Laundry. So they can't attack one of the primary bomb.
That's because their strategy is freezer take, and we
not
hate
great.
that.
Yeah, and then they also couldn't defend the kid storm site. 3 times they tried it, they just couldn't defend it. Soniqs had a really good read, and I was coming back to a point of Soniqs and more kind of Joe Bro.
Yeah.
They had a really good read on that particular setup. They knew how to beat it. They beat it 3 times, and that's what helped with that kind of getting it over the line was really good preparation.
You know what, you just sort of clicked something in my brain because I have the image in my head of Eminem's setup for Bedroom with the Go-Go shields, for example, that we saw Neo on. And I actually think, I don't know if Soniqs intended this, whether this is a counter strat or not, or it just so happens that their attacking strategies directly already counter, but they do a heavy Bedroom Armory hold for Eminem, and they do sort of a light white stairs hold over towards Attic. Maybe for Soniqs, all of their strategies actually just somehow circumvented what the heavy power positions
did a West clear right?
Well, even so, they go underneath into kitchen. We saw Super with the buck underneath. They push up and go for a double window plant time and time and time again. How did MNM not adapt? And Neo stayed on those go-go shields in Trophy the entire round.
There's a UK team in UK Division 2 that scrim MNM a lot, because obviously scrims within UK teams prevalent. And they've scrimmed MNM that much on that particular strat. Their coach actually said to me, we tried one round of scrimming MNM on that strategy without droning at all, and we beat them on it, because they just do that strat over and over again. And that was MNM's big weakness on their map pick. It's probably what lost them their map pick and ultimately this week.
Rigidity. There you go.
Rigidity, but one thing that actually we were sitting down and talking about a bit ago is MNM banning the buck on Clubhouse when we got there. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is something that would help. Unfortunately, the entire map really did not go their way, and I think you have a replay for us.
Yeah, let's bring up the replay, because I think this is another weakness of MNM that I think is vital to bring up, because all of the UK fans out there want to know what went wrong, and I just wanted to bring this round up because it's an indication of where they are in an advantageous position in the round. You and I were sitting here going, yep, this is, a round that MNM should win, and they were able to get onto the red stairs control. I thought to myself, wow, the defenders, they're going to have no chance with this. Soniqs are going to struggle to be able to hold this down. It's a 4v3 at this point. They have so much time to work with here, and just watch the events unfold. It's almost like MNM, because they are in a numbers advantage, believe magically somehow all of the puzzle pieces are going to fall into place for them, and that they don't really necessarily have to work as hard for anything. They are using their utility to get rid of the Maestro cams. They're making sure that everything's in place, but it's almost like they've stalled at this point. Where do they go from here in the mid to late round? It's like someone has to make a call, and they're not ready for a jump out, for example. Where's the other players helping the window play? If the window play's not going to con, why is Tyrant downstairs in bar with man advantages, no one nearby to go for the plant? They're down to a 2v2 already. I mean, they had a minute. I started this clip on purpose at a minute 30 to show the downfall in 60 seconds that MNM befalls upon themselves. I was just sitting there crippled because I went, wow, that should have been their round.
And it's just rounds like that. And one thing I've always said about MNM is they play this kind of pseudo LATAM European style where they've got one hard spot in Nello, kind of sat behind 4 fraggers, and he's just pulling the strings of them all, reining them back in when they need to go, but letting them be free. That didn't quite turn up today. We're used to seeing high kills from users. We're used to seeing high kills from Tyrant, Solotov, and Neo, and it never really turned up for them. And
Tyrant played really well when the Yana wasn't banned against him.
Yeah, but then he played a bit of Jacqueline. He played some of that quite poorly as well. And I'm going to give MNM it because, they are a tier 2 team coming into tier 1. It's a big learning curve for them. They've had 2 great days now and 2 really poor days going into playoffs.
They've had, this is an apt comparison, at least in my mind, because 2 UK teams, but Navi came into Mexico with a team with really only 1 player in experience, and then 4 players that are kind of trying their best. They didn't really do much. MNM come here with Nello. The last time he played was so long ago, back in Tokoname. That's how long it was, 2.5 years ago. And they rock up with a fresh roster that was formed in its form right now 4.5 months ago in September, basically, for Challenger League. And here they are making wave where they are. Hold it, buddy. We got to talk about that group in total. Okay. Because there's a lot to really look at for this group. It's finally done. This is our first one. I can't believe it. We survived through it. Empire are at the top currently with 8 points. That's where it stands. 7 points for NIP, 7 points for the Sonic. But you might be thinking, and rightfully, so if they're tied, what happens in this case? Well, you may have missed a matchup between Empire and the Sonics, and NIP and the Sonics specifically, and that was an NIP win against the Sonics. That's what puts them above them. It goes total, like head-to-head differential, and then at the end we'll be looking at round differential, which is why, okay, well, why is it +1, +14? That's how it works. It's about the points and the head-to-head game. MNM are at 6 points at 4th, and unfortunately for Sandbox, they get eliminated with only 2 points to their name. Now, Fresh, I'm so sorry for cutting you off, my friend, but it's all yours.
My point, and the graphic demonstrates this perfectly, and we're talking specifically about MNM here. They come into this tournament, they have no expectations. They go home, they're happy. They go through to the playoffs bracket, they're even happier. So they're not going to be disappointed. I think NIP and Sonics will be somewhat disappointed, but they have got themselves into that top 3. So they will be going up into that upper bracket and having to, play in the first round of the upper bracket. But what about Empire? They're playing with 3 people on the stage.
The most important 3. I keep saying this
incredibly.
I keep saying this every single desk. I don't think people are taking me serious enough when I say it. The 3 most important people, or the 2 out of the 3 most important people to physically be sitting at the desk that eat off the vibes of being at the desk and playing in that environment is Dan and Joystick. They have always played that way. Dan has been shocking online in times and done really well on LAN when he's been beside his teammates. Joystick very much the same. That I truly believe both of those players, when they sit on that desk for whatever reason, things change in their head.
It's honestly, for Empire, I didn't have a lot of expectations coming into this event because I thought they've got maybe a 3-4 map pool. I was a bit worried about their map pool.
Yeah.
I was worried about where they were at mentally. I was worried about their personnel inconsistencies.
Yeah, that too.
Inconsistencies within individuals, not rather than the kind of team strategy. And they've always had this kind of slow playstyle. And they've just come out here and they've beat almost everybody in sight. I'm super impressed by Empire.
I'm actually annoyed by Ninjas in Pajamas. I am annoyed that the world champions came in on day 1 and they went, let me just
What is that?
kick back, lose my matches, don't give a crap. And then we'll come back in the last couple of days. Top 2.
No, Jess, I'm going to counter this.
Oh, go on.
In Sweden, it's exactly what they did. It's what they do.
I don't care if
they
it's
start
there.
off slow and they build and they build and they build.
It's crap,
and they build.
because
And you see them in playoffs, they're going to be unreal.
It's such a crappy, heart-wrenching way to go into the groups and go, oh, the former world champions that come, they're not going to do well. But based off the matches, we are right to assume that based off the first couple of matches of bad results.
There's been some teams that come in and look unreal on day 1 and then have not done anything since. Oxygen, for example. I know it's a different group. Would you rather, if you're a team, be building up through the tournament or start high and then have somewhere to go down?
Don't, because that correlation means something bad for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, exactly.
The man just got
I'm not saying I want that to
Damwon
happen,
Kia,
but I'm saying from NiP, I'm not going to criticise NiP if they're warming up and going through the tournament.
I'm looking for a new duo. Anyone is better.
Well, we're both looking now, so. Mutual consent, Jess.
It's the sound of the police, by the way. Hello. I'm here trying to break this one up. Jess Fresh, we'll take it back. We got some mud wrestling space in the back for it. She sat away. You know what?
That distance.
You know, and
I'm done.
you should be happy that she's willing to put distance between you and her.
They forced me to
Jack.
sit that close to him.
You know that Jack is short for Jackathan? There you go. On that note, friends, thank you very much for watching the Command Center. Thank you, Jackathan, by the way, the official, and Jess. When we come back, we'll break things down for our second matchup. So go, rest up, relax. It'll be half an hour. We're ready for our next one. See you in a bit.
He needs to get into the site and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever...
The date is February 17th, 2019. G2 has just beaten Team Empire. Many will say this was one of the best moments of G2's reign in Rainbow Six Esports. And certainly one of the more surprising ones, because their opponent gave us a heck of a show. Let's briefly go over the history of Team Empire before SI 2019.
At this moment, I guess we were in Challenger League still. So we are not competing in Pro League and we are going for the Invitationals through the qualifiers. To go for this tournament, it really means a lot for us. We were a young team. Then we start to understand that we can play on top of the level in Siege, and it was unforgettable.
It was an impressive feat for Team Empire, so coming out of the group stages, they had already started to peak in terms of their hype.
Turn on its head, inside its luggage. Oh no, a team kill! Taking out Walker now on the diffuser!
So now Empire has made it into the grand finals. Going into this match, the expectations were set. Team Empire is an up-and-coming team that has a lot of excitement behind them. But they're going against G2. Of all squads, possibly the hardest match they could have faced.
It's going to be amazing, and if any two teams are going to give us a good run for the money and maybe make it to 5 maps, I think it might be those two.
Against G2 will be a great match for sure. In our opinion, if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
We felt like we knew what they were gonna do, but we also felt like they knew what we were gonna do.
It's gonna be a tough one no matter how you try and crunch it out.
Most expected Team Empire to be destroyed. Infinite Overtime had only just recently been introduced, and it was only being used in the grand finals of larger events. We saw Coastline be absolutely hectic.
We are close to a perfect round. Empire sets quite a tempo. To peek him, he's gonna toss a frag grenade and jump in, and Jonas shuts him down. G2 bounces back on round number 2. Fabian rotates out. G2 will take the lead once again. Toss it out. Goes off a bit too early. He's gonna do nothing. It's a flawless round from Empire. I think you could say that Joystick probably won the match. G2 will force us to overtime.
It was like a wrestling match because it's like nobody was really gaining a substantial lead. We were always fighting for the next round.
Michael, are we about to cast the longest siege match? He takes out Kanto, and where's the other body? It's Fabian!
G2 are so experienced, they won so many tournaments. I think we were unready to do this at that moment.
No team was able to break away until the very bitter end, when G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime to finally lock out the map.
Down 1, he loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there you finally have it!
The final scoreline of that map was 10-12, the longest map that had ever been recorded in Rainbow Six competition, and that was pretty awesome.
The Six Invitational has always been about the holy trinity of what makes Siege a unique game. It's about 3 pillars, right? It's always been about a celebration of the community, a celebration of the development team, and a celebration of competition because, well, we receive the best teams in the world and we crown the world champion.
Watching major competitions and seeing anything that happens is pretty exciting. The SI has a special place in our hearts. We get to see our work on the big screen. We get to feel the excitement of the community, and we also get to reconnect with our colleagues all around the world.
We get to see the people that actually enjoy it, play it, and actually bond with them.
The 6i is always like just an amazing gathering of people.
Je crois que pour nous, en fait, c'est un événement qui donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, aux gens chez Ubisoft, à l'équipe de développement.
On partage un moment en commun, ensemble. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, cette espèce de réunion de famille où il y a les devs, les pros et la communauté.
The Six Invitational for us is always the highlight of the year. It is the biggest celebration of the game and also the pinnacle of competition for our players.
As the event progresses, you get a bigger and bigger sense of communion. Like everybody really comes together. So in the dev corner and for a lot of devs, when I had a chance to kind of sit down and talk to them, people were just really excited in that moment. It's like you get to live the best version of the game you work on. You get to see community and fans be super excited for the things you're working on.
For us, it's like the end time of the year. Like we're always running, so it's the one time that we have to stop and enjoy and celebrate. So it's pretty cool.
This is a really humbling moment for us as developers too. We get to see some of the most talented players come together and do things we never thought possible in the game.
We always build it in a way, but you always see it played differently. So this is a great opportunity for all of us.
To see how far it can go and how far we can push the limits of Siege.
And so to have that at the Six Invitational is huge and what makes everybody want to watch it.
It's like the culmination of all we've worked for. So seeing the best players in our maps, it's just such an enjoyable moment. It's very exciting to see.
For us being there, it's pretty insane, and the vibe that we get from this event every year makes us want to do more and better the following year.
The Invitationals has always been a time where we work really hard to put together our game plan, where we can share the roadmap for the next coming year, but also internally, we're talking about the next couple of years. It's our moment where we can actually have a conversation with the community, and it's also a promise to ourselves what we want to do in the coming year and how that's going to look. For us, making sure that the Six Invitational can deliver these things to all of our players, but also for us as well, is extremely important. And in these trying times, it's just as much important to celebrate our victories and realize how far we've come after these 7 years of development.
Six Invitational, 6 years. So what a match over there, of course.
Yep, so I'm Leon Gids, I'm team captain and entry for Rogue. I started Rainbow Six casually, but as I played more for Xbox and transferred to PC, I knew this was a game I was going to play competitively. My first competitive game was a Community Cup when in June 2016. The steps I took to get into the competitive scene was playing non-stop. I think I put an average of 11 hours a day on year 2, season 1. It was really quite a strong push. I did watch the first Invitational, yes. Seeing these players at an event such like that was really pushed me to want to play at one of these events as well. You know, and as I came through, that's what I just aimed for, playing at big stadiums, big events. When I first got into a pro team, it was Snook and Nose. I joined as a sub. So yeah, when I joined as a sub, they saw my dedication and motivation to play. They knew I was thriving to get onto that main roster. It was something they were actively thinking about already. And then the right moment came along, they realized that I was going to bring something more to the table than another player, so they put me on the main roster. I remember it very well. I just got back from a holiday because they asked me to play, and they were in a group chat with me. They were telling me that I'm a lot more motivated, more dedicated, and they'd like to do some trial scrims to see how I do on the main roster. Well, the scrims went amazingly, obviously, because that got me onto the main roster and forwarded me up to now. Obviously, as new talent, there was some emotions and nerves going into games, but I knew as a player that I could bring my team up and make sure I could step up for them as well, so I didn't really get the best side of me. My first official match was with Snook and Nose versus Ents, I believe they were called at the time, year 2, season 3, season 6. We got smashed. I did okay. I believe I went -2, something like that, so not too bad, but you know, I definitely stepped up when I should have. The thing that motivates me is even when we're at our lowest, we know that we can always bring it back up to any level we want to bring. We know a lot of teams underestimated us and we wanted to show them wrong. So every time that we got into these low moments, we'd group up together and push each other forward. It was all mainly about a good teamwork and working environment. As a team, we've been playing for a long time. together as well. Me, Aces, Rep's been together for nearly 2 years. We know each other as well, really well, and we know the fact that we're here with no expectations, so why have expectations going further in knowing we can get closer? And we all have the experience as well to make sure that we never feel that. My expectations of the team is to make it to top 8, top 4, do better than we did before and show everyone wrong again. The feeling is pretty surreal. I remember years back grinding and failing many qualifiers as well, crying afterwards. There's a lot of tears and a lot of hard work going into these qualifiers and events, making sure we can be at the top. But the 6th Invitational means everything. It's the biggest event of the year, and it's why everyone's here to show they're the best. I'm fired up and ready.
Towards archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
Right after it happened, it was honestly kind of like foggy. I don't know what I was expecting it to feel like. 2018, I had been packing up my gear and watching Penta lift the hammer. So just being on that huge stage in front of the crowd and just everyone chanting, the amount of passion that our crowds have is just like something really, really special. None of the results prior really mattered to me. The one that mattered was Invitational.
We go out there, we walk out on the stage before the game, and you see everyone in the crowd cheering for you. It's just truly surreal. Everyone's energy was just higher than it has ever been.
Randy, so far this entire tournament, is the highest rated player.
We're going into the finals, that's the goal, lift that hammer.
On the back of the trophy stand, all the names of the teams that have ever won it are engraved in. Canadian, he can taste that, right? It's so close to getting there again.
We had heard a lot of things about Nip being really strong.
Pino, he's been doing insane.
If you look at their stats from the event, Pino's stats didn't get crazy until they started making that losers bracket run. It's really impressive because he ended up having some of the best stats in the whole event. As we saw it happening, we were they're here to play.
I just remember feeling very lucky to be there, just ready to win, ready to lose, just ready.
We had a good first round, and then a couple rounds after that, it was just small mistakes or getting surprised or caught off guard by small things.
The biggest advantage that SSG had is now gone. Flawless round. Ninjas in pajamas take map 1.
The second map, it felt like their momentum was hitting though. It felt like we couldn't do anything.
And that's the map.
We're down 2-0, about to face defeat, and we're coming up to our best map. That was a good feeling. It was the turnaround that we needed.
Fultz is down 4 in a row now.
They can't seem to be stopped at this point.
Once we were down 4-0 on Clubhouse, we started to worry a little bit for sure. Now it was our best map. We had no excuse for this. It was when Nade first clutch, I think we pulled ahead with the momentum, and I think we started to control the match.
Nade on 1 HP. Will the Thermite be able to clutch? No! Plenty of time. No match point for Ninjas in pajamas.
I remember just looking up in the middle of the series at the crowd and seeing all the lights. The crowd was with us. It was like looking at stars, like a galaxy out. That picture is still ingrained in my memory.
We could just tell after that moment that we were in control of the match.
For me personally, the crowd was one of the main reasons why I personally was able to keep myself in it mentally, and I'm sure it was the same for the whole team.
America, Space Station Gaming are your world champion.
An absolutely
I definitely feed off the energy. I feel like the crowd does the same with me. Like so many people like cheering for us and believing in us. I'm really glad I got to share that with the crowd that we did.
This game would be completely different. In fact, it might not even exist if the community wasn't there. It's really fed a lot of where we're going, what we're doing, and the stories that we tell.
The great thing about Siege is that it attracts people from cosplay communities, from art communities, and then the gaming community and the competitive community. And the fact that we can all come together and it doesn't really matter, like as long as we talk about Siege.
There's no kind of barrier. Everybody should be allowed to participate, and everybody can grow and get better at art and fall more in love with these characters. It is absolutely important for us to celebrate our artistic community, and it's one of the big reasons why we take the opportunity every SI to dedicate a portion of our celebration to them.
You can go to these events and you sort of see the way people react to your work, and actually to be able to see it in person, it makes you know what you're doing is right and what you're doing, you could improve on. And that is something that I don't ever take for granted, and I am extremely grateful for. It's helped me mature as an artist and as a content creator.
As a person, as an artist, online or offline, I'm more confident to talk about myself. I'm more confident to talk about my art. So it's something that I'm still thankful for the people that I met at the community. We get to meet people from like a completely different continent, and like SI was that opportunity, that one opportunity that we could physically meet and connect with those people.
You go to these events and you find that everybody is from all different walks of life. They speak different languages, are from different countries and cultures, but at the end of the day, we all speak the language of Siege.
As long as you can draw, or as long as you can construct a uniform, you can share kind of your love for Siege. It goes beyond any kind of language barrier that you may have, because everybody kind of shares the same passion together.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center, live from Six Invitational 2022. As always, from Stockholm, Sweden. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show. With me at the Command Center, at the helm as well, are my co-commanders. We're playing Archon mode here with 3 persons. I'm Milos, this is Demo, this is Ollie. Friends, I love seeing you here back again.
It's great to be back, Milos.
You look wild, by the way.
Yeah?
You're really giving me like Wolverine vibes today.
Oh, okay. I
We got a close up on
wild as in like
Look at
tired
that.
or something, but yeah.
Look at that.
The hotel sleeps are getting real. The hotel sleeps are really
You wake up like
I woke up early and late today.
Thankfully, I'm here, so I have enough energy for both of us as per usual.
Wow. Imagine your duo trashing you that hard. This is like starting to rival Just Fresh levels.
I mean,
we're not that close.
We
actually like
us two were working together before Fresh and Jess were, so I mean, we're the original.
The original Latam casters. Well, I mean, original in the news.
Tim's gonna say something else about that if you try to steal his Latam thunder. He was there.
I was there before. Kiddos. Nah, you guys are great. That's great. Honestly, I kind of miss being around in Latam and Western region. I really feel this is so easy to kind of bounce around in. I don't know if you've kind of felt this, but my seat is always...
You just look so happy in that seat. It's like you're on a throne.
I'm giddy. No, I don't. No. No thrones. No thrones. I don't like thrones.
Why not?
Royalty is not my thing.
Oh.
That aside, we got 2 games to get into, and I'm trying to ask you here about the 2 squads that we have at OXG and MIBR. Now, you both, of course, cast the LATAM region. You know what MIBR is all about. We talked about them being the last qualified team. Yada, 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 the whole shebang. They lost to Dam 1, they beat Team 1, and they lost to Navi. This is survival right now for MIBR, Demo.
It's a rough old ride for MIBR because they kind of came into this competition obviously being the last team to make it, and they get drawn into Group D, which was going to always be a very difficult group, which is kind of how it's turned out to be, apart from Down 1, who have just kind of overshot everyone. But MIBR, I think the team against Team 1, it gave us a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But then the Navi games just erased that.
It did, didn't it? It was like MIBR can do it against Brazilian teams, they can do it against the Gnome, but then as soon as they come onto this international stage, we see them struggle again. Don't forget, and we've mentioned it before, and we'll continue to mention it for as long as MIBR are in the tournament. This is your 3rd place team from last year.
Yep.
You're looking for a little bit more out of them than coming through the last chance qualifier and then not really performing inside of the group as well as we would have hoped.
One of the few teams, of course, to come in. Usually you see this graphic and you're like, okay, what is their global seeding in 6 invitational points? Because that's what you're usually playing with. By the way, this is an explanation, especially for those that don't really get to join us during the year. If you're joining us for the first time here at Invitational, so happy to have you. And we hope that this tournament has kind of lived up to your expectations. We're still in the groups. It's going to get better and better and better as we go on next week. But teams play the entire year in the 3 stages of every single one of our 4 regions to be able to qualify to Invitational. They do it by gathering up points, by giving us better and better performances, especially in the top 4 in that region, and of course set majors that they would be able to qualify through. MIBR could not qualify here despite being at Invitational last year and technically the one before, although different styles, etc. And they had to fight through the qualifier closed-wise to get here to Sweden. They made it through, and unfortunately for them, they're in the firing line. But let's remember, this team, or this group, has the biggest caveat of Dam 1 Gaming. Dam 1 Kia has been able to slap everybody with 9 points. It's 4 points for Team 1, 4 points for Oxygen, 4 for Navi, and 3 for MIBR. Next 2 games could topple everything, though.
I think it really depends on how Damwon want to kind of approach their game, isn't it? How they want to do against Navi. It could be maybe a little bit of complacency coming in for Damwon Kia, and then maybe Navi could try and snatch it, which then if you're MIBR, you're probably thinking, let's not worry, let's just play our own game, let's not focus about the other match happening. If they can go in 2-0, they're in great shape. That's all they need to do. I know it's easier for me saying it, but realistically, that's it. All they need to do is focus on themselves.
So let's talk about their opponents then and put them up on the screen for everybody. How will MIBR face against OXG? They've gotten a point yesterday against Team 1. They lost to Dam 1 Kia, and on day 1, they opened up well with full salvo. All points against Navi to sit at 4 points. Ollie, walk me through it.
I think we need to see the OXG that we saw right back on day number 2. We need to see that team come through, the same squad that came out and took 2 points cleanly off Navi, because since then they haven't really performed up to the scratch that we were hoping to. Obviously, with the exception of the Damwon Kia game, they are just a team that are rinsing through everybody at the moment and got 2-0s straight throughout their group. But we saw OXG struggle against Team 1, and that is what we can't afford to see here again today. They need to put a performance in against MIBR, and you're going to be looking towards some of the key players to try and make sure that that happens. Fox8 was one of the highest rated players after the first and second day of the tournament, and we need to try and see a little bit more of that coming out from top through bottom.
It's just that first map that they can't seem to close out. They were so close against Damwon Kia, and even closer against Team 1. I don't know what it is about Oxygen, but it's just that first map, they find it so difficult to close it out.
Well, with that 1 point difference between the two, it can genuinely go either way. But we're looking at overall performance. Oxygen does stand out a bit more than MIBR. Their games also have had some close run-ins. This is a team that they call themselves the best in North America. Yes, they did not win the NA League. Soniqs were there, etc. But this squad that has yearned for a chance to compete with a full roster for the past 3-4 months. They come in, they got it all, and they're showing us that they are definitely not a team to be trifled with.
We looked at them in Sweden. We can say, oh, Fox wasn't there, a massive hit. And sure, fair enough. We can say that, and we can kind of give them a bit of a break, I suppose, in that context. But there's no excuses for the performance at the moment. It's the full 5.
Our maps, here they are. Well, 3 of them. That's everything that we always know. 7, it's a constant. It's 7 maps, ban, pick, ban, and Decider. Ollie, take us through it, please.
So we get Chalet removed straight away there from Oxygen. MIBR are going to remove the MIBR. Clubhouse, I think that Chalet's probably a good removal there. Oregon coming in through as the first pick. That's a map that Oxygen are very good at. It's no surprise to see them picking that through first. It's also a map that we could pose a few questions over toward MIBR for. They have played it, but it's not always a go-to. It certainly isn't a map that we think of when we think of MIBR, but Bank sort of is, or at least it was at the start of the stage demo.
Well, I like that the Clubhouse ban's great from MIBR. It's not a good map for them by any stretch. We've seen how they played against Navi. Yeah, the Bank pick is a weird one because Bank didn't really make it into the LATAM Cup this year inside Stage 3. We were more used to seeing our Oregons, our Coastline, all a bit of Cafe, I think, was coming in, but Bank was the least played map. So it wasn't really a map that LATAM teams kind of adapted to. So to see MIBR pick that up, maybe they've got something hidden away.
Maybe they've learned something, and like you said, they had something in the back. They were able to stay here after they finished their qualification, because reminder, qualifiers were done here in Sweden. So maybe they've had the time to scrim and test out Bank against European teams that themselves, I mean, they've played quite a bit of Bank either in CL or in EUL. Who knows? Always something on our mind. Cafe Dostoevsky as our decider. Do we see this going to a map 3 given how strong we see OXG on Oregon?
I'm not sure if it's given how strong we see OXG on Oregon, but I think given the context, you mentioned their demo OXG, they've been slow starters in that opening map. It can sometimes take them a little bit to get into it. It's a relatively early game, it's the second half of the early games of the day. So there's maybe that to take into consideration as well. MIBR, they haven't played the cleanest Siege, and they're maybe going to be lacking a bit of confidence with that sort of up and down trajectory that they seem to be on at the minute. Winning against Navi, losing against Team 1, it's pretty up in the air.
Oxygen need to come into map 1 and hit the nail right on the head. They need to. They cannot allow MIBR to have that one map advantage, because we know what Brazilians can do, Ollie. They have momentum. You think of MIBR, they played that best of 5 against Black Dragons to get into this competition. MIBR is scary if they can start ramping up the rounds. So Oxygen, you need that organ. You need it.
In that organization, we like to see Oxygen when they're really all up together, that discipline that we know that they can really show in the matchup, and they go up against MIBR. So gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll come back later and break things down, but we got another match to talk about in Group D. It's Navi DK. See you in a moment.
My name is Nathan. I play for Natas Vinci, and I play the role of support. Before this year started, they made 2 changes, bringing me and Secretly. Yeah, we've stayed together ever since. We brought more of a backbone to the team, I say, like supportive mindset. Because before they had players like Joe and Doki, obviously very aggressive entry kind of roles. So I think we just made the team more like a round, more like equal. Well, with stage 1, I think we were all like fresh. Like the motivation was like really high. Obviously, new team, all that sort of stuff, and everyone played their individual play style.
Dorky with another big kill. It's as if Na'Vi are just worrying about the diffuser and Dorky is worrying about the kills. Secretly gets one from the hatch and it's again falling apart for G2 no matter what they try to do.
If that kind of makes sense, but I think as we gradually, like in a team for longer, people wanted to play like more of a structured way, more of like a perfect siege kind of gameplay, but I don't think a perfect siege will ever like do well, so I think slowly, that's what it is, stage 3, it was a mixture of that and just lack of motivation, I'd say, from the team. Like it was just like energy being put into their game, but I think we're slowly working our way back to getting that natural play style back in and not trying to play the perfect siege, quote unquote. I would say, well, we're feeling confident, so I think top 4 would be a really good result for us, at least. But obviously everyone's going to say they're aiming to win it, but I think top 4 would be a really good result for us. I mean, I think we have a set plan, like the way we play the game, but I think there'll be like small adaptations, and if those adaptations are made, they'll probably, majority of them will be made before the game, whether it's like strategic or like operator bound wise. But I mean, like mid-round, we all like individually are smart enough to know like cool adaptations. So watch out for Doki. I guess one-man team, isn't he?
Welcome back to our command center, friends. It is time for the mesh to bring it over to you. That would be a great bar for us to have, by the way.
The mesh bar. You know what? I would serve cocktails. I'm into the fruity cocktails. What are you serving?
I developed a little bit of a gin addiction over Christmas, so
okay.
I'll be there with the
I'm not a gin fan, so that's good. You can specialize. And are you a whiskey man?
Bourbon and Japanese whiskey and gin.
You like the really
That was a good
expensive
guess.
stuff, don't you, Milosh?
He's a man of fine taste. Hello, look at him.
Expensive taste is something that you never want to have.
Yeah,
that is.
It means every single penny you put on the side goes into buying mid-century modern furniture. But that's another question for another day. Yes, there we go. Let's talk about
Welcome to the
stylings. There we go. But let's talk about these tall drinks of water in here. It's Na'Vi and DK. You know Na'Vi. Dude, don't you?
You might know.
I know a few of the guys on Na'Vi.
They're on the edge. It's 4 points for them, 3 for MIBR, and MIBR just getting ready to start the game against OSG. What should we expect?
This is a tricky one for Na'Vi to navigate because they've got a possibility that they go home today, and they've also got a possibility that they end up second coming out of the group. It's a real tricky one, and I think that's what Na'Vi have shown us is it's been tricky for them to navigate through this group. They put in a really sour performance against OXG on day 1, where I was hoping they would be really good, and they were just their stage 3 themselves, they were their Mexico selves. They've come through it, and actually yesterday I was really impressed against their MIBR.
Oh yeah.
Clean 2-0 against what is, shaping up to be the weakest opponent in the group, but it wasn't about the opponent, it was about the performance for Na'Vi. If they go and back that up today, they'll be full of beans, they'll be full of confidence going into the playoffs.
Really lucky to get that second map as well, 8-7 against MIBR. So that was such a close shave. And we talk about, necessities here for Na'Vi. That 1 point against Team 1.
That's the thing, yeah.
That's the kicker, Milosh. If they didn't get that 1 point against Team 1, they would be staring down the barrel right now, even though they've got the head-to-head with MIBR, of a possibility of MIBR just getting that 1 point, possibly pushing them into that 5th spot. That is just the biggest thing. And they're going up against opponents who have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. What I loved about Na'Vi yesterday was I've been challenging Blur, and I've been talking about, obviously I'm from the UK, this is a UK team. I love the UK teams, I want to see them do well, but I'm also their biggest critic when things don't go right. Blair, for me, has had such, the man on your screen right now, has had such a quiet stage 3 and in terms of a UL, and then the start of the tournament where he was last alive in 1vx's multiple times as the second entry. Finally, yesterday, he stepped up and we saw what he's capable of, and he needs to continue that.
Well. This is Na'Vi. Of course, they go up against the leaders of not just their group, but the undefeated team, the only one here at Invitational. All 9 points that are possible to collect, well, they've collected them, and they are trying to catch them all. 3 more points that they can get here to make them 12. Of course, 4 matches, multiplied by 3 gives you 12. We love math in the morning.
Quick maths.
Quick maths, as I'll say. But Damwon Kia, we've been on this train for quite a while, and it is going. This is a bullet train going as deep as you want it to go, Jess.
My God, this has been a team that has surprised and surprised and surprised and kept that upward trend almost consistently since they were GC Busan Spear, picked up by Damwon Kia, and this roster on your screen right now has had multiple star players. We've spoken about a different player in different capacities, in different tournaments, almost every single part of the entire last year. It's incredible, and now we get to talk about a different man, a man who was maybe the dark horse of the team for a little while there, yeah? We get to talk about our man, Woogie Man, who is the 3rd highest rated player in the entire tournament right now. Not only that, he's the 4th highest in the entire tournament for KD. Not only that, he is the 2nd highest for clutches in the entire tournament. This man doesn't stop, and he was never the star player for the roster. He was always overshadowed. He was the bridesmaid and never the bride. And oh, enjoy that veil, Woogie Man. Wear it proud.
Different player steps up every tournament. I think back to Mexico, and I think, yes, it was the Mexico. I think to Sweden, and it was Mexico, Rin as well. Yeah. And then we get here, and I'm not saying Yas and Rin haven't performed. No. Or coated. None of them. But Woogie Man's really stepped up, and that's not what we've seen recently, and it's good because it shows they've got that strength in depth.
Stone cold face. There you go. Let's talk about our maps, though, friends. 7-map pool. Ban, pick, ban, pick. And Jess, please kick it off.
I wanted to kick it off by a little bit of a speculation, theory crafting that you and I had discussed before getting on. Damwon Kia, if they're smart, ban some of either their best maps, or they just go to complete random maps in their map pool. If I was them, and I'm number 1 seed, I'm sitting there going, let's go to the most random maps in the entire pool so that I don't have to play a map that's going to be strong for me in the playoffs. That is the smartest strategy. Looking unfortunate because a clubhouse pick from Damwon Kia, that doesn't scream random to me. That screams on point, on script for Damwon Kia, which is a bit of a shame strategically for me.
You know that I love understanding what team's map preferences are. And I'm just going to tell you the map preferences of Damwon Kia 1 to 7. Oh, well, 1 to 2.
Okay.
1, Chalet. 2, Clubhouse.
These are their best maps, and the fact that they're putting them on show.
Navi no slouches on Chalet, mind.
Fine.
You would have thought Navi are a very strong Chalet team themselves.
Yes.
However, they are picking in to Damwon Kia's. I would say Chalet, Clubhouse, Villa. 3 of Damwon Kia's. Actually, it's the 1-2-3.
Yeah, it is literally the 1-2-3.
It is the power trio.
This is confusing. This is confusing because, okay, let's say Damwon Kia does this. They've obviously not gone with the strategy of hiding maps now, playing it however they want. This is their best maps. Do they just get in and pick like ranky compositions, run around, have a gun in front? Or does Damwon Kia truly want to win every single series, no matter the cost?
They would be the undisputed best team to come out of it. Like, there was a conversation going on in the green room. It was last night between me and Dev Marta. Are Damwon Kia better than previous iterations that we've seen out of APAC, of Norengo, Fnatic?
Wow, okay.
If they go completely unbeaten, not dropped a single map through group stages at SI22, I would argue yes. And I think that's what they want in their head. They want people to be like, we are undisputed, we deserve to be here, and we are going to go deep in this tournament.
Big question on our mind now, friends. Na'Vi, will they save themselves from Damwon Kia or Damwon? They want it all, much like Queen. They want it all, and they want it now. Those 3 points to make it 12. Is that what's going to happen, or will Na'Vi save themselves from the last spot? MIBR fighting their own fight as well at the same time versus OXG. Thanks so much, Jess and Fresh. Let's toss it to our casters. It's game 2. Good luck, have fun.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. It's time for our second matchup here on twitch.tv/Rainbow6. And there's an awful lot on the line, Nick. We have Oxygen from North America going up against MIBR from Brazil. And both of these teams enter this match with the chance that one of them could be going home.
Yep, that means that if there ever was a time to show up, it will be now, and this doesn't bode well for either team really, because OXG, they've been failing to close out games at a crazy lead against Team 1, somehow lost 6 rounds in a row, I believe, and then ended up losing the map and ultimately didn't really finish out strong. On the other side, MIBR, the only victory they've had so far at this event was in a domestic matchup against their fellow comrades of Team 1. So, statistically, they're both kind of trying to claw it back and show that they can perform when it matters the most.
North America as a region have had difficulties in the final 30 to 40 seconds of rounds, especially when the match has been on the line. Dark Zero, Soniqs, and OXG have stumbled in the closing rounds of matches and been unable to put away games where they had quite a large lead. Now, DZ seemed to fix that yesterday, but they were going up against a North American team in TSM. The Soniqs did it earlier today in their matchup. So now, will OXG continue that trend line from North America? Because if they don't, the only team that is below both Na'Vi and OXG in the standings, MIBR, could be the team to emerge in second place in this group. The only thing that is certain is that Damwon Kia will finish first. They've got the top seed, and they're in great position. They're on the other stream, by the way, going up against Na'Vi. Na'Vi just need a single point to avoid elimination if they get it. If they win map 1 against Damwon Kia, who are currently 6-0. If Na'Vi can be the only team to take a map off of Damwon Kia, then these two teams will be fighting for who maybe goes home. But I also think it's worth noting that Team 1 could go home. They're not playing today. So Team 1's fate is very much out of their hands. First map is OXG's pick onto Oregon. Here are your operator bans.
We got the Hibana being brought out, the Thatcher, the Mira, the Wamai. And this kind of leaves the question open for MIBR. Did they study OXG? How well? Because I know, you guys know at home as well, that OXG, they like to bring the Ying. This seems to be a North American pick, especially for these maps where it's hard to get into the bomb site. So if OXG at any moment starts to struggle, I reckon that pick will come on through. However, the Wamai, that's been a staple for almost every single team here. It just makes life a little bit easier once you're on that attacking side. And, well, MIBR, they start on the defense. They're going to have a hard time in the beginning as they ramp up, but once that side swap comes through, that Wamai Ben will start favoring them instead.
One thing that we're going to be touching on an awful lot during this matchup is not just the results of each map and the results of this series, but how that factors into the rest of Group D, because the landscape will change starting tonight. As of tomorrow, we have a day off, and then we're back at it with Stage 2 of the Six Invitational, where we will go down to 16 teams. There will be an upper bracket, there will be a lower bracket, and it will be do or die for the teams that finish in the bottom half of this bracket. So there's two things that I want to note before we get into live action. Number one, we usually tell you when there are spoilers inbound because we are going to need to consistently reference the other match that's happening on the secondary stream. We apologize in advance, but we're just going to be talking openly about what's going on over there because it has implications right here. Apologies for those of you that are looking to avoid spoilers. Number two, the landscape of this group is that heading into these matches, Na'Vi, Team 1 and OXG are all tied at 4 points. If things remain the same, if MIBR loses this matchup 0-2, then that's it. They go home. Nothing else can happen. MIBR either need a win or they need 1 point to tie them with some of these other teams. Because right now, sitting at 4 points in a three-way tie is Team 1, OXG, and Na'Vi.
Yep. So that really means the stakes are high, and if you're Team 1, it's going to feel the worst because, as you mentioned, Parker, they do not have any more games to play. Their fate is entirely up into the hands of the teams that are here on your screen. Mind you, at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, there will be the other match between Damwon Kia and Na'Vi. Put up both on your screen right now. That way, no spoilers will happen. You'll have information live on both. Meanwhile, Philippox and MIBR, they're starting out to try and lurk around, see if they can find some members of OXG, but they're all 5 super compact on that big tower side, playing nicely structured together.
Speaking of Philippox, he's the only player on MIBR who enters this matchup having never gone negative, even when MIBR have lost. Philippox has still maintained a positive KD and positive rating. Ditto for OXG's Laxing and Yaga. So these teams, though not being world beaters and still having losses, they enter with these particular players carrying a lot of the weight. That is something that we will also be referring to because if one of these players, like for example, Vertical, who is not a player who's always gone positive, but he is the first one to die in this matchup. We need to talk about that, and we need to talk about if somebody's not pulling their weight. This is a bottom floor defense for MIBR. Oxygen are pressuring from over on blue side, and they've already lost one of their players in the hands of Vertical.
Not just that, but those nades, they aren't getting deep enough inside of blue, and sure, they've cleared out a bit of the utility. I imagine there was a Banshee on that blue wall, but False's position is so important. I don't think he's any protection left. I don't see any ADSs. That means one nade is all they need, and there it is. The follow-up comes through, but it's only Yaga. There is no second player. There is no trade. That means defenders, they keep control of elbow, and those toxic babes will stop the push from OXG. Now look it, playing under the staircase of Harry Potter, but Redox somehow finds himself inside a meeting. The flank gets denied from Kino, but they'll continue on. 2 versus 4 with 35 seconds left. FaZe has to make a move. He has to be the first opening player, otherwise Luca will find it instead. But no, the punishment comes out. FaZe, he wants more, but him and Kino has to get together because there is one more gun from the side of MIBR. They have the numbers advantage, but not for long. Or actually, they'll extend it rather. And now that leaves FaZe in a complete helpless situation. There's a shotgun close right, and that should be an easy job for False. He finishes up. MIBR, they get the first round.
Well, OXG entered from the same area. 3 of their players on the blue side of the map going through bunker. They did not clear out pillars to the speed or, I suppose, the need that they had. So you don't have map control in one of the most crucial aspects of this basement bomb site. Additionally, because OXG were so tunnel visioned in their strat down below, they didn't spend enough time droning out that mid floor. There's no reason why we should have seen MIBR hold on to the mid ground and the middle portion of that first floor for so long, especially surrounding meeting. If you're going to try to get the hatches open, you have to ensure that you've cleared out meeting, you've cleared out lobby, you've got at least either a flank drone or an operator designated for flank watch, and that you're not going to get punished for it. MIBR love to roam. They did it yesterday, they've done it in all their matchups. There's no reason to believe they won't do it here.
Absolutely, and if you're OXG, then there's 2 ways to go about that, Parker. You can either go for that full map clear that we usually see teams go for, and if you want to be more of a limited kind of attacking team, you could bring out the Nomad, right? It's available, it has not been banned out. It'll ensure that those flanks from Redoc doesn't happen like it did the previous round, and sure enough, Kino, he shut him down. It was only a 1 fall from OXG. They did not lose 2 members, but you could have basically made sure that nobody would fall at all, and that is even better. You want as many of your teammates next to you as possible, but you really want to clear out the roam. You really want to clear out the map, because the more space you have as an attacker is the more safety and comfort you will gain as well. MIBR, they're setting up side extremely well. We're seeing shield, we're seeing those laser gates, we're seeing bulletproofs. They really want to speak to the structural integrity of Oregon Kidstorm defense, and OXG will have to break it. They got a ton of nades on their side, 8 in fact, as well as 2 gun 6s. The only thing they do not have a ton of are flashbangs. But then we look at the operator band selection from MIBR, the Womai, it's off the board. And even there is no Jaeger available. Every single nade and every single flashbang will do a ton of damage. The only thing that will stop them, even remotely, will be Lukid's Aruni gates. But there's only 3 of those. They can go on doors and they can go on windows. Hell, they can even go on reinforced walls. I don't think that will be enough. Yaga, sneaking up the white stairs. We know that teams, they have big priority here. There is not even any barbed wire. There's a Banshee at the very top. The angle is now opened up.
I'm sorry, that's the Yog Dog that you're talking about.
Yog Dog.
That's the Yog Dog that you're talking about, and he uses the single shot of the Gon 6 to take out the Banshee that's up above. But once again, there's a player from MIBR waiting patiently, not too far out of reach of OXG. If they have not droned out Lukid, then MIBR will again get to capitalize off of a blind spot and poor droning from OXG. This isn't necessarily an issue with droning, but Kino decides to engage with the Echo and loses it. Fellapox, a relatively easy pick to start things off with. And OXG are aware of that player down below, and Lukid, the one that I had talked about. You need to ensure that you have control of the whole map if you're getting this execute off. It seems to be that OXG are confident in that, but Lukid is now approaching from a different angle.
Yeah, look, it fell off. He can now strike from any position. And OXG, they haven't gotten any further on this map control. It's Yogg on the white stairs, Foxy on that big window with Laxing and Vert down below. They need to find an opening, and right now, MIBR, they aren't giving it. They're so far back on site. They know they don't have to extend up. The nade, though, oh my god, that's huge. Not only is it Falls, it's the smoke off the board as well.
Falls had already been injured out, and that's the Yogg dog that we were talking about, expending that second grenade and baiting out a toxic canister in the process. The feet of Foxy shown for a moment as Rap shoots away at it. He's still got a mark, but Laxing killing Lukid down below means that most of the forces from MIBR are upstairs. There's an Echo drone in play, but with 30 seconds left, you're going to give yourself away. Wait for the timer to go down. The Echo will give its position off. The Yokai likely swatted away. Rayduck taking action into his own hands. Nitrocell connects. Down goes Foxy. Diffuser surrendered into the Lion's Den. Rayduck firing away. Yaga down. It's Velipox in a 1v3. A pickup from the Finka, leaving the Echo to swing away. Nice shot on the Laxing. Diffuser in the hands of Yaga. Vertical overhealed, waiting, but there's the feet. Velipox shooting away at that. 5 seconds left, and Vertical will need to take the engagement. He doesn't know where to look, to the right, to the left. He gets it at the last second, the hero of OXG, and it's a tie game at 1 round apiece.
Vert making good work of those corners, made sure to take left, and right a 4th time, and that pays off in his favor because that's exactly where the last defender of MIBR was hiding. You got a question there, could he have ran away? Should he have stayed in that corner? It's those 50-50 decisions, but ultimately it was Redox C4 that allowed MIBR the space to come back in this round. Velipox, nice prone here, takes out Yogg on the plant. That's something I haven't seen much of. Very well done for him. The Echo drones are those Yokai drones as well, doing good work slowing down OXG. I know they love to play for the plant. Foxy being so efficient at spotting the openings and allowing his team to get into the position of trying to get down the diffuser. We all know once the diffuser goes down, attacker's in a really good position. So putting all your eggs into that one basket seems to be what OXG is trying to do. Remember, they only took small tower kitchen control. Then Yogg walked up the white stairs, got the kill onto the smoke, and that allowed and basically started OXG's attack, started planting, it all played out, good defense from MIBR, making sure that they had so much utility to stop it. Similar fashion, as we're going to the 3rd bomb site of this map, we're not going back to Kid Storms, we're going to Meeting and Kitchen. Not the dining bomb site, the Meeting and Kitchen one. This is something that you can kind of ask yourself, which one do you think is better? Honestly, in my opinion, if Maveric's on the board, I like the dining one because Maverick can make really good work of those big tower walls into sight, but that's where MIBR, they're actually playing it open, they're playing it soft. That means the Maverick will not have as good of an effect as normally. And that might just mean that OXG, they have a harder time approaching the map. So far, it doesn't look like they care anyway as Laxing's on this master bedroom rappel. And of course, OXG, they are never alone. If you see one player, there'll be 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 to follow as they're playing close together. But I say that, Velipox takes out this single lone member of OXG, that's Yogg off the board.
Say goodbye to the Finka. No adrenal surges available, and those nades are down as well. But we are very much in a frag grenade meta. The only secondary gadgets being brought by OXG are 4 sets of nades and those 3 flashbangs in the hands of Kino. So you don't just have insurance policy, you have an entire insurance company at this point. As Yaga doesn't need them, Vertical, Foxy, and Laxing will have access to them. Depth charges, as they have been referred to, with the amount of grenades that are killing people from below. And there will be some players from MIBR upstairs. This is a Meeting and Kitchen defense from MIBR. They did not want to go back to dorms, even though they were unsuccessful. The bomb site being unlocked means let's go somewhere different. Wall in the kitchen already opened up. Mess hall / cafeteria in control of OXG. They got plenty of time as we're at the halfway mark of the round.
Absolutely. OXG now, again, every single member is on the same side of the map. There's a clear line that we can draw of what control is whose. And MIBR, they got the most of it. They have the verticality. That's all they need to shut OXG down. There's no way they can get into the bomb site. And even if they do, there's nowhere they can plant. Nowhere is safe. Lukid trying to get cheeky on this door. It's barricaded. And that kind of saves OXG from the flank that Lukid has been so good at trying to find. Falls inside of server. Doesn't have a whole ton of help, but he has enough. He has a shotgun, and of course, he has those toxic babes.
It sounded like a platoon of drones was heading in Fall's direction. If things get a little bit too hot and heavy, he can drop down the hatch, and he's positioned in such a way. 2 grenades get baited out, but he's in the opposite side of the door. If he swings onto that doorway, he can quite easily tear through them with the shotgun, and saw the leg of the thermite for a second. There you go. Kino plays that incorrectly. And a nice swing from Falls, but a follow-up. And it's martyrdom from Vertical, rather, to take out Falls. Raduct is gone too. OXG have blown this wide open, but they still sit at a 3v3. Only 30 seconds left in the round. And control of Kitchen, as we talked about, there. All of these grenades have been used. All 6 of them now in use. Vertical, 2 kills to his name. They flushed out Falls as well. Lucan waiting for the push through security. It's an easy tag on Relaxing, and he breaks forward. Diffuser in hand of Foxay going down quite well, and it's in the post plant, as OXG will maneuver their way out of the bomb site. Raps on the hunt, just inches away from that diffuser. But OXG have vacated the premises, Nick. They are as far back as you can go. As Raps is taken out of action by Vertical, it's Lucan in a 1v2. Half of the diffuser down now, and Lucan is on quite literally 1 HP. He has no idea where they are, and with the wherewithal that he has, and the ability that he has to ensure he doesn't get hit by a single bullet. Still here, still waiting, dawdling, twisting, turning, twirling towards freedom? No, towards death. And that's it for MIBR. It's OXG taking 2 in a row.
Extremely well disciplined 1 versus 2 from OXG. They didn't give a single piece of space to MIBR. They knew the bomb was down. That's what they want. Remember, once that succeeds, they know that they're in the driver's seat. They just gotta play it smart now, play it together. And honestly, so many grenades were tossed out. So many grenades kills that round. I counted 2, and that's 6 grenades total. But remember, they actually would have had 2 more on this side of Yogg had he not fallen as early in the round as he did. When you're playing up against 8 grenades, with the MI being banned, you can almost say that OXG is taking advantage of that fact. And we spoke about the Nomad earlier for these limited ticks. It makes really good sense. And now that we're back in the basement, which I think OXG expected as that bomb site has opened back up, this is a really good idea. You can now do the same similar approach if you want to, as the last time around, going big tower, going blue, and those air jabs will ensure that nobody from MIBR will be able to flank you, or at the very least, make it a little bit more difficult and buy you more time and comfortability. Maybe basically meaning that more guns can go to your side in the right direction. Last time we saw it was Kino and Fox trying to clutch it up. It didn't really work, and that's because Falls playing with that shotgun, playing close really well.
Both of the round victories from OXG have been relatively close, if you think about it. Final moments, teams trading back and forth. Every single round thus far, MIBR have been the team to get the very first pick, and all of them have been uncontested picks.
Yep.
No trade back for quite a while. So you have an upper hand, and yet OXG in these 2 rounds still managed to overcome that. Heading into this matchup, Oregon has the distinction of being the most defender-sided map here in the group stage with a 56% win rate for the defense. I know that doesn't seem like much, but that means that usually you have a better chance every single round, irrespective of what site you're going to. So the fact that OXG have been able to take 2 rounds, even while being behind in utility and in man count, is a very promising sign. But they really struggled with this bomb site. I don't know what they're going to do to change up their attack on the laundry supply, but we got 2 minutes to see how it unfolds.
That would do. You said 56% for Oregon. That's the first map of the series. Second map of the series is Bank. That one has the lowest win rate for the defenders on 40%. So complete opposites in these 2 first maps that we're going to be seeing. But we're on Oregon. It's defender time. It's where they're favored. And MIBR, they're keeping up the same pace, making sure to slow down OXG, killing some drones and making them fight for all the injury points. Vertical and Laxing now on this tier 1 of Big Tower, playing together, making sure that no one's left alone. Falls doesn't really try and go for that hatch contention. Smart of him. Foxay breaking it apart with the torch. He's doing quite good work himself, trying to stay safe in the process. You do not want to die while trying to Maverick towards a hatch. Flashbang comes out, Injure follows along, and the kill to finish it off. Kino now doing good work on the Thermite, and that is 1 Flashbang spent for a whole kill.
It is a late round first pick, though. A minute-ish to go, just past the halfway point, means that OXG are going to have about 30 seconds to work with that lead and see where it goes. The Valkyrie down on a player who's 0-3. I mean, there are higher priority first picks, but still, MIBR now can't watch the same amount of angles because there's going to be one part of their defense that is weaker as they don't have all 5 bodies upright. At the bottom of Freezer stairs, prepping for the execute. Gone 6 in hand and an 8. To boot is the Yogg Dog again. In a 2v3, Fellapox has now been down, the best performer for MIBR this entire event. His influence on the round will no longer be felt. Rayduct is also taking quite a beating. Falls, asserting himself inside a Freezer, managing to live, but Yaga swings in, and down goes Falls. It's a second on Fellapox as Luke gets torn to pieces. Yaga's killing everybody, including his own teammates, leaving Rayduct as the final member of MIBR still standing. The first kill for MIBR comes in on a FaZe as Vertical's halfway through that diffuser. Impact grenades go out, but they will not hit the Yana, and once again it's a post plant before the man who went to town with all 100 bullets. Once that gun starts firing, it don't stop, baby. Yaga gets the final kill. OXG's up 3-1.
I know LMGs are fun to use, Yogg, but honestly, if there's a teammate, crossing your crosshair, it might be worthwhile, letting go of left click for just a brief moment before continuing on, just destroying absolutely everybody in the server. He killed the injured player, killed his teammate, found 2 kills following that, and really great injury from him. I really thought that grenade onto Falls inside of Freezer would have just ended him right then and there, but Yogg, he followed up with that grenade and ensured if the nade doesn't do the job, I will instead. And I really want to praise OXG's drone work. They only lost 4 drones when that execute came through. And the reasoning for that is how they're using their drones. They're basically droning up into positions that they care about, and then instead of going forward and losing them, they just stick their ground. They're not overly aggressively droning further than they know that they need until they need to execute. And that's super important because if you let MIBR run around the map destroying every single drone on the roam game, you're going to be absolutely blind for the execute. And when you're out yelling like FaZe is, you need as much of a picture painted as possible. That's going to make your life a lot easier, but also you're just going to have a much higher chance of winning the round. Remember guys, last time we saw OXG at an international event was Sweden Major. What do you know? FaZe unfortunately could not attend. This means it's the first time in a very long time we're seeing the full squad of OXG on international turf. Other than that, at a LAN event, we did see OXG at the NL finals. They got 3rd/4th. They lost their first game, their opening game, against Soniqs, and that was all that they had that turned around. So we haven't seen much from them. And what we've seen so far here at Invite 22 has been mixed. Mostly good, sometimes bad, but the biggest thing is that they've just been failing to close out leads. Right now, they're in that lead again, 3-1. Can they continue up and actually close it out?
Nick, they've got Vertical on IQ, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if they needed an IQ at any point over the last couple rounds, but they're bringing one nonetheless. Funny enough, most times you see a team bring one is because they feel like they're getting beaten by black eye cams that they can't discover. But if you look to the right side of your screen, there's no Valkyrie being played. So even though there wasn't the previous round, that was Raps running with the Valkyrie, there's none this time. Immediately, Vertical is on that gadget that IQ has, the scanner, so you can see exactly where all the gadgets are.
You're gonna paint the picture here if you're Vertical, right? You can try and map out where are the strength of MIBR, ADSs, Banshees, etc. And more importantly, where are the Kite Claws? Can we grenade them? Do we have to Maverick our way through the hatch? And that, again, when you're FaZe, when you're IGLing, this is really good information to have.
We'll want to talk about the other stream just for a second. It's going on at twitch.tv/Bravo. Spoilers, deafen if you don't want to hear about it. Damwon Key are up 4-0. All right, there we go. So, we're back in the action here for everybody watching. This is, apparently the match on the other stream is going quite fast. All of the games today are going quite quick, Nick, as is this round. Deceptively fast. Only 2 more attempts at defense for MIBR on a map where the defenders have a 56% win rate. Here at the 6 Invitational, the fact that MIBR have only picked up a single round, and because Oxygen is 3 rounds, means that MIBR cannot win this first half. That is very bad.
Yeah, and honestly, I respect the fact that MIBR is going back to basement. They recognize that, oh my god, the double air jab. Not one, make that 2, and now you're stuck inside of green hallway. In fact, you're stuck in the grave. Reed once again tries to go that same flank, but the Nomad really punishes it.
Laxing read off of that immediately. On drone, air jab goes off. Laxing quick to act. Malusi down, and one of the better performers on MIBR is now unavailable. But again, another late first pick. So MIBR won't have to wait too long at a numbers disadvantage. But as was the same with the last round, MIBR will not have another set of eyes on one of the entry points. But they've equalized. Kino is dropped. Thermite down. Likely that those exothermic charges have gone somewhere. Nades will rain on out. Yaga still inside a freezer. This has been his workplace thus far. And in the midst of the smoke, he has to be concerned with somebody swinging in his direction. 15 seconds. Now Foxe will fall. Luca has been down through the wall. Yaga gets one, but Raps picks up two of his own. And a third for Raps. A quad, in fact. Last one up is Laxing, but Falls denies the ace, and MIBR take their second round on defense.
I will say, scrappy from MIBR, but they found the picks. Yogg inside a freezer got shut down. You said that's his workplace. That it is indeed. And even though he had Toxic Babes tossed his way and two players swinging him, he still traded 1-for-1. Yogg really doing a ton of damage onto MIBR, but it wasn't enough. Rap said, hey, watch me. This is my turn now. 4K, as we've seen so many times throughout the last 2 or 3 playdays of Invite group stage, but the ace does not unfortunately come out. He tried to go for the wallbang onto pillars, and Foxy, he almost ate the bullet, but it was oh so close, but not quite close enough. Phillybox 6ing onto Echo again. That's going to signify we're going back to Kid Storms, because that's where this particular operator came in extremely handy from the setup in MIBR. And yes, if you guys recall, OXG did end up winning the round. It was Vertical and Phillybox in that 1v1. Vertical checking each and every corner, found him with 2 seconds to spare, and thus OXG found the first round of this matchup. Then they took the following 2. That means now we're tied up, or almost tied up rather. We're 3-2 in side swap. On this later half of the rounds, OXG have started to find the opening kills. Didn't work for them in the last round though. So you gotta wonder, how can you start closing it out?
The 3 most commonly banned operators that we see on Oregon are Miro, Wamai, and Valkyrie. Kaid is up there as well. Nothing about these bans are strange enough to suspect that we have an attacker-favored Oregon. No. Again, that means Oxygen are overperforming the win rate of attackers. When the side swaps, given what we know from the bans and the way that this map plays out, that greatly benefits OXG. So for MIBR, your win condition is rack up the rounds on defense. When you go to attack, try to secure an early round, break the timeout from OXG, burn it out, flush it out, and then hope that if you can't win outright, go to overtime with 2-4-2 side swaps. Now MIBR, you don't have a win condition at the moment. You have a draw condition. That's win this final and fateful defense, go to the next half, and hope that OXG doesn't perform better than you did on defense, because if so, that puts the likelihood of OXG winning up significantly higher.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the side swap will be like. Will we just see these really weird rounds where, yeah, well, our statistics say one thing, that Defender side at Oregon, but what do you know? Whenever we are casting these games, it always seems to be the opposite way around. So the stats really are skewed in one sense or another, and that's the thing that how different they Vertical, good night.
I'm sorry, smut is not allowed on this screen right now, Nick. That is not safe for work. Shield your children's eyes, please. They are not allowed to see this.
That is ruthless, Vertical. Nice shot from you, and that's an earlier in the round kind of opening kill. We haven't seen those lately. It's been very late usually.
I really wish, and if we see this, production, if you're listening to me, I would love to see Lukid's reaction to that kill full screen at some point. Maybe at the tail end of this round before we throw up the half swap. I would love to see how Lukid reacted to that. Roni in hand, by the way, 4 in a Rooney means you only got 16 bullets, but that thing is so deadly, strong rate of fire, relatively low recoil, but he just gets simply outgunned by the Yana.
Yeah, and we're seeing the exact same attack from OXG. They got Yogg on the wide stairs, 2 guys outside a big window. Laxing trying to get active on that Gen Repel angle to cut off the bomb site in half. Quite good. I would love to see a Kid Storm Repel from that 5th player of Vertical, but he's down below. He's trying to do some damage. He might have an nade in his pocket. I can't see it right now, but we all know once Fox jumps in, that's to activate the plant.
There's only 1 nade left. You're correct. That's Vertical. The depth charge goes out. Damage. Oh, Falls gets away with a single HP. That could have been another player from MIBR taken out. I don't know if Vertical is aware of the damage that he did, but he's going to look to secure that kill. If you're the smoke of Falls, you want to get rid of those toxic canisters fast, because you might end up finding yourself on the wrong side of Oxygen's aggression. FaZe waiting for the call now as he rushes in, but Reduct gets one, Raps and falls in on the scoreboard too. Teams trading back and forth. It's a 2v2 with 20 seconds to go. Raps down or damaged, but still upright, pulls out the pistol, can't outduel Laxing. Few can at this event. Reduct in a 1v2. Timer waiting. Kino has more than enough time to get the diffuser down. They'll try to flush out Reduct from his position. Laxing sees him, can't hit the shots. Nitro Cell goes out. He connects, but not before the diffuser gets planted. Laxing has the follow-up. That's Cardigan Laxing, by the way, imbued with superpowers when that garment goes on. First half, OXG 4, MIBR 2.
Oh boy. You know, Parker, you and Laxing look quite familiar or similar today. Yeah, you both got that Cardigan swagger.
I only wish that I could look as beautiful as he does. I gotta be honest.
Laxing is a good-looking dude. So are most players in this matchup, and so are most...
Here.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Oh, we don't see his face, though.
We're supposed to see
I want to see his face, man.
Sadness, the anger, the absolute, like...
Just the look. I can only imagine a look of dismay, like, kitchen?
Kitchen.
Is the call. Immediate follow-up in that regard is kitchen, I guess.
I think so. I'm not sure.
I just got sent to my home planet. I must go. My people need me. Was essentially what happened on that one. First half, and let's do a brief half summary.
Yep. Let's go over it. Let's see what happened. 4-2. Take it away.
4-2 for OXG, Nick. In terms of first deaths and first kills, both teams trading equally. 3 first bloods for MIBR. They come in the first 3 rounds. For OXG, they get their first 3 first bloods in rounds 4, 5, and 6. OXG comes out ahead in 2 of those rounds. Who gets the first kill is not as important of a factor at the present moment, because MIBR got 2 first picks, they lost 2 of those rounds, and 1 round they won, they forfeited the first pick. It's also worth noting that most of these first picks are occurring without there being a trade and somewhat early into the round. Yeah, there were a couple times where OXG got the first pick with about a minute-ish to go. That doesn't give you a ton of time to settle in knowing that your opponents are on their back foot, but it still does give you a little bit of additional breathing room. 2 diffusers planted for OXG, and they won both rounds. They managed to get it down. The bomb cycle for MIBR was Laundry, Dorms, and Meeting. Laundry played 3 times, Dorms twice, Meeting once.
Yep. Now we're back at Basement. The most played bomb site so far, if you combine both of those teams, of course, and OXG playing a similar-ish fashion. A little bit of early aggression, trying to slow down your opponent, try to kill a drone. They failed at that. There are 10 drones alive from the side of MIBR, so, you know, slap on the wrist, OXG, gotta do better there. MIBR typically found between 1 and 3 drones themselves within that first minute or 45 seconds or so, but in similar fashion, Phillypox, much like FaZe, will start torching away at those hatches, and MIBR will have to now paint their own canvas, figure out what's the side selection, or rather, how have you put it up? And now the most important operator to keep in mind here is FaZe on that Capital. That's going to be a side breaker or an execute enabler, if you will. The fire arrows, the smoke arrows, etc. really can set your team up for success, because all those hard to clear corners or hard to clear areas, lines of sight, etc. FaZe on the Capital can single-handedly eliminate all of those equations.
Absolutely. Not running the LMG, by the way. A bit strange to see a Capital with the Para in hand. The way that the meta is settled in is that most teams like to bring out those LMGs. Zofia, Finka, Capital. That's the loadout that you want. This is a very quick execute from MIBR. Over a minute to go, taking up space at the bottom of Laundry Stairs. They're in, and Phillypox will be the one to hunt, but he's blunted at the shotgun by Laxing. Fox falls, teams at even. Falls now next one up. Damage being done to Vertical. And again, they'll trade back. MIBR trailing, but they get one back on Laxing with Falls again on a single HP. He knows this well from what he was on Smoke in the previous round, and he's fragging out no matter what. You can still hold a gun if you got 1 HP. Deep in the middle of the bomb site, but swung by Yaga. 1 in Freezer and 1 dropping from E-Box. Yaga's attention over in one direction, while his teammate of Kino is in the other. The 2 youngest players from OXG rebuffing this advance from MIBR. It was a smart move to go for the throat, but ultimately they miss, fly past their opponent, and collide with the wall. 5 5-2 for OXG now as they take their very first round on defense.
Kino's choice of Ella that round really worked inside of OXG because when that was a 2 vs 2 enabled, a member of MIBR dropped the electric hatch onto side, the Ella mine, the Grismod, it popped off, basically allowing OXG to know somebody was on the side. They played it smart, they played it slow, and somehow Force found that drop shot hipfire kill onto Laxing, found another onto Vertical, did so much work, and he played the most important operator of the round on the Capitao, allowing the execute. You mentioned a minute left on the clock when MIBR, they hit that red go button. You can argue, should they have taken a second longer? Honestly, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. They saw the opening, they knew that the players from OXG were perhaps a little bit far off the bomb site, and they got the entry. That's the most difficult part of basement attack, is that first 1 or 2 kills. And when we saw OXG, for example, attack on Kid Storms, as we're watching right now, they did a really good job rotating. Vertical went to the roof, went to the attic window, jumped in, took out the echo, and then it was a standstill. We waited. Laxing then rotated to that same attic window, jumped in and followed up. So when you're playing the map dynamically like that, that's how you're going to have the most success. MIBR, they did a good job, but most of their players came from the same direction on that beginning. It's a very late hatch drop from the meeting hatch. And really, you didn't really have much of a numbers advantage because you're so isolated.
The other thing worth noting there, as MIBR brings the Brazilian operator of Capitao yet again, is that the defender ban from MIBR was against Wamai. Now, the thing is, the big difference between Wamai and Jaeger is that there are certain gadgets that the ADS of Jaeger cannot stop. One of them happens to be the arrows of Capitao. So you can very easily abuse the fact that a fire arrow and a smoke arrow are going to sail through unimpeded, and you're going to get a lot of value out of that. Look to MIBR and whether they run this operator multiple times. Capitao was a key part of that rush strat on the previous round. It didn't work, but you can see it working in the future.
Poor Foxy. I think he went for a spawn pick or a Val came outside that satellite window, got injured, had to almost bleed out, but eventually Reduct, he got the kill. That's the opening pick for this side of MIBR, and that's rough. Playing a very, very early round opening kill. That's a hard 4 versus 5 on Kid Storms because you genuinely want as many weapons as possible because there's only very few injury points for your attackers. And when you got Capitao on this side of MIBR, that's going to make the defense even more difficult. Flores being bought as well. The Retaro drones can do so much damage, clear out every single shield, and when there is no mute on the board, they can just roam completely free on the bomb site.
I like what MIBR is trying. We're watching an Oregon without a hard breacher. The only hard breach coming in the hands of those can openers that we just saw get applied to the wall inside of Master Closet. It goes into the adjoining part of the map where you can get a diffuser planted down. That's the games portion. Default plant spot is next to that food
value.
Retaro drone's still going out. We said this yesterday in the broadcast. They do a deceptive amount of damage and have a large explosive radius and can tear through most gadgetry that they tend to find.
Yeah, the only thing to stop the plant here is 1 C4 from Laxing and 3 Toxic Phase from Kino. Good job holding on to those boys because had you spent them earlier, I really don't think you had any chance whatsoever. And now at the very least, you got something going for you, but we spoke about round dynamic play and rotating accordingly. In MIBR, they have sent the player to that big window. It's Felipox on the finger. And that means MIBR will be striking from 2 angles at once. It'll be Trophy Door, the breach inside of Closet, and big window.
Kino still has all 3 toxic canisters with 40 seconds to go. Make that 2. First canister goes out by the big window. And now from below, it's Yaga to engage with Lucan, losing the gunfight, though. That is a bad position for OXG. They've now given up control of White Stairs. Nitro Cell from Laxing is good. Falls didn't really have anything going for him. He dies. A grenade goes out on the Kino. 20 seconds left. Vertical and Laxing are the 2 to hold down the fort. It can be hard to pressure this bomb site when you don't have control. Adrenal Surge comes out as well for MIBR. Rayduck lines up. Vertical takes him down, greets him willingly. Laxing the next one in the line of fire. Vertical swung on and Raps collects the final kill. MIBR get that first pick on the Foxay. The entire round, OXG is down a body, and MIBR make a systematic clear of that first floor and then wipe out the bomb site to pick up their first attack.
Really good flood from MIBR, recognizing Laxing was in fact on that armory stairs flank from lobby. That meant the only player inside the bomb site was Vertical, and once he took down the floor, stars who was trying to plant. They recognize there is no one there to help him. He only has so many bullets to go, and you see here, Vertical practically ran out with that pre-fire to white stairs. They flood him to with 3 players, took him down. Laxing, last man standing on the flank with very low HP, no C4 in hand, can't get the job done. And now we'll be going through that same similar rotation. Basement, dorms, meeting. Both teams doing the same kind of dance. 5-3 is the scoreline, and OXG, they're looking for another defensive win because they've won one and they have lost one. Opening kills, really good job from MIBR. They have actually found them both times now on their attack inside, and that's exactly what you need to get going for you to increase your odds of winning. Remember, 56% defensive win rate, that is the name of the game. Although, so far, more rounds have gone to the side of the attackers than that of defense. In fact, it's been 5 rounds for attack and just 3 rounds for defense. So, the stats, I'm almost gonna say they lie, but they certainly aren't telling the full picture either. Every single region and every single team within every single region, they play the game a little bit differently. You're not gonna see every single, like APAC and EU, they don't play the same way. And more importantly, you can argue that, for example, theoretically, EU can beat LATAM with quite easily, but then NA can beat APAC quite easily, but then LATAM, they beat everybody, and then it's like, well, what happens next?
It is an interesting situation, especially within this group, and we would like to remind you that there is a match going on the other stream. Spoilers inbound. Damwon Kia went out to a 4-0 lead, but Na'Vi are tightening it up. The scoreline is currently 5-3 in favor of DK, but there is still much to go. Funny enough that the scorelines are identical at the moment.
That they are.
OXG was up 4-2. They've traded back and forth. Now, the thing is, OXG still remain on this favorable side. You're right in saying that this is an attacker-favored Oregon at the moment, but we still have a couple more rounds to go. If MIBR keeps winning, then we know it's attacker-favored. But if these teams just kind of go back and forth based upon what bomb sites are played on, OXG only needs to win 2 more, and that's it. No overtime is required. If overtime is needed, OXG's defending twice. Yep. So the better side in overtime goes to MIBR, which is attack again. With that said, we're just past a minute, and it's another bomb site for OXG. They're defending on that first floor, playing again the bomb site, meeting, and kitchen. This was the same site that MIBR went to once. It went in favor of Oxygen. The attackers had not a real issue taking control.
It's played out the exact same way. Remember, Kino now with shotgun to the servers. That was Falls on the MIBR side. Foxy on the freezer stairs. That was Lukit on MIBR side. Exact same reflection going both ways, but Yogg somehow on the ground now taken out. That's again the opening kill in favor of MIBR. They've done such a good job. All the 3 attacking rounds so far, they've gotten the opening kill or traded it within a few seconds at the very least.
The only one where they didn't was when that rush strat happened in Laundry, as you put it. It was like 2 seconds later that MIBR got onto the scoreboard. So with that kill, they have about a minute to go, work with all of that quiet. Raduct is expecting a push from below him, and he'd be correct in that assessment. It's Vertical with Commando in hand. Ozzy not moving an inch. Look at this. Look at the standoff.
We've seen this before, actually. It's the exact scenario.
We have indeed seen this standoff. Vertical at 9-5, he is definitely feeling himself. The thing is that because MIBR have an advantage in numbers, Raduct can stay there indefinitely if he's not a part of the execute. You can commit one player to flank watch as it disproportionately hurts OXG, and a kill is going to hurt them even more. Vertical doesn't need to wait too much longer. He's sent to the afterlife by MIBR. Falls in the middle of the bomb site in kitchen, getting the diffuser down, no problem at all. Raduct a 3rd kill with Lukit as well. And how about a flawless one from Brazil? Goodness gracious, what prowess from this Brazilian team. They're 1 round away for tying it up.
MIBR looking better and better with each single round, and that's going to start the question, will there be a timeout? It seems to be the case, and if you had to guess, that's not MIBR taking it. I think OXG, they gotta talk it through and figure out what's going on, but actually, we see on the player cams, it seemed to be MIBR actually calling out the timeout themselves. Maybe they'll just want to gather the lead and continue up the streak. We'll see exactly what happens on your screen in just a moment on who exactly took the timeout. Either way, whoever took it, they can both talk to their coaches. Both teams can do that. It was indeed from OXG that it came through. That makes a ton of sense. They are now on the losing side. They gotta figure out a way to go back into this game. They haven't had much success in defense, and now they gotta ask themselves, which bomb site do we go back to? Right now, they are hovering Laundry. That is the bomb site they won, but they gotta find success elsewhere as well, because otherwise, it's OT guaranteed.
Well, I like how you called this. You have to settle them down. Momentum is starting to build from MIBR. They've settled in. They had a good idea back in round 7. That was when after about a minute and a half, they just burst into the bomb site down below. They almost trampled Oxygen, but Oxygen regained their footing and then landed a counterpunch. After that, MIBR got the first pick in both rounds and then just did the last round perfectly. Flawless, not losing a single player on their team. So hopes we'll talk to the rest of OXG. Try and see what they can get working. It's unlikely that we are going to see another quick execute from MIBR onto this laundry and supply room bomb site down below. So what are they going to change up? Well, at the last second, Felipox 6 picks off of a Finka and instead goes with a Ying. Now, over on OXG's side, the only denial that they have access to is a Jaeger. They did not bring in a Rooney. So if you need something to break those laser gates, you don't need to use Candelas, and you don't need to use other utility to clear the way. As long as you can burn out the 3 ADSs, you have that 10-second window to toss out Candelas, do maximum damage, and potentially have a set of smokes. Felipox is bringing the smokes, so this looks as good as can be for MIBR.
Yeah, remember guys, the opposing team does not see the 6 pick. You show all 5 characters, then you get 1 6 pick. That means you can change one of those 5 operators that you've shown into something else that is hidden. Felipox 6 pick the Ying. OXG, they have no idea what's coming until either the gadget comes out or they hear the weaponry, or of course, if they somehow find the Ying in a gunfight. And that means if OXG knew the Ying was on the board, you would heavily argue they should all be roaming, try and contest MIBR in the early game, try and even kill some of the members of MIBR in the early game because they're playing heavily for the execute. You can argue if MIBR gets the bomb site, 5 versus 5 with a minute left, they have a guaranteed round. Both the Capital and the Ying, they are so strong at just destroying the bomb site, but they're both very weak at clearing out the early roam. And OXG, they're not contesting it. They're all basically down on site, not even playing aggressive on those staircases. So MIBR, as long as they can get in safely and set up the execute, they're looking really, really good.
I also like that MIBR is again rolling without a real dedicated hard breach. Yes, they're bringing in Maverick, but you don't see a Thermite on the board. Hibana obviously being banned. Ace doesn't really get played all that much on Oregon. So instead, do what some other teams did. This was something that we saw the Soniqs do earlier in the event as well, where they'd bring a single hard breacher, but then they'd have that hard breach gadget on another operator, whether it be a Buck or whether it be a Capital, which is the one that MIBR is using. So you have options at your disposal, and as long as you're not in harm's way, that hard breach gadget functions very similarly to a smaller exothermic charge that Thermite brings.
Yeah, and especially for the hatches, it has the same effect. One can opener, as you see here, opens up 1 hatch. If you were to play Thermite, same story. 2 exothermic charges takes 2 hatches. 1 Capital with 2 can openers opens up 2 hatches. Stonks, great value. And the fact that the lobby hatch is the only hatch to stay closed, that very heavily signifies what kind of push MIBR has in mind. Now, if you're XG, I really hope you check because you need every single man you can this round because, well, you got the Candelas, you got the fire, you can't see and you will burn.
So with that hatch being closed, as you pointed out, it alludes to a take from over towards that electrical box and then over towards freezer. This will be effectively a back and side take, no front take from the bottom of Laundry Stairs.
Perhaps he's sneaking though.
Unless MIBR decide to change something up.
You see here, oh, we don't see it, execute comes out.
There goes the Candelas, and in goes Felipox, but he's immediately gone. Vertical punishing him. Yaga down now too, as Falls is inside a freezer. Nobody makes that call. 2 kills from MIBR, 3 make it, as OXG now trail in numbers. 30 seconds still to go. The ensuing bout goes heavily in favor of the Brazilian team. Diffuser in the hands of Falls. That means what the execute does finally transpire. OXG will be in a 2v2, with Falls getting that diffuser planted. Foxay has a good inkling that somebody's over by the pillars. That's where Rayduct is positioned. Falls in the middle of the bomb site, taking damage, but the call is made. Rayduct is on the case. Will they swing onto him? The Goyo unprepared for that one. Laxing will need to clutch shotgun out, but he runs right into the waiting arms of Falls. We got a tie game between these two teams as MIBR has now picked up their 5th round.
Yeah, MIBR, they tied back. Attack our favorite Oregon. They did a good job. They got the meeting hatch, got the freezer hatch. We just spoke about it. I was trying to say, Raps was sneaking down that laundry stair upstairs. They're coming from all angles at once, and they didn't give us enough time to talk about it, to set it up in you guys' mind, because MIBR, they just said, we're going right now. Cadelas came out, the Ying followed, chaos ensued, but ultimately, we all know who came out on top. MIBR 3 versus 2, made that a 3 versus 1, made that a 3 versus 0, and they take a basement attack. That was the only bomb site that they had not won against on the attacking side, and now if you're OXG, well, statistically, you've lost every other option in the past. We're going back upstairs. It will be a Kidstorm defense. FaZe, once again on the Valkyrie. Last time around, when he was trying to throw out a camera off satellite window or go for a peek, he was injured extremely early on, really making OXG's odds a lot lower, because the Valkyrie, well, you can do a lot of damage with it. You can roam, you put down the camera, you have a free gadget, it's passive, and then you can roam around, be safe. Your teammates on the bomb site now has information that they can give to you while you're running around. But if you're in the grave, you can't do a lot of running.
Exactly. That bottom bomb site proving to be a bit of a difficulty for OXG. They did win it. It's the only time that OXG has won on defense so far on this half. MIBR are actually outperforming OXG, or is tied actually at this exact moment. The only way that they're outperforming them is that they did get that flawless pick. And while OXG have traded out these very first kills, MIBR have really put in an exceptionally dominant half. There aren't a lot of deficits in the gameplay of MIBR on attack, which frankly is in stark contrast to what we saw out of MIBR yesterday. If you go back to their matchup against Na'Vi, the issues that MIBR was having was stalling out on attack and being too slow to drone correctly. This time around, MIBR look way more confident on Oregon. And it's crazy to me that that's the case, because this is not a map that's been played by MIBR at this event yet. And neither is Bank, which is up next no matter what happens here on Oregon. So we're going to get two good looks at maps that MIBR have not had to play yet. So far, I think they are competing just as strongly here on a map that is historically good for OXG and was picked by OXG.
Yep. And that also means OXG, they will not have any information how MIBR will play these rounds, play this map, and also the following of Bank. That means you're going in blind, and so far it shows, because the telltale signs are there of what MIBR wants to do, and OXG, they've yet to kind of adapt accordingly. Remember, they like to execute. They're so good at it, clearing out utility. You're losing shields by the second, OXG, and you're still just sitting on side. You gotta get active. You gotta try and find a way to open up the round in your favor, because if time keeps ticking down, you will fall very quickly.
Someone's been playing Aim Lab. Nitrocell goes out and it's caught wonderfully by MIBR. That's a piece of explosive utility wasted. Laxing is not going to get anything for that. Baited out by the Zofia of Rayduct, who now lingers inside of the bedroom, with Falls playing on Thermite this time. Capitao had his uses, but MIBR are willing to change this up again. I like, again, the word we will use to describe them, the fluidity of this MIBR roster. They come into this event as the lowest rated team. They squeeze in at the last second. They were the last team to make it to this event, and they did so by winning a best of 5 where they almost got beaten by MIBR. Falls getting the diffuser down though, as we can talk about that later on, and vertical swings with all of OXG hitting their marks. Diffuser goes down, but 3 kills from OXG, and they haven't lost a single body just yet. Lukid and Velipox now scrambling in the post plant. They have tons of spam pings and grenades to boot, but they won't be able to do anything. A flawless round from MIBR in round 10, answered by a flawless round by OXG, and it's match point OXG.
That looked so odd. MIBR, they tossed out the smokes, they managed to get into default plant position. OXG, they found 3 kills before that bomb was planted. And that means in a 2 versus 5, you don't have a very good post plant. Neither members were in a position to really even see diffuser. You had a nade down below, but that's it. FaZe, he read the situation, walked down the wide stairs, and made sure that verticality will not be a problem. That's the second defensive round 1 from OXG. They're going back down to basement. They have a 50-50 chance so far on the numbers, because they won it the first time and they lost it the second time. And MIBR, they want to get back into those execution-based operators off the Capitao. They say the Thermite had a purpose. It was just for Kidstorm. We wanted that breach to be very wide open. For basement, we don't need the walls. We just need the hatches. So we'll see how they choose to go about it this time around. OXG, they should now know with the sample size of 2 rounds how to try and break MIBR.
Bomb site rotation for these teams in terms of numbers now identical. We'll go into overtime if MIBR prevail in this round. But as MIBR did on attack, Oxygen now defending Laundry 3 times, Dorms upstairs twice, meeting once. That mess hall kitchen bomb site has not been shown at all. Could it be a pocket pick? In overtime? Well, we got to get there first. The one thing I will say is that if you are following MIBR, they could have very easily called a timeout going into this 12th and crucial round. But with the way that OXG have played on these other bomb sites, you don't necessarily have confidence that OXG is going to repeat the success they just had on Dorms. So you take a big gamble, and if you need to, your parachute, aka the timeout, is reserved for overtime. Again, if we go to OT, MIBR has the quote-unquote better side of attack twice. OXG will defend twice, and with the way this map has shaped up, the attackers have a distinct advantage that benefits MIBR.
Yeah, and remember, yes, OXG, they won the last round, but before that, it might be out 3 in a row, so arguably, momentum still in that Brazilian favor, and they gotta work their way through it now. We see early aggression from Kino and FaZe playing together, making sure that if MIBR really wants the staircase, they need to fight for it. It also means we can try and kill some drones, but top right, you see a drone counter, only 1 drone has been shot. This has been an issue for both sides, where the defenders, they just aren't getting out on the map, and they're allowing the attackers so much information. Really, it's going to make your life harder. Now, you gotta try and figure out where will MIBR strike from. They're gonna keep making you guess because they haven't opened up both hatches yet. In fact, actually, they're going for all 3. We got the can opener on Lobby and Freezer, and we got the Maverick on the meeting. So now if you're OXG, you're like, well, what are we gonna do now? It's everywhere. We need to now guess 50-50. Will it be a frontside take or a backside take? Remember, last time this attack came through, they came from everywhere.
2 things right now that I'm thinking. Number 1, even though OXG knew where the execute was coming from on the last take by MIBR, it didn't matter because they still lost the round. But this time, the question I have is this MIBR putting more bodies in different places? Because MIBR might be weakening themselves if they're too spread out. Maybe they're spreading themselves too thin.
Do have 2 players outside blue construction. That's where Reduct is on the floors. That's a key operator. It's the easiest way to clear out elbow position, something that every single defending team loves to play. Typically also where smoke will be as well. Now they're going to walk on in. No shot there. FaZe found the opening kill. That's going to bode very well. A second to follow too. That falls off the board and the Capital.
That's 2 big picks for FaZe right when they need him the most, and all of the dominoes falling for MIBR. It doesn't look good. Raps in a hopeless situation in a 1v3. He's got plenty of time to work with, but the moment he fires even a single bullet, they're going to know where he's coming from. Whether it's the bomb chassis or inside a freezer, Raps is deep in the middle of the bomb site, and there's no way out. He's a sledge, but the walls can still collapse in on him. Waiting, twisting. The diffuser within reach, he picks it up. There we go. Now he picks it up and will go for the plant, trying to bait out the players from OXG. He's popping up, and Vertical says it's like a game of whack-a-mole. You come up, I swing the hammer, you go back down. MIBR had momentum, but at the last second. It's a valiant effort from OXG to pick up 2 crucial rounds. They survive a scare, taking their own map by a score of 7-5.
And remember, if you're an OXG fan, guys, they finished off the map. They actually did. They closed it out. This is like the one weakness OXG has. Seemingly, they have figured it out. But, as we said earlier, MIBR, they haven't shown the organ. They have not shown the bank. So that means you're going in blind on the next map. And this was your map pick for OXG. It was extremely close, 7-5. Flawless round on both sides. Now we're going to MIBR's pick, and OXG will really have to show if they have what it takes. Otherwise, we're going all the way to a 3rd map, which would be Cafe.
Well, Bank is up next, and we're going to see that get played out from the first time by MIBR. It's been played twice so far by OXG. They won it once, they lost it the second time. So if you're MIBR and you've done your map ban prep, you know how Oxygen is going to play this. You know how they played it in the NA League. You know how they're going to play it here. So you've got your work cut out for you if you VOD reviewed them. Now, in terms of Oregon, this was another map that we didn't see MIBR on. So for both of these maps, OXG came in without having any recent idea of how MIBR played outside of when we saw Bank being played by them through the quals and at the tail end of BR6 and LATAM. So OXG, I honestly think were not necessarily the better team on that map. I think both teams were a coin flip away from winning it. And OXG just managed to find a couple rounds where, again, MIBR's issues with drones came back to haunt them, especially those last 2 rounds. You talked about the drone economy. It didn't seem like MIBR was using them as readily for rounds 11 and 12.
Yeah, I would say, if anything, OXG to do a better job at kind of figuring out what exactly they want to do. MIBR, they seem to just kind of strike from everywhere. Sure, they want to execute, and sure, of course, they want to plan, but it's not as true of a strategy of that of OXG, where they really had a very specific way of doing it in mind, where more fluid from MIBR.
Absolutely. Will that fluidity of MIBR continue? Bank is a very different map from Oregon. It suits a roam better. It's way more wide open. You're going to need to drone so well. What were you going to say, Misa?
Super open.
Super open. Well, we're going to close off this map, though, and look towards Bank. But before that, a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes with our second map here between OXG and MIBR. After a 7-5 scoreline, map 1 breaks in favor of Oxygen. And if you're a fan of MIBR, worry not, because that was Oxygen's map. MIBR had not played it just yet at this event, but now there's one in the books, and it's an unfortunate loss. They're now going to go to a new map again. Bank will be played by MIBR for the first time at the Invitational. It'll be the third time for Oxygen. So, OXG head into that map as a known quantity with 1 win and 1 loss. Before we get there, the key moments for you on Oregon, was there any round in particular that you think stood out?
Honestly, I would say Territory Bombs out of meeting wasn't that particularly crazy, but both Every Time in Basement and Kid Storms, the executes coming out, especially from MBR with the Ying, with the Capitao, love to see it. OXG, similar fashion, understanding what positions to clear and clearing utility as well is really a beauty to see at this level of play. Seeing the stats now from that map summary, we see some numbers here. We see who played well, who did not play as well. But remember, every single player contributes more than just the numbers that you see on the scoreboard. Communication, ideas, bringing happiness, cheering. They say, "Oh, guys, we got it," right? And also banter, trash talk, etc. Trying to clean the mental off your opponents. We saw Char Canadian last night against TSM, really going in and having those kind of players on your team that can really try and help you in the game by tilting your opponent outside the game. Well, that is actually something that plays into effect, but I mean, to be honest, OXG being from the NAL, I think they're quite used to it. It can get loud in there, I've heard, I've seen. And we often see the players on Twitter talking about how people are just screaming at each other when things are getting heated.
Well, in terms of the players to watch, heading into this matchup, there has not been a single series played at the Six Invitational where Yaga or Laxing or Felipox have gone negative. Felipox had a very bad first map, going -3, not where he wants to be. Yaga didn't have a particularly good first map either. They've still got time to turn it around, and if you're a fan of MIBR, you are praying that they turn it around, because a single map going in favor of OXG is a massive boon in terms of this best of 3. Group D's landscape is incredibly tight. Damwon Kia has already won the group. They're going to finish in first no matter what. The remaining 4 teams are within a single point of each other, scrapping it out for the 3 spots. Team 1 are currently in second place in the group, but they don't play today. So it is almost certain that somebody will surpass them. Who will it be? The team that is currently slated to go home from this group is MIBR. So they go to their map knowing that their run here at the Six Invitational might come to an end if they are not able to win their own map. That is a ton of pressure. Operator bands now rolling in, and they look quite different to what we saw on Oregon, Nick.
That they do. So, interesting point. MIBR, they chose to ban the IQ at the very first showcasing here on the attack and operator. And then, you gotta wonder, will OXG match by banning out the Valkyrie? Because if they do not, it'll be impossible to find those cameras, or at the very least, be extremely difficult. OXG, they agree. They say, you know what? If there is no IQ, there will be no Valkyrie, and OXG will also take down the Nuke. That's an operator we've seen more and more of, a little bit on Coastline, a little bit on Bank. Multiple teams from multiple regions, they play it, and it just speaks to as you said, it's a super big map, and if you can be creeping around, it can be very hard to play around.
There are 2 bomb sites in particular where Nook sees a higher pick rate than normal. Number 1 is on that basement bomb site. And Nook is going to want to spawn by the front of the bank. Somebody will shoot out the camera by garage, and then a Nook can just run down that driveway into the garage component of the map and sit and wait. And especially if there's a drone escort there, not every team will actively hold that part of the map. If you're holding it with a camera, guess what Nook is not going to show up on? So you often need somebody to play in there actively. That forces the defense to adapt to a Nook on the board, because if a team doesn't have a defender playing in garage, you now need to commit a body in there, because a Nook can very easily walk up and surprise you, holding that angle from garage towards the bottom of main stairs, all the way into lockers, and potentially even to the double door, leading into red and vault. So I really like Nook on that site, but there's another bomb site where Nook tends to have a pretty big impact, and that can be on the open area bomb site. And Nook is going to do the same thing. Go through garage, there's no cams down there. Go through server, go up blue, there's no cams in there either. And then at the top of blue stairs, you can sit and hold square stairs and watch the doorway leading into staff area and cafeteria. So the fact that there's no nook means that you don't need to sit somebody in garage if you don't want. It means you can put a camera up in there if you want, like an evil eye camera, bulletproof. It also means that open area will not have the same level of flexibility for the attackers.
Absolutely true. Key operators that we see right now, Warden from MIBR, Echo from MIBR. Typically when you see a Warden, it's because you want to play server stairs. One of the few ways you can get cleared out is one, grenades, which we see used so effectively at this event. And of course, flashbangs. The latter, Warden can avoid completely because his gadget, those blue glasses, it will make him immune to any flashbang or flash effect. However, grenades will still do a ton of damage, and that's why you bring out the Wamai. An operator that was banned on Oregon is open now. On the side of OXG, key operator for this basement roam clear will of course be the Jaggle. That is vertical. He 6-picked from the Monty onto Jaggle to try and help with the early roam clear because again, it's a super big map. It can be so hard to drone out, takes so much time. MIBR, they respect it. Much like Oregon, we're going to primarily be in the basement on the bomb site itself. We're not going to get too out there.
See, this current setup from MIBR, by the way, ripe for the picking if a nuke was on the board, because you've got an Echo sitting on the Yokai drones inside of garage. If there's a camera up to watch for him, then the nuke can easily swing by that. Anyway, 3 operators who are banned on Oregon are available. You've got a Thatcher, Hibana, and Wamai all on the board if you want to go with them. OXG are not running any of them on attack. As you pointed out, Wamai is available. Rayduct is going to play that operator right away. With Warden sitting on the top of blue stairs, he's in a tough spot to get rid of him, because if he's got a deployable shield in front of him, you got to tackle that obstacle first. His gadgets, those smart glasses, allow him to look through smokes. It allows him to look through flashbangs too, and with the shotgun, which is what he has in his hands, he's designed to play very close range. There's going to be a coordinated effort to pinch him from server down below while also focusing on the doorway from above. That's why you see MIBR pushed so close to that door inside of CCTV, because they can't allow server control to go in favor of Oxygen.
Yeah, and Redog was playing on that server right now, fell back, very well done by him because nades are coming out. OXG, they still think he's there, but he's actually on the move, trying to find the angle, but no, so far with the flashbang, it blinds him. No, he runs away. He can still see Warden making good work of the gadgetry, swings out with the shotgun, does a huge amount of damage on Jaga, but doesn't find the kill. It's a standstill, 30 seconds, no one's found the pick. OXG will have to run on in, try and find something going for them. Shotgun swings, finds one. It finds a second injury as well. That's the off the board. Reeves finds a third. Kino, as well as Vertical, are the last members alive.
Kino up above, and he knows there's one down by Vault. He'll have to drop, and there's no sets of eyes on him. He doesn't hold access to that diffuser. It's Vertical who does. Lucan is now still holding over top of that hatch. Diffuser needs to be planted. Vertical's in, but it's a perfect lockout from MIBR. Oxygen got too bogged down at the top of square stairs, at the top of blue stairs, and the Warden did exactly what that operator is designed to do. But as much as we want to focus on him, you also have to look again at Rayduct's position. You assess that if your Warden is there to waste as much time and utility as possible, eating drones, potentially getting a kill, as we saw the Warden do, you cannot allow OXG to take control of server down below. As fast as OXG got that hatch open, Rayduct pushed up to the main door, and he was ready for it. This one, by the way, is extremely interesting. OXG are using their timeout in the second round.
This could be very simple or very complicated. You can argue that perhaps don't want to talk about what happened in that particular round, but honestly, it smiles across Kino's face, so I don't think this tactical timeout is to resolve a problem or a mentality issue at all. It might just be, guys, get back into it. Remember, we don't know exactly what these guys will do. There is no prep work. It's the first time MIBR has played Bank at the 6 Invitationals. Maybe we'll just say, guys, we can do better. Go again. Don't worry about it. But yeah, looking at their faces of OXG, they look relatively happy. Also, Kino typing that keyboard. I think between these tag pauses, might be some in-game chatter either between the teams, or between members of OXG. We'll say though, on that previous round on basement attack, I'm curious how it came to be that Oxygen did not send a single member into that dirt tunnel. That could have been an easier way to try to pick that apart. They were all on that hatch. Had you walked in from dirt with 2 players perhaps, you would have known server was clear. Then you can flank the Warden because, yeah, you cannot flash him and you didn't really nade him. He swung out and got 2 kills for the choosing of his, and then Reduct found one as well. Or actually, he found an assist, that is. But either way, Lukid, really well played on the server stairs. That is like the one player to look out for. If you played well, you'll get a ton of value. If you played poorly, well, you're just a free kill for your opposing team. You don't want that. We're gonna go upstairs instead, and surprisingly enough, there is no castle on the side of MIBR. That's something that's really uncommon on the top floor defense.
Something happened, by the way, when OXG won map number 1. Do you want to take a guess as to what that is, Nick? I'm setting up for failure here. It could literally be anything.
It could be 50-50, right?
Every single NA team has made it
it's that.
out of their group. Not a single North American team will be eliminated. None of them. They've all made it.
Wow.
Yes. OXG winning that map means that they cannot finish dead last, so they will at least survive another day. Dark Zero and TSM clinched their spots yesterday, as did Space Station Gaming, and the Soniqs did either yesterday evening or today with their victory. I believe it was closer to today when they won. I believe they clinched playoffs with their first map win, but that would need to be something that the admins give us an exact call on. All 5 North American teams will play on Monday. Some of them will be in the upper bracket, some of them will be in the lower bracket. So for those teams that are in the lower bracket, they will be a single win or a single loss away from going home. We'll wait and see if any of the NA teams do finish first in their group, because right now, Liquid will edge out SSG in theirs, Soniqs will be edged out by Empire, and I think TSM have at least clinched top 2 in their group. Will they finish first overall? Who knows, but they will be in that upper bracket as far as our math is concerned.
Nice. I will say that's not the greatest thing for my predictions, because I did not expect nor predict every single NA team to be here.
Nick, remind me, which team did you predict to win the entire event?
BDS.
What team was the first team eliminated from SI?
BDS.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. I had no control over that, by the way. That was my expectation, my prediction. But then I also gotta say, Parker, BDS weren't really set up for success, right? They had that super unfortunate situation. They had to play with bios. It chalked the mental, just like Kino does with this kill onto Redot on that flyby down on the balcony. That evens back the man count to a 4 versus 4. But value-wise, it's Womai traded for Hibana. That leaves only Kino on the Maverick for the Heartbreach. Lukid now also makes work of Vertical. That's Jackal off the board. Now, the guns are really falling apart from the side of OXG.
Well, it's certainly a move to take your time out between the first and second round. That is extremely unusual, very quick, and it means that for the remainder of this map, OXG continue to lose or find themselves winning, but then in trouble again. There is no timeout available for them. You don't get a second one when the sides swap.
It's very true, and again, it's extremely... I don't think I've ever seen a timeout
I don't think
early.
I've seen one that fast either. No, and if I have, I certainly don't remember it. That said, talking about fast, action has happened. OXG a bit slow. They are struggling to read this defensive setup from MIBR. That might have been why they called that timeout. They trail in numbers as Kino now gets hit with an adrenal surge, a little bit more HP. He's in, looking for potential intel, falls on the case, just around the corner. There he sees the Maverick, nicely done. Him and Felipox, 2 big kills, leaving Fox A in a 1v3. Triggered by the Banshee, 5 seconds to go. He's nowhere near the diffuser, and the 3 kills will elude him to the very end. Why bother wasting the clock when you know you're not going to get the kills? That round was over with about 10 seconds left, and MIBR now up 2-0.
Save the KD, you know?
Do it for Siege GG. Do it for the Siege GG stats.
Save the KD, do it for Siege GG. So after the game is over, even if you lose, you still look quite good on that scoreboard. That is actually something that some players care a little bit too much about.
Here's what I would do if I was playing.
What would you do?
If I was on a team that lost, but I still did very well, match finishes, I'd pick up my phone, loosen up my limbs. I'd go on twitter.com, and I would type, when the Siege GG stats came out, I got my kills. And that's it. And then I would close my phone.
I mean,
and walk away.
If you go on Reddit afterwards, you'll see people like, oh, you know, OXG, they played bad, but this guy played really good. He must be carrying. I'm so tired of watching that. and you get praise. Who doesn't like praise?
I feel like that's the text equivalent of the meme where the guy bites the metal and shakes the bottle of champagne, and then it turns out that he's actually third on the podium. Like, I feel like that's exactly what it is. So that said, MIBR, fluidity being the word. Every single time we reference it, you are allowed to take a drink of water.
Yes.
Hydrate. We do not promote anything other than that. Take a drink of water every time we say it, if you'd like. If you're playing any of those games, if you've got a crossword or bingo at home, whatever, blah, 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 congratulations. You're going to hit it a lot of times. The fluidity of MIBR was on display there as well. MIBR on attack has notoriously struggled throughout this entire event to drone. Well, it's Oxygen's turn to experience the same thing. On a map like Bank, you need to be proficient with how you drone into your players. It seems like they keep getting caught off guard with the positioning of MIBR and stumbling and then stalling.
The great thing about Jackal is that it can help you finding roamers from MIBR, but the Jackal can only be in one position at a time. That means, even with the Jackal on the board, you still need to drone, and now we see Redot getting extremely active, something MIBR did not do on Oregon, denying the injured drones. And look top left of your screen, everybody, we got 6 drones left for OXG. They're slowly losing all their intel. We're only 45 seconds in. MIBR is defending open area for the bomb site, but they extended up above, mostly into janitors and inside of a room we call Trump. That's the room with all the windows that we're now staring at as Kino's opening up the wall, as it has been left soft from MIBR.
Oh, there's a grenade that goes out in front of Lukid. There's no real damage that's done. And says, just as I say that, by the way, Rayduck takes a bit of a beating. A lot of damage still inside of Janitor. He's got the SMG in hand, but not a lot of munition. It'll run out quickly, and he won't survive more than a single bullet. Lukid's the next one to get softened up. Both of these teams are trading blows back and forth with half of the round to go. Control still being held above by MIBR. This site rotation that they're going with excludes that Teller's Archives bomb site down below. A lot of teams not wanting to go to what they see as the weakest bomb site. A nicely tossed Nitro cell on the Foxay from above. That means that the sledge can do no more renovations inside of CEO office. I guess the CEO, the poor CEO, will cry for. We'll just have to stand pat with the way it looks right now.
CEO office suffering a lot of damage, both the hammer and the C4. Now Vert, he'll have his turn, but Kino says, hold on a second, I'll have mine first. Gets Philly box, but Luka trades it back. That now means that we're still in favor of MIBR. It's a 4 versus 3, creeping up the basement stairs, trying to get back to side. MIBR, they know they don't have to play the map too hard now because yes, Sledge is off the board, but the Jackal is still up. That means if they're roaming, they will be found because that gadget, it can scan their feetsies.
I really wish you never talked about that operator
I said
that way.
scan.
I know this time you did. Grenade by Laxing goes onto the stairs, and it'll chunk away some HP from ramps, but only a tiny bit. So MIBR can continue to hold this position. It also doesn't really provide much utility or information. Falls a nice swing. MIBR are really feeling these shots, and they'll continue as Raps gets a kill, dodges around the grenade, leaving Yaga up inside of staff room. He'll survey the 4 players drunk from a yokai. And I guess if you're going to be drunk on Bank, the staff room is the place to do it. If you're going to die on Bank, I'm not sure there's an appropriate place. But OXG finds themselves with their last player dying in that position. And MIBR have completed the perfect cycle as they're up 3-0.
Yeah, this is MIBR's map pick. Again, they have never played it before. OXG are going in completely blind in terms of strategical intel. And it kind of shows. They're not fighting MIBR anywhere on the map. They're barely getting inside the building. When they finally got there, the only thing MIBR did was toss a C4, and that C4 took out Foxay, took out the vertical play, and left OXG with no real direction into their attacking round. The gunplay from MIBR also reigning supreme. They're finding opening pick after opening pick in their favor, and it really doesn't bode well for OXG. Yes, you're attacking on Bank, but you gotta get some rounds on the board. Otherwise, once the side swap comes out, you're in for a really bad time because one mistake will cost you the entire map. Now, if you're OXG, that's not too bad because you do have the 3rd map of Cafe, but of course, a 2-0 is better than a 2-1.
We talked about this on Oregon in regards to the overall win rate of defenders and attackers. On Oregon, the defender win rate was 56%. but that didn't stop the attackers from winning more rounds. So we flipped the script on map number 1. Bank is a lot more even. It's a 49% win rate for the defenders, 51% for the attackers. So you effectively, once again, flip a coin and see which side comes out ahead. And the way that it works, because it's a 50% win rate, it doesn't mean that 50% of each side will go to one or another. It could be 6-0, and the defenders could still have a 50% chance of winning every single round. It's just statistically, it ends up working out in their favor. I'm not here to teach you statistics, by the way,
Please
but
don't.
I'm just saying that it is entirely possible that this will still be a relatively balanced map, but break in favor of one side in a specific instance. Right here, right now, MIBR, perfect on defense. They're showing that despite this being an even map, they are very comfortable on it, and that might be why they picked it.
You know, if I went to school, had math lessons, came home, watched the Invitationals, and got more math lessons, I wouldn't be very happy.
Could you imagine walking into math class and I'm standing there in a turtleneck?
I would just walk back. I'd be like, you know what? You shouldn't be here. I don't want to be here. Walk out the door, smash it on the way out.
With some of the math that I've done on stream, I'm the one who needs math lessons, not the one who should be teaching them.
In that case, let me tell you, 3-0. That means +3 on the side of MIBR, and they're looking for more. OXG, same approach as before, but again, the opening kill almost goes in favor of the opposing side. Vertical only down to 1 HP. You do have to think it, but nope, it won't matter. You're now down for the count. That means no healing will do you any good, and Laxing also held on to all 3 adrenal surges. Yage might try and see if he's next. He is indeed. That means 2 kills for MIBR, but they found one onto Philippox, so it's all right. But now, once again, same exact pattern from MIBR. They're gonna fall back to side. They got the advantage, they got everything they wanted, and they've killed, well, actually, only 1 drone.
Really impressed with the roaming here yet again, and oh my, that is an unreinforced hatch. Oh, what a shot from Rayduct. They, like I said, they're feeling it. MIBR right now, down in their plums. They're feeling it, Nick. And it's 2 players left for OXG. 1 minute to go. FaZe holds the diffuser. There's opportunity. Rayduct is almost at half HP. Lukid is on a single shot, 1 shot, as we like to say, or 1 HP. As for OXG, they've still got 3 adrenal surges. They've still got 4 nades. They still have 40 seconds to go. You can quite easily flush out a defender and work together. If MIBR are not sharp with their on-site play, there is an opportunity for OXG. But there's nothing to really tell us that MIBR wouldn't be particularly sharp. They've been mighty fine thus far. There's a nade tossed down. It's the second one from Laxing. He'll scoot away. Raps low on HP now too, so the members of MIBR are being chipped away, but there's not a kill to be found for OXG. As I say that, there goes Falls. He was at full HP. Laxing drops, takes the gunfight. What a shot from Laxing! FaZe planting, and Lukid will need to stop it in its tracks. Post-plant, and OXG have amazingly turned this one around, but what a heroic effort from Lukid! 2 huge kills. Find the diffuser. The glory is yours. MIBR 4-0.
Oh my. I gotta say, a back and forth and back and forth. MIBR, they had the discipline, they played on side, but you can argue they almost gave too much space to OXG. Laxing made work of them. Dropping the hatch, getting the injuries, didn't use a single adrenal surge, it wasn't needed. Lukid though, on that flank, ended up really turning the tide in favor of his team. Laxing, look at this, 1 shot, 2 shot, many shots. Nate came out before that, but Lukid with 1 HP, the last remaining defender, finds both kills of that dynamic duo of Laxing and FaZe. OXG does not get the round. It will be 4-0 for MIBR. Frustrating to say the least for OXG. And remember, they've already used their timeout in after that very first round. There's no way back besides just showing up.
That's what I was going to say. This is the time that you would want to use that timeout.
Yeah.
You would want to call your timeout after that round, that debilitating and soul-crushing of a defeat. Losing control on a flank, getting caught with your pants down in the post plant, the sledge getting off of the bomb site, and then immediately losing out after the diffuser gets planted. That's when you say, man, that round sucked. So what do you want to do? Let's call a timeout. Let's talk to each other. Let's calm our nerves, have Hope step in, be the adult, and say, look, it's not the end of the world. We're going to sort this out. Here's what we need to do to fix this. But they can't do that because OXG took their timeout after the first round.
In their defense, I guess you can argue that it wasn't the round to win in the first place, right? It was a 2 versus 4, then it became that 2 versus 1. So it was bad for OXG, then it was good for OXG, and then MIBR said, it doesn't matter, we'll just win the round anyway. So you can be happy with the round, you can be kind of sad about the round, but ultimately that was an MIBR round win. But yes, even though that was the case, I still agree with you. The timeout would have been superb. You're down 0-4. You need to claw your way back. You got to find 2 rounds here so the side swap can be played out. Otherwise, it can only really get worse from here. I mean, 5-0, 6-0, then you go on defense, but then 1 round is lost, and then you lose the entire map. That's not really ideal.
Oh boy, MIBR are looking mighty fine, I gotta say. And a couple rounds on Oregon were very close. We discussed this. It was a coin toss of a map. Yes, OXG ended up being statistically the better team, but they were both relatively evenly matched. So now to come to bank MIBR's map and see how strong they are on defense is phenomenal. It's very impressive. Now, this is MIBR grabbing early momentum. This could be a very defender-sided bank like we saw with Oregon. So if the side swap, it's completely possible that OXG win 4 or 5 rounds and we go to overtime. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. It's 1 minute into round number 5. MIBR still have 2 more defenses. A 6-0 is on the table for them. That would be an incredible first half. Almost certainly put OXG underwater and make it so that they do not have enough rounds to come back.
And it just goes to show MIBR, they lost out Oregon. It was a nail bite of a round. Very close, but then you just go, we go next. Round after round after round. Nothing else matters what happened on the previous map. You gotta just take it from the beginning. That's what they've done so far in this round. Remember, they're playing Smoke FMG. They're only playing that solo shotgun of Falls on the mute. He has 5 shotgun shells left to his name. Make that 4. So that shotgun can't do that much damage, but Jog, he can open and kill in favor of OXG. That's Echo off the board as well. Quite a big one, as the Yokai drones are now rendered useless.
I mean, the Yokai drones will still be up, so you can still use them, assuming they're
not passive.
Out. That is correct. It is a passive and also active gadget, funny enough. So they can still be used for information, though they are not cloaked anymore. Echo obviously having those changes, so they are much easier to find. Returning fire is MIBR. Raps at the hallway playing that deployable shield. He assesses the situation by square stairs, by square skylight, and he gets the pick on it. Kino will look to hunt him down over the deployable shield. MIBR have grabbed an advantage, immediately removed by Kino. A second follow-up, and Kino's good for it. Now inside of Janitor, while Yaga gets that diffuser down. Rayduct is inside of Lobby, by the way. While all of his team is dead, he's down below. Can't accomplish much. As a Wamai, there's no nitro cell, and the diffuser being planted means it's a retake up square stairs for Rayduct. This is a tough position to be in because there's going to be a lot of sets of eyes looking in his direction. The moment that he gets to the top of the stairs, it's over, and it's Kino to do it. He had a huge round. You're going to need a couple more of those. OXG, after 4 rounds of misery, they get on the board.
Yep, that's going to feel very nice. We just spoke about it. They need at least 1 round here to allow for some space once the side swap comes through. Kino had a huge round. They found it. They're now activated. They're on the board. And OXG found kill after kill after kill, leaving the last man standing. Reduct down below with a single impact to his name. Couldn't find much. And the injury here from Kino really made good work of MIBR. It allowed OXG to flood the bomb side, take control, and do what they do best. Plant the diffuser and get very nice, cozy, and comfortable inside the bomb site. That's a CO attack and win. It's not the most difficult thing in the world, but then again, every single round won't be that either. So we're going to open area next. We've been here once before. That time MIBR, they won the round. Remember what happened. OXG, they came from square, worked their way into CEO. They got C4'd on Foxay. That's the sledge off the board. Similar story this time around. Same operator lineup. We're not seeing too many flexes come through. Foxes on sledge, vertical jackal, Yogg on the heartbreach of Ibane, Laxing on the finger, and Kino on the secondary support of the Maverick. But secondary supports doesn't really just mean that you're supporting, because going 8-4 means you're also gunning for your life. Vertical, on the other hand, he's yet to kind of find his groove on this map, and that's going to be a big question. Can Vertical get inside this match, or this map rather, and really start helping OXG find some rounds? Because basically, you are playing 4v5 in terms of raw fracking power right now.
MIBR in that particular round wasn't roaming as effectively either. OXG assessed where MIBR was, holding their position towards the front lobby portion of the map, and instead targeted the back. It put MIBR in a bit of a precarious position where losing your Echo early, that's another player playing near the lobby side of the map, and then, as I said, you render the roam of Rayduct useless because he's down in the main lobby too, waiting, not understanding that there's an immediate plan. And oh wait, hold on a second. Kino had an absolutely fantastic round, and it looks like he's got another 2 with a nade that will sail long distance, go all the way down, and it's just not primed enough. Takes out the deployable shield. Rayduct is still inside of the elevator. He's trapped, but he has a teammate at the top of those stairs in main lobby that might be able to help him out. No, Kino looks the wrong way. The AUG does some significant damage, but Kino gets swung on and Rayduct walks away successfully, while the bodyguard of Rayduct, Lukid, gets dropped by Vertical. Felipox ascends as well on this open area defense for MIBR, with all of the action right now occurring above it.
Really good trade, really good support. Rayduct was stuck inside the elevator, and somehow he's actually the one roamer to somehow get away alive. Lukid falls instead. That was the support. Felipox came up the main stairs as the bodyguard, but now Yogg planning out of nowhere. OXG doing what they do best, but can they figure out where it is? Yes, they do. Felipox sees the head, denies it. 3v3. Yeah, red pin comes out, but Laxing, oh, he's sharp. He's still got 1 Adrenal Surge to his name. They can do a ton of damage. Heal up your teammates, but no, it's 1 man left. It falls. No Yokai. No impacts, no nothing. He just has to somehow find 3 headshots. But Vertical, being so low, a body shot will do. Finds the first, has to find the second. Nate, that's not cooked. That's going to blow out in a second. Now, no diffuser from the side of OXG. They have to somehow make space or just get the kill. FaZe is the one to do it. And OXG, they get that 4-2 swap that they so desperately needed.
MIBR still have a timeout. They can still settle themselves down, but the sheer force of will of Oxygen to come back in those last 2 rounds and start playing a more comfortable game. And it's Kino that starts it all off. Upstairs, his entry, getting into the most critical component of the 2nd floor, which is that CEO office, and ensuring that the roamers up there holding control of CEO, holding control of conference room, by the elevator, by the main stairs, they are excluded from any action that happens down below in open area, and Kino is successful. It finally seems like OXG got their feet under them when it comes to drone work. They were much sharper in the later portion of this half, and it's not enough to win the half. It's not even enough to tie it. You let MIBR pull out to a pretty big lead, but you've at least settled it down. You've got some confidence going, you might have some momentum, and now with the side swap, if our theory about bank holds, Oxygen can settle into a half that should work better for them. MIBR on attack might run into the same struggles that we saw earlier on Oregon and yesterday too, where they're not as proficient on droning and they can potentially stall out.
You also got Vert now on the scoreboard. He found his first kill in that previous round, as well as where did these first 2 rounds start for OXG? It was a CEO attack, so where do they go to match it? Well, the CEO defends. Neither team bringing the castles, so every single barricade will be regular, it'll be boring, it'll be a bit bland. It'll all look the same. But that should be alright, because you can make it work regardless. Echo, a stellar pick on Bank. Both teams also bringing that out. Also kind of speaks to the fact that, yes, IQ is banned. They're more difficult to find, even if they aren't cloaked. But also, Valkyrie, not on the board. You cannot pick up that operator. Typically, that's the intel operator you would gain instead. But Echo, with that 1.5x, can become so lethal. We just saw Falls almost clutch out a 1v3. He had a very big task ahead of him, couldn't close it out, but played it quite smartly. FaZe was the person to get the very final kill and get that 2nd round on the board for OXG.
Speaking of OXG, they're doing this with most of their fans being asleep. Same with MIBR, by the way.
Time zones.
It's early morning for both Brazil and North America right now, so good morning. I believe in Portuguese it's bom dia, I believe, is good morning for them as well. So, to those of you that are tuning in to this bash between Oxygen and MIBR, you have missed An absolute show of fireworks. Oregon went all the way to 12 rounds, and now Bank is shaping up to be just as competitive. But the attackers have found their first footing, and they're taking advantage of a bit of disarray from Oxygen, but immediately a counterpunch lands. OXG taking the engagement straight to MIBR, coming out ahead. Raps and Rayduck, the final two players from MIBR, with half of the server still alive, half of the round still to go. Plenty of utility left. Raps has Twitch drones, Rayduck has grenades, the case is still in control of MIBR as well, so it's not like they have to worry about retrieving it. So now OXG can take a step back. You know there are only two players coming to you. Do not put yourself in a position where working together, Rayduck and Raps can isolate you and punish you.
Yeah, well, the same thing from MBR. They're just going to slow it down. They got all the time in the world, and you already said it. They got diffuser, they got utility. They just got to figure out where are the members of OXG, what corners will they be sitting in. And we see Laxing on the silhouette actually hiding inside the elevator as Laxing does best. That is a classic position for him to be in.
He's lost one yokai. I don't know if there's another available for him, but he's not sitting on it waiting right now. Rayduck by the back of square stairs. He breathes in some of that toxic canister, swings up. Kino wins the gunfight. Rayduck can do nothing in return. Raps is in the bomb site, and with the F2, you can make mincemeat of just about any opponent. He does that right on to Kino. Kino, in particular, has been a standout performer over the last couple rounds. Vulnerability for Raps as he gets the diffuser down. He's cloaked amidst the smoke. Vert waits for him to pop up, and there he goes. It's a bait. And 3 in a row for OXG. They're 1 round away from tying up this match.
MIBR being extremely decisive and a complete different version of themselves than that we saw against Na'Vi. They were being slow. They didn't really have a ton of decision making, and they didn't do anything aggressive. The first round of their attack on Bank CEO, they get 2 opening picks. They storm the bomb site, and yeah, they got stopped by Kino, stopped by OXG. Laxing got a double kill, but their decision making, their aggression, their confidence, it's showing, and it's how they got that 7-5 scoreline on Oregon. Sure, they lost it, but it was so close for that reason, and the same exact reason why that their defensive side on Bank was so good, because they're playing the map extremely well. They gotta keep it up. They got more rounds to go, and Laxing goes from one intel operator to another, from Echo to the Pulse, C4 in pocket from him, as well as Vertical, and we're actually seeing the first, I believe, kite pick on Bank so far. Thatcher is open. It has not been played by any means whatsoever. Raps is playing the Twitch. That's the closest you'll get to that. I don't think we'll see Kali much at this event. We did see it a single round one of the previous days, but Twitch and Thatcher, they get to see the most play between those three kind of wall deny operators. What is the, do we have a word for that actually? So you have wall deny, but what's the deny of the wall deny?
Like Thatcher?
Yeah, but what's the term
I don't know,
for it?
Utility clearers, I guess? I don't...
No, that's grenade.
I don't know if there's an
Soft
official title for it.
We need an official title. There might be one.
I have no idea if there's an official title, Nick. I couldn't
make one
tell
for tomorrow. You know, tonight I'll think about it. Tomorrow, next time.
We really don't need to workshop this right now.
We will. No, I will tonight. But for now, we focus on the game ahead because we're still in it.
Denial clear?
Denial
I don't know.
Clear? I'll do denial clear. I'll take it. Not a bad beginning, and on the spot, I'll say actually quite impressive choice of words. Laxing will make sure that Yaga's back is clear from lobby side as he can scan array. Foxy playing inside of the closet, I believe, so also kind of supporting Yaga, who's now currently trying to find some ground for his team. He's trying to hold on to open area. We speak about the drone economy. There's 7 drones left, but well, if you get the opening pick, you can sacrifice a drone or 2. Rayduck takes down Yogg, that's an open area player. That means Laxing and Fox's position are a bit compromised. Sure, Kino's on that server stairs, but once you drone out Foxy inside the janitor's closet, there's no way for him to get out of there. So the question comes, will MIBR drone it or not?
That's what I was just going to say. Once you drone out is a little bit presumptive, is it not? Because presumptuous, because it's a possibility. With MIBR's struggles yesterday being well noted, that they might not be able to drone it out. And they don't even see that there was an Electroclaw that got juggled and it cost them 4x Kairos. So Vertical tosses up the Electroclaw, gets a very strong piece of Hard Breach. Foxy might as well be asleep at the wheel as he waits, but I want to see that kill. How did they know he was in there? Falls just guns him down and say goodbye to Foxy. I don't know if he got droned. I don't know if it was just a reflexive shot through the wall. But that was a brazen gambit from Oxygen. It does not work out. And now MIBR's lead has grown by 2 players.
Yeah, that's pretty much OXG's pocket strat, so to speak, because I think they already landed that. Fox has said, they didn't drone me, guys, I'm gonna be safe here. Kino clearly playing on server stairs, making sure if a drone was to come nearby, he could take it out. Now with a minute left, OXG need a different approach, need a different opening. Sure, Laxing can try and use the pulse on that main stairs, try and get information, maybe go for a flank. There is no Nomad on the side of MIBR, but frankly, they don't care about the main stairs. They want servers, much like OXG tried earlier, but they also got the dirt tunnel. They got all the right cards.
I like this. 2 players now trying to pinch Kino. He'll be fighting for his life. Last Toxic Canister looks to be going out. Shotgun Blast immediately turns and pivots, but he has to get to the bomb site as his teammates are falling around him. He outduels the F2 with another nice blast, leaving more on the shoulders of Vertical in a 1v3. And a little bit of calm now. Vertical waiting. He's got lined up on the doorway. Hatches are open over the bomb site. Exothermic charge will go off now as well. MIBR stacked up in this position, but Vertical looking the wrong way. He doesn't know how close they are. He pounces on the Maverick. He flex over, but he can't outduel Lukid. It was a comeback in the making for OXG, but MIBR shut the door with their first round on attack. They are 2 rounds away from sending us to map number 3.
I will say Kino looking extremely good in this series. It was kind of Yogg on Oregon getting so many opening kills on that Finca, but now on the second map, it's all about Kino. So many kills to his name, 13 after that previous round. Played the server stairs, not with the Warden, but with the smoke. Used the Toxic Babes to basically allow him to fight one angle at a time. Found 2 kills and did half the damage onto the 3rd member of MIBR. It's not enough though, because one player stepping up is never enough. You need multiple people to work together. That's what MIBR are doing on the rounds they're winning. The drone work is getting better. I mean, Foxy being inside Janitor's closet, it speaks volumes. Had he gotten away with that, I would say OXG could run away with the round, easily getting 1 or 2 extremely free kills. But Falls, I mean, we gotta see the replay at some point. He's, I think, either wall-panged them or just maybe Foxy peeked, I'm not sure. But I did not see a drone when I was looking, and that saved the round.
Yeah, I honestly want to know what happened because I didn't see it either, and I didn't see the drone go in there. I mean, it could just be one of those things where there's so many things going on the map that we're looking in another direction. This happens actually quite often. If we're focusing on what Smoke is doing, we don't know what the Jaeger is doing. If we're looking and actually spectating the Hibana, we don't necessarily know what the Thatcher is always doing or the Zofia is always doing, whereas somebody might be watching the Zofia and we're not, and they'll pick up on something that we don't see. Unfortunately, we're only gifted with 1 set of eyes, and they are looking in one area and one area alone. And in this round, it's going to be an open area, Nick.
Are you saying we don't have like 11 monitors in front of us, 1 from each player point of view, top-down view, side view, all the views?
You're gonna make me do the 6 consoles, dog cam, cat cam. Are you gonna make me do that again? Because
I think we should reenact it.
I don't know if I want to do it again. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
think it's funny every time, honestly. But I'm also easy because I laugh at the silliest stuff. You don't gotta get too, cute for me. I'm simple.
You think I'm cute enough for you?
You're cute enough and more, Parker. I feel like that's the term that a lot of people use, that you're let me think of the word. You're like spacious. You fill up space, but in a good way. You always embrace us with your...
It's a terrible thing to say. You
embrace us with your presence. I can always tell when you're in the room, whether you're on your phone, or you're smiling, or grinning. I can always feel it.
Thank you, Nick.
I don't even gotta look behind me. I know if you're behind me on that couch, inside the green.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. All right. This is round number 9, MIBR up 5-3. Their map choice, by the way, Bank has skewed towards the defenders. 3 rounds on attack, and oh my, the defense have another good advantage, with Raps walking in blindly to the main lobby and not droning out the top of the stairs. Yaga has been one of the most consistent performers for OXG throughout this entire event. Today, he has not been on the right side of consistency. He finds his 2nd kill on Bank. He also went negative on Oregon. Yaga not performing up to his level is obviously something that will drag down OXG, as we will say again. Yaga and Laxing are the 2 players on Oxygen who were positive in every single series. Yaga has a lot more kills to get to keep that streak going, as Laxing right now is sitting at dead even and went positive in the previous series.
Absolutely right. And we touched upon it a couple times. You need every member, or as many as possible, to really gather down the troops and make sure that you can all play together. More importantly, everybody pulls their weight. And that's the thing about MIBR. Look at the scoreboard, 9-9-4-5-5. They are quite close indeed. Whereas if you take down Kino from OXG, that's 13 kills off the board. Second person to follow is 6 kills on Laxing. So you can argue there's a bit of a value difference. But FaZe, as long as he's alive, I think MIBR could do quite some damage. And of course, they also want to breach open these walls, but they'll be met with a mute jammer. They do have 2 grenades on the side of Lukid. Twitch is off the board, so that cannot be used. They'll open up the wall above, try and toss a nade, and try and work that wall.
Yaga is still watching the main lobby. If there's anybody down there, they will be very quickly walking into his crosshairs. I will say though, Frost's weapon doesn't have the highest rate of fire. It's a pretty slow pitter-patter. Execute coming in now as smokes are tossed in from Falls, and he gets shredded by Kino, playing by the wall in open area, turning over towards Printer and Rayduct as the next target. Kino so effective, but Felipox has found an opening, and he's in. 2 monstrous kills. A third could be his if somebody from OXG lines up by the doorway. That's Yaga, trying to edge in, and he gets gunned down quite easily. High rate of fire, a drop from Vertical. He can take out Felipox. Diffuser goes down either way. Lukid in a 1v2. In the middle of open area, he's going to wait for them to pop up, playing around the cubicle. It's like a reenactment of the Matrix here. Nick Foxe reascending. He heads in. An angle being held by Lukid. Jiggle peeking. Lukid should be able to win this fight, and he does indeed. MIBR pick up a fateful 6th round, and now sit on match point.
That round is the story of Kino x Felipox. Kino saved the round for OXG, took down FaZe with the diffuser through the smoke with no intel, and it looked like it was pretty much done for them. It looked like OXG was going to get their 4th round victory, but then Felipox jumped on in, found one, 180-degree flick in an instant, and took down the key member of OXG on Kino. Then it was Lukid in that 1 versus 2, found both kills. Too easy for him, if you will. He was also that important player on the Warden on that server stairs earlier when MIBR was on the defense. So Lukid clearly playing a very crucial round on both the attack and on the defense. Pretty much getting 2 from MIBR single-handedly. Gonna go back upstairs. Last time we saw this bomb site, it was indeed an OXG victory. They've won it once on attack, once on defense, and they've also lost it once on attack. So doing okay statistically on this bomb site. Laxing will probably play inside the elevator on top floor again. I think that's a safe assumption, because when is Laxing not inside the elevator on top floor defense?
That is correct. Yaga reinforcing the double panels, looking over Lone Office. Down below that panel area is affectionately referred to as Kanto, named after your
Kanto
teammate.
spot?
Because you'd put up a shield there. It was when the ACOG was on the MP5 that Echo had. The Yokai drones could cloak, and it was a very powerful spot to be on. You really couldn't be contested from that angle, especially if there was some way, like an ADS was set up, to eat up your grenades and anything that could possibly take down a deployable shield. So, once again, named after Kanto. If you hear us refer to it, that's the wall. It's electrified right now, and Laxing is playing in that elevator, as you speculated, right next to that spot. But
He was trying to do the right thing, Parker. He was trying to do the duty of putting down utility, but he also lost his life in the process. The ADS didn't even go down.
A bit late, and the fact that Vertical dies with those gadgets in his pocket is huge. A terrible start for OXG on a crucial round where MIBR will now have 2.5 minutes in a 5v4.
He did put down, I believe, 2 of the 3 ADSs. Yes, he did indeed, but one of them has been EMP'd. The Stature is seeing a round here on Bang as we're on match point in favor of MIBR, and those EMPs will make quick work of this site because the Kaid is brought out, which means 1 EMP will nullify at least 1 Kaid Claw for at least those 10-second period. That allows you to then breach the wall. You got both Falls on the Thermite, Felipox on the Hibana. You have so many different ways to approach this attack, and MIBR, they've shown a very clear-cut strategy for each and every single attack. The last time they attacked top floor, it was a rush. They came from pretty much everywhere. Kino shut it down, Laxing got it down. But now, a different approach is taking it much slower.
Yaga wants a trade-back kill. Over by trading in particular. 2 players from MIBR are prone on drones right now. Another grenade could be primed and ready to sail on in. The Yokai drones of Laxing are still up. At least one of them is, as it guides Yaga back into conference and will reposition, spotting a drone that goes over by the double windows, just by that banana railing. Yaga's expecting a playoff of those windows, as we talked about. It's a very strong spot to be in. If you as a defender jump out for the kill, you have a long run back to the map and can very easily be isolated and punished for it.
Normally if you jump out, you're just accepting a 1-for-1 trade-off, but when you've already lost the first mana vertical, if you trade, it's 4v3. It's not looking much better. However, you might need to do something because MIBR, they're getting close to execute, smoke comes out, you know it's trouble. Kino has to save the round once again.
And there's the repel, but Kino doing lots of damage in the process. 14 kills, and he'll get a 15th as long as he can secure. Foxay takes it instead with a Nitro Cell. No honor among thieves. Down goes Foxay, and Laxing finds himself on the scoreboard for this round. Heading over towards the area you refer to as Trump. No more Kino, no more smoke. Rayduct has the cross on Laxing. It's Yaga to keep his team in bank, and falls to say nice try. GG, go next. That's it for Bank. MIBR make relatively quick work of Oxygen, nowhere near as close as map number 1, and the Brazilians are on the board with a 7-3 victory on map 2.
They want it. They want to go all the way to Cafe, and they want the victory if they can get it. Them getting this map does mean they get at least 1 point on the board. That's going to help them in their standings, and we'll just have to see what happens with each and every single game that might affect this bracket, because we're so close on points for every single team.
And on the other stream, while you wait for us to come back, I'll ask you to go over and check in on Damwon Kia versus Na'Vi. Spoilers inbound, so you might want to actually just look away because you might be able to read our lips, so just cover your eyes. All right, are you ready? We're going to talk about it. Map number 1 went in favor of Damwon Kia. They are currently up 5-2, I believe was the scoreline that I was last given. And that's terrible for Na'Vi. They need a single map if they want to have a fighting chance of sticking around in this group, because MIBR have now gotten on to 4 points, the same as Team 1 and Na'Vi. Even if MIBR loses, they will still pick up a single point. OXG have clinched a spot moving forward. They can't go home. But now it's a shootout as Team 1, Na'Vi, and MIBR sit on the same amount of points. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen over there as well? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. We got a break for you, and then we'll be right back. Don't touch your browser. It's time for the thrilling conclusion of OXG versus MIBR. The team that made it in at the last second through the LATAM qualifiers have just picked up a victory on their own map. And now we go to a best-of-1 shootout on Cafe. MIBR entered the day in the bottom of the group. In Group D, dead last. Not where you want to be. And they were in a position where it looked like they might go home, especially after map 1 where Oxygen took it 7-5. But MIBR wins their map, and now they are tied at 4 points with Na'Vi and Team 1, who will end up potentially in like a mini league fighting to see which team goes home and which team stays. Here's the map summary. You talked a lot about Kino and his contributions. Yeah. He has been an incredible performer on Bank.
Not just that, but we see 100% cost from both him and Reduct. Remember, cost can kind of be referred to as consistency, kills, objective, survival, trade. It basically counts a lot of different statistics into one single statistic. Opening kills, we see some +1s and -2s and stuff, but ultimately we see MIBR kind of being favored there. They were doing a really good job on getting those opening kills, and overall also had much stronger statistics across the board in that comparison to OXG. And it showed. They got more rounds, they got more plans, and ultimately they won the map. But that means we're going to third map of Cafe, a map that OXG has not played yet at Invitational. So now the roles are reversed. So MIBR hadn't played Bank. OXG could not prepare. Now, OXG has not played Cafe. MIBR cannot prepare.
So, I mean, I went on Twitter during the break that we had, Nick, and Ali Mao basically said that once MIBR got through Oregon as close as they did, that there was no chance that OXG would be able to handle MIBR on either Bank or on Cafe. Now, Ali Mao is not perfect. He doesn't know everything, and it's entirely possible that he can be wrong. But the thing about Ali Mao is that he played OXG in these groups. He knows how they play. He studied them. He's done VOD review on them, and he plays MIBR every single week in, week out in Brazil. If there's somebody who's got a good finger on the pulse, it's him. So OXG come into this map potentially no longer the favorites. We'll see what happens as Cafe is map number 3. Let's get underway with the ban phase. Oxygen starting on defense. MIBR on attack. Before we get in, Cafe is one of the most favorable maps to the attackers at the moment, with a 60% win rate for attackers, 40% win rate for defenders. Will that hold true? We've bucked the numbers through most of this matchup, and these teams have bucked conventional bans as well.
Yeah, you spoke of Alamau. He also lost to MIBR on this exact map, where MIBR took the victory 7-5. So he would know what it's like to lose by the hand of MIBR on the map. And OXG, we'll have to find out if they can make a difference there. Bans are coming out, as you said. We got Nomad and Womai off the board for MIBR, with Thatcher and Blank so far for OXG. They'll have to decide, and they do so with 14 seconds left. The timer jumps to 5, and it shows Mira. So, just like on Oregon, we'll have the Valkyrie open and available to us, but unlike Oregon, the Nomad is off the board, which means you're not going to be as safe and sound as you might think on those flanks. That's especially going to affect the basement bomb site, if anything, because there are 3 staircases leading from basement and up to the first floor. There are only 2 staircases going from first floor up to second floor, and that's something... You know what? I just butchered it. I called it basement again. I'm sorry. I'm
gonna keep catching you on this.
Basement is
I'm gonna
first
keep
floor.
catching you on this, and I'm gonna keep
first floor, second floor, and second floor is third. There are 3 floors on this map, and I will try my very hardest to learn that fact, because as a player in G2 and Penta, we called that very differently. We see a Tashanka 6-pick onto Valkyrie from FaZe, so very comfort pick for him. He played that same role on Oregon. Not to the greatest success, but he was giving it his best try. We see a very standard operator lineup from MIBR, but the one thing that stands out is Ashe. I don't think Ashe is a very picked operator these days. In fact, I know she's not a very picked operator these days. Sophia tends to get more pick, if anything, because she has the stuns, and she has the 2 soft breaches, and of course she has the LMG. That type of weapon is very used at this tournament. Whereas the Ashe, you got the G36C, you got the R4, and then you have just the 2 Ashe breaches, or the Ashe charges, if you will. She does no longer have flashbangs. She has no projectiles to clear ADSs for herself, and that's one of the biggest reasons why she isn't played a ton. in more recent times.
Oh God, have we even seen an Ashe so far? Have we in this entire series? When was the last time we saw an Ashe? You and I.
We've seen it once.
I mean, it's been a while though.
It's been
quite a while since we saw an Ashe as active as could be, but. Well, I mean, like you pointed out, utility tends to be the most important thing. At one point, Ashe had 3 charges. She only has 2 now, so...
And she had flashbangs.
Yeah, those breaching rounds that she had access to and flashbangs allowed her to clear things out. But with the changes to the flashbangs and the changes as well, they don't give her that ability. Nice read here from FaZe. Unsure if there's a Valkyrie camera up top or if he just played off of time. But Oxygen give themselves a little bit of space as they pick off the very first player on the very first round.
Yeah, there's a trick you can do with those hatches if people are using their breaching charges. Once you hear the sound, you can pop the C4, blow it, but this was a sledge, so FaZe are either playing the time or again, just kind of playing the sound. As you hear those footsteps approach, you toss the C4, you blow it up, but it's a direct attack from MIBR. They're inside Bakery, that's all they have, and with sledge being gone, that means verticality is not going to be much of an option, and even then, I mean, you have the Terror Jones, but that's the absolute best you can do.
Absolutely. So, a little bit of a pause now. FaZe still has not been moved off of this spot. He's inside a train. He'll play through the openings that have been created. Teams tend to get bogged down when taking kitchen, as they'll want to focus on that kitchen wall and sometimes do not have the time or the ability to reposition themselves onto that middle floor. If you can't do that and the defenders have an opening down to the kitchen wall, then that defender becomes the best thing for your team, and it's very easy to pick up 1 or 2 kills. Now, we know FaZe is still playing up there, but there's also Rayduct entering on that top floor. So you've got a player from MIBR who's going to clear off site. That means that there are 3 players from MIBR who are going to try to take this. And actually, just as I say that, it doesn't look like Rayduct took the second floor one bit. He's actually going for the back of the bomb site. He gets the kill on the vertical, and another lined up by Whiskey Door, but that's good enough for 1. As he heads back upstairs, FaZe might be able to hear this and capitalize off of it. Yaga and Laxing in as well, as almost all of the guns from OXG are proving to be quite successful. A game of cat and mouse now, looking through the fireplace, and okay, that is one hell of a start for OXG. A lot of the action occurring off screen, but there is very little fight from MIBR as OXG takes the first round.
Yeah. Basically what happened, as we can assume, is that the 3 players inside of Bakery from MIBR seemingly just fell. Oh, we see it here, the timing. So Sledge, he opened up the red hatch, and as he moved towards the new hatch, FaZe calculated the movement speed through the C4 and popped it at the exact right moment. Had Sledge opened up the hatch, the C4 drops to the ground and misses. And he blown it too early, well, the hatch gets opened and Sledge doesn't die. So FaZe, 200 IQ, Valkyrie, one-trick main, Pony Boy, all that stuff is amazing at the game.
How many names do you have for this man?
I mean, he's a beauty of a person, isn't he? He's up.
I pass no judgment.
He's been passing some weird videos on Twitter sometimes. There was the whole the spit situation. Let's not get into it, but FaZe is an interesting character, is all I say. He has the anime hair as well. He's like blonde nowadays. He's been rocking that style for I think 2 years or so now. Looks good on him. Fits him. Of course, we said earlier, him and Laxin, they go back all the way to the beginning. They've been playing together on so many rosters, Elevate, Reciprocity, OXG. I actually used to gatekeep them because we would always beat them in like quarters, beat them in the grand finals, basically stopping them from getting trophies. So if you look up Laxing or FaZe, you might see they haven't won the most amount of tournaments, but at the same time, they were usually up against one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world of G2/Penta, and we stopped them in their tracks for so long. I almost feel bad, but I also wouldn't surrender my trophies, so at the same time, yeah, get screwed. I'm sorry.
That's what we like to hear, isn't it? Anyway, very first round on defense goes in favor of Oxygen. With the win rate coming in being what it is, if OXG can at least get 3 rounds, then they are in excellent shape. If they get 2 rounds, then they're about where you expect a defensive team to be after 1/2 on Cafe. If you didn't tune into the preamble, I will repeat what the stats are. 60% in favor of the attackers, 40% in favor of the defense. That is quite a gap. A yawning chasm, some could even say.
Absolutely. And we'll see what happens, because ultimately what matters is, well, how do you play the map? And how do these two specific teams end up in the direct matchup? Because some teams are just naturally better at one side over the other, and how those exact play styles kind of mesh together will also have a big impact. For example, Vertical, stuck inside Piano, cannot really move as long as FaZe is on this window repel, but he doesn't care. He gets a kill, actually goes for the jump, but it looks like, but FaZe trades it back. Vertical said, you know what, I'll get the one kill, I'll try and get the second, and even if I fail, I'll be okay with that, because Luke is off the board. That's a bit of soft utility, but when you have 4 grenades from the side of MIBR, like we usually do with these operator lineups, it's not going to play a huge effect. Flores, again, being brought by Redoc, he played on Oregon. They're gonna have so much explosive economy to really tear through this round. That's really good, because, once you...
Hold on a second. Fellapox is going on to repel behind this Goyo, Nick, and they have shaken him off of this position, and the rush is in from MIBR just like that. Once Fellapox got into position, they took full control of White. It's pushed all of Oxygen off, and Laxing, he gets obscured by the scope, and he can't see Rayduct on the top of Red. Yaga from down below, no Nitro Cell. This is a middle floor defense over by Reading. So you don't need to have full control of Cocktail, but you have to be very careful. The Electroclaw is down below. This is getting in the way, and MIBR will start smashing away. Nade in hand.
Tosses out, it lands, but Foxy also finds the likes of FaZe, and so does Yaga. They find one each, but Philipbox with that Adrenal Surge will make sure that Raps will stay healthy. About equal health as both Philipbox and Yaga are full, and Raps and Foxy are quite low, but not low enough. They're still standing, they are not injured, and oh my boy, now Raps 1 health, but Foxy so good so far this game, even gets the deep headshot. Foxy absolutely popping off right now, and he is screaming towards MIBR.
Well, he is he's very excited. You said he had anime hair.
Yeah, like that
Super
dyed hair.
Saiyan, almost.
Super Saiyan. And he put wax in it, so it was kind of like spiky. That looked great. Or not. Laxing had a nice ratting there in the corner. Got shut down, didn't work out. Good nade from Rabs, but fuck's sake, look at this. Pow! I don't see the deagle. That was the best one.
It was a nice shot by him, and it was honestly, the top floor hold seemed nice and strategically sound. There was that first early action, you talked about it, got traded out, and then immediately MIBR know that they want to go for the top floor. It is unheard of for teams to try and take reading from the bottom floor. Yes, you might have one player go up brown stairs, but that's about it. Outside of that, you want to take from the top floor down, and especially if you've got a Buck or a Sledge on the board, sometimes an Ash, sometimes a Zolfia in a pinch, you want to play in Cocktail. Tear away the floor. The defenders are going to be playing down by that overturned bookshelf with their backs to the wall and a rotate inside of Laundry or over by the upright bookshelf where the diffuser tends to get planted. Well, if you can hold Cocktail as an attacker, the defenders can't really play in those two spots. You only have one option. Swing. Swing or be swung, which is the name of the game for those defenders, or you just forfeit control of the bomb site, in which case, then you want to try and go back into Fireplace, back into Train, and fight for a retake with maybe somebody going upstairs. That's where an operator like Nomad comes in so critically. But MIBR and Attack have banned the Nomad, so they don't have to worry about it. When they go onto defense and on attack, they can work around it.
What's also unheard of is going from reading bomb site into mining bomb site. OXG yet to play the top floor. That's normally an extremely common choice for the defenders. And also, worth noting out, Lukid has now picked up the IQ, respecting the Valkyrie from Foxy, but hey, it's not Foxy who plays as operator right now, it's Vertical. So again, OXG showing that they can be flexible, changing things around. We see right now Luki trying to map out where are the black eye cameras, where are the mute jammers, and what does the bomb site on the map look like. Foxy with C4 in hand below the skylight could either be taken down because IQ scanner is out in action, or he will find a drone for free, make that a second as Lukid drives his onto his track as well. And that is 4 drones off the board from MIBR. That means that OXG will have more to work with as MIBR has less information. Foxy drops down, doesn't want any of the gunplay. They're gonna play it safe, play it slow. They got so much map to work with. Remember, it's not a reading bomb site defense, it's not a top floor defense. We are inside of mining. The longer you can stall, the more drones you can kill, the more map you can just kind of surrender as time goes on, the better off you are. You also have 3 C4s, one on Jog, one on Vert, one on FaZe. That means vertically speaking, you can do a lot of damage. No, not the player vertical, vertical. Give me the word.
Verticality.
Vertically?
Vertically
do damage.
as well. You can do damage vertically, yes.
Damn.
That's okay.
That was a good joke too, and I missed it.
Nade tossed in, and it looks like it gets the Electric Claw that was positioned inside of Train. That means the hatch upstairs in Piano is a little bit more vulnerable and prime for the taking on MIBR. All the while, they've used 2 minutes to clear out the top floor. As you said, odd that OXG did not include Cocktail on the top floor amidst their arsenal, but instead, their portfolio of bomb sites. Looking mighty robust as OXG getting the lead-off pick in 2 rounds, traded on the second, and also holding on successfully as a defender. The Nitro cells from OXG have been used so far, have not been to great success themselves. Both FaZe and Yaga have gone fishing. They've landed absolutely nothing. Vertical still has one at his disposal, too. Adrenal Surge comes in. That's usually the telltale sign that something's about to happen, and with 30 seconds left, there's a reasonable assumption that MIBR want to get the execute off. But they've had struggles in the past with these executes. They need to find their footing, and they need to find it fast. They've isolated inside of Fireplace. Down goes Luke at FaZe, still showing that he's quite proficient and is making this match his own, up 5-0. 10 seconds left, and there's 9 players still alive. Make that 8. Rayduct is down. Down below, Vertical still has access to the Nitro cell. MIBR are defeating themselves, but all of a sudden Raps finds 2 kills, falls on the diffuser. Nitro cell goes, it's in the wrong way. Damage to the foot, he can't get it done as it's all MIBR all over the place. FaZe drops in a 1v2, diffuser within reach, but he has to hop over. Where are the players from MIBR? Sitting on it, he gets the call. Raps looking the wrong way. Raps, you have to run in, there it is. OXG had everything going for them, but then they missed some crucial altercations. And MIBR win the gunfights, clear out the bomb site, poor calls for the Valkyrie down below, and OXG is left waiting while MIBR waltzes in and takes the round.
It seemed like the win condition for OXG was vertical down below, but I don't think the Valkyrie camera actually saw the dining bomb site. They were expecting the opposing team of MIBR to plant inside of mining, so when they pushed deep and took the entirety of site control, it was a blind C4 that missed. I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't even close. It really badly missed, but afterwards, he got a pretty good floor bang, so perhaps they did have information after all. We don't know for sure. Timeout gets called, and we'll now have time to talk about what to do next. MIBR, despite winning the round, chooses to go for a tactical timeout because they want more rounds. That's a very nice thing to think about because who doesn't want more rounds? So, 2-1 scoreline, OXG in favor. It is MIBR on the attack. We see here all 3 rounds came down to kills, but on that very last round, of course, diffuser was planted. Otherwise, the timeout would have hit 0, and OXG would have been 3 for nothing.
Well, MIBR taking this time out to try and settle them down. They know that Cafe is a favorable map on their end, and this was the assumption that was said on Twitter as well. I don't want to reference Ali Mao again because he's not in the casting booth. Though, Carl, if you'd like to. Carl, if you want to come join us, come feel free to do that. While we're on the tactical pause, I'd like to give you a brief update as to what is occurring on our other stream, Deafen, for the remainder of the prep phase. We got 10 seconds left. Let me tell you right now exactly what's going on. It's overtime on map 2, Damwon Kia versus Na'Vi.
That's crazy.
There you go. And that's all we're going to discuss. If you want to see it yourself, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, so you can go over there and get a good look. Because that matchup doesn't matter for Damwon Kia at all. They are going to finish in first, no matter what happens. But for Na'Vi, that's a particularly crucial matchup because MIBR have picked up a point. They're now tied with Na'Vi, as well as tied with Team 1, but tied with Na'Vi. And OXG, by picking up 1 point by winning map number 1, have guaranteed themselves at least a top 4 finish. We don't know where they're going to be at the end of the day. Really depends on the other match. So we'll keep an eye on that, as you should as well.
Yep. If you're a Na'Vi fan, you want them to get at least 1 map on the board. And if you're not a Na'Vi fan, well, honestly, it's kind of fun having like 2 different teams or 3 different teams on 4 points because there might be this whole like mini competition or mini tournament. So we'll see exactly what happens as we go through the day and once results they come in. For now, we honestly don't know for sure. All we know is OXG are safe to go through, but they're of course going to be in that lower part of the group because, well, actually, they might not. Depending on this match what happens, they might actually find themselves in that higher end seed, but we'll see exactly once the results come in. MIBR, they can still win it. They can still get 2 points instead of just the 1. Ultimately, it'll matter a lot. They'll want to get as many as possible because nobody wants to be the one going home.
I don't know. I mean, you ever come to this event and think, you know what?
I want to go back to my home place.
I had a fun 5 days. I've eaten enough meatballs.
I feel like Elevate.
It's time to go home.
If one team would be that way, Elevate would feel it. They're like, we're happy we got here. We got experience. We even got a win. We can go home now. But besides that.
Well, I spoke to Onigiri during those player interviews, and one of the things that he said was, our expectations are to come, learn how to play against other teams, get heaps of international experience, maybe get some scrims in, which, by the way, shame on the teams that refuse to scrim Elevate. Onigiri in the same interview said that there were a lot of teams that just point blank refused to scrim them, so they had to play EU ranked. Now, I understand that EU ranked is competitive, but you really got to play against them. Anyway, Onigiri basically said our focus is to come in, gain as much experience, take it back to APAC and see what we can do with it and hopefully come back to another event. And I mean, the thing is that Elevate are not in a position where they're going home. As far as I'm aware, that group is not solved yet. So Elevate could still very much go forward. I have to pull up. I'm not keeping track of them. Oh, they have actually made it. Elevate have made it because BDS went home.
Oh, true. Oh, yeah. See, that's still weird to me when I think about it. It seems absolutely unreal. Kino has to become unreal once again because he's inside of VIP and he has not much going for him. No support from his teammates. Nate has been tossed out. He's already low in health. Second one follows, but Kino, he's moved to the hallway. He'll try and see if he can get an angle onto this prone player of MIBR, but again, we're just standing still, waiting, listening, trying to see where is the opposing player. Nobody will know. Nobody's droning from MIBR. They only have 4 drones left. 1 is out of pocket. Philippox as well, holding the cross. They really think Kino is still inside of VIP. Maybe they think he's injured from that grenade, waiting for him to bleed out, but they don't want to take the risk.
And it's honestly not a bad assessment to make because Kino is low, but not fully dead yet. This is, again, an issue that MIBR have. Their drone work and coordination has not been spectacular over this event. And look at that. Continuing onwards. But there's 9 people alive in the final 15 seconds of the previous round. Well, we've got 8 right now with 15 seconds to go. First 2 kills go to MIBR. FaZe still from above. They've not cleared him out. Nitrocell goes. Almost a flawless round for MIBR. Philippox puzzlingly breaks into the bomb site. FaZe nowhere near where the diffuser's being planted. He has to drop, giving his position away, and there it is. Flawlessly done by MIBR. There was 17 seconds left, and everybody was still alive. Then there was 2 seconds left, and all of Oxygen was dead. The timeout seemingly paying off for MIBR. They've tied the game up 2 apiece.
That is just such a weird round. It looks like it was going to go one way. It completely went the other. When they spend so much time trying to find Kino inside a VIP or in that wide hallway, I thought, this is silly. At least toss in a drone. Get in there super quickly. Time is literally slipping away and you need to approach the bomb site. Sure, 4 versus 5, you got a man advantage, but you also have no information of the whereabouts of the defenders of OXG. You're walking into a crossfire. But honestly, they didn't care. They got kill after kill after kill after kill, just walking to the bomb site almost as if Oxygen were asleep at the wheel thinking, hey, these guys aren't making any moves. They went to bed, so we're gonna take a nap as well. But that's never the case in these rounds. No one is going to nap. Everybody here wants to win every single round, and they're fighting tooth and nail for it.
Well, that's a glow up from MIBR, and
very big glow.
When you take a timeout like that, you hope that it immediately pays off, but there's also another point where it might enact a new strategy or might bring out a new strategy that you don't immediately start winning off of, but it takes you some time till you're in a position where you can then win off of it. What these 2 last rounds really showed me was that when things get real scrappy, MIBR do have a bit more structure and are extremely good in the cut and thrust of the round. Yeah. Because they read into OXG in round 3, they did the same in round number 4, and it was significantly closer, obviously, in round 3. But MIBR are taking time, and they're at least understanding where Oxygen is, and then pouncing on it.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good read on Kino, but it's just like, I really fear walking in through side. How are you going to make that work? How can you comfortably do it? It seems almost ridiculous to assume that OXG just, or MIBR, sorry, just like knew what to do, because when you don't have information, the only thing you can do is stick to your guns. But, I mean, it is a LATAM team, MIBR. They can really do some damage with the gun precision. FaZe back on the Valkyrie, just like it was in the previous round. They haven't really gotten as much value out of it as they would like to. But then you gotta remember, Lukid is bringing the IQ multiple rounds now. He wants to count, or the IQ, he wants to counter the Valkyrie. Make sure that Oxygen don't have too much information.
Well, we'll see how fast MIBR can be to the punch here, because this was 2 rounds in a row where in the final 15 seconds they pulled something off, and it took them an awful long time. Now, there's a minute 45 left and the first kill has already happened. Fellapox is the one to do it. He's heating up. I think all 4 of his kills have come, all 5 of his kills, sorry, as he tosses in a grenade and kills up Yaga, has been over the last 3 minutes. And now another triple kill. Fellapox has ascended to a new level. Rayduct with the F2 in hand guns down Laxing. FaZe, who was strong in the early moments of Cafe, now has more work to be done as he's 6-2 down below. Another flawless round on the table for MIBR, and it'll happen. Manifesting a flawless round. Round 4 is flawless, round 5 is flawless, and MIBR with their 3 rounds in a row now take the lead here on Cafe.
Pretty much perfect play, 3 rounds in a row on mining. They flooded the bomb site, they evaded the Valkyrie, they got the bomb down, they won the round very close. Then you go to basement attack, flawless round and opening kill. You win it, it's easy. Sure, time was very low, but it was flawless nonetheless. Then you go to reading afterwards, another flawless round and opening kill. OXG, it's gonna feel like they're doing everything right, but everything is going oh so wrong, and they're refusing to go top floor because they've gone basement, reading, mining, basement, reading, not mining, kitchen. They're going back downstairs. It didn't look too good for them last time. They will have to change something up, especially the way that MIBR is playing right now. Reduct on the Twitch can clear utility. Lukid sticking his guts on the IQ each and every single round. They are respecting the information game from OXG, and I like it, because the one way you can lose is that verticality with the black eye cameras being alive. So if you can find them with the IQ scanner, then use the Twitch drone. You can clear them out quite easily and quite quickly.
Absolutely. Fateful round now for OXG. Again, we want to remind you that Cafe does skew towards the attackers at the present moment. The 6 Invitational, it has been and become the most attacker-friendly map with a 60% win rate each round for the attackers. MIBR have done at least half of that. They're at 3 rounds, they have 1 more round, and now they win the half, which is where you want to be. MIBR also gambled by taking their time out at the conclusion of round number 3, and they netted 2 flawless rounds after that. So, perfectly timed on their end. They call a timeout, you get 2 flawless rounds back to back. I'd say that's pretty worthwhile and really well timed. It really is ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is.
It's this.
Maybe they're shaping up for more. Fellapox has gotten all 7 kills in the last 3 rounds, and what a start it is. Usually, FaZe is the last one alive for his team, but that's not the case anymore. He picked up 5 kills in the first 2 rounds. Now Vertical is down as well. MIBR are beating the ever-living stuffing out of Oxygen, and there's still 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Maybe LMM was right. You know, maybe he actually knows what he's talking about as a current Pro League player, because MIBR is looking mighty scary on these attacking rounds. They are having so much impact in the early round. The only area they've been slightly weak is in the very late game, where they slow down, they take their time, but it's worked so far. They haven't lost a round due to time management. It's just been close.
Well, they're finding those black eye cams and shooting them. The sound difference, by the way, with a black eye cam getting shot is different from a regular cam, for those that don't know, and that's why Lukid is running on this IQ. He's able to give intel to the rest of his team. Found an Electroclaw, found the Valkyrie camera as well. The rest of OXG will brace for impact with 90 seconds left in the round, and at the moment, a perfectly healthy MIBR team with plenty of utility. They've still got smokes on the board. They've still got nades. They still have flashbangs as well. And some good weaponry, but Laxing swings. A flawless round for 3 rounds in a row. No thank you, they say. Still, an advantage in favor of MIBR despite Laxing's position.
Yep. Only thing OXG really got here is Bakery, and they're holding on to it, sticking their ground, staying inside of it. Laxing, you have to come out really on top here, because you need a win somewhere on the map. You got Yogg inside of Code, and the last player from OXG is Kino. He's on that VIP side. Every single member is isolated. No one is helping one another, but maybe they don't need to. Kino find Philippox, phenomenal player off the board of MIBR. Now tied back 3 versus 3 as Laxing is getting close to his teammates once again.
Inside a small bakery with Yaga not too far off, they've mostly vacated the bomb site. MIBR has control. It'll be a post plant with Yaga creeping in, but he's giving himself away. You see some of that soft wall go up, and the IQ barrels in, gunned down by Yaga at his hands. It's a merciless position from OXG, who suddenly are hitting all their shots. Rayduct is the only player from MIBR still up. He's got an F2 in hand, and now he's overhealed, but slowly but surely the rest of it will tick away. OXG stick the landing on the final round. They deny MIBR a winning first half. 3-3 is the scoreline, and we will now swap sides.
Tied up. That's as close as it can get. Oh, and this basically means that MIBR, well, you gotta do the same thing, if not better. If you do another tie 3-3, we're going OT. Whoever can come out on top will take it in regulation. We'll see if OXG can bring out that same kind of power, the same aggression and confidence that MIBR showed, because that's exactly what they'll need. OXG has to overcome an obstacle, a Latam team with Valkyrie open, and they're not showing the IQ in this first round. They'll be laxing. 6 picking from Twitch, back onto Twitch because he changed his mind. Raps will stick the Valkyrie, not just going back to Melusi just yet. He will go all the way through, make sure that they have those black eye cameras at their disposal. Bellybox and Reduct will both be playing the Deny, or rather the ADS, projectile catching operators. Aruni and the Jaeger falls on that supportive-ish operator of Maestro. Yes, you have a great gun in the Alda. You got so many bullets, 1x scope at your disposal, but those evil eyes, the Maestro cameras, the bubbles as we call them, are extremely valuable on Cafe. You have this death zone that is Cigar and Piano, an area where players, they can't really play that safely, that comfortably, and you can deny a lot of drone work with those evil eye gadget. You open up the eye, you shoot out some lasers, and you can one-shot all utility and all drones, and even do a bit of damage onto your opponent players.
Well, we have an update for you, by the way.
Oh, do we?
From the other game, yes, that is correct. Spoilers inbound, so plug your ears for about 10 seconds or so. Na'Vi is one map too, which means that it is going to a third map between them. Na'Vi is the first team to win a map against Damwon Kia and force Damwon Kia to bend at the knee of the UK overlords.
That's impressive.
It is. It absolutely is. So, with that said, we're waiting to hear back from League Ops as to what that means in regards to Team 1 and MIBR, but things are not looking good for Team 1 at the moment. It really does depend on what the League Ops gets back to us with, because there isn't going to be a three-way tie anymore. MIBR picking up the last map means that they get a point. They're now up to 4. They're tied with Team 1, so we'll see. We'll wait, and we'll give you intel, or we'll give you information when we get that intel ourselves.
That just adds even more pressure on this match of OXG and MIBR, because if MIBR wins, they get another point on the board. And OXG, they will sit on 5 comfortably, but, you know, MIBR, they don't want to be going home. They want Team 1 to be that team to be doing that instead. And in the matchup of Team 1 and MIBR, it was MIBR winning 2-0. They beat them 7-5 on Villa, 7-5 on Cafe. The map we're watching right now. That means MIBR, they have experience on this map against another Latam team, and Latam, they play a really good Cafe. NA, sure, it's been an historic map, but right now Raps is showing why that is not the case. Yogg off the board, that's the sledge gone, 2 grenades, the hammers in the ground. Oh, and we're holding on.
OXG again surrendering that very first pick. MIBR have been clobbering them in regards to these opening bits. Oxygen only has 2 uncontested first picks. That's not great for the fact that we are now 7 rounds deep. And with a minute to go, OXG losing that sledge, losing that set of nades, means that there's only a single nade left in Vertical's pocket, at least from what we can see. And he's on drone work, helping the rest of the team on in. First look at Cocktail as a defense, because OXG did not go there at all. They just went to kitchen reading and mining. An equalizer now from Kino. If he wakes up, OXG's chances go up immensely. He's an even 4-4, and he'll need some more. After all the work that he put on Bank, it must have been a heartbreaking loss. Selma's going off, and some of the defense for MIBR will continuously get chipped away at, leaving the final 30 seconds up to a fantastic showdown in the middle of the bomb site. Kino utility dumping, rating for it, Foxay not too far off. You need to ensure that any type of denial is taken care of. Rayduck softened up from the F2 of Laxing. That forces him back into back bar, waiting ever so patiently. Smokes get tossed out. Velopox fires back onto Kino. Laxing bursts in. Vertical knows exactly where he is, but it's a big two-piece from Falls, and that two-piece becomes a three-piece. MIBR on their first defense. They're successful, and they take the lead.
First top 4 defense, first top 4 victory as well. MIBR, they are now in the lead, and that calls us perhaps for a timeout. We'll see. Yep, I believe we do. Yep, OXG confirmed timeout. We will be talking about what we can do to stay in this, and I think this is the perfect opportunity and time for this to happen. You've just lost the lead as OXG. You've had it most of this game. Yeah, it was 2-0, then 3-2, then OXG, they clawed back to 3-3. Now they've lost it. Timeout is coming in. We're going to talk about what can we do on this attacking side. We need to do as good as MIBR 3 rounds or better, as 3 rounds would take you into OT, and better, well, you'll win in regulation, which is even better if you're an OXG boy. Because all the time, we all know it gets stressful. It gets really intense. And oftentimes, we even see like a sway in defender and attacker favoritism, where if you won a ton of defending rounds in regulation, all of a sudden attack becomes the preference in OT, which honestly doesn't make any sense, but statistically, that just seems to be the case somehow.
Well, we also have an update for you while this timeout is going on. And again, spoilers if you've been paying attention to the other groups. It's official, getting word from League Ops just a couple seconds ago that the math now is finalized. Team 1 is the 3rd team to be eliminated from the 6 Invitational. Very surprising to see Team 1 go home. The LATAM team that went on the miracle run through the groups and then upwards and won the Mexico Major. They tweeted before the event that this was the last dance. We can't begin to speculate on what that means, but it sure seems like this is a swan song for the team. Take a bow, Team 1. You're major champions. Whatever happens to you, whatever happens to your roster, whatever the last dance means, thank you for the memories. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. It's been a pleasure to cast you. And it's a bit sour that they don't even get to play today. They were sitting at home, waiting, and the perfect storm happened. MIBR and OXG both winning a map, and Na'Vi winning the other map means Team 1 goes home. They join Sandbox Gaming and Team BDS as the 3 teams that have gone home. The other group that is shaping up to be quite spicy, Nick, that you and I will be casting later, that is still very much up in the air, is Group B. Space Station and Team Liquid have locked in their spots in the top 4, but FaZe Clan, Rogue, or Cyclops, one of those teams will be going home, and yes, all 3 of them are very vulnerable.
That's crazy. We could be losing the Sweden Major in FaZe, Mexico Major in Team 1, as well as BDS, a fan favorite to win the entire tournament invitationals, all in groups, and Sandbox. Isn't that ridiculous of a timeline? Like, my predictions are in the gutter. Everyone's predictions are in the gutter. We'll see what happens. MIBR, of course, I don't believe that they know exactly what happened, because they shouldn't have, because they don't have access to cell phones and internet and stuff. You're on LAN, you have admins behind you, so we're still fighting for our lives. And Kino shows up with the 150 on Reduct.
Reduct is fighting for his life as well. Gone from action, gone from play. Cafe shaping up to be as competitive as we saw from Oregon. Nick, with these teams trading back and forth. It's a kitchen defense. This is the first floor. We saw our first look at a cocktail defense from MIBR, and despite the fact that OXG had some opportunities, it was MIBR on a stalwart defense.
Yeah, we saw MIBR, they were slowing down, but they managed to find the round. OXG now, with this opening pick and half the round to go, are looking really good on time. We'll have to start working that verticality, swing the hammer, do the floor some damage. If you can find any angles, any freebies, that's going to make the round even easier for you. But once you've done all the verticality, you need to figure out which side do you go for. There's a front take, there's a back take, there's a C4 from Philipbox, goes out, blows it. It does not go out just yet. We're holding on, waiting for the sledge to get nearby, trying to get the kill, but no! It was indeed Yaga, who went right instead of left, juked out the C4 and stayed on his toes. Well done for him, and that means that Oxygen can keep doing damage, but they still need to find a way into the bomb site. They have not worked the first floor at all yet. They're still all on second floor, and time is kind of slowly starting to slip away, especially considering that Echo's on the board.
I mean, MIBR knows a thing or two about late round executes, and they make it work, so they're prepared. I would have to imagine for OXG doing the same thing to them. 45 seconds left, 9 players still up in this lobby. That second floor control for Oxygen working out well. The hatch inside a freezer opened up. If it's a freezer drop like we see from so many teams, then they're going to have to fight back on the side of MIBR. But it could be quite tough. You have to clear out that spot. Nice shot from Kino. He's literally just dropping in and killing everybody in his path. He knows that there's somebody else playing by prep. Toxic canisters tossed out. Raps will vault on over. Kino, Foxe, and Yaga all taking damage in the process. Kino dropped. Foxe low. Laxing finished off. MIBR is cleaning up on this bomb site. With Foxe vulnerable for a moment or two. That leaves more on the shoulders of OXG, but they're not doing a good enough job. Foxe pops up. Raps is there. Shotgun blast. He takes out Falls. But Yaga now in a 1v2, and he's miles away from the diffuser. Yog Dog, you gotta run towards it, but he sees him. Look at this lineup. Fellapox on 1 HP. He's on top of the diffuser as well. Yaga saving the round at the moment. A bit of a repause for him. Fellapox is not viewable. You need to find his foot, and you do it just in time. What an incredible performance by Yaga. And he saves it for his team. Again, back and forth they go. Tied up yet again.
And that is why you do the vertical, it's why you do the setup, it's why this stage 2 of a round, the setup before they execute is so important. When you plant on this bunker area like you just saw, if you haven't made the correct vertical holes, you cannot do this post plant from Yogg. That just speaks to the setup, the execution, the thought process that people and teams use a minute ahead of time, and it all plays out beautifully in perfection. You would be thinking when you saw Yogg on that balcony, as I did, oh boy, he's blundered it. He's in the wrong position, in the wrong location. He was in Bakery earlier, miles away from the diffuser, but little do you know, the right holes were made, it supported the plant position, and Yogg, he made MIBR look like fools for a moment there. Got 2 easy pickups and got the round for his team. Tied up back once again, 4-4 as we're moving to a reading bomb site defense.
Well, what a strategical play there by Oxygen, and it certainly seemed like Yaga was miles away, but he had information that we didn't. There was a kill hole from above, expertly placed. So this just goes to show you the things that we don't get to see. The spectating in Rainbow Six is so hard because there can be a tiny kill hole that was set up a minute and 30 seconds before that you simply don't see, that is crucial for either a defender, if a defender posts up in that position, or for an attacker to be in that same spot in the post plant. Yaga knew something we didn't know. It sure seemed like he...
Or he got really lucky. It is
or he got
possible.
really lucky, but I believe the sledge was up there dealing damage, and that was premeditated.
It looks like it. I will say, benefit of the doubt, I do think that was intentional. It looked like it, because why else would you go to the balcony, right?
I mean, unless he wanted to sledge it, but it was already opened up. I don't know.
There's no time, right? Then you just lose some time because 7 seconds go by, defuse, help, blah, blah, blah. It's over.
Another opportunity for MIBR to go to Kitchen, but they say no thank you. Every bomb site except for Cocktail on the top floor is open, so instead they're going to go to the Reading bomb site down below. Yep. Mining is not shown up just yet for the Brazilian squad, but it can at some point. It was played once by OXG, and it was not won by the defense. There's a reason why it doesn't...
It was close.
It was close, but there's a reason why it doesn't tend to be the bomb site that teams like to go to.
Would you look at that? We see another IQ pick from Laxing, both teams equally respecting the fact that Valkyrie is so powerful on Cafe, and IQ has almost seen no play at the Invitationals yet. Valkyrie herself often banned out, but not this time around. Both operators are in action from both teams. Raps had a huge round on that basement defense. He managed to toss his toxic babes, stopping OXG from planting, stalling, buying time. It looked like he single-handedly had won the round, and he almost did. But close is not close enough. Yogg now inside of Train will open up the softball. That could be the plan set up for OXG later in the round, so keep that in mind. Kino inside of 90 clears out the Banshee as well, so now it's crumbling for MIBR with a minute left. OXG really have a good position on the map.
And Kino knows where at least one of them is. Foxy's getting the diffuser down, by the way, a minute to go. He falls off as the gas gets baited out. OXG with that adrenal surge going as well. Give Foxy a little bit extra HP, but you don't want to huff in those gas fumes. So instead, Foxy will need to go somewhere else. He had the opening. A shotgun with Raps, but he gets swung on by Kino. Kino has heated up and is just killing everything that's walking in front of him. Nobody from MIBR is able to really challenge this. And after Felipox had such a strong start to the middle portion of this map, he has fallen off a little bit and allowed the rest of his team to take up land. Lucan is down for the count. Rayduct with the refrag. Felipox is gone. They can continue to trade, but every trade favors OXG, who now hold a 4v2. Rayduct above will need to get back to the bomb site as Fox tries again to get the diffuser down. He was unsuccessful the first time, but nice drop from Rayduct, trapped inside a laundry, cleaning up at such close range, pivoting over, but Kino still stays alive. OXG will scramble to get the diffuser. They're going to need for the kills, but Falls is above, and Vertical now with the diffuser in hand means it's a 1v1. A drop here from Falls. He can take the engagement. They know exactly where he is, and MIBR will take their 5th round.
So, we had Falls being the savior of basement, almost, but Rayduct being the literal savior of reading. MIBR, they do not want out. We're trading rounds back and forth, and now MIBR back in the lead, 5-4. That was a 2 versus 4 clutch. The plant position from Foxy was questionable at best. You're exposed to the laundry drop. That's exactly what happened. You became a freebie. You had no cover. You had no intel, and it showed. That is the punishment that MIBR needed to do, and they did it so well. We'll be working our way back to top floor. The round rotation for MIBR has been top floor, into kitchen, into reading, and then back up to top floor. They're now comfortable, although I will say that last time they went on this bomb site, it was OXG that came out the victor.
Wow, what an exhilarating round that was, Nick. The team's just back and forth, and Oregon was in many ways exciting, but it was defined more by how dominant each team was on their half. The first half, OXG was better. The second half, it really closed in on itself and tightened up. OXG still ended up coming out ahead. Bank was very one-sided. Other than the 3 rounds in a row that OXG took, MIBR looked formidable, and they just abused OXG all over the map. But here on Cafe, we have as close as is humanly possible to a matchup, and I am just strapped in for this thrill ride.
Absolutely. We'll see how OXG ends up playing it out. They've had very, very clear plans so far on all 3 maps. Started on Oregon, then we went to Bank, now we're on Cafe. It seems like OXG are much less, I would say, wild than I expected of them. I feel like in the NAL, they're usually this crazy team that runs around and they do different stuff every single time, but they've been extremely structured and very clearly playing for the plant. That's always their objective. They're rarely playing for kills intentionally. It has mixed results so far throughout this tournament. They've had 3 games before this one. They played Team 1, where they suffered a 1-2 loss. They played Damwon Kia, who, well, they got stomped. It was a 0-2 loss. Then they played Na'Vi in the very beginning of the first day, and Na'Vi, they fell extremely hard. OXG, they won 7-2 Bank, 7-1 Coast, and this time around, it's not that easy. You're down 1 round, but it's not too much. Rayduct down on 1 health as well to follow up. And OXG have a good beginning, but they need a good end. MIBR, they are so good in the last 30 seconds. Are we punching?
I think that's just like, that's like anger management is all it is. You're just getting your frustration out. Felipox punching away at that delivery door, and OXG just sitting there being like, is this guy for real? Are you really just going to do this? All right, I guess. I'll let you do that. Laxing was watching it and studying and being like, I don't know what this guy is doing. But if there was a run out on the rappel, then, hey, MIBR was in perfect position to do that. Yaga's very close to this player inside a bathroom, and it's Lucan. Had they droned him out, I'm not entirely certain. As critical as we can be of MIBR, it's OXG who sometimes have some stutters, but Kino finds 2 kills very quickly as he turns the tide. What is happening in this round? Felipox almost runs up on Laxing, and then he almost misses him. What the hell are we witnessing? If I'm Twitch chat right now, I'm spamming question marks over and over and over again. Kino finished off. This has been one of the most puzzling rounds we have witnessed, and there are so many questions that I have. As everything settles down, though, OXG finds themselves with 3 players still upright. Falls is the last player from MIBR. It looked like MIBR would be able to stretch out and take match point, but that's not the case. They'll hunt him down as he's in back bar. The ult is a great weapon for taking taking multiple engagements, and he's got intel, softening them up in the process, slowly running out of ammo. 4 bullets, that's it, and he knows exactly where they are! No way, are you kidding me? What a clutch, one of the best that we've seen at this event, and it's MIBR on series point.
The last 20 seconds for MIBR is plot armor thick. They cannot lose the round no matter how much the odds are against them. Absolutely ridiculous. 3 rounds in a row. OXG, oh boy, it must be frustrating.
What do you even say at this point? OXG took their time out in round number 4. There's nothing they can do to try to calm their nerves. They knew exactly where the Maestro was, but they staggered in. The first player swings the doorway while the other 2 are in the middle of Cocktail. That's the bomb site, by the way. FaZe had the diffuser down. Why are you swinging? Go for the plant while they cover. If you know he's back there, there's only 2 doorways out. And yes, he can potentially rotate over by Lumber. Yes, he can potentially rotate out through Bathroom. But for God's sakes, you have the diffuser. Plant the diffuser. All of these teams tweeting about how they're beating ourselves. Yeah, you're goddamn right, you just beat yourself, OXG. Unbelievable, and MIBR pull off a great clutch based off of errors that are committed by OXG. And now MIBR sit on match point.
The mission was simple. The execution was rough. Really, really rough. When you play a 1v3, there are a ton of ways to go around it. I don't think sending one person, one by one, in that best of 3 against your opponent that has the all-that. Any other weapon on defense, you can likely argue that Reduct or False rather would have lost the round. But the all-that, it has so many bullets. You can fight off 3 enemies at the same time if you need to. When you make it a 1 versus 1, it's just far too easy. OXG. Gotta now go all the way to OT. You gotta show you deserve this victory because it did not come free. It's been very hard for you so far. If there's ever was a time to show up, it is now. Kino, you've been so formidable, so good, finding opening kill after opening kill, granting space to your team, especially on the previous map of Bank. But it might not be enough. You might need more. OXG, somebody has to be the hero. MIBR, they've had almost every single player have the most. Lukid on Bank, multiple rounds. Reduct right now, multiple rounds. Felipox, first map, top gunner. Raps, Falls, you name it. They're all doing the work.
Oh boy, what a heartbreaking round for OXG fans that is. And like we said, just a calamity of errors from these teams. We're going to go back and we're going to watch that last round an awful lot here. The good news is that these teams are just playing for seeding at this point. One team could potentially go to the upper bracket, one to the lower bracket. OXG are letting this match slip through their fingers.
But they might not know this. We got this information mid-cast. They might still be under the impression, most likely, that this is do or die. And Felipox, MIBR, they take down Kino, the most important key player from OXG. This is not boding well. They want this victory.
And that really does set the stage, Nick, doesn't it? With just past a minute to go. MIBR looking for the knockout punch here on Oxygen. One Brazilian team already going home from this group. MIBR want to ensure that there's more representation for them, that they make it to this upper bracket, and they are looking great to do so. OXG wanting to attack this kitchen bomb site. They're almost in, by the way. FaZe can go for a plant, but there is just a ton of Molotovs shot out from the Shumika launcher of Falls. And there's lots of denial. There's still 10 remaining. Plenty of time to blanket wherever that default plant is going to go. He's playing over by Whiskey. One player we know from Oxygen is over by Delivery as well. It's a very calm match at the moment, despite the fact that Kino is down. OXG are freezing up inside of this freezer portion of the map. FaZe edging out of the doorway. Diffuser going down. Finally, now the coverage is in, but swatted away by Reduct. MIBR starting the comeback with the diffuser down. They know exactly where it is. Felipox, 1 kill of his own. They'll collapse onto FaZe, and Laxing in a 1v5 for the win. MIBR on the diffuser, and Laxing is gunned down. That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. MIBR is triumphant. An impressive 3 rounds in a row to close out this match. And they'll take map number 3, as well as map number 2.
2 back-to-back, I will say. Demo in the talent room always speaks very highly of FaZe. And I was thinking, sure, he's good, but how good is he? But FaZe literally put MIBR in his backpack. Multiple rounds on Cafe. The Alda 1v3 clutch, absolutely unreal. Even though OXG, of course, were the team to make it possible in the first place. They did not go for the plan. They went for kills, but they did not do it together. MIBR, they conquer out on top as they take Cafe and they take the bank. They only lost on OXG's map pick of Oregon.
What an utterly phenomenal end to that map. Yeah, it wasn't clean. Yeah, it wasn't peak Siege, let's call it that. Perfect Siege is often unattainable for a lot of these teams, and for OXG, it slips through their fingers. The story for North America, before we came into this match, before a single round was played, every NA team, with the exception of one, has talked openly about how they start strong and then they fade, or they can't close out a series. Well, Oxygen put up a good effort, but they are exactly in the same spot as all those other teams. Now, the thing is that because of what's happening in the other match, which is going on right now, and if you want to go over to it, I'd recommend you go watch Damwon Kia versus Na'Vi. Oxygen and MIBR are both safe.
Yes.
So they're not exactly fighting for their lives, but MIBR just picked up some crucial points which can help them potentially make it out in the upper bracket. And for OXG, that is a problem.
It is. And we had to question OXG, if you can't finish out rounds or close them out rather, when you got the lead, when you're in a good position, that's not going to bode well going forward out of group stage. Once you're out of group stage, that means the weakest teams are eliminated. Every single opponent will only get stronger from there. And, well, if you can't win maps, you cannot win games. It's not good.
Once you get that close to the end, you gotta close it out. Always be closing. Don't forget your ABCs, folks. It's critical. But that's it for our second matchup. As I said, over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, Damwon Kia and Na'Vi are still fighting one another. So if you want to watch more Rainbow Six, go over there. In the meantime, we're gonna have to throw to a break. We've still got 2 more best of 3s here on this stream. Sit tight or go over there and watch it. I don't care what you do, but have a lot of fun while you do it. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Good advice.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players like Pengu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. I'm Alex the Medic, your host, and with me are my two good friends. It's Demo and Extra Troika on the analyst couch. Gentlemen, you're looking beautiful as always, and we just had, please hold for it, because I know they might react harder than the team that actually won, an MIBR victory against OXG. LATAM took it.
It was slightly subdued, wasn't it? I think we've seen bigger cheering throughout the regular rounds than we did at the end of that series. And I'm not sure if that was just a big adrenaline dump from MIBR finally getting themselves over the line. But it really was just one of those games where tensions were so high throughout.
It's so difficult as well for, I think, both teams whether they're under pressure where they could get eliminated. However, though, at the moment it looks as if both of them are going to be safe, which I suppose is a bonus, no matter how this match kind of ended.
Yeah, and you know, we were sitting down. Demo's like, okay, you know what? Hold on, you're gonna hear that scream. It's gonna come, and then the round, and then it's
nothing. Content wasted. Content. I was going to record Medics because he was right beside me. I was going to record him and say, Medics, get ready to look around and say, wow, look at LATAM, and nothing came. Nothing.
I have a recording of you when you're engaging and say, oh no, they're gonna do it. He's cracked. I love it. Demo, he's got the energy that I love so much. Honestly. Well, friends, MIBR took it, but I want to take things map by map. It's a three-party. We went to map 3, so we got to give it some due. Oregon was up first, Demo, and we're gonna have the scoreboard in a moment just so everybody can see what happened there. 7-5 for OXG, squeezing through the win.
Yeah, and this was the map that I said Oxygen needed to win, because we've seen them stumble in the first maps before where they were looking good and then it kind of started slipping away. Almost happened to them. There were moments where I think, oh, it's happened again. They were 5-2 up, then MIBR 5-5 all of a sudden, but they managed to pull it back. Something that really helped Oxygen in this game was their entry. They actually came out positive on that entry. Likes and Vert really putting a bit of a shift in there. Look, Vertical, I mean, he's barely even been here for the rest of the event and he turns up in this match. 4 plants as well, which is really objective driven for Oxygen. Plenty of plants going down, and we were a little bit skeptical, weren't we? We thought, you know, Oxygen have had slow starts to map 1s. They need to get that map 1 over the line. It was a close game. It's a 7-5, but they were able to do so. And you look over at the side of MIBR, there's always going to be a problem, in my opinion, when Redux top of the pops, because he is that 50-50 player, and you want to look towards somebody like Philippox or Lukid for that amount of kills. Bad game for both of them. And they had a really quiet one.
Well, that was map 1 on Oregon. Like you said, OXG, and you explained, you know what, an oddity for MIBR. Took them a while to warm up into this game, but then we went to bank map 2, and oh boy, were MIBR warmed up. In that case, on bank, they went 7-3, and as always, we'll have those on the screen for everybody to see at home. Bank, unexpected when I'm looking at it. This MIBR kind of ran through OXG. You're not expecting it to be this case, and I'm wondering, what was that kind of X factor that hit for MIBR once they got to it, Ollie?
I think MIBR started to build quite a lot of momentum quite early on. You can see they pick up 4 rounds on the bounce there. Now, that's no small feat, especially given the fact that they've just been railed over on Oregon in terms of kills, not in terms of round count. But they've come out here on MIBR, on the side of Bank, and they've been able to get a good couple of rounds in. The scoreboard's looking like an entirely different landscape for them. Lukid's in the conversation this time, and Redux, this could be his series. He's now consistent. He's had 2 maps back-to-back where he's really putting in a shift. You've only got to look at the top line on the side of Oxygen. And you could even say that every Brazilian player had a cracking Bank game, because Keynote, 15-9, it just wasn't enough. It was a solo performance.
It was, and I think I've said plenty of times, one player can be like a game changer. Somebody rocks up and drops, 20-something kills, and sure, the rest of the team isn't doing the job. I think we've seen that with Doki yesterday inside this group, where he was really carrying his team through that victory, but today it was enough. And I think on this Bank game especially, we started off with some weird operator bans to begin with. We've seen, I think it was an IQ and a Nuke. That means all the hard breachers are open, Mavericks open, Thatcher's open, all these really strong attacking operators. And on Oxygen, you'd think, oh, this is going to be really good for them. They get the attacks, and they were not good in the attacks at all. They really struggle with even just a basic server take.
Kino Sozinho, like we were thinking yesterday. Sozinho means solo, alone. This is it. This is what happened on here. And like you said, yes, all Brazilian players did indeed pop off. But we have a replay for Bank. So, Ollie, how about you take us through it? And what did you want to explain through what you're about to show us?
I think this was a really good example of things that MIBR were able to do well that Oxygen really struggled with. The replay comes in from quite a way back, so we're about a minute 15 out at the moment. And you want to take a look and take a note of the pressure that's still being held upstairs from Oxygen. They're still occupying some key spaces, but MIBR, they're so close to the site already. They're starting to get walls open. They're attacking into that open area. And, you know, they are going to get to a point where they're going to start to run out of time here. But it was another classic example of the way that this series has played out from top through bottom. You've got to make the play or the play's going to make you. And it was a situation where solo carry, solo performances, big individual plays were enough to carry teams over into rounds.
And this is open area. This is generally the slower played bomb site. It takes a while to get things clear. You have to go all the way upstairs. You have to get hatches sorted as well. There's a lot to do for this bomb site. So if you're attacking it, you need to be fairly quick. A lot of it usually does stem from the side that we're kind of seeing being pressured in through that quad wall, trying to get in towards kitchen, because a lot of the bomb site isn't actually safe for the defense, but all credit, there is some great defensive positioning coming in, and that's really been able to upset some of the attackers. But this is it, the hero plays that you just have to make in those scenarios. When nothing's going for you, you have to do something.
You've got to, and you catch both defenders there looking either way. You've still got two defenders that are off site here and end up solo pushing, essentially. We get one drop through the hatch, one trying to push through Beeper's doorway, and then it is all down to the one player. And you got to feel sorry for Oxygen in this instance. You know, it's Lukid in the clutch. Foxe is just caught well off site. He's downstairs. He's having to make that rotation all the way up, and it's as easy as you like for Lukid. A slow rotation from OXG, and that was the thing that really hurt them there. There was an opportunity to get into sight, and that was essentially how exciting all of those round ends were. Every single one was punchy, it was scrappy, and there were players going in for huge moves.
That was map 2 Bank, but of course we always have a third one. At least in this case, we actually got to use it. Went to Cafe Dostoevsky between OXG and MIBR, where MIBR were successful in taking it 7-4. Demo, what happened on Cafe?
Well, it did start off, you know, quite well for Oxygen, and you think, oh, this could be good for them, starting to rack up a good couple of rounds and maybe start the way they did in Oregon, where they have a nice lead. But then MIBR, they come back again, and it was just so steady until the final 3 rounds really hit, and MIBR just kind of ran away with it. I know me and Ollie, we were chatting and saying, you know what, I think Oxygen might have this just because of how they start off, and he goes, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
When you look at the scoreboard, we saw that Fox was sort of 6 kills for 0 deaths in and around round number 2, 3, I think it was. I think 3 was when he picked up his first death after Oxygen picked up the first 2 rounds. So Fox was having a great game by all accounts, but there wasn't the depth there again. It comes back down to this consistency. And I draw your mind back to Vertical. Top of the pops over on Oregon, and here really scrapping around to try and get any kills that he can, ends up 3 and 10. It is not enough at all. MIBR, you know, again, a scrappy game, but they were the ones that ran away.
They ran away with it, and those sorts of plays are what we're expecting MIBR to pull off. It seems like OXG really toned down their gameplay in that third map. Unexpected, especially after we see them from the past few days and how they're really excited. The times where OXG would kind of scream their lungs out only to fail in the next round, MIBR fire back, and despite some fist bumps didn't really go too well for MIBR, it seems to have really pushed OXG over the edge and couldn't really come back after it. But still with Cafe, I have a replay to talk about. So Demo, it's all yours.
Yeah, so this round specifically we're going to be looking at, it is probably the best way I think we describe this series as. It's probably one of the best rounds I think I've witnessed so far in the competition. It is an absolute roller coaster. It kicks off on the kitchen. Oxygen, I think for both times they've attacked kitchen, they went very default. It's all about the vertical action upstairs, clearing out, trying to get some of the defenders kind of rooted away from the kitchen, and then try and target in towards that freezer hatch.
It was the freezer hatch that was a focus. It was Christmas that was a focus as well, and it's really trying to do everything here. If you're going to try and get open into kitchen and you're going to take control upstairs, and you're also going to try and push into freezer, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of coordination, and this is something that OXG have obviously got down to a T, because they play it exceptionally well here. All of those holes that we saw Yoga make in the opening part of the clip are going to get used well toward the end, and this was probably the kill that kicked it all off. I think we all screamed in the talent room when this shot got let through.
It's that player as well. Behind that shield, you need to make sure you can hold that freezer. And I mean, it's risky enough to see Auction actually go for the drop, and to get that shot, yeah, it helps them a lot. Then you expect, oh, this is going to be Auction all day of the week. They're going to flood into the bomb site, but no, a lot of smoke canisters being tossed in. I don't know where the Echo drones were, but we kind of realize, oh, it's probably the IQ still kicking them out upstairs. So, you know, the shotgun comes in. This is so close for them, and it looks as if the replay's disappeared, so that's going to be fun. But in the end, it was just an absolute roller coaster. Then we seen that, I think it was upstairs, the sledge rotates above. Okay, yeah. It's a big back and forth, but yeah, what a round.
Well, the real bomb we're trying to defuse is here on the desk. That's why we focus down on you. You're the real diffuser.
Apparently so, yeah.
Apparently so. There it is. The big prize for an MIBR victorious. They're able to grab 2 points out of this, with OXG getting 1. Now, the big question in everybody's mind is, what does this mean for Group D? Well, I'm very happy you asked that, Milos. So let's take a look at it and see exactly what that group looks like, because this was our final matchup. But you say that it's still Na'Vi, Damwon, Kia that is live as we speak. Don't you worry about it. There might be a slight shift in what happens, but Na'Vi are up in this game. They're 1-1 with Damwon, Kia on the final map, which means officially Team 1 are out of the tournament. Alamau, you posted that tweet way too early, and here we are at the end of the groups. Here is what it looks like. Damwon Kia at 9, 5 for MIBR, 5 for OXG, 4 for Team 1, 4 for Na'Vi. But again, there is at least 1 extra point for Na'Vi that puts them above Team 1. We'll recap that later once Na'Vi Damwon Kia is done, which is not the case yet. So friends, we got some friends on the other side here that are going to come up and explain things and prepare us for our next matchup. So thank you very much, Demo and Ollie. Anything you'd like to say, maybe perhaps that could influence Damwon Na'Vi?
I mean, we did a lot of speaking, didn't we, in the talent room? We were screaming at the TVs as we saw that Na'Vi game going on. It was maybe getting a little bit much. I know that you were having a little bit of a hard time, Milos. You were getting a little bit...
Yeah, I kind of wanted, because I had a meme ready to post. I wanted Damwon to take it. But you know what? Fair enough. Damwon are already through. It doesn't really matter what happens to them. It's on Na'Vi, and they did the job that was needed. I'm not sure if they know what happened between MIBR, OXG, all of that, but in what, you know, Team 1 kind of builds into all of that. But you know what? We'll have to figure it out. Thank you very much, Demo and Ollie. Let's take a quick break. Then you'll see Jackie coming up here with her friends and break things down for our next matchup on the A-Stream. See you in a moment.
I'm Pojo Man from TSM. I'm the coach. In the past year or so, we've had countless role changes. People know about them. Sometimes they've been good, sometimes they've been bad. Basically, as soon as we knew that we had to qualify through the open qualifier, that's when we started making all the changes. After SI, we were in the middle of a season where like things weren't going the greatest. It was mainly like a reaction to that. We needed to make something happen. A lot of people try to just role change to get honeymoon phases. When they do a roster change, all of their communication is they're adapting, they're talking to each other constantly because they have to, right? But when you kind of get into that slump where you just kind of like, you're just going through the motions of everything, that's when teams start to get worse. But you can do that same thing where you get back to that, where you're communicating like you should be, but you don't actually have to change anybody out. You just have to change your mindset. We were just trying to figure it out. It's a learning process. And yeah, going into Mexico, our expectations were really high, showing what we could do with such a drastic change in such a short amount of time.
Impressive shots, and he's got more bullets to deliver, and it's TSM taking the first round.
It was pretty impressive how well we did considering the amount of time and my uncomfortableness on the roll.
TSM pick up their first victory here in the group stages.
I learned that entering is a nightmare, and it's not my cup of tea. I like staying in the back. Our main focus for this SI had been mainly focusing on ourselves. I know that sounds cheesy, like everybody says, oh, we got to focus on ourselves, oh my God. But like, we mainly focused on how we can adjust to other people's play, making sure we're able to adapt to things that we're seeing on the fly, not being too stuck in our ways, because a lot of the teams at this event are just playing like absolute animals. There's no particular team that we're worried about facing in our group. I know BDS is always, everybody's always loved them. Everybody thinks that we've lost to them for some reason. Never lost to them. We're not planning on doing it again. So I think Furia is a team that they're very hard to read. I'm looking at it as like, who's playing what op on this? Like, I don't know. They'll be a fun team to play. They're also our first match, so I think we could definitely go all the way.
We are here for justice.
There's a lot of friggin' teams, bro.
It's the last day of the group stage of the 6th Invitational, and there has already been so much action, heartbreaking losses, elevating victories. And talking about elevating, we got Elevate versus TSM. I cannot wait to start chatting about this matchup. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Dev and Ann. Oof, we are excited for this one. This is wild, but Elevate or TSM could come out first in this group, right, Dev?
Yeah, both of these teams are locked into playoffs, but it doesn't end there. Of course, only one team is eliminated per group, but if you get in first place, not only do you get into that upper bracket, but you skip a match in the playoffs and are one step closer to that grand final, and that is exactly what both of these teams have set in their sights.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be battling it out today against each other. Literally, what more could you ask for? So yeah, we'll have one team that is indeed going to win that group after this game.
And Anne, I feel like we've been talking constantly about Elevate's mindset. This is their international debut. We were like, ooh, they're going to be feeling all these nerves. We're going to be seeing them choke a lot. But actually, they've seemed really calm and they're having fun. I love their video, by the way, that we have up right now.
I mean, having fun for sure is. We could argue one point their international debut is a long due because they had some issues getting here, but now they are here. And it's actually funny how the players mentioned, like, yeah, we don't really feel a lot of stress. We're actually taking this just like it's another day in ranked. So imagine playing SI like it's your average ranked game. I mean, I couldn't.
It's exactly what they need to do as well, because we talked about how many opportunities to make it to LAN events they have choked during online playoffs in the past. Now that they're here, there's more pressure than there ever was in the past. But fortunately, like you said, they're treating it like it's another day in the office. Apparently, they're even struggling to find good scrims with most of the good teams in Europe and across the world here at SI in this really packed schedule. It's hard for especially a team like Elevate without as much of a reputation to find those scrims. So they've been scrimming some tier 2, some tier 3 teams, some NA teams, and they're just ready and pumped. I think they've even been playing ranked to warm up for their 6 invitational matches.
Yeah, I think they said that in one of the videos that we've been airing, and we're taking a live look at the team right now. You know what? You were saying that they weren't able to scrim against anyone before coming here. Now they're working that out, but the experience against a strong NA team is vital, especially before the playoffs. So I'm sure they're excited for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is by no means going to be a pushover, and in fact, Elevate have already defeated an NA team so far at the 6th Invitational. It was Dark Zero. However, calling them a strong NA team at the moment is a little bit of a stretch. Hey, look, strong in the context of NA as a whole, but we have feasted to a lot of really powerful teams at NA, and look, TSM certainly fits that bill.
Yeah, I feel like they deserve to be at that point as well, because the main thing we were talking about coming in for Elevate is they kind of throw their 4v2 advantages, and I don't think we've seen any instance of that anymore since.
Yeah, you know, Dev, I understand when you're throwing a little bit of shade towards TSM right now. They look strong, but the DZ lost. I mean, what went down there? They got to reset.
I mean, I would never throw any shade at Rainbow Six's best content creator / pro players.
I love what Canadian said, by the way. Did you guys?
He's a millionaire.
They can't buy around.
Buy around.
Oh, we love Canadian.
Doesn't matter how many subscribers you've got, Polly, you get no free rounds against Troy Canadian.
Oh man, yeah, that audio was great. But Ann, TSM, they're a great team. We keep talking about the Trinity, but how will they line up against a ratty experimental Elevate? I'm really excited to see how these teams go head to head.
I like how you're calling it ratty or experimental. We know
I was trying to be nice, but then I was like, I guess those weren't the best adjectives. But anyway,
they themselves would agree.
I get what you mean, and I mean, we know that they can be really frustrating to play against. We've had teams ban operators like Nock or Amar against them because they're not scared to play these operators and play the kind of interesting or funny threats. They like to keep the memes up as well, they say themselves. But just having such a team that plays really aggressive can be really, really frustrating to play against.
Yeah.
However, we did speak in the talent room, and TSM is a team that likes to play against these kind of aggressive teams, and they seem to be pretty good at it.
Yeah, I know we were talking to Sam Stokes, and we just said, hey, just in general, a general idea, is TSM good at playing against aggressive teams? And he said, hell yes. So TSM should be primed and ready. That said, like you mentioned, Jackie, they're coming off of a loss, and a pretty devastating loss as well. Dark Zero had been really, really struggling throughout the whole group, and somehow managed to take down TSM just yesterday, including a dominant 7-2 bank to close it out. So TSM have a lot of of work to go to show us that they are the team that we hyped them up to be.
Yeah, and Elevate played against Dark Zero. Well, they won it 2-0, but they said they didn't really go without a struggle because somewhere in that game, DC started adapting to how Elevate played. I mean, they played it aggressive, they roam a lot, they tend to maybe over-peak sometimes. So in the game versus Dark Zero, they adapted, they stopped roaming alone, they stopped over-peaking, but DC did have a really good defensive setup, and Elevate said that this came down to Dark Zero knowing how to play against Elevate, and that seems to be an unfortunate thing for them. We saw how Elevate performed really well in Stage 1, and they said themselves, after Stage 1, it felt like everyone made it their target to take us down.
Yeah.
All right, well, we do seem to have some information up on the screen right now, so we're moving into the map ban phase, and tell me what you're thinking right now. Dev?
Jump in, or do you want me to take this?
No, Dev, you go.
All right. So Clubhouse banned from TSM. That's a really strong map there for Elevate. In fact, Elevate 7-2'd BDS on Clubhouse to punch their ticket into the playoffs just yesterday. Keep in mind, that was with Rafal. That's a full 5 roster of BDS. And I was chatting briefly with the Elevate guys last night, and they said that they couldn't believe it. They were so ecstatic. They were so proud of themselves to have taken that down. So yeah, if I'm TSM, I'm banning that.
I get it, yeah. And Cafe coming out as the Elevate ban, it's actually kind of a good map for Elevate. So seeing them ban that out is maybe a little bit interesting. It's, however, TSM is going 50% win rate on that. So if TSM gets their first pick, they pick Bank.
What? Sorry, what? Bank? That is so weird. That was the map yesterday that they lost 6 rounds of defense in a row against Dark Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, before that they had a really good defensive win rate. I would say they have an 80% win rate on this map in general, but yesterday wasn't really a great showing of them at all.
It's so hard to really judge TSM right now, isn't it? Because like you said, I mean, even if you just look at the blanket numbers, you're like, yeah, okay, Bank, good map for TSM. If you look at that yesterday, what on earth happened there?
All right, well, our teams are ready to go. Dev, I know you're excited. You're Elevate team here. You've been rooting for them, so I know they're definitely feeling the pressure. So is TSM. So let's get to it. TSM versus Elevate. Fluke and Half. Let's go.
Thank you very much, and it is going to be an exciting matchup for the first place in the group, which is of course that little extra game that you do not have to play and the extra life compared to, for example, the 4th place. If you would get that in the group, you'll be down in the lower bracket. So that is something neither of these teams would like to be in. That first place is where it's at. And that is what is currently at stake. Elevate, they secured themselves yesterday, and after that you saw everything flow off their shoulders. They did not have the pressure anymore to, having to perform at that moment in time. And, even Dev checked up with them afterwards, and they said as well, they didn't care anymore at that moment in time. They were secured, it's all that they were playing for, but there is extra to be gained right now. And that will be here, starting off on Bank.
That's it. We're going to see if we can make a guess for Elevate's sake. What do they take away from DZ having full control? It's always worth having a look at the data and the performance over the tournament, because obviously you've got 2 Bank performances. There's the BDS one and then there's the Dark Zero one, and that's against a team that was technically a full 5 at that point. BDS had Rafal back, but obviously it was the first game back and it definitely didn't go their way. It was entirely a showing. Pretty much -1 round for the 7-1 split, and then the second time, obviously, the 2-7. Which TSM Bank are we going to get here is the question.
Is the big question indeed. The finger is being bent by this side of Elevate. Attackers will have to be a little bit more careful with the initial gunfights they will take, due to the fact, of course, that the Finka has the opportunity to heal you back up to that full HP. Not having any of that as of yet, right here, right now. The operator band's coming through. Kate as well. Gone is going to be making sure that the hatches will be opened up just a little bit easier. And if you now see these bands, there's one thing that stands out, and that is the fact that there is going to be a Thatcher on the board.
Thatcher's on the board. We're going to see those hatches play themselves a little bit more prominently, potentially, unless they go for taller holds. And obviously, it's that creative hitting of heads of 2 different regions with a single take. And that might be where that Dark Zero score, that sort of asterisk, sit for TSM's hold here. So, although they are very talented, although they are a good Bank team and had that knock, there's nobody at this tournament outside the other NA teams that know them that well. There's nobody else that's sort of going for them and driving into those scenarios. Dark Zero had everything they needed, everything they could read from their take, and they needed, to be fair, everything just to obviously ensure that they survived.
Yeah, survival was on the hands there for Dark Zero in that matchup. Not that much for the sides of TSM. However, now there is something to play for. It is going to be that extra life. It's the match less you have to play. And if you really like stage time and if you really like screen time, that moment you might decide to actually go for the second to third place. But if you want to win the tournament, it's always better to go and do that first seed, making sure that you do not have to play the extra match, do not have to show extra stats as a result. Now, we'll be seeing a little bit of a hold coming down onto the blue stairs. As per usual, ADS is set up around that position. Might even see some discs being used as well. And if I have to take a gamble, Merc probably the one to play there.
The Echo going to have the full stretch here around the back. They obviously have the extension of the mirror. They have everything in the pockets with the smokes and the C4 to potentially try and stop the plant onto the default spot. It is your usual approach. It was before the remodeling, and although some teams have gone with the alternate towards the vault side itself and see if they can express via the new hatch an express delivery of a kit towards the site. Either way, it's still at least familiar, and it is still at least an opening to the top, though. A top-down clear, and with Zero being a bit of a driving force, we've already talked about it a couple of times, he is so good on this map.
Yeah, a lot of open spaces you can use those cameras for, and even if you are on that bottom floor, you might even be able to, well, dig one through the hatch, get a bit of a zap off on a PC utility, or maybe even a mirror window if you're lucky. But as we're on that bottom floor, and there currently seems to be just a singular, well, person somewhat off the side. It's Merc, of course, on those blue stairs. He is more than likely going to be the first point of contact here, unless Elevate decides to go for a bit of a backdrop through the elevator, through, of course, the lobby hatch as well. And that's exactly what they're trying to do right here. Can openers being used, making sure the elevator will be opened up and at least to provide a point of pressure. It was a bit worrisome, you could almost say, when we saw Cyclops play on this site. The elevator got some traumas from it at that point. So let's hope that Elevate doesn't make the same mistakes.
They're going to see if they can try and put some pressure back down. And obviously, as soon as that hatch gets popped, you usually want to try and pull yourself out of that blue stairs, depending on how long you try and stick it. And with that support player in that position, Merc has a little bit more life he can give. They have that little box of hefty servers in the corner. They have that potential for an overarch round, but it's achieved, actually. That suffers the first dabs of damage. That support player, if he goes, they're really in a tight spot. Merc.
Oh, shot!
Oh, filthily removes DCH from the little pop-in cupboard and popped right out and sends himself back in, and that is such a clean take.
Grenade being tossed in from the bottom, however, doesn't roll in far enough. It's the Bomai disc that actually catches his, and as the shield gets removed, Merc still is close with a shotgun. Has one more smoke canister as well, is going to be good for about 10 to 15 seconds of extra waste of time. He gets the shot in, but Nerix lives and gets the kill. It's a 4-on-4. Flashbangs now come down on the side of Achieved, who needs to hold on. Finds the very first kill, sees more coming down, however, as he sees the head coming through. It's Onigiri with the very first kill. The diffuser gets dropped before he gets traded out. Nerix wins out that gunfight. There's a 2-on-2, 20 seconds left on the clock. There's still a player up from above, and Geo is currently not playing onto the mirror window here, so they need to make sure that this plan doesn't go down as Onigiri goes for the drop and tries to go aggressive. He covers off a potential C4 toss right here, gets swung, however, Bolo picks up the kill. Nerix needs to go for the kills as a result, and the first round is TSM's.
Elevate, they soared a bit back. They were able to try and drive themselves down on the hatch after losing the players, obviously, elsewhere. TSM, it was a bit back and forth. They did enough to get themselves onto that 15-second sort of marker with the 2 versus 2. They played it perfectly. They pulled themselves back. They waited for the pressure of the plant. They knew it was going to come through. And then at that point, they started to move. At that point, they looked for the crossfight. They looked for the door itself and saw if they could try and piece something together here. They have themselves a start. And as they were saying on the desk, you got to be used to an aggressive team when you come up against Elevate.
You have to be, indeed. Elevate likes to bring that aggression, but we've heard a little talk about it as well from Stokes and Blue, for example. They love to play against aggression, apparently. They really like this aggressive play that Elevate might bring. This is where they could thrive. And let's see if that indeed will be the case. If they manage to find the counters to whatever quick push Elevate will be putting on the board, whether or not they will be able to be broken as well by the sides of Elevate there. And they start off strong, of course. A nasty shot from Merc with that SMG-11 onto the top of those blue stairs into the small side janitor's office. Starts there strong, and then suddenly it's a 4v5 situation, and they still need to push you on those blue stairs.
Opening up those feet angles, making sure that as soon as somebody goes for a bit of a hot hop into open, any pace that might be applied might be well cut short by cutting them off directly at the ankles, the stretch. All the way to the top, you'll sort of see the hold from underneath, usually utilized with some thread of intel here. They've got the Echo drones and potentially the Mozzie Pests if they can try and catch somebody, but often you'll see it with a pulse, or you'll see it with another beat and read of anything active, and then suddenly C4s are underneath those players as they go for the swing in. Elevate's stacked. They're waiting to see if they can try and get some of these deeper camera angles. Again, we talk about how far they can go in and how much they can reveal when played properly and placed in positions that, well, usually aren't taken that quickly.
For sure. Chala still around near that area, looking through these ankle holes, waiting to make sure no one is going to be jumping in through the window on the side. As the rest of TSM is taking some pressure from the top floor. There's three members actually on the Elevate side that look to take the lobby, two to take the top of squares. So, well, I'm sure they will be calling that out soon. It's actually a drone that has been caught by the side of TSM that will call out that there seems to be a little bit of pressure coming down from the side of the Beepers now, and a C4 gets tossed over, and it's the entry for TSM. It's a good start yet once more as the Yana gone, and with that, a lot of utility, and of course a very important player on the side of Elevate out as well.
It was an uncontested swing there from Bolo. He was able to get that off. He was able to sort of pop it. And when you're throwing a C4 off the rim of Banana right down to that double door, you expect something back, at least, especially with that new widened opening, the second sort of doorway that slips yourself through. Even grenades bounced up. Some modicum of pressure back in for him not to be able to get into that position. Nerix, he's gone deep all the way around underneath. The calls are coming through, and Geo is going to be the first one he might meet here, just around green, the bottom of the stairs itself. He's waiting patiently. The softs will give him a bit of a lead in, but Nerix, whether he becomes the drive or waits for a push elsewhere, either way, it's going to be noisy.
Just keeping an eye on him in the meantime as well as Chala is repositioning some of these yokais, try and find a little bit of a better angle. Yeah, a little bit of a phone call coming through, giving away some of the positions, and Merc actually tosses a C4 out towards the front desk, picks up the diffuser, picks up Sapper, but due to that Nitro being tossed, they have no clue that the diffuser has been dropped. And it's Geo now that makes his way up on these main stairs, hoping to find one in the back. DCH finds a kill to achieve as he just exited the janitor area. Nerix now coming up as well from below, so it might be a little bit of a double down. It's going to be the trade that comes out in the end though, but it's only up to DCH. He is all alone against the three men of TSM here. Is he going to be able to clutch this out, or is TSM going to be able to put a second one on the board?
Well, DCH is concerned about multiple angles, and Merc's not making anything even easier. Popping up and spraying down with the SMG as he's able to pull a body before. There's one. Bolo from the top rope, quickly removed. They've still got to try and get the case inside the site itself, and they know that that's probably not going to happen, especially if Merc does that. 2 in a row for TSM.
They have it. 2 in a row, and with that, they are starting off strong here, but we have to always remember it is only the first half, and it's only round 3 that will just start now. So even if TSM have a 2-0 lead now, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are, already done with the match. They've already won. We're no longer in these kind of clear cuts area where, first of all, it is defense, so that would never be the case. But if an attacking team would have won 2 rounds, it would have been over. Yeah, we've had that in the past actually. Where maps were so defense-sided that if a team managed to get 2 attacking rounds, people would often already call it. It's over. That's the game. It's won.
Hey, remember when I talked about Pulse being possible? I mean, Bolo keeps swapping off of him for a second, but he's saying that, hey, remember when I talked about Pulse being possible? He's in the hands of Bolo. And that is a pressure point here because it used to be on Old Bank that the second site for a lot of people was that sort of mid-core of that middle floor. It was underneath CEO, you sort of set yourself up with the vertical hold, and it was almost like 2 takes that you would reverse because open was really bad. It was, you can sort of get underneath with the pulse and keep a watch on it. To be honest, you don't see a huge amount, at least in Europe, from our major perspective, of teams go for the stretch and APAC of trying to hold on to it. But Bank has always been a pretty good NA map. It's a place where they do like to come and a place where they like to sort of push themselves further and further and further. And I think Pulse, for me, is synonymous with the plays that are possible on Bank. And to be honest, if a player's going to pull it off, there's likely that Bolo's name is alongside that list.
Yeah, for sure. He's trying to play with S-Scanner now already. We'll be giving away some of that information as he drops all the way down to the basement just to be a little bit more safe. But you might have actually seen a bit of a heart scanner there. He definitely has been droned out now, and that gives Bolo an idea of the fact that he might be pushed by Unigiri. Who's the IQ? Is the counter actually of that Pulse is trying to hunt him down before he does any too much damage. Doesn't know, however, the Bolo's already long gone, looking to go back up to the middle floor and try and figure out if he can maybe find someone with a C4 from there.
Nay, stopped at the top but popped off that mirror window, just gave the idea of where it is, and they're going to give themselves that little bit of width. Here's DCH to offer something back as well, potentially a drone up first, but they might try and burn towards the top of Banana if they get a read on a player there. You'll see a lot of a drive towards Kanto, and there it is.
Oh.
What a great little use of a Twitch drone.
This is one we're going to see in every single ring game from now on as well, because you can just get rid of every single piece of utility on the Banana side of things. And now as flashbangs are being tossed in, Kanto gets opened up, and there is going to be even the barricades that get destroyed. There is little to no space that TSM can safely play behind outside the actual side and the surrounding rooms itself as well. There is going to be some fire on the Kanto spot due to a shield to be destroyed from the side of Achieved. Bolo is still on the bottom floor, however, so even if Elevate try and go for a push right now, they're not quite sure where he will pop up, and that is kind of a danger point. That's kind of a joker that the side of TSM have. He can just turn around the entire round if he chooses the right moment to strike.
Slow reads on all the players that are trying to steady their way across. That'll all be fed and filtered to the ones at the top of saying they're going for a bit of a lobby take here. There's at least 3 bodies that Bolo's been able to pick up. They're just putting pressure onto Charlo, who's keeping either side of the softed mirror window. He's making sure he can keep himself going, but the push actually comes over the top of Banana. The C4 does just catch the tail end of DCH, and Onigiri in the meantime has found his way onto the back stairs. There's still a loose player underneath him, and the longer this round goes on, well, there's actually a chance the Pulse won't come back up because he can do just as much damage from far away as Nia. However, Onigiri, he's going to set himself for a first fight here. They need to try and take some pressure. They need to try and put some pressure back in to allow Napu to be able to get deeper and deeper. 20 seconds, and he sees the first in Janitors. Can't quite get the connection that he wants, but it opens the door for this. A 1 and a second. There it is. Onigiri suddenly drives them through. Achieved with a C4 is in a good position. They also obviously still have a Pulse with a C4. They're going to see if they can position themselves. Bolo, he's looking for it. He's going for it. He's getting it. No, it doesn't quite connect.
It is safe. He was on the top of the concrete there, and as Onigiri picks up yet another kill, it seems like the side of Elevate might be able to pull this one off. Achieved. Looking to the left, actually, he did not, and Nerix is going to be able to pick up that kill. They found a safe spot to go for the plant. They made it work. They made it stick, and as a result, the remaining members of TSM, they quickly had to hurry back to the site, and this is a little bit of an oversight coming through from them. They did not quite know exactly where the Elevate push was coming down from, and even though they had a great opening, it was the player that was coming in. Onigiri from the back, able to pick up that double. That really changed the round for the side of Elevate.
It was well played. It was that little moment, as you pointed it out during it. He'd got himself onto a bit of solid ground there. He'd got himself some protection. There was a read and a huge amount of soft floor, and just that little few inches that kept him safe to finalize that plant. Suddenly, the round is entirely shifted. Suddenly, it's in a very different phase. But 2-1, there is still this swing round. We are still halfway in the midst of this, and Bank is TSM's pick. They have more than enough drive, and let's see if they can try and redo their lockers take from before their hold even.
Yeah, I was going to say, the hold instead. Or a retake if they feel like, you know, just give it away, open up all the hatches, try and return the favor within 45 seconds. Sort of retakes done quick. Bit of practice already for the attack itself. Either way, 1-2, TSM. The extra round on the board for now, but it should have been 2 if it wasn't for Onigiri coming in from the back. Or Super Onigiri, we have to call him.
The classic.
Still a big fan of him, you know. It's, ever since he left APAC North, it isn't the same.
The approach from Open, I believe that was, trying to get a little bit of an eye onto the players that have otherwise got themselves stretched. Charla is deep inside the garage. He's got eyes on his own cover and approach there, but obviously if he wins a fight, wow, Merc actually wins the first one out. Onigiri goes down. Nay is able to find Merc and get some revenge there from the width and the wide swing, but they've lost the IQ, and when you still have Echo and you still have that danger on the board, it might turn into a problem a little bit later. Bolo, he's doing his best to try and stick in and stick the fight back against them, holding on to a bit of territory here and forcing them into an uncomfortable situation with Charla giving the hot pings on the relevant information. Loses a drone. It does look like he wants to eye his way up the staircase and offer Bolo a little bit more of a wing of support, but actually the rotations come through. He's found achieved and an open hatch.
And there's going to be a reinforcement available for the side of TSM. Not quite sure where they kept it in pocket or if they have any idea with it. Closing up the rotation they have, though, is going to be a bit too dangerous. So that is not something they opt to go for right now. Also, mind you, hatch in open area. Open. The hatch left in the office on the side is still soft. As a result, there is going to be an easy way in for the side of Elevate if they do manage to get this first floor control. However, TSM has one member on either side, and the Sapper takes care of one of these Banshees. They now know as well that the pressure seems to be coming in from around the actual main stairs area. Hatches will be opened up from the very top floor to provide some more mobility and some more angles as well towards the TSM players. And as they start dropping in, they forfeit this first floor and decide that it's time to fight it on the actual site with a 4-on-4 situation.
Wasting as much time as possible there, and they've done it very well. Elevate, they finally got open, but they still have the work on the site left to do itself. And punching your way through a castle is going to take a little bit of precious time, but you can see they're still trying to set themselves up the drones to go for the push itself. You assume that Sapper is on his way to get the Vault hatch and the opposite side, so they can maybe try a little bit more width. No, he's gone for this as well, and they obviously have the hatches that were previously opened by the defenders. 40 seconds. We can hear more and more steadily opening. They just miss the slip away of Geo.
Sapper is actually ready to drop through the actual vault hatch, not the elevator one. And now some support seems to be coming down, whereas Nay's trying to take away the advantage and the attention as well from the side of TSM. It looks like they might be trying to sneak in from the back here to see if they potentially could sneak in a plant or strike them in from the back once more. However, it seems like there might be someone aware. Chief is going to be able to spot one as Bola picks up the very first kill. It's a snake that they managed to take out right after, but the diffuser can be recovered as there is going to be Nerex on 1 HP in that actual gunfall, takes the kill onto Charla. 2-on-1 situation. The time is starting to run out and Geo gets the very final kill. TSM able to win yet another round right here. They tried to get creative on the side of Elevate, drop through the vault, try and take control through Red. However, it seemed like they were aware of what was going on, partially due to the flashbangs that were about to be tossed in right before they dropped. That gives it away. Hey, there is 2 people coming now, but of course you risk that if you don't do it. There's people close in the corner that are not going to be blind and will take you out before you reach the ground.
Back to open, and that was 2 pretty solid lockers hold, and you know, what we sort of measure that metric by isn't the fact that it came down to a bit of a 3 versus 2 or a 2 versus 2 or whatever, but it's the fact of how much time Elevate had left and what was still standing for those remaining players of TSM, because they weren't in these uncomfortable situations in those holds. It was Elevate that was still forced to go for these big plays. You look at the fact there that they still had Garage, they still had Gold Vault, they still had all of these very important angles not pressured at this point, and that it's sort of a pretty solid TSM hold, regardless if a couple of bodies have gone throughout the way. Here, they're going for the hold above. They've got themselves stretched into stock. They've got it all locked off, and I don't know if it's a rotation through onto Archives, which we'll sometimes see. As I said, it's a great place that you'll often get a player play, but here, unless Merc just sort of chills, they've got the rotation off to the side of the stairs instead.
When I'm thinking about this side, I somehow think back at the European Open qualifier we had, a close qualifier, with Vitality trying to breach the quad wall. That didn't really work out for them too much. But I was thinking about it. There's actually nothing that currently stops it. Yes, there's mute gemmers, but they're easily taken out. There's, however, no Thatcher use. So Elevate feel confident enough that they're going to be able to breach and open up whatever they want without having the need for that Thatcher. So, you know, you can use your grenades. You can use other pieces of utility like the Twitch drone, for example, to get the actual mute gemmers. Because due to the infinite range on the shock drone now, you no longer need to be close. I thought for a second there he actually saw someone, but it's going to be Nate that takes the first amount of damage. He is quite close already, and Nitro gets spotted. However, not the kill. That will land right after.
Well, there goes Bolo. He's going to see if he can try and get some support, but in the meantime, Nate's already driven his way through. Merc gone inside the connector. There's a bit of revenge, though. Bolo from above. He has these angles set up. As I said, the last time he was able to sort of play on Banana with the C4 and wasn't massively challenged. This time, they're in underneath him, trying to go fishing. And Charla, his connections, all of these other players not too far away from them are slowly being dropped. Geo pops a bullet from the elevator, gives a bit of the game away of his position, pre-fires towards the split in the second, and pulls his way out of there. He knew as soon as he pressed the trigger on that first that it was going to turn into a slip and slide fight, and well, he slowed away.
Exactly where it was at that moment in time. There is, however, a yellow ping coming through, but he gets thrown down. It's a trade kill. Nay gets the headshot onto Bolo, who gets the down onto Napew. So it's going to be a 2-on-3 effectively. However, Sapper is in a prime position to go for the pickup here, and as they read that there is going to be indeed a form of a pickup, it is Geo that needs to try and cancel it out. Sapper takes a small amount of damage, and they're trying to defend this down body as much as they can, like it's a bomb chassis or a side entrance here. As the flashbang's gone through, he sees the one, goes for the kill. Let's do men down, and a finish as well. Just one, however, as it's only up to Achieve now, trying to come around the corner. The beepers give away his position, and as he tries to pre-fire whilst falling back, there's actually a man that jumps to the window as well.
Onigiri takes the head off from the far side, and that is it. Elevate, they've been able to pull one back here onto open. It's a bit of a 50-50 swing, and TSM, they just didn't quite have the handle on the pace that was applied to Merc underneath. As soon as that sort of screamed through, obviously the first C4 was ripped and torn and didn't quite get the kill itself. Nay just drove directly to the heart of that hold, caught his way past, and then obviously Bolo was able to pick up who came in second. But at that point, they've already sort of put the pressure onto the control. They've taken over the territory, and then they begin to control a little bit more aspects, and suddenly you've got isolated players. You've got Geo isolated, you've got Bolo isolated, and at that point, it turns into just a continued aggression. Open is where they're going to double down. This is where they think they might be able to at least lock it off a 4-2.
I mean, they did get quite close, and as you mentioned, it was really that first gunfight that did not really go in the way of TSM. If they would have been able to pick up Napew there, then they wouldn't have had to throw 3 more bodies through the archives to try and secure these 2 downs that they managed to put down on that board. And it could have been a completely different round. Now, 2-on-3. TSM still on the lead. They could potentially lose that here, and as a result, Elevate would equalize the score. But they are very certain of the fact that they can lock it off here. We do not see any changes really coming in the actual setup of things. Same castle barricades being used. You know, basics are there. We might see some positioning changes to come through. However, Geo yet again will be providing a bit of support by using that shotgun and the castle barricades potentially to create these small openings towards the actual tellers area.
Okay, Elevate, can you double it down? Or has TSM been able to learn a little bit, read into some of this play and have themselves prepped for, well, whatever you decide to throw at them? Onigiri set himself up, trying to put some pressure here from the opposite side and see if he can lean in that open window on the far corner of the entire map. And Achieved is above. He was under a little bit more pressure than he was before, as Onigiri sort of slips and slides his way up and down, but no true connection. They're steady on their call here. The drone, the pull, and the idea of where the players are is still slowly being pieced together. Merc hasn't been rushed because they assume that they'll get caught this time around by Bolo, so they're playing themselves a little bit more cautious.
Grenades are still being tossed in, however, to potentially get rid of some of that utility, and as the drone follows right after. Snade is trying to find the information that is required for him to actually push through into the teller's office. Bolo is quite close. That's one drone. Is still being droned out. I'm not quite sure if he heard it. And they now know exactly he's playing near those windows. However, most of them have been closed off for the latest small rework or map buff, as they are being called. He definitely knows now that he's being pushed out, jumps through the window, and Nerix is going to be able to pick up the kill on the back of the phone call that also comes through. it's going to be a 5v4 situation. The entry yet once more, and the trade, however, does come through. Geo brings it back, takes a important kill yet once more. It's Napier that dies, and with that, Gone 6, information and grenades all off the board.
Yeah, the positioning there from Gio, he was ready to try and respond to one of the plays that was put down, and the players removed as Bolo was obviously sort of hounded by the pressure of those drones and the bodies that swing in. A great take, but returned, which was the difference last time round. Everything was a little bit slower, a little bit more disconnected, and this puts Elevate in a little bit of a trickier situation because that momentum that gets cut off, that sort of gets slowed as they've got to try and rebuild and rework out where the players have gone to. Obviously, a lot of them have pulled themselves back towards the site. They don't need to have a massive stretch for now. It's a dance and a dabble here of that C4, but everybody is on the same floor at this point. They've got that stretch, and Sapper sees the fight, can't quite get the full connection against Geo, and that's not even Geo, it's Merc that cuts in and cuts him in half. Able to hit him with the shotgun. Geo himself, there he goes though. He was on the other side of that fight. There's the opening on the split and just sees the shoulder. Can't get the connection. Keep shooting, DCH, keep shooting. Finally finds it, locked in by Onigiri on the backside, but 20 seconds of 3 versus 2. They still have to find their way into the site. Achieved is just holding off on the top of green. He's making sure that nobody can go on those main stairs of the swing round, so they're going to have to swing him. They take the fight and win it, though. It's a 3 versus 1. Charla, all that's left inside the position of itself, swings to the IQ, drops it. Does he have a drone? That's a question we might be about to find out. Nerix is looking too, but no. Is the answer a post-plant situation? Tries to find a cheeky one from the angle previously used by Geo, but there's no swing this way round. A pre-fire finds the first, or... well, a perfect catch actually pulled against DCH. Nerix is just blinding every direction. That'll be a big audio cue, and that is Nerix.
He knew where he was right there and tried to go for the pre-fire instead, but the SMG-33 coming in clutch in the end there. It's a difficult gun to control, but in the end, worked out just fine. Equalized the score here. Managed to take the side control. There was nothing they could do. There was no yokai in a position to stop the plan from happening. And Elevate, they take that lead and make sure, or not lead, but they close the lead and make sure that they have the opportunity here to, well, put up a second half that is better than TSM's.
Okay, TSM turn of the half, and it's an even one. Elevate, they've been able to keep themselves fighting here, and well, outside of Sapper, who hasn't had the true connection with this game as of yet, but to be fair, he's very often playing those support roles. However, when you're up against a team like TSM, where all of them have this habitual need to pop off just to create hype moments, and they're very good at it, you sort of need to have a lot of this potential to try and respond to some of these firefights. Otherwise, you get unfortunately lost, regardless of the heft of the role that you're bringing with utility. Sitting out in a 9-man game becomes a little bit more uncomfortable. I was about to say a little bit more uncomfortable.
Lotto.
A lotto.
I actually use that word unironically every now and then.
Oh, do you?
It's a bit of a joke.
Yeah, but English is
a
your
lot.
first language.
It is a lot, but
it is mine.
It sounds cuter when it's a lotto.
Ah,
you know, that's it.
Back to CEO. Back to CEO. There we go. For the second time today, it wasn't really a preference for TSM, and here it is the first. And I like that we see an Oryx on paper.
Yeah, on paper it is great because we have seen it, what it can do. And it worked out quite well on a map like Bank, but Nate for now is just looking through these little windows here, looking if he can see someone, if he can see a feet or a head that he can take cleanly off. All right, now I'm starting to struggle with the English language as well.
He sees him.
He sees him, doesn't realize it though. Also doesn't get hurt, so at least he is sitting patiently, sitting safe for here for now.
That's it. Geo is also repelling on this side. They pre-fire the door, and the thing is, if this drone catches him, surely it's over because he can try and Ramadash out of there. There he is. There he goes. There he goes. Yeah, Merc was sitting right above him, and obviously Nay saw him, but at the same time, we are in a much less stressful position looking for those arms and limbs and legs, and unfortunately his stress was punished. They're still stacked up. Trying to find DCH now, and obviously the player inside Kanto to try and get control of the top of that elevator corner. Onigiri, he has himself a huge gun. He has some of the reinforcements and some of the solidity to work alongside, but with the fact that, well, we have many grenades here, and that's probably going to be under a lot of fire in just a second.
Pings are coming through, they have the expectation, one is out there, and well, they're not completely wrong. We have one in the top of the elevator down there. It's the Maestro that is currently watching to try and figure out if there is any form of information he can get. Merc is ready to jump in from the skylight here. At least he's holding it for now, trying to see if there's any rotation he can catch off, but none appear. And Nagiri, however, in a bit of a dangerous position with Bolo below just a couple of seconds ago. He's playing with the Maestro Chem for now, but just a grenade through the elevator. Something that we have seen quite often. I mean, it's a PC utility. It's not too strange to see that happen. And as DCH gets himself spotted, it's a grenade that will be directed towards him. It's not going to hit him, however, as he's aggressive underneath the windows now, and surely that will be called out. But the pings are not coming through, and the grenades have been used. And that means that Bolo no longer has anything to use vertically-wise. But the Chief still does, and he can knock one in right behind DCH and get an entry there, but it's Nerix that finds a response.
Well, there's a Chief to find his second on the windows, gets a great take there, and the return, it's Nerix though locking everything off on that top stairs. Geo, he's revealed on the camera, the bubble is spotting him, but in the meantime, Achieved is just spotting Elevate players and removing from the game. Nerix gets caught off by his fourth that round, and Achieved just drove them home to put them back in the lead.
They have it 4-on-3. They might have lost it just momentarily, but they're back at it again after attack here as well. It started off with a great entry here. This is why you drone every corner. It might cost you a second extra per room. That's why you start droning early on, but you might be able to catch off someone that's hiding like that. And that is a free kill. That there's nothing he can do. He needs to run away because he knows he's going to be in that sticky situation there, and as a result, turns his back towards you. And with that, TSM found the first opening. Grenade to follow up for a second one after, and well, from there on forward, they just continue to push the side and trade. Use all the angles they have to their disposal to ensure themselves for a good round outcome. Elevate will decide to not run it back, something that TSM did before. That was round 5 and 6 when open area was played twice in a row, and twice it was Elevate that managed to secure the W on it. Now, we're headed towards the open area instead, which is the side I just quoted, but it's not the run it back one from Elevate, as they have just lost CEO. And let's see how they'll play it. There is hatches being opened up, which allows Napew to use that Oryx to jump up to safety or to potential danger, but also for opportunities to go for a flank, more importantly, which might guide them into rounds.
Okay, TSM, that was a pretty ferocious opening take. As you said, it was built on that drone work. It was built on pulling all the players' locations and going from there onwards. Here you're looking at open. You're looking at what was, once upon a time, highly regarded as the worst site to be held because of how awkward it was. How awkward it was to sort of keep people at arm's length before you just suddenly suffer to somebody swinging around on a window and taking off 2 heads. Here it starts with your verticality. Nerix inside Janitors is a big power position. They're going to have to see if they could try and get a control of here, and whether they go for a double push across the top of square, which is what they're setting up these zero cams for, or just try and face it front on. Either way, actually, on a Giri. On a rotate there is the first to be caught by the big table.
Taking a big amount of damage right here, and he's still being spotted out by these cams, and as he tries to step to the side, it's Achieved that just swings in to get him with Bolo and will be able to pick up the very first kill. It's the Banana now under control, the player's still inside the elevator, one in Janitor as well. That is going to be the big issue here. It's a spot from Napew and the very first kill to come through as well. Make that 2 as he finds them from the elevator there. This Geo, however, that spots a flank but is unable to secure that kill. Will at least force him back as Chala now needs to take this Janitor under control. There is, however, a castle barricade in the way, which prohibits him from doing so.
They're going to see if they can try and put the fight there onto this quad wall as well. We talked about how it was a big point of contention that when slowed was kind of a failure. There goes that connection wall, gets the castle. Clever use of an exothermic there to sort of stretch its range and make that a little bit more awkward for the player to play behind it. It opens up options, and that's exactly what Elevate need right now, is try and push this advantage. The more space they can create, the more uncomfortable those remaining players alive on TSM caught in the crossfires can be, because, well, suddenly there's so many other crossfires they've got to try and be aware of or trade situations. There it is. They're going to see if they can kind of stack themselves up around that explosive. They're, as I said, moving towards the breach, but Merc, here it is, on the other side, the triple wall inside Archives, looking for the close fight.
Yeah, wants to make sure that he gets the perfect angle there as he sets himself up. The can openers are being used to open up some of the hatches as well, just like the castle barricades. No, everybody has dropped. However, that doesn't mean safety quite yet. Napiu is still alive, can use these hatches to rotate around wherever he wants, and that might be exactly what it will do at some point in time if he feels it's necessary. 30 seconds though, and that means that TSM needs to start pushing the site. There's some pressure coming through from the side of the elevators. It's Sepper actually at the bottom of the square, looking to go more aggressive into the Archives area. And with Geo now pushing up from the top, it's the same for Chala to pick up a kill. 14 seconds in a 3-on-3 situation. They need to force themselves through. Nay goes down. It is DCH in a crucial position who picks up one, finds the second and drops the diffuser. It's a triple kill for him. Oh, from the same cubicle. And as you toss your pen away, it is Elevate that win a very important round here.
DCH went huge there, buried in the back line. The only paperwork he was doing was which TSM members he just took out of the game, holding as a backline. And I said that Elevate sort of maybe had an advantage when things started to open up because they could play more of these cross angles and make things awkward for the smaller man count on their opponents. But then suddenly, wow, who needs cross angles? I'll just swing from one to the next to the next. A fantastic hold on that back line of the single player. And 4-4, we stay level.
Yeah, we're not doing any big leads for the side of TSM now. They were getting close, even though the time, of course, was running out otherwise. And they had an option to actually try and take the fight a bit more carefully to DCH there, but he had none of it. He just shut them down as they had to flood the side due to the little amount of time that was left. And now, we head back to the lockers. The open area has been won. That is a mission success for Elevate. Now they need to try and find one more on that bottom floor, just to ensure that they are the ones in the lead this time around, and of course put up some success in their potential rotation that is starting to develop itself as well. What they failed to do with CEO, they of course might have to come back there at some point.
I mean, Elevate, they stuck themselves in, they locked it down, and now we're heading down, obviously, to lockers. First time we're seeing this from their side, and this hold, the extension with Castle onto that back line, gives them that rotation onto the main stairs. They might try and play and bait some of that length of time on the top floor that we've seen a lot of teams do. You can be in a dangerous spot if your opponents are very good at droning, which, to be fair, TSM, they have been. They've been really good at sort of getting an idea of where the players are and going for the takes. You can't always account for a single player popping off and getting a 3K, but still, the work before them, the work in the build-up to that situation was all very well put together. Bolo, he's going in. Now he's found himself comfortable inside the CEOs and rotating onto Banana towards the top elevator. He might try and put a quick bout of pressure down onto these stairs, moving very swift.
Cannot forget the double kill from Napiu before as well as a Nitro. Is going to be tossed and popped, but no one will be found. TSM for now, hold on. That's one piece of utility less they will have to worry about in the late game, but this is a mirror window for an extension. Together with the castle barricades, it is going to be that open area hold that comes into place. Onigiri gives away that there is at least someone at that very first floor as Merc goes for a bit of a chase. It's him that takes a lot of damage here. He finds one, actually deals a lot of damage to him as he gets challenged by the second, finds that head, goes for the third. Again, as DCH is low on HP, so is Merc as he finds himself right behind the mirror window yet once more. He knows he will be hunted by Merc and the remaining players of TSM, but Nay will be able to shut down Bolo. That at least brings the number count back towards even.
Achieved now, swinging around the top of the main stairs, going to see if he can try and trip his way down. DCH is looking for a fight there across the core towards Tellers. It's Merc, and well, both of them are pretty injured. It just takes a scratch through any of the scenery in the middle to find a kill, and DCH actually is a little bit more cautious about this engagement. He's going to pull back. Nay is also heftily injured. It's still the site down in the basement itself. They've done a lot to waste time and play against players up top. They took Bolo, took a couple of grenades, and took the trouble to trade for a castle. Well, it's not the end of the world there. Onigiri is a huge hot player, but in terms of utility there between the two, the Iana's lost more.
Sure, hatches are being opened up. Merc low on HP, but will be in a position where he can still hold this angle for an eventual execute later on to try and stop any potential rotating players from getting back into that site. Now, There is 30 seconds left on the clock. There is going to be 3 smoke canisters as the first just has been popped and the second is put into a position to detonate later on. There's going to be concussions to be tossed in, and Nerix playing close around the main stairs will be in an important fight actually to come in soon. If they lose that control, then suddenly the red hallway might fall as well. That is a mirror window that's currently being held. The plant will be coming in quite close. The cover will not be there quite. The Sapper tries to play around with a shotgun and tosses the smoke instead. It's going to take a lot of damage there. With 5 seconds left, it's Nerix that picks up yet another kill.
There it is, the smoked out on the far side, can't get the connection, and Nerix locks it off. The final one comes through for Elevate. They have been able to pull themselves into the lead for the first time this game so far, 5-4, and it was a little bit of a misconnection there. You could see they tried to shove the diffuser down, get the kit planted, and the little drop of the smoke canister, the pop just before the player was removed as well, was that massively influential second, taking care of that diffuser planter and taking care of the kit. 5-4. Executive CEO, we head back to the only site that TSM have been able to attack so far and actually take the success, and they're going to have a little bit of a team talk before we get there.
Logically so. I mean, they've just lost 2 rounds where time seemed to have been the main issue there. I think we can stay. This one ran out. They had to go for a push. Of course, they were a man down. Same actually goes for the round right before. They were low on time, had to push, walked right into DCA, just triple kill. And like this, these big plays are being created as Bolo just continues to play with his mouse. These nice flicks. It's all about the mouse control.
It's the highlight reel.
It's the highlight reel, indeed. Million subscribers want to see that every now and then as well. So the mouse flick highlight.
Should we see if production can set up an extra camera? Just
for the mouse flicks?
Just for the mouse flicks. Imagine that. Every other player, it's a face cam. And then Bolo, it's a face and a hand cam.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Maybe
only the best for the best.
Only the best indeed.
CEO, we are heading back in now, and as I said, Elevate, they are able to put themselves ahead for the first time this entire game. It's not really been a massive insurmountable lead that TSM's held. The biggest difference was around difference of 2.
Yep.
But still, if you look at this site that we're up against now, it's the only one TSM have taken on their attack out of the 3 that we've seen so far. If Elevate somehow are able to adapt it and bring it home, suddenly they're sitting on map point, and suddenly TSM, they found themselves on the backside of 3 wrong rounds, and they've got to at least thread 2 to get themselves to OT.
There's a lot to adapt to, because it was a double entry that came through on the side of TSM towards Elevate, and you know, you just gotta put it like that. If that grenade wouldn't have landed, it would have just been that one-man disadvantage. And in the end, it did come quite close. I believe it was a 2v1 situation in the end that was won by TSM. So, you know, if those double entries do not go their way, if you actually get that very first kill, suddenly that's a big adaptation already, and suddenly 2 men extra to fight with at that very moment. And that should be a very big help as well for their setup. So I'm having quite some faith actually in the fact that Elevate might be able to pick up this round here and put themselves onto 2 map points. Potentially take up this first map against TSM as well.
Someone's working in stock. Oh no. Oh wait, it's just a fake. Imagine if people could do that with their real jobs. Imagine if you could just, for anyone who works an office job or a service job, imagine just being able to like leave them behind like the retail till. I would have loved that for years I worked in retail.
During the pandemic, there were a lot of people that had like 2-3 hour long meetings where you weren't supposed to talk. They just recorded a video of themselves and put it on loop.
Perfect. Genius.
Perfect. It's basically a Prisma.
Basically a Prisma.
You won't find out until they shoot right through it.
And the real Nay? Are they eyeing up a jump out? I mean, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing, and anything to take a windfall away from them. We've seen several players hurtle themselves out of those bank windows. It's sort of maybe the most famous Hail Mary throw, because you'll take a kill, you'll likely die. That's really the trade-off. The return is so far away. There he goes. And he's going to see if he can get in this new solid cubby just on the far split. And
he's just staying up there.
You sort of sit. Time. Exactly. This is it. You sit, you wait, you waste time. Merc has to go hunting. He's going to see if he can get it locked. There's also the Capitao above who might try and get a connection there. Oh, not a Capitao even. It's Charlotte on the zero.
No.
There it is. Merc's able to find the fight. Sorry, I saw the logo from so far away. I just see green, and I think Capitao. I don't know why.
That's a 0. But for a second there, you know, a lot of the shots were actually missing. I was afraid of the fact that, you know, he might be able to just go for a bit of a flick there and find the head instead. But as I said, you know, you're wasting time at that point. They know you're there. There's not really anything they can do. Repelling is definitely not an option, so you need to run to get in the right position. DCH, however, finds himself in the opportunity now to go for another jump out as well. Wonder if they go for just 2 of them and then again start wasting time. This time, however, Geo is quite close, so it's not going to be the best of opportunities, but he does still find the kill. That is going to be one of the members that was repelling down, and as the flashbangs are being tossed in right now, a new repel appears. DCH still could go for it technically, but not very soon anymore as a grenade comes in from below, and will finish him off. Bolo gets the trade.
He was already massively injured. It didn't take that much of a direct connection to get him off the board, but they found one anyway. Merc as well puts the body balance back into their favor. One either side of the janitor's wall, and suddenly it is just Sapper. Now, he hasn't, as I said before, had the biggest impact on this game, but if his Echo drones and the Echo himself could be the connection, that could be the lock-in pushes, sees the side and Sliver drops it. It's an old ping. They're just both behind you. There's one. He's got to reload. He gets it. Sapper! Didn't have the biggest impact before, but it will be so hard to highlight a single player's impact bigger than what we just saw. 6-4.
And that will be a map point here coming in from Elevate. They're smiling for it. What a play that was. He was afraid about an alt ping still being there. He tried to go for it, but of course it all started off with Nay jumping out, wasting a lot of time on Merc. And yes, he was able to fight back. He was able to put a triple kill of himself on the board, but after that, it was the first kill on the swing in from the window he managed to pick up. Then he was afraid of the fact that one might still be there. Forced to swap over to the Bearing 9. Reloading, last second, finds the headshot. What a play that was.
I mean, it was a moment to shine, wasn't it? To that point, he'd only got his first kill over the past 2 rounds. And then he does a play like that. It's a heck of a clutch. 6-4 TSM. You are 2 rounds away from pulling it to OT on your map selection. A map that so far your history in just this tournament was a 7-1 for you and then a 2-7 against you. This one is, well, whichever way it goes, a lot more even, but I'm sure you want it to be pulled into your pocket at this point because, well, there's still points to be played for, obviously. The Furia game versus DZ is happening on the other stream. And with DZ and Elevate both sitting on 4 points and TSM sitting on 7, if Elevate take the 3 points from this, they will top TSM because they'll have the head-to-head there. Yeah. But then if DZ take the 3 points,
then they will be knocked down into at least 3rd place on TSM side.
Because DZ have the head-to-head against TSM and Elevate have the head-to-head against both American teams.
Yeah, so they will be in 1st place. So winning this with a 2-0 is going to be the big dream here for the side of Elevate, because then suddenly a team that looked like might have been relegated out yesterday if they would have lost against BDS with a 2-0 is finding themselves in the 1st seed. That's how crazy it can get. You could go literally from 5th to 1st in the couple of 2 games here, and that is what they're trying to achieve, and with a clutch like that from the side of Sapper is definitely going to be helping out. Mirror window will be destroyed. There's no one in a position to get them off of Narix's mirror window, and that means he will potentially have to fall back. Bolo, however, is on a bit of a hunt, and as Nay is waiting to go for the jump up here, it's Bolo that actually quickly checks the elevator, but now is not going to be that aware of it anymore. If the pressure starts to come through, he might go for that jump up and might actually pick up Bolo. He's on his drone right now. This is the perfect moment to jump up.
I mean, it's really just a trade-off here. Nay has intel. Nay has an idea. Nay hasn't gone just yet. It is quite loud. There's another man on a drone. There's another eye set locked in. He's up. He's up. He's down. He just got caught by the drone at the last split second. He's found his way out of there. It was almost a moment.
The drone just coming through, basically stopping that play from happening just in time for the side of TSM, because that could have been detrimental. The first kill comes in, however. It's on the side of TSM. They make sure that Nerix is no longer going to be a threat for the rest of this round, and as Onigiri is hiding in a very close corner here on the bottom of square, he could be in a crucial position to shut them down later on, as the Chief takes a lot of damage from some verticality. He's on one. He needs to live, but continues to open up for now at least. As Sapper playing that mirror window till the rest of the bottom of square. Nay now in a gunfight here with Merc is not going to be able to find that kill. A 2-man advantage for TSM, and they need to make sure that this one sticks.
Onigiri is the crossfire all the way through to Archives. He's waiting for somebody to swing a little bit wider, but there's a lot of work being done on the top floor here still. DCH suffers next. Bolo wants to set himself up for the drop. They're burning out everything, and he finds himself comfortable. This grenade is going right into that corner cubicle, and that player pulls out, but they are pulled out of it. DCH dropped. Zappa's able to find Chala in and amongst the mess of this all, and Zappa goes down himself. It's 2 downs, 1 now, and just 1 player left on their feet. All the TSM players generally in one close corner with 1 split. It's Bolo to lock off the 2-6-5.
Managed to find 1 there, but not more than that, and as they did just drone out the Orcs. It unfortunately did not have the impact that we would like it to have, because that could have been the end of the round for TSM there if you managed to jump up and pick up the double kill as a result. And 6-5 current score will still be going. 1 more map point Elevate have available to them, and they'll choose to go back to the lockers to do so. It's a time, or the actual place where time got drained before on the side of TSM, and they need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. They need to speed it up just ever so slightly, but as there is going to be a bunch of throwables available, as in 2 C4s and 3 smoke canisters, it might be a bit difficult to get that default plan down.
TSM 1 round away from pulling yourself into OT. You've got to go down to lockers, and this was chaotic. I think that's the thing that we sort of saw when it came down to it, is try to jump down, get the plant in, try to see if they could get it stuck in and amongst the madness. A last-ditch, last-gasp smoke canister that popped off took care of the diffuser carrier, and suddenly TSM found themselves with about 10 seconds and a handful of elevator players still scattered around going for aggressive firefights. At that sort of mantle that everybody's wiggling on, it's usually going to be Elevate that find that stability, because they are on that defense. They have that time working into their favor. Have the same stretch, have the same extensions, have the same angles, and I'm curious to see if TSM have more of an idea of who they want to pick out first, because there was almost more engagements going into their favor in the early game.
Definitely was. Looking to make sure that they have the early advantage again. Overall, so far, 8 of the opening kills have gone their way in these 11 rounds. That means only 3 in the hands of Elevate. So the opening moment is not really the issue. It is Elevate that managed to come back time and time again. And as Nate does find out, the player of Bolo here, that's the repel, and that is going to be the kill right on time. And that is the opening frag here for Elevate. And then I'll bring you another stats. Every single time Elevate did manage to get the opening kill, they did win the round, which is 3 out of 3 times so far. So let's see if they can continue that.
I mean, I did point it out, Pulse in that room is so dangerous. Really just has a great lead in there. You see that extension, especially when teams love to play in that space. And, well, Bolo won't unfortunately be able to play in that space this round. It's up to the remaining 4 TSM players if they want to see if they can try and solidify all of the points and put that pressure down on this, their map pick, their choice, before we head over to Oregon as the second fill-in, which, to be fair, it still has been a good battle, a good sort of field for both teams, but the most recent experience comes in that BDS game, a 7-5. Merc, slow and steady, creeps his way around. There's a body to his left and to his right. There's one just in the corner cubicle. It's Onigiri, drops the drone, just sees the player and finds him too. Merc is caught out. DCH came round to offer some support, but there's more fire coming through. Onigiri is found. Taken out of the equation, but look at the timer, 1:10, pretty much about to be on our screens in 5 seconds. And here, TSM is still trying to knock on the door above the site.
This was the issue. The time was an issue for TSM the last time they were here, and now they're on a man down and still do not have control of the open area. Drones are coming through. Is DCH been droned? Yeah, he definitely has been. They should be aware. Actually,
no, he wasn't. They
aware
went
of the
straight past him into kitchen. DCH pops up, pops two. He's going for his third triple kill. No, he dips out of the office. Charlotte dips down too. He's chasing a man, and well, that is all they could get. Elevate 7-5 on this first map. They're able to steal bank from TSM.
So really a steal though. Was it really a steal? I mean, maybe with that clutch of Sapper, it was indeed a steal.
Well, it's a steal because it's TSM's map.
That's
the steal.
They stole that one away from them, and Sapper with that amazing 1v3 clutch as well. Definitely coming in clutch right here, and it means so much to them. They're so happy about it. They took a map of the big TSM, as many would see them. The smiles are all around, and they know that there is going to be, of course, more maps underway. Oregon will be up next. That is their own map pick, and that is where they need to try and make sure that they beat TSM with a 2-0 if they want to take that first seed. And with that, go to the upper bracket, something that potentially not many people would have expected them to be. And of course, with the extra live, but also the less game to play.
I mean, that's the thing about this, is we talked about it before. Any of these teams can still generally end up, because the Furia game, the DZ game, is ongoing on the other stream. BDS, the team that's already eliminated, do not play at all. This is 2 seeding games that could entirely shuffle the 4 names that we had in the order at the beginning of this day. All the way to the end.
It's almost that EU ranked seems to be working out quite well for the side of Elevate. Maybe someone should start scrimming them. I mean, they are putting up quite a good performance here. But before we go up to that second map, we'll toss it quickly to a break. See you soon.
Welcome back to this TSM versus Elevate. We have just seen the first map. It was TSM's pick of Bank, and it was Elevate's pick of, well, we want this. And they're able to lock it out in standard time, but it was as close to that as possible.
It was very close. 7-5 in the end was that scoreline. Elevate were able to bring it home, and mostly due to a clutch from Sapper, of course, a 1v3 with the Echo, where he managed to just find the diffuser, thought there was someone else repelling in. Of course, not the case in the end, and a strong round with a bearing 9 to go for 1-for-1, and eventually finding both. Overall, the entries seem to be really in favor of TSM. 8 for them, whilst there was only 4 on the side of Elevate, and that is an impressive stat. However, all entries on Elevate led to an eventual round win. The plans were in favor of Elevate, 2 for them, 1 for TSM, and neither team was able to put up a flawless round. Merc, he did quite well, dropped 15 kills, but unable to carry TSM across that finish line.
Yeah, I think that's it, is we saw some big gunplay, but you have to look at when Elevate were able to get theirs connected. On the attacks there, TSM, they couldn't quite get it fully sort of flushed out and put together, and Elevate, especially with the works of clutches of DCH and obviously that unbelievable one from Sapper, they kept on being able to just cause repeated problems for that close down game of TSM. They kept on leaning in and having these single round pop-offs of a player that defined the round itself, and although TSM pretty much every single round got them to 2 players, 1 player left, it's just that last player proved really tough to kill.
Yeah, definitely so. The last player seems to keep on bringing problems to the side of TSM. Sorry, I had to quickly mute there.
I like how you didn't actually have to say that you did that.
I just did it, but
you just told people.
Because I just stopped talking out of nowhere. It would be weird if I just continue after a second in the middle of a sentence. I had to go for a quick cough there. I don't. Yes, 1-0 currently for Elevate, and we're headed over towards Oregon, a map pick of Elevate themselves. The question here will be, is TSM going to be able to bring it back? I'm not quite sure what's going on the other side of things, but they also know that if Elevate take this map, they will be bumped down into at least the 2nd place, potentially even a 3rd. Not that the difference between those two really matters. He's right up at the same side of the bracket, of course, but you want to get that 1st seed, because it is so beneficial. And that is currently what, of course, is going to be attempted by Elevate to seize, to steal away from TSM. As many would have expected them to be at that top spot. Those predictions. Oh, all those channel points.
32-68. Most of you think that Oregon's going to be a bit of a better show for TSM. And as I said with Oregon, they know how to play it. They know how to bring it. They obviously brought a game the other day against BDS. 7-5 it went, and it was BDS, you know, technical full strength, but obviously they'd only just been able to pull the player in earlier on in the day, so there's still probably going to be a step up here for them to have to deal with against Elevate.
For sure, there needs to be a step up here to figure out how they're going to be dealing with this. Now, the floors will be banned first. Quite a logical decision, actually. It is a very strong operator on a map like this, especially if you are thinking about the bottom, the elbow area. There's often quite a bunch of shields and utility there. You're going to be able to dig one around the corner quite easily without too much trouble. So if you do manage to take out that shield, suddenly elbow is completely free, and it makes it just a lot more difficult. The Finger to be removed as well by Elevate. Default ban, it seems to be at this moment in time, potentially a Valkyrie coming up as well. No, actually the Mirror to be removed, whilst they use it quite a bit. And now the last ban will be up to TSM. I'm going to try it again. Could be. Valkyrie potentially totally not without any other influences, as she is a very often banned operator. Yeah, there we go.
Just go. Get her out of here. Get rid of Falcon. I guess limit that sort of stretch from rotation. It's the, you know, the Flores and the Finker. I'm not going to go as far to describe those as standard bans, but I think they are fair to be put into the label of more common bans. They're not the rarest. Yes. They're not the shiny legendary bans.
No.
They're not
the Amaru or the Ossa ban.
I mean, those are very particular bans. But these are understandable bans because, you know, Finker is that big sort of drive. Finker is a force in the right hands, that LMG, combined with the fact that you can sort of keep yourself being picked up and healed, go for these quick pushes and plays. Some teams, it's not that they've built a reliance on her, but they've definitely found a great way to utilize her. And if they believe TSM is a team that is that, then they're going to take rid of it. And at the same time, Flores, you look at holds like Blue and Elbow, you look at, you know, even the opposite side of that, you look at anywhere on the top floor for around Trophy or around Attic, and what those drones can do, what those retirees can do. It's not the most common ban, but it's entirely understandable.
Especially on the map, of course, of Oregon, which we just mentioned. There's so much utility that just makes this map as strong as it is for the defense. But take that all away, and suddenly the attack is having a much better time to attack everything here. And making sure that your utility stays up is, with that, quite important. So TSM, who are starting off on the defense, really do not want to deal with these explosive Retiro drones coming around the corner and all just deliver them a bad day.
I'm curious to see how much of a hold stays up top. Okay, we've started to get some of the players coming back here. TSM, they can give them a stretch, and they're still doing setup on the top floor, but for a while it was just a single player on side the site, and it might still be. There's one in Freezer with a rotation and the chance to swing around elsewhere, and if Elevate go quick, if Elevate apply some pressure here underneath, they might be able to cut themselves across a huge angle. Scrapes the side of Napier. Bolo. He's looking for that aggression towards Zulu, but otherwise Elevate, they're rotating around underneath and burning themselves into kitchen.
Need to be careful though, because there is of course a player on that hatch above, and that is Merc. They need to make sure that they get rid of him before they start pushing into that kitchen. Bolo now providing a bit of support as well. Will be aware of the fact that there is indeed that opening that, you know, they could potentially use, and as Nerix takes quite a bit of damage here from a shotgun around the attic area. It could have been a rotation or a sideline that was still being created, but Achieved have found someone without him even realizing. And as that, oh, that is some unlucky siege timing coming through from Onigiri there. Had the opportunity for a free kill, went for the pre-fire, goes for two! Onigiri opens up and Elevate have the double entry.
Onigiri, and that's why LMGs are in the spot that they are right now. Didn't have to stop firing and still has 85 bullets left after a continual engagement that covered about 4 walls and 2 different players. Achieved and Merc both taken off the board. That allows Elevate to move into the kitchen. Onigiri's still watching for a rotation, but Bolo and Gio, they've rotated down. They're going to see if they can try and apply some support here. There is a minute 20 on the clock. There's time that can be burnt. There's time that can be wasted. It's not going to be easy, though. Elevate, they've got themselves a bit coordinated. They're looking for the push here onto the back of tower stairs. At the same time, there was smiling up there of Freezers. They're actually kind of juggling between Freezer with a single body onto Laundry. No. Seems like they're going to go for the Laundry here in the main E-box hatch. That grenade bounces its way around, doesn't quite get the full connection. Bolo's battling back here onto Pillar, slithers his way closer, and then swung into. But Nay is able to lock it off. Gio with a huge take back against the top of the stairs. The smoke canister stops Freezer. Onigiri is still going. Brrr. Finally ended, though, and cut off by a shotgun. Charla, 40 seconds, all that's left.
40 seconds indeed, and Charla has the opportunity now to get another appreciation post made about himself here. Flashbangs are coming through, the plant is attempted as well, and as a smoke canister is tossed in, Separate takes a small amount of damage. That was the last piece of utility he owned, and with that, that now means he needs to go for these gunfights. Openings are still being created as Nerix, of course, carries a small shotgun as well. That creates a new opening, a new opportunity to go for a plant. That grenade comes in, but DCH finds him first. And it is Elevate that win the very first round here on Oregon on the back of Onigiri. With that double entry on that top floor, suddenly they did not have to worry about that anymore, and they could just hit the site.
a huge opening there for Elevate. Obviously, that scream up White Stairs to find a fight with 2 different players on 2 different angles was big. To then go into the next and go for the push on the site, take care of Bolo, they seemed to have the read that he was going to try and swing up the stairs, and they just sort of trusted that they could hold the angle and take the engagement against him. It was, to fairness, it wasn't the worst thing for Bolo to try and do. At that point, you sometimes got to try and bite back, see if you can pull something out of the cart before it actually rattles its way towards the site itself. Elevate, they handed it over, and I guess my curiosity is there at the start. Are we going to see all the players down towards the site? The answer was no, but it's mainly because Elevate just decided to run up and absolutely tear through them.
Yeah, I was going to say, they didn't really get the opportunity to get back to the side anymore because there was an LMG that swung around the corner and Onigiri able to pick up a triple kill with a double entry, more importantly. Now, 1-0 in the lead, Elevate is. They need 6 more rounds and they'll find themselves at number 1 of the group, and with that, warm the hearts of the Apex South and just Apex fans in general. Join Damwon Kia, of course, at the top of it. There will be 2 top-seeded Apex teams. What is the last time there would have been an opportunity for that?
I think it would be a first.
I think it's a first as well. And I don't know if it's ever been close to get to a situation like this. But fact being is that is currently 6 rounds away from happening. Potentially. Could be more. I mean, we could go all the way to OT and Elevate lock it out there, and then it would still happen. If, however, this map goes TSM's way, that dream will not be going through.
Okay, now as the approach starts to come here across the top, we are seeing a much more reserved hold from TSM. The footprints, they're found. Ping comes on the Wamai, who is all the way down in sight. TSM, they've decided they want to try and batten down their hatches and hold firm, and that allows Elevate to start their work here across the top. E-Box is going to be the first bit blown open, see if they can isolate the player playing towards blue. It looks like they want to try and counter-peek this, and if they're not ready for it, this might go away from them as soon as that drops. No, pulled themselves back. Gio had an idea, but he turned out he didn't think it was a very good one.
Yeah, and now he's allowed to continue peeking and swinging that corner, and so it's going to be a go shield far in. That, if that gets reached by a Gone 6 or an impact here, that could mean the end of Merc in his current position. At least he would take a lot of damage here. He has to be very careful of him. A couple of shots already being put in. That is going to be the very first. It's going to be a stun towards Bolo. Will be followed up by a potential impact. Maybe, maybe not. It is at least a little bit of damage done by Merc towards Onigiri as he falls back into a secondary position here. And as right one now on the back stairs, he's looking to make a play instead.
Yeah, DCH is holding himself off right now. They're trying to see if they can get an early pick, but the difference is TSM aren't handing them anything. They have themselves their angles, they have themselves their hold, but Gio hasn't been forced out of a position, and Achieved forces that stair kill. DCH is gone. They've now lost that sort of corner pin on their site itself, and the diffuser, I believe, is currently sitting above E-Box, so they need some pressure from Nay and Nerix, but they've got to get past Charla, who's just holding on to elbow. Onigiri, he's looking for a fight. It's just covered by those bags. Merc left and right, but nobody's coming on the freezer side, so it's going to be that confrontation that burns the first, the reveal. Onigiri can put himself back. 30 seconds. Sapper is retaking the mantle on the back side of the stairs. Just misses the spray. Bolo sure doesn't. Up through the opening on the single wall. Nay has been able to get to a position to try and swing around, but look where the diffuser is. It's so isolated. Has to take the fight. Charla pops up, drops down. Nerix gets one back, but Onigiri gets frozen out of freezer. Nerix is suddenly all that's left with 10 seconds, no diffuser, and still 4 TSM players locked in. Well, this is TSM, one apiece.
And no opening given here to the side of Elevate this time around, and as he finds one, flicks to the second. The time runs out and you stay alive, but it is TSM to pick up a round, an important round here on their defense. They surely didn't want to start this off with an 0-2, so them picking up the laundry side as well allows them to continue their rotation, which will be going up to the dorms. Up to the top floor they go. And as they are bringing that castle and the Goyo yet once more, there is going to be always that need for these explosives, for these grenades to be used against utility rather than used against personnel. And that might actually help them here.
I do like that TSM lent against what Elevate did. I think they sort of looked towards how quick they came across the top, how much they lost across the top, and went, well, we can try and stop this, we can solidify ourselves. I'm curious if that's going to be a method of growth they try throughout all of their sites and holds from now on their defense, or if they just build some confidence from it and then go from that point onwards, realize that, well, we can do this play, and now we can go back to sort of stretching the map a little bit once they have some of the early Oregon rust shaken off.
Elevate on their entry kills is still 100% out of the 5 they got in the entire series. All 5 of them led towards rounds, whereas TSM had a total of 9, with only leading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not too bad. They still managed to translate the majority of them into rounds, but you know, it shows how important that entry kill might be, especially for a team like Elevate, who really lives on the back of it.
Elevate, they have their width. They have Onigiri going for a crawl entrance all the way at the bottom of blue. Might try and charge up tower, or actually he's opting for just a bit of a hunt. He's going to see if he can find a loose player, but TSM, Bolo, he is a little bit further away. They also have that player at the top of the first tower stairs around T0 or T1. What do you use?
Isn't it T1, 2, 3?
Yeah, that's what I use, but you know how like Americans use like ground floor? Yeah. Oh no, English people use ground floor and Americans use like first floor.
So the top one is 3 and you
that one's 3.
Just start counting down from there.
3, 2, 1.
Yes.
Go.
Oh, indeed. I was going to say, Bolo finding a drone, unfortunately not a player. He'll fall back just a slight bit here as Nay is working on creating some lines of sight into the attic. His work is definitely going to be heard at some point, especially when the metal plating falls out. Seems that they now know. They also saw some of these openings that have been created. And that is fine, but at least it means that Merc is going to try and hold it now on a bit of a crouched level. If he walks in standing, they might be able to pick up the kill instead. As Gio gets a bit of a spot from the Jekyll, he's forced to relocate. As a result, you never know if there's a grenade hiding from below.
I think that's it. The Jackal is really going to play into that game later on if it becomes a big problem. Pops that mute jammer, frees that drone, and a slow creep over attic as Bolo pulls himself further and further away. Onigiri, he's trying to get some of that electronics underneath. He's trying to make sure that they can get the breach and start applying some pressure here. The grenade.
Did it get through?
Apparently so.
3 ADSs out there, and somehow the grenade still makes it through. It might have just been perfectly tossed on the highest possible way, scraping the ceiling and landing right at the right spot, and Merc lost all of the support he had to keep on to the attic. He now needs to do it himself. There's still a bit of barbed wire left that will at least slow them down, but as the push seems to be coming in from the games room as well, it is Merc now stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Here's the Barb being pushed, wants to try and push back and bite, but it's Nerix that suffers first. Charla with a little bit of support there as Merc's able to find DCH, throws him out. Sapper on trophy swing, gets one. Onigiri's still on the door, and they have walk-in open. But they need a little bit more of the cross swing and control. Merc is that pressure point now, and he's not going to win that. It's a trade out even, actually. Just popped each other's heads at the right time, and it does get one of those players, but they still don't have that control. That's the precious bit. They're just watching Onigiri. They know that he was around that position. They have the bulletproof set up and stacked for as soon as they might try and deep dive for a plant. Charla can swing onto one side. Bolo and Gio can swing on the other. Well, only one of them can. Onigiri's able to take the head off of one. Gio battles back, and it's Charla to lock off Sapper.
Taking a small amount of damage there. Not quite sure where the final kill did go through. It was through the smoke canister. Would explain that small amount of chipping damage he was taking as we went on. And TSM, they stop the approach of Elevate, but it did get quite close. It might have been a better opportunity to actually go for a plant close on the corner and have the support from the trophy room ready, standing by. But of course they knew as well, just all they need in that case is get a nice swing onto Sapper, get the kill onto the diffuser carrier, and suddenly the round is lost. And TSM, they win their second. They now push towards the meeting hall to complete their rotation before they're allowed to go back to laundry.
Okay, TSM, you started to cook yourself a little bit cleaner of a cake here, and it started with pulling yourselves back again, but this is a site where you don't really have that freedom. It's so much wider than the others. It is a big sort of bout of play space, especially with picking onto that stage side and meeting. The thing is, though, usually with takes on this, you'll sometimes see a sort of singular direction onto the site itself. You'll always have a presence above. You need addict control, you need that confidence from that second story, or if you're going for the kitchen side, well, you probably still need some of the addict control, but you definitely need dorms, and they're usually attached at the hip. However, at that point, then it turns into a drive. Are you going to go for the stage side, or are you going to go for kitchen? Often it's one or the other. You don't see too many split pushing attempts, and usually they're last ditch, but I mean, I guess you got to be prepared for anything when you're playing against APAC.
That's it, you got to be ready. And bring some creativity here and there. I know Cyclops, of course, does as well. Have the opportunity to still make it out of groups actually today, but everything needs to go that way. I believe Rogue needed to lose 2-0 and Cyclops needs to win 2-0. That way we wouldn't have another team to be relegated from the APAC region at the cost of a European one. So
another European.
Yeah, another European team. So it's either or. One of the two regions is going to lose 2 of them, and it looks like NA is going to be able to escape with every single team.
I was going to say they're the only region.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a relegated team. I don't know if that sticks all the way through. If that's like is that an inked statement now?
Yeah, that is an inked statement. There is no way I think that NA, according to my calculations, they're usually quite correct.
Onigiri is just setting up some protection of a flank underneath, and Ney is able to take care of Bolo there. Took a bit of damage on the swing round, but the grenade is cooked, and as I said, addict control is kind of pointing towards a trophy push and take here, but you're going to see if you can get a little bit further forward. Waits for a swing to maybe come back round as that wall gets open itself onto stage. There's a stack up here, a potential swing round of that close door, but it's Charlie that gets taken by Nerix on the far angle all the way across the back line. Merc, he's keeping himself alive, but pulls himself back during that smoke canister because he might be needed later. The Twitch drone is able to take care of all those ADSs. He chose the perfect time to get out of there.
It's going to be one more smoke canister left for them to use. Ney holding on a tight angle here as well. Achieve sneaking around the corner, might be spotted out. It leaves, the drone gets spotted, the call will be made. Achieve takes a small amount of damage and will fall back into a secondary position right here. Grenades are being tossed in as well to at least force him into some way or another. If that gun shield gets blown up, that's Achieve. There you have it. Ney with the right call there, and now he has the opportunity to start dropping in the kitchen and hit them from the back. Merc close with the shotgun, could wipe them all out. Gets one, gets two. No, he doesn't even get them at all. It is Elevate that yet again translate an opening kill into a round as they continue with their own, well, trend here. They're making sure that they're bringing it back to equal. And they get a second attacking round, looking for a third now.
Back to Laundry, back to the site where it all opened up, and the back and forth site that we've seen so far. So far, the only 100% success has been Dorms, but we've only seen it once. It's early game, and well, if Laundry goes this way, we'll probably see it as the second, and if Laundry doesn't, well, we might see it anyway, because at that point Laundry is slightly further away from TSM's handle. They might feel more confident going back to the Dorms hold that they had, because to be fair, it was pretty well locked in, minus a little incident with some ADSs and a grenade that just soared on by.
Yeah, for sure. And now, finally, we did see one of those Vulcan shields going the wrong way. Someone hiding behind it, but instead being picked up as a result. It was the right call by Ney, actually, just to fire that one bullet. You never know someone behind it. If they are, you get a free kill. Otherwise, well, it just only will hinder you for the rest of that round if he still sticks around on that top floor. So, as a result, he could put some pressure elsewhere. No, that was needed in the end, because Elevate was able to just push through the breach and get that very final kill. 2-2.
2-2. And I think that's the story right now is, you know, we've only really had obviously the one timeout that happened on the side of TSM in the opening map of Bank. If Elevate can lock this out, then they've locked out the series, and we won't find ourselves heading to our final decider map of Chalet, which, to be fair, is going to be kind of hotly contested. It's a map that Elevate were able to take off of Dark Zero, but it's generally a good map inside NA, and obviously they also lost it against BDS, Elevate did. So it's sort of been a bit of a back and forth for them. Nerix, he's finding his way in on the top. Gonna look for some feet and see if he can try and use those to pressure, but TSM, once again, by the looks of it, is going back to the method that worked, which is more bodies down below. The closest is Bolo, who's just sat at the top of Freezer stairs, but he's more than ready to rotate down if he needs to.
Definitely is. TCH now jumping down from T3 to Tier 2. For those of you wondering how it worked, now you know, as you just saw. Scans are coming through. Goyo will be spotted out, and there's a vertical hole will be made to stop any TSM member from rotating aggressively back to the top from the laundry stairs. There's an opportunity to pick them up, or at least make them afraid. More footsteps are being scanned, and that's another person that was roaming now back on the site. As they continue opening up the hatch, I'm always a bit afraid that it just suddenly opens up and you're just standing right on top of it. It is going to be a player right below. It's Merc trying to go for a bit of a fight. Of course, he cannot actually use the C4 because it would be eaten by the Surya laser gate. And as the opening is there, he fires a couple of shots, actually gives away his idea of playing out there. DCH is trying to sneak in one of these Twitch drones, take out some well-needed utility out there. That ADS might be crucial. It's now gone. It allows them to get a grenade, and if they get rid of the Wamai disc, that's just above that on a crosshair you just saw.
Onigiri, well, he knows what happens if he swings the corner, so he needs a little bit of pressure to come around elsewhere. And there goes that Twitch drone. Sounded like it did get caught just as it got to the bottom of the stairs itself. They are watching fervently. About to pass the minute marker now, and so far nobody has been able to be caught, but they're prepped and ready to rock and roll here. DCH, he's going to see if he can low armor smoke onto the back line. They're burning everything out. Geo slips his way into Harry Potter and waits for the approach over the side. It's a stun, and it's a bit of a burst of a gun there of Achieved, who's dancing either side of the fight through E-Box, but it's Geo that suffers most, and outside of Onigiri, taken over by Bolo on the far side. They're stacked up on the hatch. They're waiting to see if they can find a drop. DCH gets the one, but Polo still a back line. Core of the side itself sprays and allows Achieved to slip his way further back. 30 seconds. Charla's locked in, has the ADS, has a couple of players sort of flirting with the idea of danger, but with only 20 seconds left, it seems like Elevate are going for a big rotate.
Well, they have to. This is where the Flores ban comes into play for TSM. It's hard to take control of blue, and now they just cannot quite get the push like they wanted. Sapper dropping in will get a first kill. That is amazing for them. It's going to be Bolo that finds one back. Nerix as well. It's a 1-on-2 situation with 7 seconds on that clock. He needs to take control, but one will be inside Elbow, one will be inside the small cubby. Finds none, and Charla gets the final kill. TSM will be shutting down that panic rotate at the end there to make something happen, but Elevate, they get quite close yet once more.
Curse. Habana's gun and a small amount of bullets was sort of that moment there, because the second fight that he swung onto with the SMG here, Sapper, he goes to that. If he had a gun with a little bit more stability, that could have been his as well, because they were surprised. He caught, obviously, the first engagement and was able to take that fight. Suddenly, as the push comes through on the opposite side as well, they're distracted. They're a bit disjointed. There was a body that was dropped inside that engagement. Left them, obviously, in a 2 versus 1 by the end, but still something like, I don't know, an LMG that doesn't stop firing.
LMG, I believe it's called, on the Sophia. A couple more, of course, with quite some bullets in it. Capital also has access to one. Finca, for example, and even Gridlock.
For anybody listening, do not give Habana an LMG. I love Habana, but that gun, for its limitations of, was it 21 bullets or 27?
It's 20 bullets, but one in the chamber, so 21.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Bearing 9 is 25, but one in the chamber, so 26 total. Which doesn't work with LMGs, because it's a belt fed.
Yeah.
So you cannot get 150, well, actually, you might be able to get 151 on the LMG, I think. But not with the other gun, if I'm correct. There's some guns that do not have the one in the chamber. I'm starting to doubt myself now.
Well, I'll leave that for you later. For now, we've got the possibility of an even half here on Elevate's attack.
150.
Against Oregon. It does have a habit of sort of going back and forth here. TSM, they've been able to get themselves that guaranteed even. They've been able to keep themselves at bay. Obviously, it's not their map. They opted to lead in on the defense. They opted to try and have that as their story here. And Onigiri says, well, this is why it's ours. It's a really early take there, and it was a jump out by the looks of it of Bolo. Threw himself out that far window, but it was well read all the way on the shower side.
Yeah, he wanted to go for a breaching charge there, but quickly decided to, you know what, let's just put a drone in first, just to make sure that there is no one standing the other way before I open it up. And as they do right now, some few holes have been made in the side of Attic, so there is some support on the side of Napier, who's trying to open up the wall now. They want to make sure that if there is any pressure coming down from the Attic side of things, they can at least stop it from becoming too bad. It's Merc playing there yet once more. The last time a grenade was perfectly sailing over 3 ADSs, picking up the shield as a result. Nothing really that could be done against it. And yet another breaching charge will have to be used before they can actually start to open up. But successfully done so, because they had those 3 breaching charges on Onigiri, so well read by them.
Well, everything's stacked, but you can see that some of those ADS are in a slightly different position this time around with the hope of catching them. They obviously have achieved throwing as many discs as possible. That first one doesn't get caught. He looked for a second like he might swing into that fight, but instead pulled his way back. More grenades start to bounce their way around. That should get that shield. It does. And that stops them being able to swing out from that bedroom dorm's side. Now, as they try to flood their way in, Onigiri gets shut out by Merc, has the cross angle from the opposite side. They need to try and get some control. This is what we talked about before. Attic is vital if you want to make an entrance on that walk-in.
Yeah, for sure. Nay now trying to go for a bit of a rappel onto the dorms right there, hoping to find a potential rotate around or at least provide some cover for the push of Sapper to come through. Merc still in a crucial position. A grenade is being tossed over. That should let him ride on top of Chala, but he lives somehow as he moves to the right position at the right time. Nerix looking to go in from the trophy door and knows one could be right behind it. Spots a feet, shoots a bullet, but won't be quite able to hit the shot. A grenade, however, will be tossed towards the wide area. Now they know there's going to be one right behind the bunk beds here. The smoke start to push through, and that should be the call for Sepper to try and go for the plant. But he stays put inside of the actual cubby in the walk-in closet there, and he actually loses his life. It's Merc that gets a double kill, a triple kill in total before he gets shut down. And as there's 20 seconds left, it's Nay now coming up from the white stairs to try and salvage the round. Is he going to be able to do that, though? There's not that much time left. He needs to find them one by one. Finds the first, sees the pre-fire, so he knows when he's in the dorms. Has to swing around the corner, but it's a shotgun playing close. Gets taken out from Chala. I believe that was from the dorms. Yes, it was indeed. It was a swing around the corner. And with that, that is the first entry kill. That does not translate into a round for the side of Elevate.
TSM, a 4-2-1/2, some even balanced siege there. They pulled themselves back into the game. They sort of read where things were disconnecting and found a way to get a response to it. They got themselves under a bit of control, but now they've got to see if they can set that pace themselves against Elevate's holds and defenses here. Off to a good start. If they're able to claim this first and get themselves into that 5-2 position with all that momentum behind them suddenly, this might turn into a little bit of a quicker story on map 2, and we'll find ourselves hurtling towards that chalet. For now, we are going to start in the same way that we have before, down in Laundry, all the way down at that bottom floor. We have similar lineups, similar setups here for the play. It's a bit of a wait and burst of time. With the mirror off the board, you're generally going to have more standard extensions, shields and bulletproofs. It's an Oregon hold.
It is indeed. It is an Oregon hold. And Elevate now onto that defense have the opportunity to show that they are good here, that this is their map and that they're looking to lock it off in a 2-0 fashion to take that very first seed. So starting to close up these hatches, create some rotations to provide a way in and out for these roamers and at least a way to fight if it all gets a little bit too hot underneath their feet.
Elevate haven't decided to call a tag timeout. This is going perfectly to plan for them so far. They feel like they'll be able to lock in more here on their defense. I mean, to be fair, 2 short rounds and the start of a rotation, and suddenly they've pulled themselves level. It is Oregon. It does have a preference on defense for a lot of teams. It's one of those ones that's sort of synonymous with defenders over the years, and although over this tournament we've generally seen more attackers across the board and across the general consensus of maps be that lead in here, though. Stats are out the window. It's only how you decide to play against this team that you're directly up against at this moment. The stretch of TSM is a huge bout of drones over the top of Freezer, over that kitchen side. They are looking to see if they can find anybody of Elevate, but Elevate, they're more curious about what's at the top of staircases for now.
Yeah, for sure. Achieve looking to push through the attic. Elevate slowly starting to jump back a little bit here. Drones are trying to find out some information. They find that rotate. They know one is out there. It's just going to be a blind bang and a lot of damage done towards Onigiri, and a kill as well on the hands of Achieve, who starts up the round strong. It's a good read, actually. He found out there was a rotation there. There was no one right behind it. So just open up towards that staircase so you can hold a potential rotate back towards the actual site. It's a great start for TSM.
That's it, rewarded by that pre-fire, that angle, and although you often have an idea, being able to punish it is a very different story. Sapper, he's underneath and popping shotguns towards the work being done by Chala on that Freezer hatch. He doesn't quite have the full read on a body, and he's playing quite dangerously for now for what is a lot of pockets of utility. You'll need those smokes later, and he's actually rotated further up, caught by a drone. He's sort of saying, fall, I'll catch you. But they're not going to fall for it. They're instead going to try and burst their way down to where he was before. Bolo takes a face to shrapnel to go for the fight itself, drops the camera, and has taken up a bit of a mantle as you see the rest of TSM players spreading themselves out.
First kill again coming in. Bolo finds an extra. That's now a 2-man advantage here for the side of TSM. Gemini Replicator will be used, spots a player out there. That means there is going to be a little bit of damage done with a smoke canister. Actually, not too much damage done. He was just outside of it. Nate playing close to the barrels, however, could have been detrimental for the side of TSM if Geo decided to push there with the diffuser, but he rotated around. It seems like it will be a laundry push in the end here, and as Merc spots out the head, it's the serial laser gate that gets reactivated. So need to use another piece of utility to throw it through. Shouldn't be an issue though. Geo carries a flashbang with him to get rid of any of those as a Nate just falls by. It's Merc that gets dropped and they have no clue that Achieve dropped right through the hatch.
Achieve has taken the drop, just slipped on past them. Nate's looking for them. He doesn't quite know where it's happening, and with 10 seconds they're bursting their way through Freezer. They've got themselves in the sight. DCH, he's the lock-in. They know exactly where he is though. He's the only one left, finds one. But even then couldn't lock that one out. It is a flawless for TSM to open up. And as I said, that divide of 5-2 now. Getting their first attack, getting that drive and getting that power. They are truly trying to keep themselves at the top of the board.
Yeah, that is going to be leading them in well. And it all started off with Achieved with some smart thinking from him there. Spots the rotation, knows there is players around that backside. So the way back will be through those staircases as well. So just blind fires through. Not because there could have been a player there, but more so because they could rotate down there, and that is what he wanted to prevent. Finds a kill as a result, and from there on, TSM just continue to push on. And throughout this game so far, the opening kills have been quite even. 4 for TSM Curly, 3 for Elevate. And of course, the first round that didn't translate to an actual round. Entry did translate to a round, that is.
Okay, Elevate. You're going to see if you can double it down the same way that TSM did before. And the second time they were successful, but the second time they made kind of major changes. They pulled themselves into an entirely different position, locked themselves down inside the site itself, and had you sort of batter against their hatches, which they held firmly closed. That time round, outside of an early catch, from that attic hatch down towards the tower stairs, you were all inside the site. You were all having this fight anyway. So it becomes the question of, well, where do you think you might be able to change that? And I guess there's potential of going for more of an adventure. Onigiri on that Mozzie has a lot of time wasting potential, has the ability to just sort of play around. There are escape routes that are always as an option. And Sapper as well in Armory as the Pulse.
Pulse indeed. Trying to figure out if there is a push coming down from that side of things, but as he won't find anything, and Drone will actually spot him out soon. That was a foot that was just seen. I think Merc stays there for now. Actually, might have missed Drone. Might not have seen the Pulse there. And he might be sneaking up now with the Pulse actually watching that staircase.
Well, that's it, because they're definitely hunting a player. They know one is there, and they don't quite have the full angle. Those bullets came through too soft. Onigiri's causing problems. The worry is Onigiri rotates now on that staircase, and he's going to get got. Iana leans into the fight, tries to apply some pressure here, and there's 2 of them stacked up. They're still going for as many reads as possible. They could drop the hatch. Just slinks away from Merc there at that point, and that's the trade-off. The shotgun is close. Onigiri is closer, finds Bolo, goes for the swing next, a quick double pop, and that'll reveal the second player, and unfortunately Onigiri achieved. Battles back, Sapper finds Merc on the staircase, and Achieve now has to try and hunt a shotgun. The Pulse is Nerix now. He's crept his way up, he's offering some support as more bloodshed happens elsewhere. Charla finds Nay, who potentially was trying to rotate up at the same time, hit white stairs. Geometrics with the diffuser Geo. He's going to offer some support to Achieve. They're trying to focus on this fight. They're trying to focus on just grenading in. The Nitro gets a connection. He hits the floor, takes the hatch and drops down. There's a call behind. DCH hits Geo from the opposite side, and he went for the rotate that was failed previously. Sapper, they don't know he's down, but they'll hit this hatch and find a quick resolution. There he is, and there he goes.
Taken out, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation there. It was a bit of a guerrilla warfare tactic coming through here, and it's still going strong as the kill comes through. Nerix finds one. That's a diffuser drop, goes prone, swings around the classroom, takes a lot of damage down into Achieve as he's now prone on the ground with a pistol, breakdancing on that floor, able to pick up the round as well. Elevate, fight back, and they start to close the gap yet once more.
I mean, a breakdancing pistol, it's a play, and it worked, and I guess it sort of highlights that fact when I said, what are you going to change? They did the opposite. They had exactly the opposite shift that TSM did. When TSM felt that their roam game wasn't working, they went to a turtle hold, and vice versa. Here we now have Elevate. They set themselves up, stacked 2 players, and decided to send 2 more for support when things started to get a little bit heated, and it worked out for them. They were able to draw all of TSM's attention, and then eventually all of their bodies and blood. 5-3. 5-3, it's not the biggest gap for them to try and circumvent. Obviously, at this point, it was 1 apiece either side as well. It was sort of the off-site that they ended up winning in the end of meeting. So to be able to have a little bit of a chance here on the attack, TSM, they're still, for now, ahead of pace.
It's also one of the first times I see the M110 work as good as it did, the shotgun on the FBI. Normally it doesn't really work that well. This time it just killed a couple of people as a result, and with the rest of the guerrilla warfare tactics that were going on by pulling them onto one side, sending someone to the back to quickly fall back after picking a kill, and doing that repeatedly. Elevate pick up that round. 2 more they need to find to equalize the score. 3 more to put themselves in a position where they can fight for a map point. Of course, luckily for them, if you reach overtime, you do not get deducted points. So even if TSM does reach that 6 mark, it's not over yet. They can easily get ready for that next one and make sure they make no mistakes from there on forward, as they do need this map win to get that first seed. Otherwise, 2 or 3 will still be on the board. Changes doesn't seem to be that big between.
TSM likely going to see if they can try and hunt down more isolated players. You can see that there's a bout of caution being paid to the building this time. Previously, they were already in, droning and trying to find fights at this moment before. And yeah, it's a different site, but it's also a different Elevate you've got to deal with. And that is a response to how active that Elevate was. Bolo is eyeing up the fight towards the trophy across the bedroom. There is a single player in there. You assume some utility too, so they're going to instead send themselves a stretch of 2 players, in fact, are in that position, or around there with Onigiri slinking his way onto Armory.
Alrighty then, Elevate trying to find yet another entry. DCH picks an aggressive fight, but is unable to land a kill just yet. At least a lot of time is being wasted, and Onigiri is in a site where he can actually try and provide some support with that DMR. Is about to swing around the corner. Not quite sure if they know where he is. He swings around the corner and gets the very first 2 kills. It's a double entry here for the side of Elevate, and it's a good start for them if they want to hold on to whatever could be a first seed here at the 6th Invitational.
Well, that was a heck of a swing and a bold take there. Onigiri hits that gun like the hammer that it can be. Achieved. I'm not entirely sure if he knows that Nay's here, but he's definitely at least holding a rotation possibility. So it's either he knows someone's there or he knows someone's around Zulu. It was a little shiver, a little bit of a movement, a little bit of a shake, and Achieved. Oh, he has a full idea. Pre-fires the angle, tries to pepper bullets towards them. There is... It's an escape! But it almost wasn't, Nay.
Probably didn't expect, actually. The smoke is ready to toss a smoke canister, and Sapper is just standing there with that canister looking to find a way to toss it in. But Merc already in quite far. It's an air jet that will be shot, that will be seen as well with, the, of course, the little laser that comes through. Merc finds the first headshot. Deadly as he is. Opens up the score for TSM during this round as someone rotates by on the actual dorm side of things. Nay, low still on HP, but he's playing around the corner. Achieved is close as well. He's currently droning. He has absolutely no clue he's here. And as there has been no verticality that has been made, he could pick up a very free kill around the corner if he doesn't get pre-fired, which is exactly what Achieved does, as he takes a small amount of damage.
Nerix, he's underneath the window, but he knows Achieved potentially is going to come behind him. That gives the game away, and that gives the game to Nerix. He's able to take it. Merc and Charla either side of a solid wall, try and sliver their way through. Charla gets the first. Nerix inside the site is dropped for 15 seconds. They got to try and find a way to stack themselves up and stack in. There's a great swing, but it's locked off by DCH with a double. Elevate. Tie 2 rounds in a row, put themselves just 1 behind TSM.
And it starts with a swing and a dream with an MK14 and a mechanical arm as you come around the corner to try and get back to side. It's an Onigiri that opens up with a double, and it's DCH, of course, that ends it off with 1 as well. 4-5, and Elevate are starting to fight back, and it seems like a tactical timeout will be called, and I have a suspicion it will be by TSM.
They know how important this round is. As I said before, the tertiary site is the next one that they need to get to sort of be on par and course. This is exactly the rhythm that it was, but obviously mirrored from the previous half. However, if Elevate can take this round, if they can bring themselves level, reopen Laundry, the site they had before, and suddenly TSM are only 2 rounds away from losing this series, losing that top seed.
That's it. That's what they are currently trying to aim for, and Elevate is looking to bring this to the full 12 rounds and regulation and potentially beyond that as well. And now TSM, they're all having a bit of a talk, using their hand warmers to make sure that everything is in the optimal position, or condition, rather, to head into that final round. Or not final round, but an important round.
It's an important
round 10, where they have the opportunity to either be equalized by the side of Elevate or to actually make sure that it will be them on a map point.
It's a round where things happen. It's a round where things start to sort of pull themselves together potentially, because there's so much momentum. TSM said they are 1 round away from map point, and they can pull it here on their off-site hold, on the 3rd hold of Elevate, and suddenly they have that little bit extra pressure, momentum that they can utilize or be pulled apart by. It's down to Elevate to see if they can stack up and step to the metal of what is otherwise going ahead of them. Meeting hall and kitchen, and as we'll find ourselves going in not too long, TSM. This is it. This is your site. This is your one to put yourself onto map point and give yourself the best possible boon and 2 chances. Elevate. You might be able to bring yourself level here.
They definitely can. Let's see if they will be able to. Again, an entry kill that led into a round, as it has so often. Only one of them so far hasn't. 5 in this match, 4 did go their way. And that's how they want to start it off. They want to start it off with a bit of aggression, probably to find one of those TSM members. They have to make sure, though, that it's not in the way that TSM did before, where they went for that jump out that was instantly punished by the side of Elevate. And they gotta be a bit more creative about it, because it will be expected that way. Maybe go for a bit of a bait again, like we saw, of course, in that top floor where, you know, 2 men inside of the armory were being hunted down by the entire TSM team, and all they just had to do were pop up from different directions and take the fights as they went on, which managed for them to win the round in the end. Hatches will be reinforced. There is a rotation into the tower. And there probably will be some players up towards the dorms area as well. Probably very little people actually on that site, which makes it a little bit dangerous. TSM could just decide to rush upon it and try and see if they can get away with it. And, you know, they might, especially with the hatch being closed. There's not many places they can hide and try and retake from as soon as there is the site under control of TSM.
Okay, Elevate, how's your stretch going to work here? How are you going to try and rebuff a TSM that's had a team talk to get their heads on straight before this? In some strange ways, their most important round. Merc has already found himself onto T2. He's looking to try and drone his way across Attic and maybe see if they can get some clarity down below. They are angling and setting themselves up for a stage take here as Bolo just drops the camera and pops himself back towards, well, potentially Garage. It's a width that they want to structure themselves with here. They have loads of time. They're just going to see if they can probably get that cracked open, get control of Attic, and then maybe try and drive those bodies on the top. But it's still a long route and a long road.
So confusing to me. They create a rotation for them to look through and don't even try and play inside of the Attic in the end there. Grenades are at least being attempted. Shala wants to get one through, but ADSs are coming in quite clutch here, making sure the mute jumper stay up. Nay almost loses his life there as he tries to rotate back. More is being shot on as the Excaros as Nay will be putting down an extra piece of Banshee. They just took out one. They need to make sure that it is back in place. And as all the Elevate guns are now aiming towards that direction, it seems like DCH might be willing to retake that top floor. I believe one is actually watching that rotation, not sure to what extent, but if he misses that shot, or if he's actually watching a drone at that given moment in time, it could just as well be a very successful take on that flank.
Chief, talking of, is going underneath. He obviously has the option here that Oregon offers, which is 3 different stair sets in 3 different locations. Sapper in a position with a C4. If he can time this well with the combination of either DCH's intel from somebody moving above or just a well-played thing in terms of the push onto the stage, well, this might be the lockout. That grenade just rolls a little bit too far for Sapper, who shuffled himself into a slightly new position behind the plinth, but he's so isolated. Nay with a pre-fire, pops a couple of bullets. They're well aware of that sledge, and, well, he's got to hold off that other side and trust that this can be held off here by Sapper. The C4! catches Bolo. It was a back and forth of explosives, and DCH explodes down, but caught off. Merc with a huge kill there is able to just hold on to the power and the momentum. Low health, can't get close to that smoke, has to wait for this to clear, but finds the clarity through it. Onigiri, in the meantime, gets a kill on the other side, 10 seconds. They've got to try and drive themselves into kitchen. They find it, Merc leading the way. A shotgun is the close pop. He goes wide, he goes close. The first is his, the second behind the chassis planted. Charla out of time. It's Nay that just has to go for a long run to find their third in a row and elevate a back equal.
DCH flank there, absolutely important. They complete their rotation, are allowed to go back towards the laundry room. But don't forget that C4. It was a bit of bluff being called. He pulls the C4 and then they're like, all right, I'll rip the nade out. And he puts it back in pocket. But the C4 actually flies his way and didn't expect that to happen. Loses his life as a result. And DCH instantly on the back of that drama decides to strike. He jumps down, gets the first, but unable to get Merc. Almost could have lost the round as a result because of it. And Eric's, of course, the right thing to do. Trying to take it aggressive right here. Force them to go for a plant with 0 seconds on the board. As the laundry is coming out next. Elevate. Are you going to be able to take the lead here at this given moment?
That's 3 in a row. 3 in a row to answer TSMs to get to the 5th. And both teams still just, well, now both sit just 1 away from being able to get on to that map point. The first engagement did get to 6-5 as well, and then just rolled over to that 7-5. I mean, it's not out of the question for us to find an OT, but it's down to TSM at this point. The momentum's been sort of taken away from them. It was a back and forth previously. This is the first time a team's been able to thread 3 rounds on a singular half together and actually complete that full rotation. Rotation of attacks. Elevate. You're back to laundry. You're back to the site that you weren't opening with so confidently. There was a bit of a change of pace. And now it seems like you've pulled yourself back down. Instead of playing the double stack around Armory and Trophy that opened this up, you've pulled yourself all the way back to that original hold.
When you say, but Onigiri actually go on. I thought for a second he was going all the way out from the barrels, but decided to actually stay inside. He's going to be playing this long, and this is an interesting one. Both of them have been opened up. There is no safe space, and that might actually indicate for a fact that he will be playing right behind the laundry machine with a zoom scope, or at least someone will play behind it. So they have at least that long angle they can use. So if anybody descends the freezer stairs, they can pick them up freely. Onigiri instead will be playing quite aggressively here on the laundry stairs. Could sneak into classroom if he really feels like it as well, but it's always a bit of a risk. If you do get droned out, you will be stuck. You will die in that position unless you fight your way out. And if you stay on those staircases, there's always the opportunity to go back down. It's good that he didn't, because Merc just droned it all out. Would have been able to pick up a very free kill if they did go up there. And as the hatches now do get opened up, there is that looming risk of Sapper playing around the corner with that shotgun on that smoke, who now has to rotate back due to that hatch being opened up.
The pressure's coming down from TSM, and they're making sure that they are being loud about it. They're putting it quite early. Getting open all the hatches, getting their full stretch. Freezer has pressure, Laundry as well. They know they want to try and pinch, and that long open wall, it's that kind of risk, because it means nobody can play truly behind that chassis with all the comfort that it might otherwise offer. Although, it seems like they've actually put a reinforcement up since the last time we looked at it. They've restructured themselves. Yeah, so they did. They were still, when they realized the push was coming this way, they put one up and put the gate up. They've moved some utility to make it a little bit more ferocious this time, which last time they didn't.
It's good to have that flexibility available with you here as the drone gets caught off by a Mew Jimmer. That forces them to try and make something happen. That grenade didn't land quite well, but eventually will still find Sapper as he walks right into it. And that is going to be the opening kill here for TSM. A welcome one, as this gives a little bit more freedom around the freezer area. It will be actually shot right before it can waste the serial laser gate there, and as drones get found, Onigiri knows there is a player out there trying to get an aid right to land underneath him there, tries to find a head instead but fails to do that as well, but the push still continues to happen. An opening will be made into the Shaiko spots, and as TSM is starting to rotate around just a little bit, the drops will be coming in very shortly here.
30 seconds. They're going to see if they can try and get control of the pillar, and you can see Onigiri's rotated his way back either side of this solid wall. He's looking for the first fight he can take without any pressure elsewhere, and with the stack up coming on the blue door, it's about to explode its way through. Onigiri gets Merc, gets a big take, and DCH with a double on the far side. Pop to Goyo, can't get further. Bolo from behind, taken, and Elevate suddenly have a 4. Whoa, 3-2 difference. A great swing round, but it's out of time. Elevate sit for the second time on map point. This time it's series, it's 4 in a row. And Dorms, I assume we go for their chance to lock out a 2-0.
I think so as well. It should be the Dorms. And after a great entry there from Bolo, the grenade that basically bounced off a little bit weirdly. I'm not quite sure if it was meant to do that or not, but picked up a good kill onto Sapper. It was Onigiri that just went wide. He's like, all right, I'm going to stand right here, middle of the room, wait for someone to drop, and then I'll swing onto the back stairs. That's exactly what he did. And the kills did come in favor of Elevate. 1 round away from making the top seed of their group and being the second APAC team to come in well, not complete dominant fashion. Elevate have lost a game, but at least the second APAC team to be in that top seed.
Outside of potentially Furia. Because Furia, and I don't know the result. I don't know anything.
I think if
Furia get 3 points,
yes,
they top regardless.
Okay, never mind then. Wait, we can ask this.
Okay, you can't hear Hat, but he's asking.
Oh, you can, but
to our production. I like how you're like, we can ask this.
We can ask this.
And then you ask this silently. Because I'm pretty sure they can still hear us when we don't say talk back either.
Okay.
What do you find out?
I found out. You didn't hear it? What did you hear it? Okay.
You asked.
The first map is done. The second map has just started 0-0.
Okay.
And Dark Zero is the one who is leading currently with 1-0.
Well, Furia can still top. They need 2 points. So if Furia, because they're currently sitting on 6, Elevator's sitting on 4, TSM is sitting on 7. So if TSM can lock this out now, and they get 1 point.
I was going to say, could they still technically go down to 4th? But no, there's no way.
No.
They're at least top 3. Let's just put it up like that. As Merc goes for a quick entry into the tower, putting up some of these air jabs as well. Doesn't want to have to deal with any shenanigans from the Elevate players who come up late to go for a big flank, because it has been quite successful for them.
TSM, pressure's on. Bolo's going to be that first inroad here. He's eyeing up Trophy, and he's been able to push his way past Meeting. He's seeing if he can get a catch on a body, drops the drone, and there's the bit of width coming from the opposite side as well. The pressure that might come down onto Attic, because it came as a sort of singular bout before. It was just Merc, I believe, who tried to force their way around, was successful, but suddenly when time started to run out and he's there on his own, it means that that sort of combination is really awkward to make, because for anybody else to be with you or for anyone else to join, it's a huge rotation. It's a massive time expenditure.
It definitely is, and as it's being created now into the actual attic wall, it gives an opening for Chala to try and put the pressure onto the attic itself, but of course they realize there's this bulletproof camera. Grenades are being used from below to try and make sure that they can open up onto the walk-in closet and find a way into the games. DCH, however, is quite aggressive. He's thinking about potentially even swinging out of the door right here as he's standing right next to it, but doesn't want to get too close, due to the fact, of course, there is that serial laser gate that would give away that he's out there. But as a second opening will be made, he's forced to go a little bit more aggressive than he might have wanted to. So it takes a small amount of damage as well. Ney, ready to wait below, is waiting for that push up the armory stairs so he can strike in the back and find these kills in favor of Elevate.
Ney in a position here could be huge. Achieved is waiting. He knows he doesn't want to overextend, but the difference is where he was last time. Sapper takes a big shot of damage here over the backside of Attic. As I said, that focus push, but it's achieved. That opens it up, takes New, takes Armory Stairs. They've been able to take a little bit of damage off of him, but with Bolo getting the lock off there on Sapper, Attic has fallen into their favor as well. Onigiri!
What are you doing?
Goes huge, finds Bolo and achieved, but Merc finds a battle back. They're rotating back up White, a spray from DCH with 30 seconds. TSM have a lot of time and they have the rotation onto Dorms. It's all down to Nerix, is able to find one on the split side, looks for the second, but it is Merc that carries them into OT.
They almost managed to find it there. They almost managed to bring it back on Onigiri, who just steps out yet once more and gets 2 kills onto the players inside games. The amount of times he does that with that MK14, it's just insane what he managed to achieve with it. This time, however, did not succeed into a round, and it's TSM that forces to OT, and we're going back towards the dorms. It's Elevate that will go there yet once more. They're not opting to actually go towards that basement, which they have won before, or the meeting, or anything else to throw a bit of an oddball. They're staying on that top floor. They know what went wrong. They're going to edit on their mistakes and make sure that they start this off with yet another map point.
Kid Storms, Elevate, you're back on the defense down here, and you think you can double it down on the top floor, and I guess it becomes that conversation. Is it one where you think they might have set themselves up in their expectations for a push on the basement? The big change is obviously limitations of air jabs and nomads, but they still have what is a fairly solid structure and take for anything up the top here. There was the play underneath, there was the chance at a whiff and a swing. It's those 1 versus 1 battles, and if they slip away from you, well, they slip away from you. And as we saw, that push-up armory stairs turned massive by the end of what it allowed them to do. Onigiri almost stemmed the flood.
He almost did, but it was picked up due to the loss of the attic. The attic no longer under control, of course, and as soon as he tried to rotate back, he lost his life. His teammate not in a position yet to, well, properly deal with that right after. Of course, Nerix almost stemmed it as well as he managed to pick up 1. Unfortunately, not more than that, and the plant already going through put him under quite some pressure. Merc, 14 kills. Chala on 11. On the other side, we have Onigiri on 13. That is the people in the double digits right now. There's still some who can reach it. Is achieved here with a cheeky drone inside of the dining, is trying to figure out whether or not someone is active inside that kitchen or if it's going to be a way in for them.
Bolo is getting all eyes onto Zulu, and this is actually one of the first times we've seen the stretch of the players here into the kitchen side. As you said, Achieved and Merc either side of the player, but look at the watch just above the door. That's what he sees, the bits of wood on the floor. Merc could get caught here. The drone is still consistent on Nerix. It's a bit of width, but he suffers in the engagement, finds the Malusi, finds himself stacked up there without taking too much. Just had a little bit more of the angle against them, and that drone game, it entirely capitalized on that positioning.
I think Nay's actually going for a huge flank right here. He's thinking about going potentially back up those tower stairs, and Merc and Chala being in that position as they start opening up now, that could be absolutely detrimental if there's no flank drone currently being watched. They're in a 5v4, so everybody is still alive. Everybody has jobs to do, so it could just as well be possible that none of these flank drones are currently being flicked over, as it's only Geo and Merc currently doing exactly that. The drone passes. Nay is going up just ever so slightly. He sees one, finds the second, swaps over, finds it as well. A great double kill from Napew brings it back into their favor. They have that man advantage now. The attic control has swiftly fallen, and all TSM has available to them is the big window to potentially jump in, whereas Achieved and Bolo try and make something else happen.
Absolutely solid snaked his way through that. We saw 2 drones go past him, and the last one was caught out on the way through the door, caught the player. And TSM suddenly has to try and fight their way up white here. Achieved is going to get himself stacked onto the window just for a closer swing in. That grenade doesn't quite catch DCH. He's buried himself as far into that corner as possible. Onigiri, he's making sure there isn't a swing around. The drone on the bomb chassis is getting all the pings. There's the reveal. It made that slight movement, but it's enough. And Nay, though, battles back. Achieved has to find his way off the window. They're going to see if they can stack up and offer some support there to Geo. But he's going to see if he can run his way up that stairs. He's coming up the backside. Nay might be a bit unaware. He seems to have that awareness at the end there. It's an Aruni gate still to get through, and a shotgun. Hello. Goodbye. A quad kill for Nay. And Onigiri, well, he might steal the ace, but I'm sure it's fine. Once again on map point.
Nay with the solid snake, you said it there. He snuck in right as the drone passed. Found one, or at least saw him, but decided, all right, he's on his drone. Not really a big threat right now. Let's just see if there's anybody else up there. Finds that kill first, and then gets the second before the gun is fully operational. It's an LMG. It's better that he managed to pick him up there before the extra shots started to come out, because against the pre-fire, you're not winning that with an SMG-11 because you're out of ammo within half a second. So Elevate yet again find themselves on map point, and this time they'll be forced over towards the attack. The Laundry will be the site. It is a site they have struggled with. If I quickly go back,
They took it once, lost it twice.
they lost it indeed. Won it once, lost it twice, and the way they won it was due to the double opening that Onigiri had in round 1 up onto that top floor. Suddenly it was a 5-on-3 execute onto the site, whereas the previous times, late rotations being forced, no openings being given by the side of TSM. So if they play it the way that they did before, then we should be in a good position. However, what we haven't seen yet is an elbow take. Yes, they've attempted it, but with limited resources. If they do somehow manage to waste those ADSs, get rid of the shield and the player out there, suddenly you have a different angle to work with. You have then the pillar, you have the elbow to work with, you have an L-shaped attack onto the actual site, which might be successful, and which might be what they'll try to achieve. It would also depend on whether or not there is going to be many players up on that top floor on the side of TSM. They also know what's at stake. They could lose their potential first seeding here, as Elevate is looking to take it away from them just temporarily until the game that is going on next to us has ended. 7-6, another map point. It's the second one Elevate will have on this map. Last time they also needed to. Let's see if this time that rings true.
It starts here with the push down onto blue. Now, they were locked out for a long time on their last attempt here, and they sort of tried to stretch themselves, but you can see Sapper on the far side doing some prep work onto Laundry. You can see that they're getting the drone and control potential here over Attic. A lot of them are prepped here. Gio has done a great job holding off. It's obviously been complemented by the swings that Bolo's been able to make from inside the site. I think he's been able to get the opener on the previous 2 successful holds, and I'm sure he's looking to continue that statistic. They find their way in at the top. They're going to slowly descend across the tower, led in by the Prisma. Camera's already gone, and they can get a little bit more width as Ney is going to head towards that E-box hatch.
It's important they get that opened up. They need to use that to potentially open up onto Shaiko, find a player at least, disturb him from his presence there, make sure he's not out there. As Nerex is running an old gun. It's not a 417, it's not an F2. No, it is the French close quarters shotgun. And I would like to say I think it's literally one of the best shotguns in the game. It is just that the French have a lot of better guns available to them normally. But on a rush, it is deadly. So they might try, it might indicate a bit of a quick push coming through.
Well, there goes that gate on that hatch. They have a 30-second window to see if they can try and apply the pressure onto those players, burn some utilities, and that's exactly what the response is going to be. The canister of Charla pops off on the door itself. Stops any closer engagement, stops any closer growth there as they're going to start to try and trade the diffuser out. 3 bodies stacked on barrels in just under a minute. You can hear so many pops happening, and another canister. Very well played by Charla. He is reading and playing against this game perfectly. He's making sure each burst is one that's met with one of his own. The utility is coming through. Are they going to go for a push? It's sort of a sooner rather than later moment, and it goes. A trade comes through. Bolo suffers. Sapper can't quite get it and lost. Suddenly, TSM is entirely lit up. Bolo, he's going to try and go for a retake as Onigiri and DCH put some bodies down on the stair set itself. They're sort of isolated. That's the worry right now. You can see Bolo stacked up to try and take this fight, but the diffuser has been left behind. A pre-fire gets the connection. It's just Merc, but it's also just DCH. Merc is the only one left for TSM to be able to keep any hope of pulling any points and keeping themselves at the top of the board. It's revealed the location of DCH, but he's got 10 seconds. He goes for it, but Merc keeps TSM fighting all the way 7-7.
They tried to go quick there, however, Sepper not realizing the player was close around the rotate onto elbow. And that puts us in the current position we're at. A 7-7 where anybody can take it. Whoever wins this next round will win the map. However, Elevate is in favor. Elevate is the one that currently has the opportunity to go to the defense, which 8 rounds or 10 rounds so far have been won on, compared to the 4 on attack. Will that help them? Is the big question. Will this be where they lock in their win with a 2-0? Who got the entry kill last round? I didn't see it. I'm just going to ask you.
You can ask me.
Yeah, which team? I think it was TSM.
Well, to be honest, I think 2 came at pretty much exactly the same split second. Because Bolo got somebody And I think Onigiri got somebody exactly... Or if it wasn't exactly, it was just like...
I'll give it to TSM.
TSM can have that one.
They can have that one.
And if they want anything else from this, they've got to have this one as well. Elevate. Dorms, you were able to take, and that was sort of against the meter of things. You'd only won that successfully once before. Laundry, you lost it once, but they've taken it twice. You've had better success rate here. You have yourself set up, and it's down to TSM. They know what they're going to be pushing. They assume it's going to be down underneath. They've bought the roster that they think can lead them to the success. No Nomad is the sort of jiggle between their other previous plays, but they have the double hard destruction. They have a handful of pocket full of grenades of 6.
Now we again see actually the rotate comes in late from Nader, so they've opened it up completely but decided to close it off. It might be, if you look through the hatch, it looks like it could be open, so might call for some mistakes to be made in communication-wise, but I'm not quite sure. You know, it's just 2 shells anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much in the end. Quick entry, however, from Bolo, who's quickly taken the showers, corridor, and all the surroundings in control. So dining, showers, and the small tower is now TSM territory. That's where the push is coming from that western side. Also some players up on that roof. Merc holding off that main lobby to make sure that no rotation comes through. And the Elevate players, they are preparing themselves. You saw them just put those sleeves in the right position. Everything needs to go right now. They do not want to go to a map number 3. It would kind of defeat the purpose of what they're trying to achieve here, which is take that lead in the group away from the sides and the hands of Team Solo mid. The aforementioned team, well, they're not very solo right now, and mid doesn't really take too much of a sense here on Siege, but they are together. And I think that's one of the aspects that they need to be able to punish Elevate. Okay, Elevate have this habit of popping off 1 and 2 at the same time, and we've seen them punish it, but you still can't really let those players get too loose. And this togetherness on the push, they're setting themselves up for their options, sure, but whether they go for the width they had before might be something that stumbles them. The take starts down onto Laundry. And alongside that, they've got the freezer swing round. They're getting their steady aggression closer and closer. There's Default still up. It's still Beam, not quite sure. Gio opens up onto the barrels, however, as he rotates back towards the rest of it. Gives away a bit of a notion, indeed. There is a cam up there. They saw him rotate out, so they're like, all right, it's safe. There's no one out there, so they will just close off the door again. Nerix to make sure there is no pressure coming down, but it seems that the drop will be coming through. 3 players on top of that hatch, but Onigiri is sneaking up, I believe he was. No, actually, that was the overlay. That was just screwing me over right there in the top-down view. Either way, 46 seconds on the clock. The main push will be coming down from the Laundry side, and they need to hold that off. Chiefs has just dropped a drone on the far side of Harry Potter as well. The first smoke canister pops from Sapper, stops the push. It's 2 in Laundry, 2 in Freezer, as I said, and the single player on the backside. Sine wants to see if he can take this fight. If he can lock out a Chief, suddenly it's more relevant, but DCH in the meantime has his own ideas. DCH is able to swing wide, get Merc and Geo. Suddenly it's just the Freezer side on Onigiri and Nay. Get one more apiece. It is just Charla to clutch this out, but it's a flawless for Elevate. And APAC, they are able to surmount so many teams and favorites. TSM, they're obviously still in it, but from the top of the group, they are guaranteed at least a little bit of a fall. Elevate themselves, maybe leaving this as the top seed depending on what is going on the other stream. What a result that was. Elevate in the end, and I don't want to say anything, but you know how I hyped up Onigiri beforehand, how I was a big fan of the man. He dropped 19 kills in that game, not that round. I almost wanted to say round. That's a bit much, but 19 kills. And TSM, they're quickly reconsolidating themselves right here. They know their run is far from over. They still will be in that top bracket, having the extra life, but they will definitely be playing an extra game. May that be as the 2nd or the 3rd seed, we will not know yet. That depends on that last game that is still being played on the Bravo stream. But Elevate, they just made an upset happen yet once more. I mean, it was just everything put together. TSM put up a great fight, but as you said, Onigiri, the plays DCH was making throughout this, that gun skill, that ability to throw themselves into these engagements confidently, it really just carried the pressure on here from Elevate. They were asked, obviously, who they're happy to go up against, the sort of game they like to play. An aggressive one was the answer, and they sort of demonstrated it. They definitely did. They didn't stay put. They continued to move around whenever they were able to. And even when they weren't able to, Runagiri just swung out with the DMR and managed to pick up 2 kills as a result. The control on that gun must be insane because there's not many people that I see swinging as confidently with one like him. Every single time he gets too close to a door, you're like, all right, he's going to sidestep and he will find 2 guns at the side of TSM, but it doesn't matter. He'll just pick them up both. Elevate. They win. For now, they are first seed, but depending on how the other game will go that is taking place over there, we'll have to find out whether or not they stay there.
And that's it. That's the end day. That's how everything sort of comes together. We're getting, obviously, every single body locked in, and the draw is happening tomorrow at around lunchtime.
It is.
And we obviously still have games in hand left, including the one that is happening on the Bravo stream. But obviously, it's not just this. There are analysts to break it down. So we'll throw it to a very quick break and see what they had to say about that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little shook right now. Elevate just took down TSM in 2 maps. I'm literally shook. I don't know how else to describe it. And then I was telling Dev, you know, we got to look at the talent predictions because I'm pretty sure every single one of us picked TSM winning, and he lit up and he was like, hold on a second. Mad. But it said that on there.
I went back and I corrected it. I was like, no, there is no way that I picked TSM. I backed in all the APAC teams today, and Elevate especially, and boy, did they deliver.
They you know what's funny though? Pengu was like, okay, I know Dev too well. That's an error. He definitely picked APAC.
I got a special exemption to amend that.
I'm literally floored right now. And Dev, you were saying that you caught up with Elevate last night, and you seemed a little nervous.
I just briefly saw them after their BDS game, where they won the first map and lost the other 2, and they were hyped about beating BDS on 1 map, you know, with the full roster. But when we were talking about TSM, they were like, oh my god, you know, what are we going to do about that? They seemed a bit rattled. Then it's TSM, for God's sake. You're playing against Bolo.
I know, Bolo, right? But Anne, I mean, how much fun was that series to watch? All 3 of us were screaming over there watching those last 2 final rounds. I mean, it getting tied up 7-7. I think Dev somehow was louder than Team Elevate, though. I don't know how that was possible. He screamed right in my ear at one point. I was like, we got it, Dev. You're enjoying this.
You went really loud indeed.
I felt really conscious afterwards. I was like, I looked around and like, we're in a massive...
Did you feel sorry?
And I was like, I'm so sorry.
To be fair, I mean, getting to a 1v1 on a potential match point, that is so tense. And I mean, we had insane reactions there, and then to lose it, but still for Elevate, and quite in a, I mean, it was quite clear that they were going to win that last round. It was I mean, well defended by them. So it was a good series. It was a lot of fun. And we talked about this before. We know Elevate can pull off some of these ranked kind of playstyles. I mean, we saw a prone peek with a pistol on Oregon. We saw a pull shotgun, and then later on we saw another insane thing. Like that's like infuriating. We saw Nerex with a Twitch shotgun. If you lose to that, how infuriating is that for TSM?
Yeah, it was funny. I think at one point the whole watch room, I was like, I called it ratty play, and we should have been saying ranked play. It was so much fun to watch. Though, Dev, I know there were a couple players that you really wanted to zone in on. We were talking about Sapper, and it was so funny. I was like, you know, Sapper wasn't doing great on map 1. He was kind of average for the entire series. And then you're like, hold on, though. This impact play, Jackie. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's it. I mean, we've got the clip we can roll through as well, but he's gone in, and yeah, they're gunners, all of them, but Sapper was going like 1 and 9 at one point.
You told me, you're like, have we even mentioned his name?
I don't think we had. I don't think we had until this moment, and it was amazing. Just look at it. So he's in a 1 versus 3, and clearly he's going to lose it, right? There's 30 seconds. TSM have all the time in the world to deal with them. So what does he do? He runs up. No cover from TSM. He is so in their heads. They're focusing on the plant. He's got a reload. He's got a reload, and he still gets gets it. Like, what is that?
It's absolutely insane.
Amazingness. I don't know how else to describe it. Also, Nirix, you were touting his play as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? He joins the team 4 months ago. The guy is 18 years of age. And not only is he coming to the Six Invitational for the first time for any Thai team, but he's going, double digits in these matches. You mentioned he was prone peeking people with the pistol. He was bringing the Twitch
shock. Like, I'm traumatized. I'm sorry.
I know what's traumatized is TSM.
I get it, because like it's so infuriating if you lose against that.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Elevate was doing so many things well, their experimental play, but you thought they really stepped it up with their defense game.
Yeah, to be fair, they had maybe a slower start on Bank, and what I really like what TSM did is they really pinched down the defenders on the side of Elevate, but luckily enough for Elevate, they managed to come back during that defending half, and we saw a lot of roam coming out from them, but there were some really good plays too. I mean, regardless of whether you think it's a good play by Elevate or maybe more of a misplay by TSM, but we had a round where D-Stage was hidden and open, got misdroned, and then to pick up a few kills, have the diffuser dropped. Like, it was pure chaos on the side of TSM afterwards, because that single remaining player just dropped the hatch without even picking up the diffuser.
Yeah, I think that it's exactly what you said. Like, you can call it a good play from Elevate, you can call it a misplay from TSM, but the thing is, in reality, like, Elevate are in their heads. They're dictating this match. And so, like, TSM are a world-class team. No one is doubting that. When they make a mistake, we're not saying, they don't know what they're doing. No, we're saying that the nature of this environment, the stress of being in that moment and playing against Elevate, who are doing that to them, that's what leads to and encourages those mistakes.
And you're talking about stress. I mean, we saw TSM took a tactical timeout, and I think it's the round after where that clutch was happening.
Exactly.
So that is gonna hurt your mental. It's a tilter for sure. I mean, you take the tactical timeout, you're like, we got our stuff sorted, we know how to take it, and then you lose a 3v1.
Okay, so I don't want to be a hater here because we're loving Elevate right now, but like we haven't talked about TSM really at all. But I mean, I think we're all just still blown away by Elevate, but I do want to pick your brains about TSM's play. I don't know. The Trinity had been looking so good. Dev, what do you think went wrong?
I mean, it's hard. I think these things just tend to spiral, right? Like you said, TSM actually started in the lead on map number 1, and they had some really nice strategies. I really liked what they were doing with Echo, but I think they just started to get a little bit surprised. Elevate doing things a bit unorthodox, a bit different, and over time, that just the tilt starts to set in, and I think it just spiraled. Like, once TSM realized that the map had got away from them, and that was their map pick, after all, they were going against Elevate's on their best map of Oregon, like, I think it just started to run away.
Yeah, we had some good attacks from TSM on Bank, I would say, like how they were really pinching down defenders on the side of Elevate. One thing I really liked for sure too was on Oregon how they did the Flores ban. So attacking a laundry site, especially from the blue bunker, makes it so much more difficult if you don't have those Flores RC irritator charges that you can get shields gone with. So that was a good thing coming out from TSM. So arguably, yes, it was an 0-2 loss, but there are some good things from them too, I would say.
0-2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, it was done in 2 maps. But, I mean, they did put up a fight. They were close maps, Dev.
Yeah, but you know what that 0-2 scoreline means for these two teams, right? Like, Elevate is now going to be sitting at the very top.
Who put... well, we know who might have put that down.
Look, okay.
I was like, who put that in their predictions? I'm like, why did I even say that?
I was still Elevate all day, but I did not expect them to be at the top of the group. And anyone who did was probably lying or a bit misguided. Like, there's no two ways about it. Elevate are now tied with points on TSM, but because they beat them, they have their head-to-head, so they're in number 1 spot. The only danger for Elevate of them dropping out of that number 1 spot is if Furia go and win their match against Darkzero, or at least get 1 point against Darkzero, because if that happens, then Elevate will be underneath them. But for now, Elevate are sitting in a position to not only go into the playoffs for the first time, to go into the upper bracket of the playoffs and get a free first match. That is unreal.
That's a dream international debut, honestly.
And I want to pick your brain about the TSM roster. Did you feel like one player in particular didn't perform as well? Or, I mean, Dev was saying this is a kind of a team effort. So what were your thoughts?
I mean, to be fair, we talked about the Trinity before, and you keep on mentioning the Trinity. I would say that Merc had a pretty good performance, but just from Merc on, you can't win an entire thing. You can't do a 1v5 every single round. I mean, sure, there are performances of the other TSM players, but not up to par with what we've seen from them before.
And it's hard to speculate as well, right? Because Merc in particular, he's actually been transitioning back into that in-game leader role, and so it's changed his responsibilities a lot. And also, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him. the rest of the team has to try and move around him. And when Elevate is pulling out these crazy plays, like I'm thinking of one particular round, which is the round when Nerex got that prone peek with the pistol. He was like, it was a 3v3, and literally all of the Elevate players are roaming. You've got a guy on the main stairs supporting another guy who's in Armory, and like the bomb site's downstairs, for goodness sake.
Yeah. I love how we were sitting in a talent room and we had said all these players roam, but the pull shotgun in the top floor, we had the pistol prone peek, and I love how you just went like and reminded all of us, let me remind you, that was a downstairs defense. I was like, oh yeah, I mean, everyone was on the top floor. That was so strange.
And it swings around the other side for TSM as well, right? Because they're playing against us and they're like, what on earth are we playing against right now? And that pressure goes on to Merc. He's the in-game leader. He's the one who's meant to be calling the shots and saying, look, guys, we're going to push this. This is the strat. And so if he's like, look, we're going to hunt down their roamers. We know they play aggressive. Let's punish them for that. Wait a second. There's literally no one on site, and they're all contesting us here on the roam, and we're all dead.
Okay, I think, though, probably my favorite moment in the watch room was when I think TSM was up and Dev was like, it's winnable. It's winnable.
It was that round. It was that exact same round. I'm telling you. It was.
Oh my gosh,
it was like a 3v4, and I think one of the players was down on Elevate, and I was like, no, this is winnable. And they won it.
Oh my gosh, Dev is just absolutely all smiles. So Elevate taking the victory there, but do not go anywhere. Y'all at home, we got pre-match analysis for FaZe versus Cyclops and SSG versus Rogue. So much I almost said 6 international. 6 invitational fun to be had. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alligator. Flex? そうね。まあもちろん今回こそ勝つぞという気持ちで来てます。
He's got 2 players and they're gonna feed him. He sees the first one cross. Oh, the angle! What is that?
そうですね。まあいろいろ作戦面だったりとかちょくちょく変更したことはあります。今まででいくと、僕ら自体は SSG がいやどうだろうな、リキッドと SSG 同じくらいやりやすいのかなって思ってます。僕らが一番格下、いわゆる自分らが一番低いところにあって、僕らはチャレンジャーなので、そのチャレンジャーの気持ちを持っていきたいです。そうやっぱりまだ少ししか練習できてなくて、こっち来てから昨日スクリーム1回だけやったぐらいで、やっぱりなんか、アグレッシブなのあんまりなんか差は感じないけど、もうそもそも相手の適応能力というか、もうすぐに答え出してくる感じが全く違うなと思ってます。もちろん抜けて、ベスト4入れる自信はあります。
My name is Cameraman. I'm the IGL captain of FaZe Clan. We had a not too recent roster change when I was playing in MIBR and I came back to FaZe. The roster change was fundamental because we found 5 people, including me, 5 people that have the same connection, the same goal, so it's easier to play with people like that. Comparing this roster to the others, I think this is a really good one, as I said, because of how easy it is to talk to them and how easy they get what I'm saying. and the staff as well, but mostly because we have great players. We have Cyber, we have Astro, we have Souls. Like, they know what to do when they have to do, so it's easy. The feeling to be back in Sweden, we just won the major, so I hope that the magic's still here, but we don't have the pressure. Like, we don't feel the pressure. We have a lot of fun playing, and I didn't have that in quite a few years, so we try to divide the time of relaxing, laughing, and get serious. Like, when you mix that in a match, during the match, I don't know, it feels great. Like, when I think about winning 6 Invitational, there's nothing in my mind. I don't even can imagine that. Like, it's too much for me. Like, but at the same time, I think we are really capable of. So it's a strange feeling. My expectation is to end like the first in the group stage, but after that, only God knows.
You see this? This is ours.
Take it easy on us. We are beginners, so that's it. My name is Cameraman.
Cyclops and FaZe both facing elimination from the group stage. This match will determine their fate here at SI. And I'm with Ollie and Demo. And y'all, you know, we were watching FaZe versus Liquid. Y'all were talking some smack to each other, okay? We know you were rooting for FaZe. That didn't go so well for you. Did you pay him the $5 yet?
No, of course not. Because I know...
That is just rude.
No, because I know the next time FaZe and Liquid will play each other, I'll get that money back.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the way it goes.
Okay, well, what's going to happen in FaZe versus Cyclops?
FaZe.
So you're still singing their praises? Okay, you're nodding your head.
I agree. I think that FaZe have got a good chance. I think if there's anything that Cameraman and the team are, it's anything but beginners. He said there were beginners at the end of that clip there. These guys aren't beginners. No. These guys know exactly what they are about. I think he's seriously trying to pull the wool over a lot of people's eyes. This, you know, what an incredible roster demo. Like, these guys, we love casting them in the BR6. They've been very successful, and you just got to wish them all the best in this one.
Yeah, Ollie, I mean, FaZe is the November major winner, but they haven't really been firing on all cylinders. Astro got MVP against Rogue, but he's been kind of quiet otherwise. We said this earlier, honestly, they all seem to sleep at the wheel at points.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the way that things go with FaZe. You know, you're not going to always see that well-rounded performance. I think there have been games here in the 6 Invitational group stage, particularly, where they have really struggled to put in a well-rounded performance. But when you look top through bottom, you know, Astro, if he's not having a good game, the team does tend to struggle. Bullet is stepping up, and it's almost a bit of a danger sign, a warning sign sometimes if Bullet is the one that's getting the frags.
Albeit, yes, they have suffered losses, but even so, like, that SSG game was so close. It came down to a final round to decide who won that matchup. And SSG, they're no slouches. Like, you have to give them as much respect as we do FaZe or even Liquid inside of the group. But, you know, I think FaZe being able to respond as well with a win to Rogue, it's really helped them. The fact that they have a win puts them in such a better situation going into this matchup.
And we're taking a live look right now at the play area. Both of these teams are getting ready for this matchup here. Demo, I do want to pick your brain about their opponent, Cyclops. Cyclops has had some really tight battles against strong teams, Liquid, SSG, but then they completely drop off later in the match. Why are they choking?
It's so tricky. Whenever I look at a team like Cyclops, I'm a bit of a traditionalist in Siege, where I was grown, you know, I was raised in the Penta/G2 era, where everything was put into play, everything was perfect, and Cyclops have just seen what they've done and said, nope, we're doing something completely different. We're playing these crazy strategies that shouldn't work, but they work, and I don't know how they do it.
I mean, I'm going to butt in here and say that they do work sometimes. Big old asterisks on that one, because it is not consistent. These guys are the king of pocket strat. They are the king of just pulling something out of nothing, trying different things, but they do lack that adaptation, and they get found out for it. Think back to the Liquid game on Bank. They really struggled to convert a match point for round after round.
SSG as well.
SSG as well. The list really does go on with Cyclops. It's the times where all they've needed is just to get it over the line, and they've not been able to do that. The performance just is not there throughout the team.
Okay, so Demo, is that type of play going to work, though, against FaZe?
See, this is now a tricky situation for Cyclops because FaZe are kind of the Cyclops of their region. FaZe are the team that's known for these crazy pocket strategies. Yeah. They're known for Amaru's going in through windows. They're known for quick lion rushes. So I feel as if that matchup, FaZe, if they can play that playstyle, you'd expect that they know how to play against it.
Yeah, and right now we're taking a live look at Cyclops play area. Black Ray on your screen right now. Black Ray, Ollie, I hate to say this, hard carrying for this team, to be honest, but will his solo efforts be enough to take down the November major winners?
How much can one man do? That's the question, isn't it? Currently plus 11, 72 to 61 in terms of kills. The only positively rated player on the entire team. That, in my opinion, is not enough on its own. He needs some help. We need to be seeing some support come in. We've seen Anitum have some cracking rounds playing onto those shields. That impact isn't necessarily going to be seen in terms of rating, but there's got to be something there from the rest of the guys. Suzy C, -25. Gatorada, -24. Oof. They're stinky numbers at this point in the competition.
It's the opening deaths for me that really strike it. They're not positive in opening kills, and you need to get those opening kills to really set your game up for those rounds.
All right, we are moving into the map ban phase. We do have some information up on your screen right now. Ollie, I'll put you in the hot seat first. What are you thinking here?
Clubhouse coastline first two to be removed. If FaZe are removing a coastline, you know that something's up. You know that they're throwing a little bit of respect, I think, over towards Cyclops.
Because that's the crazy map. And out of all the 7 maps, that's the crazy one.
It is. That's the map that you go to when all else sort of fails. Chalet coming out as the first pick. It's pretty bold. It's a pretty strong pick. FaZe, I mean, as are the rest of LATAM, cracking Chalet region. So for Cyclops to go there, it does show a level of confidence. They have won on there 4 times recently, so they're going to be fairly comfortable in and around that map out of 6 plays. Villa, obviously, they're being picked for FaZe. FaZe, historically, a very good map.
Confident map for them. Always having a good showing. The Chalet first pick for me really strikes me as Cyclops. They have to have something to store because that's like I said, it's a great map for the region. And then we see an Oregon ban for Cyclops. I feel as if that's one where you can really do a lot of pocket strategies. Bank from FaZe maybe respecting Cyclops, maybe not wanting to deal with a constant Monty on Bank as Liquid had to deal with. And then we're going to go to the Cafe Decider as well. I don't know if we'll get there though, Jackie.
Okay, Ollie, who you picking? Fast, go.
I'm going to pick FaZe. I've got to stick to my home region. Well, my pseudo home region.
Okay, well, he's picking FaZe. I was going to say maybe you could do a $5 bet again, but you better pay him back though.
Don't worry, it balances out.
You better pay him back.
Balances out.
Balances out.
Okay, sorry, does it?
Liquid FaZe grand final. I'll go for FaZe. They'll win it. I'll get the money back. It's okay.
True. All right, well, who will be rattier? Cyclops and FaZe, both facing elimination from the group stage. A lot on the line. FaZe versus Cyclops. Pentero, take it away.
I don't like that. Pentero. I don't like
Pentero? What do you like?
I like Intero and Pengu. I like Pengu and Intero. I will settle on those, and I will take no further questions.
I'll take Nude, and then you can be whatever you would like to be, Parker. It's very simple. Pengu and Parky, if anything, that's the one I like the most.
Okay. Pengu and Parky has a nice flourish to it. We're here with our very final matchup on the main stream, the A stream if you want to call it that. And again, like our matchup earlier today and like almost every single group today, there's a lot on the line, not just for these teams in regards to this matchup, but beyond. When you look at this group, nobody is safe at the moment out of these teams competing. There exists a reality where FaZe goes home just as CAG go home. And yeah, right now CAG is the team that is most likely to be removed.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean anything.
Isn't it kind of crazy that we've lost BDS, we've lost Team 1, so to put that into contrast, BDS is arguably the fan favorite to win the entire event. They're home. Team 1, they won in Mexico, they're home, and we might even lose the Sweden major champions in FaZe, although be it extremely unlikely. CAG, most likely outcome to go home, but we don't know. Rogue, CAG, FaZe, and SSG, those are the 4 teams fighting in this final fight of tonight. And of course, the outcome of both matches, they kind of intertwine because they are in the same grouping. On points, they're quite close. Liquid with 11, SSG at 5, FaZe with 4, Rogue with 3, CAG with a single point on the board.
Yep, and while Liquid will definitively win the group, it's going to be FaZe, Rogue, or CAG going home. 3 points are on the board right now, and CAG can get all 3 of them. Liquid is off today. It's going to be SSG playing Rogue on the other stream once their match currently concludes. They're right now in the middle of another entertaining show. It's Furia versus Dark Zero on the other stream. If you want to go over and watch, feel free to do that. We like to remind you at the onset of every single matchup that you can go over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, and you'll listen to Blue and Stokes casting that DZ versus Furia match. And again, huge implications over there because, spoilers, Elevate defeated TSM on this stream just about half an hour ago. Elevate could finish first in their group.
That's crazy.
And, I mean, what's craziest is that teams didn't want to scrim Elevate. Maybe if you'd scrimmed Elevate, some of you wouldn't be going home so early.
Boy.
So there you have it. Anyway, let's focus on FaZe versus Cyclops because, as I said, there exists a scenario in which Cyclops 2-0s FaZe and Rogue leapfrogs over FaZe, and FaZe Clan, the defending major champions on Swedish soil where they won their first major just 3 months ago, end up going home. Anything about the ban FaZe that looks a little bit odd, Nick?
I mean, there's about 1 out of 4 things that look normal. That's the Valkyrie ban. I'm not going to talk much about that because that is to be expected. But Twitch, that's like the second one that's not that crazy out. We see there's a target ban. The F2 goes brrr, good Twitch drone, can clear utility, go shows, yada 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 yada. But the Capital taken off the board. That's an LMG with no CAG. They played 3 LMGs against SSG on Chalet. That's 350 bullets in combination between those 3 weapons. And then of course the Vigil target ban comes out. That's going to speak to the Rome game.
What is happening?
I can just hear.
I don't know if you can hear it, by the way, but there is the portal to hell has opened next to us, and Stokes and Blue are fighting for their lives.
They are.
I don't know what's going on over there, but they are screaming something unholy. And it being in close proximity to them, I mean, there's always going to be blow-ups, and we do the same to them.
Yeah.
But it's always funny to be on the other side of it.
It is. Like, we're going through this casual, you know, not in the first round yet, and it's just craziness in my left ear. And yeah, as I was saying, Cyclops, they really target ban FaZe out, the Twitch and the Vigil. This speaks to the roam game for when FaZe gets on the defense, and of course the Twitch affects FaZe on the attack. So, Cyclops, I want to remind you guys, they have lost Chalet yesterday against SSG, but they were up 6-1. And then SSG won 7 rounds in a row and came back and won 8-6. So Cyclops are very well versed in Chalet. They've done really good on it so far this tournament. FaZe will not be underestimating them. At least I don't think they will, because FaZe themselves are a very, very good team and they know how it works.
Even with BIOS, you can't underestimate BDS, who looked like the weakest team at this tournament, playing with their coach for those games. So I don't think any of these teams are taking any of them for granted, Nick, especially APAC. You know, maybe 2-3 years ago, when a single APAC team would make it out of the groups and then get blown out in the quarterfinals, maybe semifinals if you were Nora Rengo, sure. But for the most part, APAC has grown a ton, and you absolutely cannot count them out, especially when especially when
APAC,
two of these APAC teams might be finishing first in their groups. Immediate first kills on a Black Ray, but Souls does not allow him to exist that much longer, and suddenly these teams are back into a 4v4. But what was the operator that got picked apart by Black Ray?
Well, Black Ray took the ace off the board, and that is not the only Heartbreacher from the side of FaZe. We do still have Souls on the Maverick, but that's going to limit you a bit here as Cameraman is starting to do work on the library side. Anderton with the 1.5x on the smoke and has a mirror window and a shield on this chimney position. Remember, we are down in bar, but we're going to be extending up above. We want to make sure we have map control if we are Cyclops, because you can't just hide on side, and FaZe Clan will have to break that apart. They're looking for the way in, because right now they haven't gathered much ground. We have one guy out on the balcony on office and Cameraman on the library balcony as well. Bullet in the dining hallway. And the last player is Souls on that fireplace door. So we're kind of scattered around waiting for CAG to make the first move, if anything.
And they had the smoke of Aniton playing at the top of Chimney under a drone. I don't know if the smoke is still up there or whether they've seen it or not. Cyber took a lot of damage, and now Souls has dropped, and he's taken a ton of damage too. Ask just about anybody, and Souls is one of the best support players in the world right now. Not just in terms of decision making, but his ability to do damage on the map. He's not going to be able to do all that much, taken out by a Nitro Cell of Viagator. Real no fight back. Suzu downing Cameraman, and then the kill as well leaves Cyber and Bullet in these positions. Cyber, cool as a cucumber, but he's dead now. And as well, Bullet will join him. All right, just like that. Cyclops taking 1-to-1-to-1 engagements, and I guess the question about whether the smoke was still being watched on drone up by Chimney doesn't matter, because even if they had intel on him, there's nothing they could do to get him off of the spot. Cyclops takes round number 1.
Yep, that's the scary thing about the likes of Cyclops, and we saw that in the Elevate TSM game as well. They are so strong in those 1v1 gunfights. The only kill that FaZe managed to find was Souls that traded back that opening kill that BlackRay had found onto the one player of FaZe, and that's not going to be enough. And you mentioned how a lot of people, they give a lot of praise to Mr. Souls himself. I think the comparison between him and Brede from BDS has been made so many times, and it's almost disrespectful to make the comparison now, because I think they're two very distinct players. The only comparison I would make is that they're both extremely strong in that supportive role. They're both so capable of pulling out kills and clutches and having a massive impact on the round outside of just droning and making good callouts. But I would say Souls, very much an individual. Respect the name in its own entirety. Brede, same exact story. But yes, feel free to make the comparison as long as you do that. When that being said, Aniton, he has his own niche pick on the board now in the Capcan. This is another thing that CAG did against SSG yesterday, and it actually carried them for a round. What ended up happening was SSG took so long walking through the map, clearing out the roam game, and when they had to get to the bomb site with 30 seconds left, well, they ran into Capcan traps and it didn't end well for them. So okay, let's keep an eye on that timer as it ticks down. FaZe Clan are working against the clock more so than they typically would because the trap operators are out. BlackRay with that Melusic gadget as well. It's going to slow you down even further once you progress the map, and that is not what you want to happen. Meanwhile, Cameraman, now same position as before, going to be outside of Master Balcony first. Wants to make sure that no runouts here happens from the garage. Actually, there's no balcony anymore. That's like the old chalet, but there's a window to Solarium. All the same.
2 windows to Solarium.
2 windows to Solarium. 2 single windows.
2 single windows.
Used to be a balcony.
It's almost Valentine's Day, by the way.
Oh, wow.
So the windows as single as some of you viewers. I digress.
Oh, that's rude.
Oh, BlackRay gets jumped in on. We talked about how good of a support he can be, but on the score sheet, he's mighty fine. Souls and Cyber, the 2 first opening picks for FaZe Clan, they come quite quickly. An answer back from Gatorada. Cyclops finding at least 1. That's onto the Yana of Bullet. No real impact from the Yana at all. It's on the Ace now, trying to track down Gatorada. There's the rotate. They'll walk around the doorway. Nitro Cell gets blown up by that nade, and now bullets raining over the head of Gatorada, who pops back up. Cyber taking damage. There's the Maestro of Suzu creeping up these stairs. Thinks there's somebody on the window. Cyber's been down now. Gatorada with a shotgun in hand, he secures, but he doesn't find Souls, where the diffuser is down inside of Jacuzzi as well, or rather in bathroom by the Jacuzzi. Selma's going off to take out the hatches. Diffuser will need to be picked back up. FaZe in a 3v2 with half the round to go. An early burst of action characterized this round thus far, but now a stalemate as the teams recoup. FaZe Clan grabs the diffuser and figures out what to do before pulling off an execute in roughly a minute.
Yeah, and there we see Aniton's Capgunters doing work. They found the injury and did the damage, and the kill got picked up as well. Traded back though by FaZe, who's been extremely quick throughout this round. They basically stormed through library, made their way through the map. We had Cameraman on that Solarium rappel, and now all of top floor has been granted to them. But what happened was Cyber on the sledge has been taken out. That leaves the only verticality are the breaching charges from the Ace, but he's off the board as well as Ayagata gets a nice angle onto him. Suzu with the Alda and Ayagata with the 1.5x, a mighty duo in this 2v2, and both players from FaZe will come from Solarium.
The fact that the Evil Eye cams are up will play a huge part in the remainder of this round. And also the Capcan traps, letting them know that if these players from FaZe do not look down, they're going to funnel in through areas where they'll take a substantial amount of damage. A potential fatal blow as well, depending on how many of those or EDDs are on the doorway. Down goes Cameron, secured by Ayagator, and now he'll engage with both an Evil Eye as well as that same alibi. And Ayagator walks away, dancing around the deployable shield with another round for CAG, starting off their own choice of Chalet up 2-0.
It's actually funny because both players from FaZe were inside a trophy, and you got a door on your left and a door on your right. They droned the door on the left, they actually pinged the Capcan trap on the door frame, and they said, you know what, that's too much trouble. We're gonna go to the right side instead, and ran into a different Capcan trap instead, got injured. Ayagator finished off the kill with that injury as well, and that just leaves you in a 1 versus 2. So yeah, the Capcan traps really playing a big factor, mostly due to the timer being so low from FaZe. They couldn't take their time checking the doorways, but also you had those angles opened up on the soft wall from Cyclops, leaving angles all the way from dining and kitchen in towards trophy area. So if you were to check the door, you cannot check for the fight. If you don't check for the fight and it happens, well, you're likely to lose out on the round regardless. Basement, as we are now working our way through the bomb sites, went from bar to kitchen and down below where we are currently. And there is one Walton on the board, two Walton on the board from the side of CAG. They got the Kaid on Gatorada and Ayagator with the mute as well. So we can make sure that these walls will be difficult to breach from the side of FaZe. Now, Souls has been bringing the Maverick every single round. That's important because one of the key ways to get in through those wall deny gadgets is the Maverick torch that can make a hole or make them soft. Then you got Astro on the ace, but you can't do much work with the gadget until you cleared off the walls first. And that's also where the grenades are very handy. What do you know? FaZe, they have 6 of them. This is something that we see almost every single round these days. At least 4 grenades and sometimes all the way up to 8 in a single round.
Wow, this is definitely the nade meta, that is for certain. It is not just the fact that we have more operators that are in the meta with grenades than usual, but also the fact that these yellow pings empower the nades so effectively. And even though it is not a new addition to the game, I feel like more teams are starting to get the hang of how to use those pings to their advantage. And instead of focusing on comms, they've put their interests and efforts elsewhere.
Yeah, good drone work really goes a long way with the yellow ping addition. Now, yeah, droning gets you information, but it gets you a pixel perfect accuracy for where to throw grenades or where to go for a wall bang or a floor bang. And that's kind of the change that we've been seeing, because you can try and explain there's a guy next to a dining table. Oh, well, anything just found a counter bullet. That's unfortunate. That's the end of the board. Gone 6 and nades are now out of the equation. But yeah, trying to explain where Cyber is. He's somewhere near the fireplace double door, but outside, not inside, and good luck securing that. Yellow ping makes it a lot easier.
Bullet has been an early death in every single round thus far. Aniton now gets some repayment from Cameraman, paying for his crimes.
Crimes plural, huh?
Yeah, multiple crimes, because Aniton has been involved in those early picks as well. Like we said, Bullet on the wrong side of the equation, Aniton usually on the right side of it. That's another alibi clone. Decoy set down below to distract by Kitchen. After FaZe clear out this top floor, it'll be a quick journey to the main floor and then down into the basement. They've got the stairs controls they need, but they'll run headfirst into Ayagator. He's got the shotgun out, the mute waiting, and a flashbang will move him from his spot. He still gets hit with it, still blinded, but can re-engage now as it's come to be. But Cameraman swings a beautiful shot and no damage is done whatsoever. Cyclops losing control of blue, and FaZe can march forward. 1 second left, or 1 minute left.
Yeah, now we're almost down on side though as Astro walks through blue and Souls walks down the main stairs. Nate comes out and he strikes true, but a trade comes out from Susu, but traded straight back from Astro himself. And now, that's it. He finds 2 to end up the round, and FaZe once again are walking through the map, walking through the site, finding every single kill, and with that grenade that opened up the possibility, beautifully done from them.
Eventually, the early picks going in favor of FaZe are going to cost CAG, but not that round, because it's CAG CAG who gets pick number 1 upstairs in library. And, well, I have to wonder exactly what happened through that mid-round. Were there just simply too many players from CAG who weren't on the bomb site? Because if you think about it, you're a sitting duck once that garage wall gets opened up. And it looked like it got opened up very early on by FaZe. So then you as a defender get restless because you can't play inside of garage or else you're going to get pushed from that opening. So where do you go? You can go up top, you can play in lobby, you can play in bar, you can try to retake library upstairs. There's a lot of avenues.
There is, and this is exactly why opening up a door or a window, because, need I remind you, every window and every door is barricaded when the round begins. When you open up a window or a door, it can only get re-barricaded if a defender walks up there physically, holds the F key for 3 seconds, or if you go to the next round. So by opening up all these windows and all these doors, or even the reinforced walls, it creates an uneasy feeling for defenders. Where is the safe position? Where is the enemy? Is this window safe? Is there a guy outside the door? You never know. The Valkyrie is banned, you have no information outside the map, and you have very limited information inside the map. It's that same reason why the default cameras that are in the map are so important for attackers to kill, because that means that you don't know where the attackers are. As a defender, you keep second-guessing the possibilities of an enemy and their whereabouts, and you don't really know what ground you have unless you're physically present in that specific room. And it's why you see the likes of Blackray always roaming inside of dining and kitchen. That means that CAG knows that that small area of the map is theirs. Same thing with Anniton here on Chimney. So you can kind of start mapping out, well, what is our area on the map and what's the enemy's area of the map. And remember, the attackers always have the outside of the building in their favor because, well, it's where they spawn, and if defenders are outside, you'll get spotted after a couple of seconds.
Runouts aplenty, by the way, and they do happen. A lot of these APAC teams play hyper aggro and can go for jump outs. It used to be a telltale sign of Brazil as well, and a simplistic take would lead you to believe that it is still the same. Nitrocell goes out now as we are 1 minute into live action. It's a heavy defense from CAG up above. As I say that, Gatorada drops down, and it looks like Library's actually opened up, but not before. A Nitrocell gets out from Gator, and Souls is as good as gone. Cameraman also on a shred of HP, so 2 players from FaZe either dead or walking significantly wounded.
Yeah, and Souls actually is a part of almost every single opening kill or death so far. Oh, that ADS Anniton just saved your life because that nail was between your feet, between your legs, and that would have taken you out with a guarantee. Thankfully, though, Jaeger, Suzu saved his teammate. What do you know? ADS is really important, but so is swinging at the right moment. And that is Anniton, who gets 1, but also loses the 2nd.
He gets a little bit too cocky, but you know that the ace is going to keep walking up, and at some point you're going to have to swing. A miscalculation from the smoke. And dying a little bit early is not where you want to be, not if you, especially if you have those toxic canisters still in your pocket. And I don't think Anniton had expended all 3 of them, at least not from what I saw. So Adrenal Surge kicks in. It gives a lot more HP to Cameraman, who is close to death, and there's 1 remaining 4 bullet. This is a permanent health increase that you get every single time it comes in. FaZe Clan trail in numbers, and with the objective being in their hands, that's tough because it will essentially be a 2v4. When the diffuser starts to go down, if CAG read into it, they can collapse on the 2 last players of FaZe Clan and potentially overwhelm them.
Yeah, but same issue as the previous 2 rounds. There is no sledge on the board, limited verticality, and Blackray out of dining might just pay off, but no, it's actually Bullet that finds the kill with that LMG and Adrenal Surge. There are none remaining. No more help to be had, but Blackray, he finds one to Bullet. 3 versus 2 now in favor of CAG. They have so much map control because FaZe hasn't dealt with the roam, and Cameraman, you're all walking, but you're also limping because you're so low in health. Dropping this hatch is not gonna pay out because there's gonna be 2 players watching it there. Oh, actually,
he lands the shot, but
he does land an incredible shot.
You're absolutely correct. There's going to be 2 players watching, so it looks impressive, technically impressive, as he drops and kills one of them. But guess what? When there's 2, unless you're going to do a sweet 180 no scope, bro.
FaZe Clan, baby. Whoa!
There you go. It is quite literally FaZe Clan, so it applies perfectly here. But Cameraman not obviously cut from that cloth. spirited effort. A lot of this, once again, came down to FaZe Clan not being able to clear Chimney early. We saw on the last attempt that FaZe went onto this bomb site back in round number 1, CAG posted the smoke up by Chimney, and nobody could shake him from that spot. You have the 1.5 on a gun with relatively low recoil, a good rate of fire, and the thing is that when you look at the FMG, it gets overshadowed by the shotgun because oftentimes you need that extra level of destruction, and the shotgun is really good at close range, and that's the way you're going to play most smokes. But when Mute got the shotgun added, it freed up Smoke to play a little bit more liberally, maybe spread out over the map, and start running that FMG. The setup that we saw from CAG above is to invest in those ADSs, the one that saved the Smoke's life, as you pointed out, but also a mirror window on that Chimney wall, looking into library so the Smoke can play it, and if anybody pushes them from inside a lobby, you've still got a cam up. You've got ADSs to keep you safe, and you have an ability to swing onto library as well. It's a very smart setup from CAG. It's not that unique, we've seen it before, but FaZe Clan have had trouble dealing with it for 2 rounds, and it means that Cyclops cannot go back to that same Bar Gaming bomb site as they've been successful both times. It'll be locked for the remainder of the first half.
That's also the beauty of Alibi. You spoke about the shotguns, where if you got the Mute with shotgun, well then Smoke can play FMG. Alibi does have that Bailiff secondary pistol, but Alibi won't be in this round because that's the opening kill from Astro. That is an unfortunate death, basically sitting on the window, trying to get cheeky. There was a Prisma as well, but the real one is the one to fall. No Bailiff on the board, but you do have the shotgun secondary, or the Frost secondary shotgun on hand as well from Aniton, so plenty of destruction will be available. Gatorada himself plays the MP5K, no shotgun in hand, because CAG, they want as many weapons as possible, and they want them to be as well equipped for fights as they can. Now 1.5x on defense really gives you a ton of that value, because normally on defense you only have the 1.0x scope available to most of your weaponry. So boding well for CAG, but with a man down it's going to be a little bit tougher. FaZe Clan, they've lost a vertical player almost every single round, but this is the exception. Cyber is still alive with the Fuser in hand, but Bullet is the one to get one opening kill as well to follow up. Aniton checks back, and Cypher, he says, I'll get one as well.
Aniton gets a big pick to try and keep the numbers close, but FaZe just double up on him upstairs, and like that, it's reduced the numbers that CAG have to just 2. But keep in mind, it was Suzu on the Maestro who helped keep this bomb site for CAG the last time they went here. Yep. It could possibly happen again, but the odds are very much not in their favor. FaZe Clan have 2 more players than they did before, and all of them are at full HP. Well, I might have spoken too soon, by the way, because the 2 remaining players just did a substantial amount of damage, narrowing it down to a 2v2. But Suzu's been boxed out of the bomb site, and despite shredding through a lot of Super Astro's HP, he didn't get the kill. The diffuser is upstairs, so Cameraman will be the one tasked with retrieving this. 1 minute to go. You could do some damage to the ace of Astro by tasing away. Black Ray underneath the bomb site now. He's threading himself through the basement, and he can come up through West Main. If FaZe is not prepared for this, if FaZe do not have air jabs in this particular area, then they might be in trouble. Cameraman drops, he and Astro are side by side. They're going to zone out the Maestro, so it'll all come onto the shoulders of Black Ray, who now gets the spam pings. Walking back up, he tosses out an impact grenade. They know where he is, but he's not able to sheath it before Cameraman can get the kill. So instead, it's the Alda to burn through. But there's a double reinforced wall in front of Suzu, and his job of getting back to the bomb site is near impossible. He knows where they are. Damage done to Astro, but you do not peek Astro around a door frame. You'll get punished every single time. The deployable shield goes, so it was a smart play with that impact. But Black Ray, being a little bit too eager with those impact grenades, might have cost himself an opportunity on the flank to get a kill that could have set his team up better for success. FaZe Clan take the round, and we go into the very final round of the first half.
Yeah, it seemed like CAG had info on the planter of FaZe, but FaZe equally had a drone inside of West Main that knew that there was a flank coming from that basement staircase. And the impact, it was a good decision to begin off with. You couldn't really see the player, but the impact could do some damage to open up the wall. But then he got off the plant, he swung you. When you had that second impact in your hand, well, you can't really shoot back, so therefore you die. And that leaves CAG in a 1 versus 2. I would argue that Suzu could have pushed up and tried to play the 2 versus 2 more together. Try and see if there was a respawn from Astro. Perhaps he was going to look away and try and assist his teammate, but it all happened what happened. It's a 1 versus 1 2 times in a row, going in favor of FaZe, and Astro himself being really hot right now, both finding the opening pick of the last round as well as that final kill. And it was kind of funny because FaZe Clan, they actually got full side control. Both players were inside of kitchen and dining. Then they realized, oh, we left something extremely important upstairs. I wonder what that could be. Realized that they couldn't press F to plant diffuser, and then they had to go all the way back upstairs, pick it up, walk all the way back downstairs, and start planting. And this is the thing, it's very hard for defenders to know the whereabouts of the diffuser because it's a very small physical object on the ground, and of course, there were no defenders upstairs once those first kills came through. So FaZe Clan themselves didn't even realize where the case was, and that just goes to speak to how difficult it is to track it. And with no Valkyrie being on the board, well, you're not gonna have info up above. Anderson now responds back with that lack of information, and he picks up the Echo. That should help them out. The Maestro, of course, gives you side information, but the Yokais are movable, and therefore you can also assist the roam, check the flanks, and also check the side.
And most importantly, if they stay up, knock the attacker out of the diffuse plant animation. So there have been lots of teams that have had a very good strategic idea of how to take a bomb site, but they haven't accounted for one sneaky little drone boy that can pop up to the ceiling and stop your plant in its tracks. Early action now as Astro's HP has been reduced by about a third. He's got Gatorada, the one that did some of that damage. That's about it though. No real re-engagement from CAG. This is their fourth bomb site, by the way, and FaZe are just going to bulldoze right in. Anderson gets two, though, and tries to keep it close. He gets knocked away. They know now he's at Insolarium. He's got Gatorado with him. Plant going down from Astro in hand. Souls and Bullet to cover. There's a Yokai up. They have intel. They'll knock him out of it. But Anderson has to jiggle peek his way on in. He doesn't know what line of sight FaZe has. Trying to bait out a shot or two. Can't do it. Impact grenade goes off. Gatorado doesn't see the body. That buys more time for Anderson as Astro gets the diffuser off. Now, that puts us into a post plant with FaZe Clan in a 3v2. Still holding on. They'll use Selmas to open up the bomb site. This gives less coverage to CAG. Bullet tucked in the corner. He guns down Gatorada. He had a slow start, but Bullet now has 4 kills to his name. Anaton in a 1v3. He drops. They'll hear the sound of it. And he doesn't have a single chance. There's just simply too many areas that he can't look at the same time. First half in the books. And it's FaZe 3, CAG 3.
Yeah, an even split before the swap, but honestly, the aggression that FaZe is showing right now and how well it's working is honestly extremely surprising. They didn't even use a single one of those Selma charges on the ace because once they started planting, at a minute and 50 left, need I remind you, a minute and 50 left is when the plant started going down, and then they got denied by the Yokai and you start again. That is absolutely ridiculous. One of the faster plants that I've seen so far at Invite, and afterwards he 180'd, opened up the wall to Fireplace for an escape, and well, that just speaks. They didn't even use any utility. It's just pure gunplay, jumping in a window, finding picks, trading off each other, and playing off that man advantage, which they've been able to get the last 2 rounds in a row. So, how that side went, we had CAG picking up the first 2 rounds, and FaZe got 1, CAG got their 3rd, then their last remaining 2 rounds went in favor of FaZe back-to-back. That is a 3-3 side swap that we see right now. Now with FaZe in defense, no Vigil available to them. That was target banned by Cyclops, and the other way around, Cyclops on the attack with no Capita available as it was banned out by FaZe. Very, very clear target bans from both sides because they've been used in the past, and we know how effective FaZe are with the Vigil roaming.
I do like the target bans. Nice. So you'll see, you'll see what changes FaZe make. Mozzie comes out, and teams have been favoring the Commando a lot over the Roni. I didn't see what first weapon, the primary that Cyber is running. We'll wait.
It's gonna be the Roni.
Oh, he's got the pistol out, now he's on cams, for God's sake.
And show us the weapon, show us the money. What skin does he have? That's what I want to know, honestly. And the weapon kind of defines that because there are some pilot program skins, and one of those, actually, nowadays you have both. Because CAG themselves, I believe, they have the weapon skin for the Roni. That's quite nice looking. TSM has it on the Commando. I believe there's 20% off on those Rainbow Six Pilot Program skins. So if you guys are in the game, open up the Esports tab, pick up a skin from your favorite team, or all of them by any means. I won't judge. That's what I would do.
There's a Roni skin for Na'Vi. There's a Roni skin for CAG. And Cyber's running the Na'Vi one. Maybe a nod to a former champ as well, as Na'Vi won the Tokonami finals. Cyber taking, again, a lot of damage off the initial bit of contact, but just as before, he is not dead, he still exists. This is a kitchen defense on that first floor, the very first for FaZe Clan. Given the fact that Chalet was picked by CAG, FaZe going 3 for 3 on the first half is quite fine, I will say. And Chalet is at an interesting ebb and flow, where at one point it was an exceptionally attacker-favored map, and then teams stopped playing Garage downstairs, which at one point I think it had a 30% win rate for the defense, which was tremendously low. It had one of the worst win rates for a single bomb site in comp play. But after that, teams have now started going with a different rotation. Even if we are seeing more Garage defenses as of late, the win rate for the defenders on Chalet has peaked back up.
And we see a much slower pace CAG in that comparison of FaZe, because they're actually most of them outside the building. Gatorada haven't even left spawn. He's still making his way. You got Ayagator onside that library balcony. He's just holding still, watching for angles. And yeah, where are we going, CAG? Have you changed your mind? Have you changed the strat mid-ray? Well, it seems to be a Solarium take, but with all these walls being open in front of you, that's going to be difficult. You got multiple FaZe members on that side. Most of them, yes, they've gone back to kitchen. Cyber's the lone player up top. That means the ground is free for your taking, but time is also slipping away. You got the sledge on the board, you got Sophia, you can do verticality, but without a shadow of doubt.
No.
Down the staircase off the side.
He's on a drone through the window. Cyber could have very easily been shot. You do not go onto drone when you were standing next to the window. A single bullet could have taken him out of action. 30 seconds to go and the whole server is still alive, but because of Black Ray, no they're not. Cameraman punished first, traded back. CAG's guns hitting their marks. They walk away with 2-1 for FaZe Clan. That burns 10 seconds off of the clock. Suzu delivering the payload down below with the diffuser. Astra hugging the wall. So wherever Suzu goes, you need to be wary of the rats that are lying in the corners, because those are indeed rat plays, as the analysts talked about before. Another from Black Ray, and they'll trade back and forth. And Black Ray with an ace. Incredible stuff. We don't see many of those. But when they're all going back and forth, it's Black Ray time and time again to get every single kill.
That might just be me, but that was like the most random ace ever, right? It was like a 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, but Black Ray somehow was the sole player to pick up every single kill that round. I thought he got a 2K or a 3K until the screen popped up on the board saying ace for Black Ray. I didn't even realize. Phenomenal. We haven't seen many of those this tournament, but Black Ray has now joined the ranks on that ace board. I also think we've had tactical timeout now, actually, to follow up.
Yeah, there seems to be a technical issue.
Technical or tactical, yeah.
We'll wait and see. The headset is not in use, it looks like. I can't...
It is down, though.
It is.
We'll just see what happens right now, as we will get back to you once we get the information. But either way.
We are being told that there's a technical issue somewhere. I don't know where, but I can tell you right now that the timer has been paused.
Yep. We'll just work on that and let's get back to you guys with an update once we get it. I will say almost every single technical problem has been solved extremely quickly at this event, with almost no problems at all for neither productions or any of the players. So kudos, thank you guys, thank you staff, thank you production, thank you observers, thank you players for not having a ton of issues, because sometimes they happen, but this time around, they do not. And that's something we all love to see, because downtime is one of those killers of joy, but because all we want to do is watch and spectate Rainbow Six Siege.
Well, I don't know if things are fixed, but teams are starting to pick operators again.
Yeah, they are.
We're being told that this tech issue might take a moment or so. Perfect time to not chase you away from this channel, but remind you that there is the second stream that's going on right now. I don't want to call it a companion stream, because both of these streams are on the same level.
Of course.
And this one isn't. The other stream is not supplementary. But if you want to go over and watch Dark Zero versus Furia, the URL is twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo.
Yep.
Go on over and see what's happening there. Spoilers inbound. From what I had heard, they both won a map, and now we are in map 3. So I'm not sure who's leading. I don't. Oh, we actually, hold on a second here. Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news. Deafen if you don't want spoilers. Furia is up 3-1 on map 3. So because it's map 3, you say, oh, who's winning? They both have a map. That's why they're on the third map right now. So Furia is up 3-1. And again, this has implications when it comes to the group. On that same channel, when the Furia DZ match finishes, Space Station will play Rogue. So that one as well has major implications for the groups, because while Space Station have qualified and will not be eliminated, FaZe, Rogue, and Cyclops are all in a position where one of them will go home today. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This is the last group where we don't know who's getting eliminated.
Makes it quite exciting, and Parker, we actually had our debut here on the Beach stream, so I do very much agree. It is not supplementary, it is very much like an even, equal, individual stream, and then you have top-tier casters, top-tier analysts covering the same thing as we do here on the A stream, where we have been now 2 days in a row. Back in the game we go, we are now in the basement. That is FaZe Clan on the defense, Cyclops up on the attack, and if you guys just tuned in or somehow forgot what happened, we just saw a kitchen attack from Cyclops, where Black Gray himself found an ace. Something that we don't see very often. He's at 9 kills himself. And we saw Aya Gator. He's 6-picked from the Monty onto the line. So the Monty will not be in play. That'll be Anyton if anybody who were to play it. And meanwhile, for the basement, I wouldn't say Monty's the greatest operator anyhow, but it can be quite alright in the right hands, and Anyton is very well suited for that. Suzu bringing out the floors, that's going to have great value this round once you start progressing on that utility. But for now, you need to start thinking about, well, what about the roam clear? Are you going to go and challenge FaZe up above? Are you going to just go straight down below and see what you can find? Your money's worth. You only have a single heart breach of the Maverick. That's the Anyton on the board. 2 nades in his pocket, but no other heart breach available. No can openers, nothing of the kind. That means limited breachability from the side of Cyclops. Surely they'll have to play around finding openings and finding picks, because 5v5 in a basement attack is going to be extremely difficult. We'll see once they progress. We have 2 guys trophy window. They've jumped in, but there's a clear line in the map of who owns what right now. And FaZe Clan, they don't care about dining, they don't care about kitchen, but they have a big emphasis on the bar gaming side and a little bit on library.
Well, they're going to want to stay in bar gaming because the bomb site's down below. So you got to hold on to that with as much gusto as you can, especially lobby. The moment that you lose control of lobby, you give up so much map control because the floor can be opened up, the hatch can be opened up, and you can watch rotations that come from connector if you have a sledge or a buck. That's why you'll tend to see defenders rotate up library stairs if the attackers don't have blue control to get an early pick. An adrenal surge goes off. That's the second one by my count. And a grenade gets tossed out as well to signal the fact that CAG are towards the back of this bomb site. And when I say back of the bomb site, I mean big garage. They've got a Maverick to carve through the steel. That's the only hard breacher that's being brought by CAG.
That's tough.
And it isn't exactly the hard breach you want on this bomb site. You usually want something else in tandem. That's why we saw Ace get brought out by FaZe Clan a number of times.
Yeah, and it's going to show just how weak this breach is. Yeah, you get a small hole, but that's all you're going to get so far. And, well, if you're a Cyclops, you're going to start working the trench wall too, because you need somehow to get inside the bomb site that isn't the door itself, because you got 5 guns in your face, and that's not going to work in your favor. But time is ticking, and Cyclops, they're actually making a run for their money. They're going somewhere else. They've completely evacuated basement with 2 players. They're looking to try and get cheeky, but Anyton, I think he's going to go and breach the other wall to try and get an angle into the bomb site.
I mean, I'm gesturing towards my watch, and hey, hold on a second. That actually kind of looks like a spooky face. Anyway, 20 seconds left to open up that part of the garage. Sure is a decision to be made, but it actually seems like Cyclops are going to pull it off. Suzu can walk in and get that diffuser planted. Nobody is watching this angle, and there he goes. You can see the mayhem from above. Cameraman isolated inside of connector. The rest of the team just being picked apart surgically, and Cyclops are geniuses. Anyton rotating over to the garage wall. He's got the kill hole and the line of sight to take down FaZe. They get caught rotating to deal with the diffuser, and Cyclops pick up their second round on attack. They are 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from putting FaZe down on Chalet.
I mean, you can question that rotation all you want with 25 seconds left, but thank the Lord, they managed to open up the trench wall. That's the entry that they needed and that they used. Suzu walked in, could start planting down diffuser, and Anyton got 2 or 3 kills from that snowmobile wall. Well done! Absolutely crazy. Never really heard of before, and well, if you're the last man standing, Anyton, you're not gonna have a really bad time because you're so far off the bomb site, yet so close, but with no way in, it really wouldn't matter. But if you get that many kills off that single hole, well, that's a lot of value that you can get. absolutely crazy from Cyclops. They're gonna stick the line this time around as well. It's really great for the execute, basically making sure the defenders, they will be standing still. But at the very least, if they start moving around, they will get spotted by that red ping. So it makes the execute a little bit easier, and of course, it'll work the same way on the roam. Once you start getting into combat with your opponent of FaZe, pop that lion scan, and you'll see what happens. It's basically like magic. I'm not sure what the science is behind it exactly, because it only works for one team, not both of them, but that's just how it is. I guess you have to check the feel for, you know, teammate gadgets, if anything.
Oh boy. All right, well, it's a bar gaming defense now for FaZe. They've been unsuccessful on every single bomb site that they've gone to, so why not keep that carousel going? Yeah. Ride it as long as you can.
Round and round we go. We are also going to bar. That is the first time that FaZe will defend this bomb site, because they started kitchen, they went basement, and now they are on bar. The two Bs back to back.
We saw one master bedroom office defense. That was it, come in from CAG. It did not work at all, so I don't know if we're going to see it pop up again. This tends to be the bomb site that teams don't go to anymore. For a period of time, they didn't like the basement. And I got to say, the meta of bomb sites for Chalet has been very entertaining. When it got reworked and basically became a whole new map, teams liked bar gaming and they liked garage down below. The rest of the bomb sites, not as strong as they wanted to be. But then all of a sudden, that basement, with its miserable win rate for defenders, pushed teams upstairs. They started going more to kitchen. They started using master bedroom more. But now master bedroom's fallen out of vogue again. It's a cycle, man. And everything that's old becomes new and vice versa. While we were talking about that, there were nades that sailed in and almost claimed the life of the Wamai of Bullet, but he stands tall, not to be shaken away. Those are two sets of nades that were out from Anaton. Now it's Gadarada's turn to dump in those nades. Still trying to find the same Wamai, but nothing is connecting. Burning an Adrenal Surge and an EE1D, and all that's happened is Bullet has gotten back to the site, baiting in CAG. Souls with the first kill, Cyber traded off. It's tied at 4v4. Half of the round still to play, as it's just absolute mayhem between these teams. And it's in gunned down, as it's Astro to get that kill. CAG have control of library above, and start smashing through the floors. Nitro Cell goes off, it does not connect.
I have to start questioning, is it time to slow down now, CAG? You've had real full speed on this round throughout the last 2 minutes. Now, yeah, it is indeed time. You had the 4v4, now it's 4v3 instead. You're gonna play this with one gun less, but you still have the sledge. Vertical play can start happening on the side, and if you can find the pick with that, that'll really, really swing the numbers in your favor. Souls is down below. Oh, actually, we see Astro on the flank. Very nicely done, Mr. Observer. Thank you for that. But I think it's read out by CAG because Gadarada is coming for the swing. They know he's somewhere in this area, but not quite exactly where. With 30 seconds left to go, I'm not sure if it's worth challenging. Gotta start making your way down those staircases, or because you cannot drop the hatch. It's reinforced, it is closed. You don't have many options.
And that's a kill to start off this execute. Gamerman takes down Gadarada, but he's not long for this earth as Suzu's there to do some significant damage. They've got him down, but they can't secure. All of a sudden, it's Astro now tearing through the top floor, getting back to the bomb site in a hurry. But CAG have control. Careman can't give any calls from above. Astro not seeing it, and they're stopped in their tracks. CAG making quick work of this half, and they're on match point.
I'm sure FaZe now regrets reinforcing those hatches up above, because Astro could have really used somehow to get back to the bomb site quickly. He was on the flank, then Gadarada challenged, ran towards him, forcing Astro to run all the way back into Solarium, and that basically bought them enough time. Then they legged it to side. Suzu got 2 kills, one with the primary, there was an injury already on the ground, and a second with a pistol. Then they knew that flanker of Astro was earlier in the round on piano. They flood the bomb site, they run deep, they start planting, and because the hatches weren't open and there was limited verticality being done on the floor, they could start planting with safety, even though they had lost control up above. Astro had 1 HP, died to a single bullet, and therefore it didn't matter a whole lot. Match point now from the side of Cyclops, and I believe we now have our second timeout. Well, actually, technically, it's a first.
It was a technical issue. This is the first real timeout being used, though.
From FaZe as well. Makes sense. They're the ones that gotta claw it back now. They are down 3 rounds. They have yet to win a single one since the side swap. That doesn't bode well for you.
It's a lot of heavy petting in this timeout. Look at that, the embraces. Ah, so jovial. trying to get them back in it mentally. And I know that for FaZe Clan, some of these players have had issues with that mental game on teams that they've been on in the past. Every single player of this squad, except for maybe Souls, has been in the LATAM scene at the top level for almost, if not longer, than half a decade. That is an incredible amount of time to go through team after team, roster after roster, and to be able to play at that level, that consistency is unheard of. Now, of course, I'm assuming they drink from whatever well of life that Nesk also drinks from, because coming into today, Nesk had almost every single category in his name because of how dominant his performance has been. But getting back to FaZe Clan, a lot of these players on teams that they've had in the past, whether it be MIBR, whether it be Team Liquid, whether it be here on FaZe Clan, they have had issues letting their mental attitude sink them rather than their gameplay. So being able to pump up your team and keep them mentally in it is actually huge.
This is very interesting from Astro. He's actually ran all the way to car garage, reinforced all 4 walls, and put a kite claw on the wall as well, just for one of those panels. Second one goes to side. They've opened up the wall from the bomb side to the car garage itself, so they're extending out. But I don't think I've seen this in competitive play before at this level at least. And this, of course, counters directly what Cyclops did before, because they took car garage, they made their way up, and now you see the main wall is open, rotate into trench, Nate now coming out. And it's when you could just use your gadget and torch open the wall, but I guess Nate does the trick as well. But
yeah,
you have the Ace this time, but Ace is on across the map. He's nowhere near the bomb site.
I'm not exactly sure what the thought process behind that was. I mean, unless you want the Ace to get over there eventually, or maybe try to bait out another Electric Claw, but by your count, you know that it's over by that big car garage, as you said.
He started mavericking the wall regardless, so then it could have been to try and flush out a player, do some damage, maybe clear some utility. I'm not entirely sure. Nice wallbang.
Oh!
Really nice wallbang. Doesn't kill the player who's intending to kill off Anderson the Maverick, but he finds Sophia, and I think he'll be happy with just getting one of those two.
That's a rough one. The Zofia was there to watch, as you need some level of coverage. The thing is that you don't really have any operators that now can use a gadget to open up that wall, except for the Flores. So the Rotero drone will have to go over in that direction. I like the way that FaZe has changed this up. They are still focusing very heavily on that big car garage. That's where the emphasis is. 2 players stacked up, both Bullet and Astro, but Astro gets taken out by a nade. A follow-up could also come onto Bullet, but instead of engaging, he's peeled off. That's a wise move to do. Get away with your life intact. Realize that there is still a minute and a half of this round to go.
Yeah, and they've actually reinforced off the trench wall now, limiting the angles of Cyclops. Basically saying, we gave up car garage, now when you take it, you get less value. Sure, the main wall is still soft, it's still open, Gatorada, that's the wall he's staring at, but trench is reinforced off. That means Suzu or Anderson has to come into play on that trench side to now open back up the wall that used to be soft. That's exactly what Suzu will do. That's going to give you the entry in as it did the previous time around. But what do you have? 1 grenade to your name and 3 flashbangs. You'll have to use it well, have to use it wisely, because it's all you got.
Souls peeks the wrong way, and Suzu says, fine, I'll take that kill. It's not going to be all that hard. Anderson dropped from cameraman from above. The alibi still there, and now the stairway down from lobby to garage is where he'll go. Diffuser in hand for Suzu. Team sitting at a 3v3, and there's some hesitation, as I don't think they have intel as to where FaZe is. Gatorado rushes in. He thinks one's in blue, dragging away so many bullets. Suzu left to die now by Bullet, as it's Bullet to pick up 2 inside with the final one. Poorly played by CAG. They could have just got the plant down and covered. Why are some teams so allergic to planting the diffuser when they have lots of map control and they know it? Suzu could have easily gotten that diffuser down while somebody stood at that trench wall and just surveyed whatever happened from FaZe Clan. The timeout works, though it was a bit of a tenuous hold for a while there for FaZe Clan. Cyclops still sit on match point, but FaZe have somewhat narrowed this gap. 2 more rounds for FaZe Clan to push to overtime. That's the only way the Brazilian team is taking map 1.
Extremely odd that CAG wouldn't plan there. I fully agree. Suzu could have walked in, you had 2 players nearby to cover the plan. There was no C4, no toxic babes, no smoke on the board of FaZe Clan. It seemed extremely simple, then perhaps over-engineered, over-complicated from CAG. And we saw some 6-picks there, decisions being made. The Monty, the Osa, ended up being the Osa. It's a shield, but a different one at that. And this is a CAG special. They played it against Liquid on Bank, they played it against SSG on Chalet, and they're bringing out the same operator now against FaZe on Chalet as well. It's kind of interesting how Osa works as an operator because the value you gain from her is really 50-50, right? Sometimes the value is great, sometimes the value isn't as much, and when you look at the side of FaZe, they have 1-2 C4s but no impact, so you could argue that odds are kind of in your favor. Impacts is the most direct counter to the gadget. C4s, yeah, they are still explosive, they still do the damage, but they don't toss as far as of range, which means those shields are gonna stay a little bit more safe. Cyber, looking for a cam, doesn't find any.
The thing that a lot of Mozzies don't realize is that if a pre-placed drone is there, shoot a pest at it. You've now got yourself a free drone. Yoink!
Yoink! It's very true. You can drive it around and be like, oh, I'm not an attacker, but on defense, wee, trying to score it. It's kind of like a yokai. You know, you can drone your teammates around, figure out, are they flanking, are they not, where they're planting, etc. But it kind of sucks having to sit on defense on a cam because then you're not aware of your surroundings. That kind of means Mozzie is a roamer, but to use the gadget, you kind of need to come back to side to then safely use the gadget. And yeah, that's not always fun because you want to get active on the map, and that's exactly what FaZe are doing. CAG has to respond on this library balcony. We've seen this many times, many teams trying to pick it apart, but FaZe themselves are not inside library. They're just going to be playing on that chimney area. Meanwhile, with Terror Drone on the bomb side, almost takes out Cameraman.
It pushes him off of the spot, though, and I don't know if they were pushing him into an area where they thought they might be able to do something with it. Grenades go into Library while Cameraman had peeled off, as you talked about. Now Library has nobody from FaZe in it. Instead, they've moved over towards Piano, where they play side by side. And I also believe Cyber managed to get a drone. I don't know if it was successful, but the pest definitely went down. That Osa shield looking to be applied onto the window overlooking the lobby stairs into the basement. Astro's the only one who's had any damage done to him. Halfway point in this round. The bomb site is Kitchen. Still match point for Cyclops. They want to be able to put this one away without going to overtime. CAG have struggled to do that. They've made some winnable maps very close. It's been their major Achilles heel throughout this tournament. I don't know if they'll be able to do all that much to FaZe to change that, but all they need to do is win one of the final 3 rounds. They've already dropped one of those, so 2 more rounds. That's the math that we're looking at.
Yeah, having a hard time closing out rounds has kind of been the name of the game for a lot of teams here, and with a minute left, it's going to come down to the last couple of seconds. Now, Suzu has brought out the Thermite. That's going to bode very well, but we spoke about Mozzie earlier and catching drone for intel, and look at this drone inside a fireplace.
A huge drone.
Absolute ginormous value. 1 smoke being used with both Suzu on Thermite and Eniton and Osa brought 1 each. That means there are 4 total and 2 left to go. You got a nade over this wall, clear out the jammer, then breach the wall, and then you can start progression through the side. But every single member of CAG is inside a fireplace with the exception of Black Ray holding the flank up above.
Both smokes from Suzu have been used, and it's going to stop someone from pushing towards Library stairs. Still 1 in the hands of Aniton. That's the Osa to toss it out, moving that second shield now closer to the breach. With the diffuser in hand, they're baiting FaZe in quite well. The drone is not particularly strong, but look at Astro. This is a rat position for him. They've discovered him, and now the last CAG members above are hunting down the Mozzie. Could it be a flawless round to give CAG map number 1? And APAC supremacy sure is on the menu today.
Isn't it just extremely amazing how Osa becomes the star operator of that final round? You walk around with the shield in front of your face, you're baiting out the members of FaZe, they found 2 picks off of that play, and then you put down the shield, you can plant safely behind it. It's almost like a Monty, but it's almost more frustrating and more annoying. Aniton, MVP score-wise, 11 and 7. Suzu, I believe, with 12. Actually, it was Blackberry or Suzu, I didn't really see it, on 12 kills as well. Absolutely huge map from CAG. It was the map pick though.
It absolutely was. That puts us on Villa next once we get into the second map. We've got some things to do before we get there. Long faces on FaZe Clan as the result that they wanted is not achieved. They had so much potential, and you can tell there's an awful lot of frustration. Just the spirited discussion, but they can very easily reel it in, prepare themselves for the next map. Like I said, Villa is up next, Nick. That is FaZe's map choice, so they're going to be far more comfortable there. And CAG, with their struggles to close out a series, have now given themselves a massive leg up over their opponents. But this is where things gets much tougher. You're going to be playing on 2 maps that your opponents are much better prepared for, and if you can't match them, you'll lose that plot, because after Villa comes Cafe.
Yeah, and CAG are kind of known for whenever they're like massively in the lead, they start having almost too much fun with the game, and then that's kind of where things start slipping. We saw it against SSG, where they managed to get 7 rounds in a row against CAG to bring it back, and you really don't want that to happen twice in a row. They really need to close it out. If not cleanly 2-0, at least 2-1.
Absolutely, especially since CAG enters today as the team last in their group. We already know that Liquid and Space Station are sailing on into Stage 2 starting on Monday, but it's FaZe, Rogue, and CAG as the teams that are scrapping it out for that final spot. Now, if CAG win 2-0 and Rogue wins their match as well, it's FaZe Clan who ends up going home, which would be stunning, but so far we've said goodbye to both Team 1 and BDS. These are 2 top-tier teams that have either won or finished in the top 4 of at least one event this year. So that's already 2 big upsets. Why not add a third? We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because we actually have to play Villa. And before we do that, we're going to throw to a break. But before I go anywhere, I'd like to remind you that on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, there is a current match between Dark Zero and Furia. I think they started around the same time as us, by the way, and now they're still in the middle of it. So if you want some entertainment, go give them a watch. If not, sit tight with us. Listen to the music. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. If you didn't tune into our first map, then you missed a thrilling chalet between Cyclops and FaZe Clan. Both teams fighting for their lives in their group, as one of these two teams will end up going home today. It's potential that Rogue could also go home too, by the way. That still exists, but it really depends on what happens in our next matchup. Nick, what stood out for you most on that chalet map?
Honestly, FaZe's aggression, right? Sure, LATAM is aggressive, so are FaZe, they're from LATAM, but how well they played off pace. You know, minute and 50 seconds left, they're planting. How often do you see that? Almost never. And they didn't just do it a single round with a one-off strat, they did it multiple times throughout the attacking side of Chalet. On Villa, that's not going to be as easy. It is a more compact map, if you will, and it's not as easy to gain sight to or access to the bomb site. So FaZe will have to show a different approach on this next map.
Teams have to try a lot harder to turn Villa into a frag fest like we see on Chalet. Chalet being an open map, tons of destruction, the way that map control is held, Chalet often ends up with teams colliding violently. Villa is a lot more complex. There's a ton more steps to be done, and teams need to be far more practiced before they can grab that really crucial map control and pull off and execute. The killing that comes usually tends to be towards the tail end of the round. On your screen is the map summary from Chalet. It was picked by Cyclops Athlete Gaming. They win their map pick 7-4. No real standouts to me. The only thing that I really see is, despite that scoreline, the cost is quite jarring. It's not uncommon for, even on a team that loses 4-7, to have one or two players who are positive on that cost. There wasn't a single player on FaZe who was above a 1.0. On CAG, there's only one player below 1.0. So that goes to show you that the rounds that FaZe won were largely close rounds, whereas a lot of those CAG victories were far more decisive.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that. Also, kind of talk about opening picks, kind of all over the place, I'm not gonna lie. Most, or actually half the rounds on Chalet, whoever got the opening pick, it wouldn't matter a lot because it was traded immediately back within 2 or 3 seconds, which in my notes means that both teams kind of got the opening pick. It's not a fight back from 5 versus 5 to a 4 versus 4. So both teams, when they get explosive, they usually have either somebody nearby to trade it back, or something happens somewhere else on the map that evens back the man score. Chalet is done and dusted. We're heading on to Villa, our second map of this series. Just to remind you guys that if FaZe manages to win, we're going to a third map of Cafe. First map is coming out. Cyclops are taking in, I was going to say Intero off the board because they Retero drones. They're taking Flores off the board, who has those Retero drones. And then followed up by that, we got Hibana as well. That is one hard breach of many. It's not going to impact things too much. You got the Ace, you got the Thermite, you got the Maverick, unless, of course, you see a double hard breach ban. But that's not this case this time around. Valkyrie follows along. Same story as Chalet. We don't want to have the information on the board. We don't want to have to play IQ. It's so boring. We don't like it. And also, we want more grenades, more projectiles. So by banning out the Valkyrie, that's what you can get. The last operator will be the Mira, so nothing out of the ordinary. Flores, very strong operator here in Villa. It is expected to be banned. It's no surprise. There's so many shields in play, so much self-destruction, and that's where he thrives.
All right, well, these bans, a stark contrast to our very first map. You go back and it was a Twitch Capital ban on Chalet. Two operators that you don't often see be given that spotlight. Things a lot more normal with Flores and Hibana being banned out. Hibana in particular is oftentimes one of the most, if not the most, banned hard breacher. Flores is definitely up there as well. Valkyrie, a very common ban that we see on virtually every map. It's going to force teams to play differently without her on Villa, but I only say that because there are a couple times that we've seen a Valkyrie sneak through. Other than that, yeah, she tends to get banned. No, Mira is standard stuff. This is an operator that is banned almost every single time. What I do find intriguing is that, again, we will see Thatcher be available. Thatcher, despite being unbanned in that first map, really did not play a big role for either of the teams. So How big of a role will he be on this one? FaZe Clan on this first round are not bringing him again. So teams clearly don't want to have to deal with him. Instead, teams have been skewing more towards Maverick, because if you don't have the EMPs, but you bring a Maverick and then a Sledge or a Buck or a Zofia or even a Flores, who's banned, I'd like to remind you, you can open up that soft wall. And the big thing is Maverick brings nades. And nades right now, they're so hot. So hot, so hot right now.
Not the word I would have used. I would say important or vital or crucial, but so hot also does the job justice, to be honest. And that's the thing, when you are on Villa, is that it can be quite tricky to get through those walls, so having Thatcher open at your disposal, if you would like to use him, can be quite beneficial. And of course, if you don't want to use him, you don't have to. That's a choice, freedom. That's the thing that we like, because that means you can play dynamically. Maybe half the rounds you play with the Thatcher, the other half you play without him. And the funny thing is, often we see Thatcher being banned, and then when he's not, he also doesn't really get played all that much. And that just goes to show, do teams just not like Thatcher existing in Rainbow Six Siege, or is it more of like we've gotten so used to Thatcher not being available to us that we don't even need to play him when he's finally open? I would say though, not having to ban the Thatcher means that we get more creative bans on the attacking side, because it allows for more freedom, and that's honestly nice for a change. I'm all for seeing new operators and different operators. It's the same reason why I get super excited every single season when the newest operator or second newest operator gets introduced into the pro scene, as we do have that grazing period of 3 months.
And speaking of the newest operator, the one that's been allowed in play is Osa. We saw her get used in a very crucial and even game-winning round for Cyclops previously. Thorn will become available in the season that follows the Six Invitational, but our favorite Irish defender is not available. Also, Rainbow Six teased what I'm assuming is a new season on Twitter today, and there will obviously be a new operator that comes with it. First kill goes to Bullet, by the way. FaZe Clan walk right in. They've taken out Gatorada, and that's the smoke down. That is a pretty bad operator to lose with over a minute to go.
Yeah, that's not good, and there wasn't really much support for him either, so when he was taken down, again, no trade inside, this will be an actual impactful opening kill, because you do play it out in that 5 versus 4 in a true fashion, not a 4v4 traded back. Anderton looking to get aggressive, but that might cost ya, because there's multiple enemies enemies from FaZe up on that top main stairs. But that's pretty much all you got going for you if you're FaZe. You do have Cameraman now on 90 window, gets a gunfight, but doesn't want to swing just yet, because when you're on that rappel, you are quite limited.
It's an adrenal surge to go off as well. Suzu still over by 90, and upside down rappel will be his undoing. This is going to have to be a tough shot on his end, but he doesn't see that he gets shot away in the ankles. If you don't have any feet, you can't really play the game. Sorry, Suzu, you're as good as gone. FaZe Clan asserting their dominance, and they'll lose their first player and cameraman to Black Ray, who's now assumed that position over by 90. Still staying there and has the attention of another member of FaZe, but with 15 seconds left, they got to get to the bomb site. Bullet finishing off A Gator, and there goes Anderson and Black Ray as well. FaZe Clan, in the snap of their fingers, clear out 3 final players from Cyclops, and the first round is FaZe's.
Not just that, but they're also keeping up the aggression from Chalet. We spoke about how fast they are proactive, getting the aggressive openings, and they did the exact same thing on the first round, and they got rewarded massively. They got good map control, top main stairs, office, 90 repel from cameraman, and it was the first person to fall from CAG was the smoke. That is arguably the highest value operator that you can kill early on in the round, because typically if the smoke is alive with toxic babes in his pocket at the end of the round, you have to either go really fast or you have to wait to those last 10-15 seconds to be able to execute, because those toxic babes, they stall you out for so long. AVG, we did not find success. We're going to Kitchen instead, and that is a kind of atypical approach to bomb site rotations. I would say like 80% of the time we see the first two bomb sites being top floor, AVG, and then Trophy. Now we're seeing Dining second. Also exactly why Anderton 6 picked the polls. That's like a pretty much a guarantee if you're on this bomb site. There will always be a polls. You need the information, you need the verticality, and you need to know if anybody's sneaking into site from those basement stairs.
I really like the creativity that we see with some Electroclaws. If you go back to Chalet, there's an Electroclaw that you can put upstairs if you shoot away at the dining room table, and it'll get both of the panels down below onto that trench wall in Wine. There we just saw a cabinet getting shot out, an Electroclaw thrown in on a separate room, but still working on the pantry reinforcement. So Good stuff, honestly, and the creativity that comes in is quite high. The difference is that as good as that Electroclaw is, you've got both a Maverick and a potential Thatcher on the board as well. So the Electroclaw, while good, can be easily dealt with because of the tools that these teams have. Also, a creative Electroclaw, if you bring an IQ, all the creativity in the world isn't going to help you conceal yourself from her gadget. But because IQ is often seen as a niche pick on a lot of these sites, she does not bring any destructive capabilities. It means that a Kaid can gain a lot of value from that, especially if a team like FaZe Clan is not running that Thatcher.
CAG really playing conservative on Villa compared to that of Chalet. They only have one person really roaming, that's Black Gray inside of Library, and even he now is in the basement. Will have to go up the red stairs or back to side via Pantry. On Chalet, we saw players from CAG kind of spread thin. They were playing kitchen dining, they were playing upstairs, usually halfway across the map, and on Villa, very different story. Half of them are inside, one person up above now, and one person was inside of Library earlier in the round before it dropped down to the basement. That just means that FaZe Clan will have an easier time to progress through the map, and they will lose less drones. They still have 7 left. That's quite alright. That means the flanks will be covered, and so will the droning for the bomb side. So now, start figuring out what approach do you want, FaZe. You have verticality available, or so you thought, because Suzu, he's stuck around.
And what a punishing play by Suzu. Cyber walks in completely blind and he face checks the wrong room. Just like that, the advantage goes to CAG. There's no follow-up either. I wonder where the Pulse is playing of Anaton, and I wonder where the intel is going to come from. Ah, the common spot for a Pulse. Down below, sampling some of the finest wines, but also on that cardiac sensor, waiting for someone to wander into range with a heartbeat intact. Another kill comes in now with Anaton, but Astro's in the middle of the bomb site. Soul's taking an awful lot of damage. Anaton fires back. Soul's down below, as now Cameraman is gone, and Astro, if one kill, denying a flawless, but still, this is dire straits.
It is, and it almost seemed like FaZe kind of gave up. They just said, let's just walk into side, but Diffuser was in the basement, found by Anaton. That means you cannot plant the Diffuser, you cannot win the round, and ultimately CAG, they won every single gunfight as well, so there really wasn't any hope from FaZe there. I like the aggressive play, I like that they tried something different, but I also do think that they thought, you know what, this round, bit of a flop, it's alright, we can go next.
Absolutely, and that honestly really started with Cyber from above. You have the top floor control, or so you think. A sledge established inside of that part of the map, either in Master, where there's a hatch that allows you to drop down into Laundry, or over by Statuary, where you can tear up that floor, same as most maps, and flush the defenders out of common spots, while also being able to cover in a post plant and drop nades down to act as zoning work. It is really hard if you do not play at a top level to explain to you how powerful a position that is. Think about it, right there. You make defenders have to move, oftentimes into areas where other attackers can be waiting for you. Easy kills for those attackers. If a plant goes down and you haven't moved any defenders out of the way, you can also now stay above and be in a much safer spot to watch as the diffuser gets planted, and then in the post plant. And then third, you can zone with those nades. All one operator, one spot. And when you lose your life, because you don't drone it out, not only do you fail to gain control of one of the most critical parts of the map, but you've also lost an operator that is imperative for when the execute happens. After that, FaZe tried to pivot very quickly. They decided to go for a rush into the bomb site, and Cyclops, simply by the way that the bomb site works and the way they were set up, were prepared for it because nothing else FaZe had done would help them or conceal them when the push came in.
Certainly. And Cyber on Chalet, similar issue. He was the first player to follow, at the very least. Every time FaZe Clan got the ground they wanted, the sledge wasn't alive to do any of the vertical play. That was Cyber, now on Chalet, now on Villa, suffering that same fate. If you are FaZe Clan, you're gonna take as much map as possible, but definitely the floor above the bomb site. But if Cyber is dead, that really won't matter. So you gotta start wondering, maybe it's time to take you off the entry. We are now unliving, by the way, so the crazy daziness of the bomb site rotation continues for CAG, because this is extremely abnormal.
No trophy statuary defense in the first 3 bomb site rotation for Cyclops Athlete Gaming. You pointed it out, living room library being this bomb site. Run by a couple teams in a variety of different regions, seen an awful lot in North America, but as a bomb site, still really hasn't passed the smell test. And Suzu is the first casualty Again, Cyclops have lost their smoke. Now they also lose their pulse. Two incredibly strong operators for denial and for information unavailable to Cyclops, and immediately FaZe Clan know what they have and know how they can take control of the bomb site and not face that same level of denial because the smoke is gone.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit afraid that FaZe was gonna run it into side of those two opening picks. They've been playing so aggressive so far, but maybe that last round kind of taught them a lesson that once you have the advantage, you gotta stick your ground and stick your guns up. But Iagator, he finds Bullet now for free.
And Bullet was in the site, by the way.
Yeah,
so
alone.
Iagator pops out, gets the kill, immediately goes right back in. As you pointed out, there are trap operators in play. You don't want to just rush on in, but at the same time, at what point does FaZe pull off this execute? Now Iagator is down for the count. 2 players left for CAG, that's it, and it gets even worse now the mute is gone. A Warden to try and stop this, and he might look the wrong way. He finds one, swats away cameraman, but 2 players from FaZe in the same vicinity means that they strike back quite easily, and FaZe regain the lead.
And I was saying that how FaZe, they don't go prematurely, but Bullet goes in single-handedly, all alone with no help. He gets taken out, but, I mean, if you get the opening kills, and 2 of those indeed, you can sacrifice 1 soldier for the greater good of the round. Bullet, I'm not sure if you want to do that again, but I mean, at least he got some information. Trade back was not from Souls on that window, and Souls really being a great player in the series, just like it was in the previous, huge player for FaZe. And we spoke a little bit about the history of FaZe Clan earlier. Cameraman and Astro is an extremely long-lasting duo. They have been separated before for a brief moment where there was a change of teams, change of orgs, etc. But they're ultimately back together once again. And when that happened, every single fan of those 2 players went, we like that. My heart is now whole again, because seeing your 2 favorite players or a duo separated is never nice to see.
Man, I remember all the way back when they played on, what team was it? Was it Font Energy that they played on back in the day before they got picked up by FaZe Clan? And then at some point, the roster ended up departing. Cyber went over to MIBR after that dreadful run at SI, when that old roster that had Yuna, it had Mav on it, it basically imploded. And now Mav and Yuna are no longer playing in Tier 1. Astro and Camera are reunited yet again, and it's really nice to see. But the one thing that Cameraman touched upon in his interview before we got into the actual group stage was how flexible Astro can be. He used to play a very linear role. He used to almost exclusively play Twitch.
Yes.
He would almost exclusively play Ashe if Twitch wasn't available, and he would play the same style. And it was very one-dimensional, and if he got shut down, he provided very limited value to his team. That's not the case anymore. Astro's been playing secondary support a number of times. They might put a Zofia in his hands as well. That flexibility and the utility that he can bring to a team is very different from the Astro a couple years ago, and it's made him a much more well-rounded player.
Speaks to the growth of them as well. I mean, a lot of Siege pros, they were quite young back when they first began their career. I mean, maybe next time. Yeah, most of us players were very young when we started, and now we've grown older. And as that happens, I mean, we're all say you start as an Ashe main, right? Then you become a flex player, and then eventually second support, and then primary support, and then what do you know? Maybe a coach or just straight to retirement. But either way, Astro, he's learned. So has Cameraman, and so has Cyber, because they're now onto side partner.
Oh my God! And all of Cyclops are basically dead at this point. FaZe Clan just pummeling CAG, leaving Suzu and Gatorada. Now, Suzu was the one who went sight unseen inside a vault. Good for 1 kill, but the shotgun of Gatorada will not land after Suzu picks 1 and then gets dropped in the process. Again, FaZe Clan snap their fingers, and then everybody falls.
Yep.
I like this ruthlessness that you talked about for FaZe to immediately assess where the weak point is and overrun the defenders.
It's really hard to really, I wouldn't say like commentate on, because like nothing's happening and boom, switch turned on. Now we're gonna rush the bomb site, get 3 opening kills, 2 versus 5, win the round, plant down, boom. That is the end of the round for FaZe. Beautifully done with the very decisive aggression that we see multiple times. And there was the, didn't even check the corner. So fast. You'd think that is a 5-speed and not a 3-speed. And that's just how it is sometimes. Ashe had that similar. talk about her being faster than other operators. Tactical timeout from CAG makes good sense. You're down 1 and 3. You want to talk about how to get back into this round. Remember, you do have 2 more rounds on the defense before that side swap, but then it really is do or die, and you want to get as good and as clean of a swap as possible. Get that 4-2 or 3-3 ideally.
Well, this is the first timeout that we've seen from this team so far. The timeout that was burned in the very first map back at the end of round number 9 was by FaZe Clan. So both teams now getting a time set aside to just settle themselves down. For those of you that don't know how the timeout system works, both teams get 1 timeout per map, not per side, per map. So this is it for CAG. The only other time they get to talk to their coach and each other is if FaZe takes a timeout. That's it, because then both teams will be able to spend that time talking amongst themselves. So while CAG gets to settle their nerves, potentially come up with a strategy that is working more effectively than what we've seen employed thus far, FaZe Clan also get to do the same.
I think if you're CAG, you kind of gotta run against the wall right now because the wall is really closing in. The wall is FaZe Clan and they're really, really quick. Play it more like you did on Chalet. Get out on the map, challenge FaZe on the entries, make their life difficult and miserable. Don't give them the ground they want, don't give them the 1v1s that they want, don't give them the opportunity to drone out the bomb site and be like, oh, it's pretty easy. Walk on in, find 3 kills, and then the round is basically over. If anything, try to get those 1v1s off the bomb side, the ones that you won on Chalet, how you got the opening kills and how you played off one another. Instead, CAG kind of been playing in corners. It's not working, it's not their playstyle. They're going back to dining kitchen, they got the post, they got the Capcan, now they just gotta make it work.
Well, they like the trap operators and they like the ability to slow them down. I also think that CAG just simply likes the gun as well, because that thing can absolutely fry. It comes with a 1.5 times scope as well. And there are times where it's not necessarily what they add strategically.
Oh, no.
It's what they add in terms of fragging. And in this round, what Gatorada will add in terms of fragging is exactly nothing. 15 seconds in, he's dead. First pick goes to FaZe Clan real early.
That's gonna suck. That's your tactical timeout used just before the round started. And I mean, that wasn't even an intentional kill. Trying to open up the barricade, shot you through that, plus the wall into triple, into statue. And well, you're just gone now. That's how the cookie crumbles. And now CAG mostly on this side. They don't have much going for them. Sure, there is a player halfway across the map in that library area, but you're not gonna get a whole lot of value. Run out. It's a nice try, but it's desperate, and a lot of follow. Astro's on site. What is happening? I mean, the Tigers now have the bomb site. Susu inside of clock. Black Rays all the way in library. It doesn't seem like a dynamic defense, but it is. Triple kill for Astro, and the last defender might just fall in just a moment as we got Bullet outside the building. Still hasn't even gone inside. He has 150 bullets to spare, but he won't need that many as Black Ray is low in health. You're gonna be running away. Maybe do a second timeout here. Talk to your team, guys. What the F is going on? Why is it happening the way it is? We are better than this, and they should not be going this way. We just had a tactical timeout, and we're about to get a flawless round against us.
I mean, I still consider this a flawless. Even if you didn't kill everybody, the fact that you end the round with your life intact, that's a flawless one. So you just extend the timeout. Instead of having a 30-second timeout, you have a 3-minute-ish timeout for CAG to try to regroup. Cameraman ends up finding Black Ray, and that's all she wrote. It's 4-1 for FaZe Clan. They are looking so dominant and so formidable. The CAG that we witnessed on Chalet has disappeared at this point. They are being beaten all over the map on entries through the mid-round, in the closing round. The only real good shout that we saw was on the same bomb site here in Dining before, and you know what? I gotta say, it was a relatively confident and controlled round for CAG. They got that early pick. They had intel down below. The Pulse helped give information, and then the moment that you saw that blunder from FaZe Clan, which is what really set it off, CAG responded well. But even that round, I pin that more on FaZe Clan trying to pivot too hard, run into the bomb site after losing Cyber and failing, than I do give credit to the CAG team. So with that said, what could have been a 5-0 is a 4-1 in favor of FaZe Clan. They've won this first half here on Villa. This is their map. They look so strong on it. CAG are struggling to keep up because FaZe Clan are the same killing machine that we saw through much of their run at the Sweden Major.
Yep, and this is typically, I mean, when we talk Villa, we talk defense, we talk 3-3 side swap, 4-2 side swap, usually in favor of the defenders. And sure, the Thatcher's open, but it hasn't been played. FaZe Clan, they do not need it. All they need are their guns. That's how they've won the majority of these rounds. It's not the utility, it's not really the grenades, it's certainly not the verticality, because Cyber and the Sledge hasn't really done that good of a job this round. But honestly, the way FaZe Clan is playing, they don't need it. It's simply about the right aggression at the right time together, and that's how they managed to find so many openings back to back to back. You wouldn't think CAG would struggle with aggression because they are one of the more aggressive teams here, but I will say the way FaZe Clan has been playing has been extremely different from typical aggression. It's very much planned, but at the same time, oh so explosive. Another opening kill goes in favor of FaZe. That's Blackray off the board, Alibi off the board again.
That's 4 in a row for FaZe and 5 of 6 for this first half. This is an impressive tally for FaZe Clan, and for a roster like FaZe Clan that they have, they've shown some weaknesses at this event, and I think it's fair to admit that, but they also did back at that Swedish Major. They were not a perfect team. They're a scrappy team. They can play a style that is unique to themselves and really do well based off of information they get when on attack. So far, Villa is absolutely their map, and having Blackray be 2-6 is devastating for this team. Nobody from CAG through these 6 rounds have been proficient at finding kills.
Oh, they haven't, and that's kind of what they need. And once again, Astro, he shows what's up. He's gotten so many kills to his name so far, but they want more. Suzu actually finds a kill, but it's instantly traded out by Cameraman. The efficiency of FaZe is unchallenged.
FaZe is playing so well around each other right now, and this is on a whole other level to what we saw back on Chalet. So while Bullet might not be available, the rest of FaZe is, and Adrenal Surge will steady their aim for a moment, give them a little bit of top-up in terms of HP, which Cameraman so desperately needed. He's down below, sitting on 6 and 3, getting droned in through Art Studio, will now head towards the stairs. Souls is the diffuser up there, they'll link arms with each other. Anaton around the model gets picked apart by Souls as its swinger be swung, and now it's Gatorada's turn in the line of fire. He manages to drag down Astro in the midst of the smoke, pushing up for a second. He's got marks, but the moment he gets back into the bomb site, Cyber says, we'll take that first half. 5-1 is the scoreline in favor of FaZe, and they are very quickly putting this map away to equalize and send us to Cafe.
I think CAG are very happy that was the last defending round, because I don't know how much longer they could take a beating for, to be honest with you. It's not really looking good, and it's definitely going to mess with your mental. It's never nice to just get absolutely floored by your opponent, and FaZe in almost every single aspect right now just playing a very clean game of Rainbow Six Siege. I want to remind you guys that FaZe, they have showed Villa before, meaning CAG has some studying that they would have had to do in preparation for this match. They played Villa in one of their first games against Rogue. It was a 7-3 in favor of FaZe. They won that one. Then they played SSG. It was a 7-8. So SSG managed to win. That was an incredibly close game that came down to multiple clutch moments from SSG to end out the map with the victory. But that means if you can go that far against SSG and Villa, I mean, yeah, 5-1 against Cyclops seems quite common in that case. But if CAG can have as good attacks as we just saw from FaZe, that means this match or this series will tie up really nicely and get much more closer together in a couple of rounds. Unless, of course, FaZe can just end it out right here, and then we go third map. CAG, you have a massive task in front of you. The operators you brought are Ace, Finger, Lion, Ayana, and the Buck. This is quite flexible and also a bit different from that of FaZe. Now, no Sledge, but you got the Buck. That means you can go below and do vertically up to the floor instead of having to go above and do it the other way around like you typically would.
CAG run the DMR on the Lion, and I mean, I gotta ask why we see things like this. I had a suspicion that when they ran a Twitch and the Lion yesterday, that they both ran this 417 because they wanted to mask the Lion. They 6-pick the Lion, run the DMR, you hear the DMR, you don't immediately think of a Lion. The V308, Lion's usual AR, is very distinct. The moment you hear it, you know there's a Lion. If you want to conceal it, you gotta run a weapon that sounds like another. And just like this, 45 seconds into action, 50 seconds into action, it's a quick take from Cyclops downstairs with 2 players from FaZe sitting on that same staircase, but they're not being challenged at the moment. CAG, after hitting one of those adrenal surges and an EE1D, they back off, and they've now realized that maybe rushing into the bomb site, taking up quick control of the areas outside of it, is not the way to go.
You know, whenever you pick the Lion, you can actually see his scanner in the air. So there are certain spots on every single map that will allow you to check if the enemy has a Lion right when the round begins. That's something teams learned back when Lion was meta, when he first got released, when he was quite strong. And well, I don't really think teams do it nowadays, but just a fun fact. You can check, you don't need to hear the gun sound, but I do agree with your point. It can be quite nice to mask it with that DMR. I didn't even think about it until you said it. Susu on 90 Repel has a Claymore for that cover. That means that if anybody jumps out down below, they will trade at worst, and at best, Susu will just stay alive for free. A nice C4 lineup from Cameraman does not go out, but it was going to go above that reinforced wall onto 90 window, and this is Latam with their predefined angles and lineups that they love.
Nitro Cell is there. That'll be the diffuser as well. So if the Nitro Cell goes off successfully, diffuser goes down on that window, you need someone to rotate an awfully large distance to retrieve the case and then get into the bomb site. So you have to be very careful if you're CAG, but CAG can't be too careful because then they're playing too passive. Up Black Ray walks now, that lineup's still there. A Nitro Cell could get tossed on up, but instead they've peeled back from FaZe Clan. 90 control for CAG. They need to get that mute jammer on the other side of the vault wall to put a hole in the defense.
The Buck's nice.
And that's exactly what the Buck is going to try to do. It looks like FaZe have vacated the premises and will now just simply play off of whatever soft destruction there is. Anaton is first to die with 18 seconds to go. That's a pretty late first kill. Black Ray toiling, but he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Astro walks away from that engagement. Both quite wounded, but still, that should have been a win for Cyclops. Astro picks up kill number 2, traded out by Suzu as CAG equalizes, and they slowly start to lose numbers again, and it's match point for FaZe Clan. They are indomitable here on Villa.
To be completely honest, I think Astro's having fun right now. He was drop-shotting members of CAG, hip-firing his opponent, finding 3 kills in that round. Really been an outstanding performer from FaZe Clan here on Villa. Even though playing secondary support on attack was usually second guy or first guy into side in that fray, finding kill after kill after kill, and even now on the side swap, Cyclops, they're not really having fun, and even on that round, it was 20 seconds left. They didn't get to side. It was actually so much in FaZe Clan's favor, they started running in towards the attackers to get the kills quicker than that of waiting for them to arrive on the bomb side. It's not looking good, Cyclops. You guys are being absolutely crazy now. Anaton with the 6-pick does just that. How they won on Chile on that very final round, that is how they're going to try and figure out how to get the second one here on Villa. It's the Osa, but you need a lot more than just the operator itself to break apart the round. You need to get some kills on the board and get really active with your guns, because that's where FaZe are punishing you time and time again. 10-3 from Astro, need I remind you.
Yeah, Astro really putting on a clinic now. Cyber as well, when he died as the sledge in that fateful round, the only round that Cyclops has won so far. I'm pretty sure Astro or Cyber was 1-1 at that point. So since then, picking up 5 kills over the next 5 rounds is pretty good. I mean, that means you're at least trading yourself out. I know it's not a flashy number, and people will fixate on the 10s, the 9s, the 14s that we see. But if you're playing a role where you're not engaged in a lot of gunfights and you have jobs to be done that involve utility and droning, if you're trading yourself out every round, that's quite good, frankly.
No, it is. I mean, going 1 for 1 is a great stat. Being neutral, great stat. Being negative, not so much. And being positive is absolutely amazing. And again, we always say this, the stats themselves, point blank, don't have that much value. The context really matters. We saw earlier in the TSM Elevate game that Saber had 1 kill to his name, but then all of a sudden he clutched a 1 versus 3. Those 3 kills have so much more value than that of 5 of someone else, because the 3 kills equal a sole round in itself. I mean, you can have 3 1 versus 1 clutches back to back. That is 3 kills, but also 3 rounds that goes into your team's pocket instead of your enemies. So impact really is an important thing, and for that we need context. But the only context we need is Cyber has a shotgun on the Ela, and once again, CAG cannot find a single opening kill since the 2nd round.
It's always amusing hearing that Ela shotgun. I don't know what it is, but the sound it makes. At least CAG have some firepower going for them. Even though this has been a woefully bad performance on Villa, at least they fire back. They take souls out of action. That's the smoke down again. I don't know what it is with smokes dying early on this map, but it's critically important that smokes stay alive. Now it's Cyber's turn to fall as Anaton is down for the count. That means no Osa shields available.
Absolutely true. I thought for a small second it was a dining bomb set because everyone is downstairs, but no, we're actually upstairs, guys. Cameraman's in the basement. We got some members of CAG on the 1st floor, and we got most of FaZe Clan on that 2nd floor. Now, minute left, but Blackray says, you know what? I think there's someone down here. Let me see if I can find him. Cameraman full on health, Blackray a little bit less than half. That means Favor goes one way, but Favor doesn't matter in this case, and in fact, it was Suzu with that AK-12 that found the kill instead.
FaZe are in a position that they haven't been in quite a while. They're actually trailing in terms of man count. And 40 seconds left, though, with Astro and Bullet on the board. You can't count them out whatsoever, especially given the fact that both Blackray and Suzu are 1 to 2 bullets away from death. In this case, closer to those 2 bullets. There's still some utility as well. The Gemini exists for Blackray if they want to drone in the final 25 seconds. There's still the lifeline from Aegator that has ammunition in it. And the last Selma also just went off. So there are things working for CAG as they look to stay alive. They want to stave off Cafe as long as possible, if not outright win the map. But your first bet is get to overtime. Bullet engaging, and he loses this one. No, 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 this is not happening. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Astro hides in the corner, and they run right by him. It's messy, but it works. And FaZe Clan, in the most baffling way possible, secure the 7th round to send us to map 3.
If you're a CAG, you just forget what just happened on Villa. Just go into 3rd map, completely refreshed. If you are Astro or if you are FaZe, this is one of those highlight reels, the montages, if you will. You can take almost every single round, put into a montage and be like, that was pretty good. That was pretty efficient. That was pretty fast, pretty aggressive. And that really speaks the entire story for this map. Astro himself, I will say MVP of Villa. No shot it was anybody else. He played so well each and every single round. Always have an impact at the very end, closing out that 1v3, finding 2 kills, and then of course, time ran out as he ran away.
You are absolutely correct. You have to forget that map ever existed and look at Cafe and go, all right, we will recenter ourselves, check our chakras, check our pulses, maybe drink some water, meditate, and then prepare yourself for what comes next, because you got to shake off whatever bad vibes the team has. That is a dreadfully bad map that ends up with a very embarrassing end to it. But I mean, that's also partially CAG's doing. You don't have the time to check corners and drone again when there's only 10 seconds left. Yep. So Astro hides at an angle that frankly you're not expecting. And when you head through Astronomy, very close to Astro's name, and you go into the doorway inside a statuary, the only angle that they're going to see Astro at is if somebody swings the doorway to Master. But I have a feeling that that player from Cyclops was watching connector area and the top of main stairs so that they didn't get pushed from that direction. No intel means you get killed in embarrassingly frustrating ways, and that's exactly what happened. Let's dive into this after the break, though, because there's a lot to talk about, and we still middle of a third map now. CAG are fighting for their lives, as our FaZe clan. It's looking worse and worse for CAG to make it out of this group intact. They might end up going home. Let's go to a break and then come back with our third map.